Luo Chen traversed into the world of Zhan Shun, becoming the younger brother of Hongying and awakening the Forbidden Ruins heroic spirit seed. As the agent of heroic spirits, he could summon any heroic spirit he desired at will, wielding their powers, and even utilize a possession method to allow them to directly inhabit his body for combat. What? You say I was obliterated by the wrath of Shiva? Apologies, but I possess Avalon. You claim that without rules, one cannot slay a deity? I'm sorry, would you care to test the Holy Lance Longinus and the Excalibur? In the face of the invasion of the Cthulhu army, during this moment of despair, Luo Chen stood steadfast. Chapter 1. Altria, Brain Storage, a warm reminder. Please remember to come back for your reward after reading, or else I shall sell it. Surely, esteemed readers, your brains would fetch a good price. Sangnan City, at the entrance of the second middle school. Wow, look, a beauty. Luo Chen is so lucky. He has such an older sister. If I could date a girl like that, I would gladly drive a luxury car and live in a villa. Whispers of admiration fill the air. A tall young girl, her hair tied in a neat high ponytail, wore a light-colored sports jacket, slightly unzipped at the top. Her lower half was clad in sports shorts, her round, fair thighs catching everyone's gaze, radiating youthful vitality. A handsome boy, approximately 180 centimeters tall, followed closely behind her. Stinky brother. No causing trouble at school. Focus on your classes, understood? Hongying placed her hands on her hips, wearing a stern expression. Luo Chen chuckled helplessly. All right, I got it, Hongying. With that, he promptly produced a lollipop he had prepared earlier, swiftly inserting it into Hongying's lips. Then, I shall head to class. You go to work, Hongying. The boy waved his hand and dashed away. This stinky brother. Hongying removed the lollipop from her mouth, a hint of blush creeping onto her cheeks as she savored the sweetness of the treat. In class 2 of the second year, at the back by the window, Luo Chen rested his chin on his right hand, his thoughts drifting back to a time long past. He was a traveler, raised by Hongying's parents since childhood, if his memory served him right. It was a cold winter when he was abandoned as an infant on a desolate street, until the appearance of little Hongying. Originally, her parents intended to send him to an orphanage, yet they could not resist Hongying's pleas. Ultimately, they chose to adopt Luo Chen, perhaps also to ensure that if they were ever gone, Hongying would not be left so lonely, and indeed, as they had anticipated one day. Hongying's parents suddenly vanished, leaving behind only a villa and a substantial fortune. Suddenly, Hongying took on the responsibilities of an elder sister. However, it was predominantly Luo Chen who attended to her day-to-day needs. In his previous life, Zhan Shun had become a sensation across the internet, and Luo Chen had the fortune to read it. He was well aware that Hongying was a night watcher. However, throughout their childhood, Hongying had never mentioned this to him. Though he had encountered Si Xiao Nan, they had tacitly buried the matter of the night watchers deep within their hearts, never allowing Luo Chen to become aware. Luo Chen, Luo Chen. The teacher's voice echoed in the classroom, yet Luo Chen, lost in his reverie, did not hear. Outside, a boy draped in black satin entered the campus, capturing Luo Chen's attention. Lin Qi. Luo Chen, what are you daydreaming about again? What are you mumbling to yourself? The teacher, infuriated, seized an eraser and hurled it towards him. Whoosh! The eraser traced a graceful arc through the air. Smack! Luo Chen effortlessly caught it without turning his head. Teacher, you needn't call my name so loudly. The class erupted in astonishment. The teacher's lips twitched in disbelief. This was her signature move, perfected over years of teaching, never failing. Yet today, Luo Chen caught it so easily. Li Fei's jaw dropped in shock. No way, he caught it. As the bell rang, the teacher slammed the book shut, glaring fiercely at Luo Chen. Class dismissed. Luo Chen, this is your last warning. Meanwhile, the boy draped in black satin had reached the classroom door, taking a deep breath. He pushed the door open and collided directly with the teacher. Hiss! Lin Qi? Upon seeing this, the teacher turned back to the class and introduced, classmates. Let me introduce you to our new student Lin Qi from class 2, that I hope everyone will take good care of him. The teacher glanced at the empty seats, noting only the space beside Luo Chen was available. Qi, you can sit there. Jiang Qian, please show him to his seat. Yes, teacher. Before leaving, the teacher cautioned Luo Chen, Lin Qi will be your desk mate. You must take good care of him. If I find out you bully the new student. Luo Chen smiled helplessly. Teacher, am I a school bully? Why would I bully someone? Humph. The teacher huffed as she exited the classroom. Instantly, classmates flocked around, chattering animatedly. I'm the class monitor, Jiang Qian. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I'll do my best to help. I'm Li Fei. Let's hang out, eat, and do our business together. Not exactly best buddies. Luo Chen's lips twitched at Li Fei's peculiar interests. However, at that moment, he locked eyes with Lin Qi. A wave of dizziness washed over him as everything in the classroom began to shift rapidly. Teacher, classmates, desks, podiums all seemed to drift away from him. When his consciousness returned, he found himself before a towering heroic spirit seat. All around him lay shattered weapons, reminiscent of a battlefield's heart. Where's this place? Luo Chen stood there, bewildered, feeling as if he had seen this scene somewhere before. He instinctively reached out to touch the towering, monument-like heroic spirit seat. In an instant, light burst forth. A memory materialized within Luo Chen's mind. Forbidden Ruins sequence unknown heroic spirit seat. The legendary resting place of fallen heroes' souls. Luo Chen's pupils constricted. According to the memory, he could summon heroic spirits from the heroic spirit seat at will. Of course, the number of heroic spirits he could summon would correlate directly with his own realm. This meant that at his current stage, he could summon at most one heroic spirit, or rather, one servant. The more aligned the heroic spirit was with his own mindset, the closer the powers he could wield would be to their true forms. With this thought, countless images flashed through his mind, ultimately settling on a young girl. He immediately began to chant, "Proclamation, your form resides beneath me. I entrust my fate to your sword." In response to the summoning of the heroic spirit seat, if you're willing to comply and follow this principle, hear my command, then my destiny shall rest upon your sword. O Legend of Britannia, leader of the Knights of the Round Table, bearer of glory, the Night King renowned throughout the world, cry out victory. Fate is determined. Here I stand, calling forth your true name. Arthur Pendragon, Altria Pendragon, arise. As he chanted, the towering heroic spirit seat trembled slightly, and countless bright threads intertwined, as if fate itself was woven together and could tee the moment when the true name was liberated. A young girl clad in knight's armor and adorned in medieval attire appeared before Luo Chen. Despite her petite stature, her pupils radiated a regal majesty akin to that of a lion. Notably, a single strand of hair stood erect atop her head, contrasting sharply with the formidable aura she exuded. Luo Chen's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, she was the king of awkward hair. "Are you my master?" the girl inquired, her gaze fixed quietly upon Luo Chen. Concurrently, a series of information emerged before Luo Chen's eyes. King Arthur Artoria Pendragon. Ability Magecraft Nullification. Artoria possesses the ability to nullify magical barriers. Ability Outriding. She exhibits exceptional proficiency in riding various mounts, including ancient chariots and modern land vehicles. Innate skill Instinct. This skill enables her to make instantaneous judgments regarding the most suitable actions in battle, even allowing her to enter the realm of future prediction. She can foresee trajectories through the sound of the wind and instinct, effectively evading firearms. Visual and auditory obstructions are halved. Innate skill Mana Burst. This refers to the enhancement of her weapons and physical form through magical energy, enabling her to confront formidable monsters directly. Noble Phantasm, Wind King's Barrier. This technique utilizes layers of wind to alter the refractive index of light, obscuring the sword's length and concealing her noble phantasm and true name. Noble Phantasm Excalibur, the mightiest and most revered of Artoria's noble phantasms, regarded as the emblem of King Arthur. It stands as a powerful weapon against fortifications. Noble Phantasm Avalon, the sheath of Excalibur, granting the wielder recovery from any injury and halting the aging process, serving as an absolute defense. As the summoning concluded, the girl's form gradually shifted into an ethereal state, vanishing from Luo Chen's sight. "So this is my realm." Heroic spirit seat. Luo Chen murmured, a slight smile gracing his lips. Things are becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 2. I see you're truly hungry. When Luo Chen opened his eyes again, his consciousness returned to his body. There stood Li Fei before him, waving his hands fervently. Luo Chen, what are you thinking about?" Luo Chen shook his head. "Nothing much. Wow, that was incredibly cool. How did you catch the demonic headmistress's lethal blackboard eraser?" Luo Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. "It's nothing extraordinary, just a matter of practice." Li Fei's expression froze, clearly unable to tolerate the pretense. He rolled his eyes, indicating his disinterest in further conversation. Luo Chen remained unfazed, his fingers toying with a coin, lost in thought. Beside him, Lin Xie scrutinized his seemingly fortunate deskmate. Although he could not see, the enhancement from the mortal realm allowed him to perceive his surroundings with remarkable clarity. Just moments ago, an inexplicable force emanated from Luo Chen, unnoticed by those lacking spiritual awareness. It radiated an air of authority and sanctity. For an instant, it seemed as though a shadowy figure of a girl flickered behind him before vanishing entirely, leaving Lin Xie questioning his own perceptions. Time swiftly passed into the afternoon. The school bell rang, and students exited the classroom, chatting and laughing in groups. He, along with Li Yifei and Wang Xiao, enjoyed a good rapport, and since they all lived in the same direction, they naturally walked together. Of course, he also contemplated the unfolding narrative, seizing this opportunity to test his abilities, using the ghost face as a suitable honing stone. Hey, what do you think the mist actually is? Is it a natural disaster or a supernatural event? Li Yifei suddenly posed this question. Wang Xiao paused, pondering if it's not a natural disaster. Then what is it? Are there really deities or superpowers in this world? We must trust in science, Lin Xie interjected, glancing toward Luo Chen. Yet, instinctively, he sensed that Luo Chen, much like himself, harbored some unknown power. He was curious to hear Luo Chen's perspective. Luo Chen shrugged. Who can truly elucidate such matters? Perhaps it is akin to deities. It is best to approach it with reverence. You may choose not to believe, but one should not lack respect. At times, living in a state of confusion can be quite benign. Luo Chen did not wish to divulge the harsh truth. After all, for ordinary people, the concept of deities remained too distant. Jiang Qian emerged, exclaiming, "Why overthink? It's a rare holiday. Don't create your own unhappiness." Luo Chen chuckled. Indeed, our esteemed class monitor speaks wisely. Long live the vacation. Amidst laughter and conversation, they soon arrived at a fork in the road. Wang Xiao halted, pointing toward another direction. Well, I'll be heading this way. Let's part ways here. Gazing into the deep, dark alley, Li Yifei recoiled slightly. Wang Xiao, doesn't your home line the old town? Yes, why? Yikes. I've recently heard rumors of a deranged serial killer in the old town, apparently responsible for many deaths. And when they were discovered, their corpses were in a pitiful state, as if something had chewed their faces off. Could it be a cannibalistic monster, akin to Hannibal? A chilling breeze swept through. Wang Xiao, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Qian involuntarily shuddered. Li Yifei, are you telling ghost stories? Jiang Qian's face turned pale with fright. Luo Chen's lips twitched. Indeed, the tale of the ghost face was nothing short of a ghost story. Wang Xiao stared into the shadowy alley, suddenly feeling as if he had walked this path for years, yet found it utterly unfamiliar. How could he possibly proceed? Then, Lin Xie spoke again. What if it's not human-made? Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere became tense. Luo Chen exhaled beside Li Yifei. Whoa, Luo Chen, don't scare us. People can die from fright. Haha, who told you all to be so timid? Luo Chen chuckled. Relax, don't frighten yourselves. But if it were indeed human-made, I trust the police of Sangnan City are competent enough to apprehend him before he claims more victims. Luo Chen's words further paled the already frightened group. Jiang Qian's expression became rigid. She turned slightly. Chia, Luo Chen, why are both of you acting this way? I don't want to hear any more. I want to go home. With that, Jiang Qian, overwhelmed, took a step forward. However, just as she did, Li Yifei exclaimed, wait. What is that smell? A foul odor engulfed them, reminiscent of something rotten, akin to a dead rat. Thud, thud, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed, and Luo Chen's hair stood on end, an ominous premonition creeping in. Run! Without hesitation, Luo Chen shouted. Jiang Qian and the others were startled, instinctively following Luo Chen as they dashed forward, with Lin Xie close behind. Wang Xiao, still bewildered by the urgency, glanced back discreetly. In the moonlight, two grotesque figures crawled along the wall, their crimson tongues protruding, writhing maniacally. There are monsters! Wang Xiaofa let out a piercing scream. Driven by his instinct for survival, he fled with great haste. Li Yifei cast a glance back at the writhing creature behind them. Yet upon reaching Luo Chen's side, he uttered thoughtlessly, Brother, I have an idea. Luo Chen was bewildered, his mind filled with question marks. Truly, it seemed he was quite famished. Jiang Qian and the others, fueled by adrenaline, dashed forward with reckless abandon, quickly leaving Lin Chia and Luo Chen behind. However, this was precisely Luo Chen's intention. When an opportunity presents itself, one must seize it. While the appearance of the ghost-faced creature was perplexing, it mattered not. He was eager to test his own strength. Moreover, fleeing would not resolve the predicament. In a flash, Luo Chen darted into a narrow alley, deliberately separating from the main group. One of the ghost-faced beings promptly abandoned the larger party and pursued him with fervor. Luo Chen's eyes narrowed, and his demeanor began to shift. Having confirmed his separation from the main group, he swiftly altered his course that he faced the ghost-faced creature head-on. Luo Chen raised his hands high, declaring, "To my sword, swear to victory." With a resounding clang, a brilliant golden light erupted, soaring skyward. The golden radiance pierced through the dark clouds, tearing apart the veil of night, allowing moonlight to cascade upon the earth. A colossal phantom of a heroic spirit materialized behind him, with countless golden threads intertwining and enveloping Luo Chen. The ethereal figure of a maiden clad in knightly armor emerged behind him, gradually merging with his essence. Awaken, you vile fiend. Chapter 3. The Wind King's Barrier. At that moment, a furious roar echoed nearby. It was Lin Chia. A dazzling golden beam descended from the moon, enveloping him. The night transformed into day. A fierce wind surged. An invisible sword coalesced in Luo Chen's hand, shrouded by the tempest, rendering its true form undetectable. Golden particles shimmered around, and soon after, knightly armor materialized to envelop him entirely. The towering throne of spirits behind him shattered, transforming into golden particles that surged into Luo Chen. With a single step, Luo Chen, clad in knightly armor, pointed the invisible sword directly at the demon-faced figure. Roar! The demon-faced creature emitted a terrifying bellow, its instincts as a mythical being allowing it to sense danger with remarkable acuity. Recognizing the threat emanating from Luo Chen, it immediately realized it was no match and attempted to flee. In a blur, Luo Chen vanished from sight. With a swift motion, he severed the demon's leg, causing it to crash to the ground, foul blood splattering everywhere. Fortunately, Luo Chen's Wind King's barrier deflected the blood away. "Even if you beg for mercy, I shall not spare you," Luo Chen remarked with a slight smile, a grin that appeared devilish in the eyes of the demon. "Abba, Abba, Abba," the demon stammered. Luo Chen raised his hand once more, and deep lacerations instantly appeared across the demoness body, its arms severed, bones shattered, and blood splattered everywhere. How utterly mundane. With a slow stride, Luo Chen swung his sword. Thud! The demon's head fell silently to the ground, as if nothing had transpired. Luo Chen lifted his gaze, and across the alley, spotted Lin Chia leaning against the wall, panting heavily. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the knightly armor transformed into shimmering particles that dissipated into the air. Glancing at the invisible sword enveloped by the Wind King's barrier, Luo Chen willed it to vanish from his grasp. This was Luo Chen's first experience wielding such power, and though he felt a slight dizziness, he quickly acclimated. In his current state, he could not fully harness the power of the king, unable to materialize it completely, merely borrowing a fragment of the king's strength for combat. Clenching his fist, Luo Chen exhaled deeply, questioning if he was still. The recent phenomena had created quite a stir, especially at night, making it nearly impossible for anyone to remain oblivious. Throughout Sannan City, whispers filled the air. Goodness, what a revelation! Light, it is light, like sunlight piercing through the night. The fool upstairs, have you watched too much Ultraman? A new storm has arisen. It is Digga. We are saved. Why did you all evolve without me? Who captured it? Send it to me, quickly. Damn it, there must be treasure beneath that throne. Don't block me. I am destined to be the Pirate King. Such youthful exuberance echoed continuously. Suddenly, 5 dark red figures appeared on the tranquil street. Wu Xiangnan observed the old city, deep in thought. He had witnessed everything clearly. That golden beam radiated the aura of divinity. As for the towering, Wu Xiangnan was perplexed. Its mysterious aura was unlike anything they had encountered before. If he were to compare it, it bore some resemblance to the energies of the Special Squad, heroic spirits from the Daxia 001, yet it felt far more expansive and profound, rendering accurate judgment impossible. Simultaneously, in an abandoned factory, Chun Mai's gaze was sharp, blood dripping from the star blade in his hand. Had the cunning creature escaped once more? Chun Mai lifted his head, gazing at the remnants of daylight. He had felt the commotion from the old city during his fight with the Demon King. That golden beam was undoubtedly the aura of divine sequence 003, the Seraphim Michael. As for that towering throne, Shimai squinted. He had never encountered such a forbidden realm, nor had he seen anything resembling it within the Night Watcher headquarters sequence list. Could it be a divine ruin? Shimai was left in confusion. Meanwhile, at Lin Xie's home, Yang Jin held little He, deep in thought. The aura of heroic spirits was palpable. Zhao Kongqing was racing through the old city towards the scene. Was it a deity? As he sprinted, he pondered how such exaggerated energies could erupt from an otherwise mundane alley. He wondered what would transpire upon his arrival, but as a night watcher, it was his duty to investigate. Before long, he arrived at the scene, the air thick with the scent of blood. Indeed, you are of my kind. The two young men sat facing each other, and Lin Xie broke the silence first. Divine agent, quite impressive. Luo Chen smiled subtly, recalling the existence of a mental asylum for gods within Lin Xie's consciousness. Yet, he too was formidable, with a throne housing countless heroic spirits. In this world of god-slaying, deities were undoubtedly frightening. However, one must not forget that many heroic spirits on the throne were capable of slaying gods. If summoned, what would deities amount to? Starting from the foolish king, as he grew stronger, he could summon more and even more powerful heroic spirits. Just then, a somewhat roguish-looking middle-aged man approached, observing the two young men thoughtfully. He glanced at the demon's severed head on the ground and picked up a walkie-talkie. The demon has been eliminated. Inform logistics to clean up the battlefield. He then plopped down on the ground, exchanging glances with the two youths. Look at me, I'll look at you. Lin Xie was also curious. Ever since he had seen the seraphim on the moon as a child, he had known that this world was far from what it seemed. Yet everyone believed he had lost his mind, and to escape the asylum, he had to concede that what he saw were mere illusions. After this battle, his mundane divine domain had been thoroughly awakened. No longer did he need to blindfold himself. He had clearly seen the towering throne, the knightly armor akin to Western knights, the unseen sword, and the monstrous beings. Everything piqued his curiosity. Noticing his expression, Luo Chen chuckled. Aren't you curious? Lin Xie shook his head. Not curious. Aren't you curious why angels exist in this world? Not curious. Are you not curious why I possess such power? Not curious. You are curious. Not curious. You are curious. Luo Chen and Lin Xie stared at each other. Lin Xie's lips twitched. Boring. To say he was not curious would be a lie. Yet Lin Xie had no intention of inquiring further, as he did not wish to become entangled in this matter. He simply wanted to safeguard his small home. He cherished his current life and did not intend to change his circumstances. Ahem. Zhao Kongqing cleared his throat. Did you too kill that demon? Lin Xie remained silent. Luo Chen rolled his eyes. Or was it you who did it? Damn, this kid. Zhao Kongqing's lips twitched, but he soon reacted, his pupils gleaming. Two powerful energies had just appeared, and there were precisely two individuals present. It was now almost certain that these two youngsters were both divine agents. Such rare talents. Two emerging at once? What extraordinary luck. If he could somehow recruit them into the Night Watchers, it would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement. Zhao Kongqing's face broke into a lewd grin. Luo Chen cast a glance, instantly recognizing that this fellow was up to no good. However, it mattered little. He had always intended to join the Night Watchers, for only through that could he grow stronger. The image of Hongying surfaced in his mind, recalling the moments they had shared. He certainly does not wish to be perpetually protected by a girl, especially one whom he harbors affection for. In his previous life, he was, in fact, an orphan. Since his arrival in this world, the Hongying family has shown him immense care, allowing him to experience the warmth of. He yearns to protect Hongying as well. Now that he has finally acquired this newfound power, he must seize the opportunity, striving to grow stronger at all costs. Chapter 4. Trouble approaches. Zhao Kongqing rubbed his hands together, eagerly speaking, Greetings, I'm a night watchman. We specialize in nurturing individuals like you. Clearing his throat, he donned a rare, serious expression. Do not be anxious. If given the chance to save the world, would you accept? Lin Xie replied, No, I would rather perish. The flippant nature of the response left Zhao Kongqing momentarily at a loss for words. His expression froze as he turned to the side, gazing at Luo Chen, who smiled mischievously, contemplating a bit of mischief. Me? Save the world? Indeed. Respond to the nation's call and become a soldier within it. Apologies, But this nation does not cherish me. Zhao Kongqing questioned, bewildered. If you become a night watchman, I believe your father would be proud of you. I have no father. Zhao Kongqing's lips twitched. Then what of your mother? I have no mother. By heavens, I am truly cursed. Luo Chen stood up, however. I do have an elder sister who loves and cares for me. Zhao Kongqing, momentarily taken aback, replied, rest assured, the Night Watchmen are an official organization. Once you join, your family will receive special protection and monetary benefits. Luo Chen slowly turned to meet Zhao Kongqing's gaze. Oh, no problem. As long as you join. Wait a moment. Monetary benefits? Zhao Kongqing was instantly dumbfounded, rooted to the spot, as Luo Chen's words left him in a daze. Isn't this about the touching bond between siblings? Just this? Besides, I have another condition. Pray, enlighten me, Zhao Kongqing replied, his expression grave. I desire a fair-skinned, beautiful girl with long legs, who is wealthy and graceful. Possessing a melodious voice and capable of performing splits, Luo Chen enumerated, his demands flowing forth like a rapid-fire barrage. Zhao Kongqing's forehead throbbed, his expression darkened. Are you making wishes here? Suppressing the urge to deliver a beating to the young man, he turned to survey the surroundings. Where's your classmate? Everyone has joined. Haven't they? Where is he? You won't believe it. Lin Xia has fled. Zhao Kongqing's smile froze on his face as he slowly turned his head. Let us discuss the monetary benefits. With that, he casually draped an arm over Luo Chen's shoulder. Could you persuade him? Perhaps he might reconsider, he suggested. Luo Chen shrugged, expressing his helplessness. In truth, his persuasion was unnecessary. Lin Xia would inevitably embark on this path, no matter how much he wished to protect his small family. All of this was merely a dream woven from miracles, a decade-long fantasy. On the way to the Peace Affairs office, Zhao Kongqing's chatter was incessant. What is your name? Young brother? Luo Chen. I am Zhao Kongqing. A pleasure to meet you. How old are you? Just turned 18. After a while, the two arrived at the Peace Affairs office. Luo Chen hesitated briefly before following Zhao Kongqing inside. Upon entering, Zhao Kongqing shouted at the top of his lungs, everyone, come out and see what treasure I have brought back. To his dismay, silence reigned. Zhao Kongqing's face flushed with embarrassment until Wu Xiangnan emerged. The captain is pursuing the ghost-faced king and hasn't returned. What trouble have you stirred up now, Zhao? Wu Xiangnan's gaze fell upon Luo Chen. And who is this? Luo Chen stepped forward, extending his hand politely. Hello, I am Luo Chen. At that moment, a pink bubble burst, and Hongying stood frozen. Astonishment etched on her face. Zhao Chen, what are you doing here? Dressed in athletic wear, Hongying rushed over, her face a picture of surprise. Sister Hongying. Luo Chen greeted with a smile, gesturing to Zhao Kongqing beside him. This uncle brought me here, claiming that I possess exceptional potential and should join the Night Watchmen. Uncle? Zhao Kongqing's lips twitched as he glanced at Hongying, clearing his throat. Hongying, do you two know each other? No, Sao. Do you remember I mentioned my brother would be arriving? This is him. Hongying looked at Zhao Kongqing with suspicion. How did you bring him? Zhao Kongqing was momentarily speechless. Just as he was about to respond, a cute girl with a bun appeared. Isn't this Xiao Chen, your younger brother? Luo Chen nodded. Sister Xiaonan. As Hongying's good friend, Si Xiaonan was quite familiar with Luo Chen. What are you all doing at the entrance? Come in and sit. At her invitation, everyone nodded and entered the hall. Soon after, Wen Qima and Leng Xian also appeared. After introductions were made, Zhao Kongqing exclaimed. This young man claims he desires a voluptuous, fair-skinned beauty with long legs, wealth, grace, a sweet voice, and the ability to perform splits. Approximately 128 requirements. He spoke for a full 5 minutes, counting off on his fingers to avoid repetition. The expressions on everyone's faces were priceless, especially Hongying, whose fair forehead visibly throbbed with veins. Si Xiaonan shook her head, chuckling as she glanced at Hongying. Trouble is brewing for you, Hongying. What do you mean? Hongying asked, puzzled. This is aimed at you. Hongying's cheeks flushed as she pinched Luo Chen's ear. You naughty brother. Quite the list of demands, I see. Wrong, sister. Please spare me. Luo Chen pleaded in pain. Meanwhile, Hongying was lost in memories. She recalled a time when a little boy in split pants had sweetly declared, Sister, when I grow up, I will marry you. At the age of 10, a boy shorter than her had cornered her against the wall, boldly proclaiming, Sister Hongying, don't you want a husband? Recalling these moments caused Hongying's cheeks to redden, nearly reaching her ears. Yet, she suddenly realized something. Luo Chen had awakened the forbidden ruins. What? Hongying's exclamation echoed throughout the office, ringing painfully in everyone's ears. Could you lower your voice? Wu Xiangnan pleaded, covering his ears in exasperation. Hongying turned to Zhao Kongcheng. Are you saying that Xiao Chun single-handedly defeated the Ghost-Faced Man? And that towering throne was also his doing? Chapter 5. The spirit's proxy Zhao Kongcheng appeared resigned. Yes, he is your brother. ISNT? How would you not know? He turned to Luo Chen, who looked innocent. Kid, what is your ability? Which deity do you represent? All eyes turned to Luo Chen. Scratching his head, he replied, Actually, I do not represent a deity. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Luo Chen, and you may refer to me as the spirit's proxy. The one I represent is King Arthur, the knight. Excuse me? Everyone was left bewildered, their minds racing as they processed the revelation. King Arthur, the leader of Great Britain, was a name renowned across the globe. His proxy had never been seen before. Luo Chen was undoubtedly the first of his kind in the land of Xia, an unprecedented spirit's proxy. The crowd turned their attention towards Wu Xiangnan, for aside from the captain, Chun Mai, he was the most seasoned and knowledgeable among them. Wu Xiangnan fell into silence. Goodness. It wasn't he that he was reluctant to speak, but he simply had no experience in such matters. Even though he had once been the undying swordsman of the Lanyu team and had encountered divine beings, he had never heard of any spirit agents. Just then, the office door swung open, and a man clad in black entered, seemingly stained with blood. Oh, why is it so lively today? What has transpired? Shima inquired with a smile. Hongying's eyes brightened. Captain, you're back just in time. Have you heard of spirit agents? Shima was taken aback. What? Spirit agents? He removed his blood-stained attire and approached the crowd, quickly spotting Luo Chen among them. And who might this young lad be? Before Luo Chen could respond, Hongying pulled him close. Captain, I forgot to introduce him. This is my younger brother, Luo Chen. Hello, Luo Chen said shyly, a pleasant fragrance wafting from him, momentarily distracting Chen Mai. Ah, so you are Luo Chen. I appreciate your care for Hongying over the years. The crowd burst into laughter, glancing at Hongying, who pouted in indignation. Captain, how could you say that? Seeing this, Luo Chen quickly defended her. Actually, it's all thanks to Sister Hongying. If she hadn't taken me in, I would have perished on the streets. Hongying's cheeks flushed slightly. All right, that's in the past. Let's discuss serious matters. Captain, have you heard of spirit agents? Chun Mai stroked his chin. The spirit agent of King Arthur? I haven't heard of it. The crowd nearly stumbled at his words. Chun Mai smiled faintly. It seems there are still unknown forbidden realms in this world. By the way, Luo Chen, since your forbidden realm has never been discovered, why not let you name it? What do you wish to call it? Luo Chen paused for a moment before uttering 3 words, Spirit Seat. Spirit Seat? Yes, let's call it Spirit Seat. That's a fine name. Thus, the Forbidden Realm sequence shall be designated as Spirit Seat. Shumai nodded in agreement. Now, what about your abilities? Are you willing to disclose them? Rest assured, your information will be kept strictly confidential, Wu Xiangnan noted, taking notes. Luo Chen contemplated for a moment. There was nothing to hide, especially among comrades. He glanced at the adorable girl with the bun hairstyle, Si Xiaonan, who was the agent of the trickster god, Loki. Even though Si Xiaonan was his agent, her heart belonged to the great Xia, so revealing this information posed no issue. Luo Chen spoke. I can utilize King Arthur's noble phantasms and abilities. For instance, with Mana Release, I can enhance my weapons and body using my mental strength, forming armor externally. There is also the ability Instinct, which allows me to instantaneously assess the most suitable action during combat, akin to predicting the future. At these words, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Predicting the future? Is this a jest? That sounds like a game-breaking ability. In addition to my inherent skills, I can also wield King Arthur's noble phantasms. Chun Mai cleared his throat. Could you demonstrate? I have no objections. Luo Chen smiled, eager to challenge his comrades in the team. Who should be my opponent? Me. Hongying excitedly waved her hand. I'll fight you, you brat. Don't expect me to go easy on you. She posed adorably with her hands on her hips. Luo Chen chuckled helplessly. What are you laughing at? Hongying pouted, slightly irritated. I am quite the gentleman, Sister Hongying. Domestic violence is unbecoming, is it not? Hitting your wife is something only weak men do. At that moment, Zhao Kongcheng, who had just taken a sip of water, spat it out, drenching Wen Shima in the process. First of all, I haven't provoked any of you. Hongying initially failed to grasp the situation, but upon hearing this, her face flushed once more with embarrassment. You insufferable brat. Watch how I discipline you, Hongying declared, stomping her feet and preparing to strike Luo Chen with her little fists. Help, Captain. Is there anyone to manage this? Luo Chen cried as he dodged around. You. Hongying was nearly driven to madness, grabbing a broom to chase Luo Chen. Laughter erupted among the crowd as they watched the sibling antics unfold. Si Xiaonan rolled her eyes in exasperation, belching, I've had my fill. Soon, they arrived at the training arena in the basement, filled with an array of weapons, armor, and various items. Unbeknownst to them, Hongying had already summoned a fiery spear in her hands, brandishing it with a flourish. You brat, watch how I deal with you. Luo Chen smiled, taking a deep breath. Sister Hongying, shall we place a wager? What? If I win, you must agree to be my girlfriend. Wen Qimo was once again doused with water, and he wiped his face with a hand, glancing at Zhao Kongqing. Saw thee, heh. Zhao Kongqing scratched his head awkwardly. Why do you keep saying such things in front of everyone? I won't be speaking to you anymore. Hongying exclaimed, her face crimson, wishing for a hole to hide in. However, Luo Chen remained unfazed, smiling at the adorable Hongying. Well then, I shall take your silence as consent, Sister Hongying. Let us begin. Chapter 6, A Mishap of You Insufferable Brat. Today, I shall turn your backside into 8 pieces. Flame Feathermantle. Hongying twirled her spear, flames swirling around her like a lively serpent as she charged at Luo Chen. Too eager, Sister Hongying, Luo Chen replied with a faint smile. His gaze sharpened. My life is entrusted to your sword. Manifest. Wind King's Barrier. With a slight raise of his hand, a swirling gust materialized, revealing an invisible, transparent, holy sword in Luo Chen's grasp, enveloped by the Wind King's Barrier. Hongying's eyes narrowed in surprise. Why? He seems to wield nothing. As her spear swept through the air, engulfed in searing heat, Luo Chen countered with his sword, the gale dispersing the flames. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing echoed as Hongying stood bewildered. What is this? To her perspective, Luo Chen appeared to be swinging at thin air. Be cautious. Sister Hongying, he warned with a smirk. With a swift step, Luo Chen surged forward, his speed unprecedented under the Wind King's Barrier. Hongying reacted quickly, instinctively raising her spear to block, sparks flying as their weapons collided. Yet in the next moment, she misjudged the sword's length, the invisible blade grazing her cheek. Had Luo Chen not deliberately angled it, she would surely bear scar. A strand of her hair fell to the ground, severed. Monster, Si Xiaonan muttered, her mouth twitching. Luo Chen's performance exceeded all their expectations. At that moment, Hongying realized Luo Chen wielded an invisible sword. She could no longer gauge its length or size, leaving her at a disadvantage in distance estimation. This scene left the spectators in awe as the sword technique flowed like water, complemented by an elusive blade that rendered defense nearly impossible. However, Hongying was not one to be easily outsmarted. She swiftly devised a countermeasure. Through a series of continuous clashes, she gradually discerned the approximate length of Luo Chen's sword, allowing her to avoid being at a disadvantage due to misjudging the distance. In an instant, a vibrant crimson flame erupted, and Hongying leapt high into the air, resembling a falling meteor. Stinky little brother, do you really think sister is easy to bully? She exclaimed, invoking the Mei Hua Yuchang technique. Meanwhile, Luo Chen seemed to sense something amiss and instinctively dodged, bizarrely evading Hongying's fierce attack. The ground was instantly cratered by the impact, and Hongying stood in the center, staring at Luo Chen in astonishment. His Zhigan ability enabled him to make the most accurate judgments in the heat of battle. It was clear that he could not withstand her previous strike unless he unleashed the true name of the curry stick. However, given that Luo Chen possessed merely a small Zhanjing level of mental energy, it would likely be depleted in an instant, and the curry stick's power was capable of annihilating a city. He would never use such force against his beloved. Observing the deep crater, Luo Chen's mouth twitched. Hey, Hongying, are you serious? Do you intend to murder your husband? Hearing this, Hongying paused for a moment, then clenched her teeth, unleashing a torrent of rose-colored flames. Luo Chen's lips twitched again, sensing that things had spiraled out of control. Ming Li Fang Zhu. Luo Chen's mental energy surged and golden particles materialized, enveloping him in silver knightly armor. "Stinky little brother, how delightful. Sister will play with you," she declared, her voice dripping with dangerous intent as she continued. "My dear little husband." With that, the atmosphere around her grew dangerously intense. With a swift motion, Hongying's hands glided over her spear, which was instantly engulfed in flames, revealing fiery red patterns. Luo Chen braced himself, activating his innate DUI-MO ability to weaken the oncoming flames. However, due to Hongying's superior prowess, DUI-MO could not nullify the Mei Huiyu Chong technique directly. Fortunately, the armor provided substantial protection, mitigating the intense heat of the flames. Hongying closed the distance rapidly, launching a flurry of strikes with her spear, each movement infused with life and accompanied by the roar of flames, akin to a phoenix soaring through the skies. Cold sweat trickled down Luo Chen's back as Ji Gan activated fervently. He dared not relax for a moment, wielding his invisible sword to counter Hongying's relentless assault. Each strike landed precisely on the spear's weakest points, deflecting her attacks with uncanny precision. The spectators were left dumbfounded by the whirlwind of their movements. "Goodness, is Luo Chen going to be killed by that girl?" Zhao Kongqing muttered, his cigarette burning down to ash unnoticed. Si Xiaonan clicked her tongue, acknowledging that Hongying was clearly upset and that Luo Chen had brought this upon himself. The arena echoed with the crisp sound of metal clashing, each impact sending ripples through Luo Chen's invisible sword, which shimmered momentarily before being entangled in the tempestuous winds. Can Hongying's flames actually tear through the Wind King barrier? Luo Chen pondered, bewildered. Just then, Hongying leapt backward, transitioning to a one-handed grip on her spear, the flames erupting from her in a fierce blaze. "Now!" she shouted, releasing the spear which hurtled toward Luo Chen, enveloped in searing heat, resembling a roaring dragon. "Goodness! Hongying, are you serious?" Luo Chen exclaimed, feeling the overwhelming power of her weapon as he prepared for the impact. Chen Mai, sensing the impending danger, quickly leaped over the railing to shield Luo Chen from the attack. Si Xiaonan was left speechless. Luo Chen raised his hand in defense, the wind swirling violently around him. "If I can't use the curry stick, then..." He inhaled deeply, his pupils glowing with intensity, raising the invisible sword high. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to stir, forming a visible vortex centered around the sword's tip. As the storm vortex coalesced, Luo Chen swung his sword with ferocity. "Feng Wang Tai Chue!" With a soft utterance, the wind elementals appeared to cheer as the vortex surged toward the approaching flame dragon. The resulting collision sent shockwaves that shattered the ceiling, both combatants instinctively directing their power upward to mitigate destruction. In an instant, a fierce gale erupted, fracturing the walls and creating a massive hole in the ceiling. As the smoke cleared, Luo Chen struggled to support himself with the invisible sword, barely preventing himself from collapsing. A wave of dizziness washed over him. The exertion from the Feng Wang Tai Chue had drained his mental energy significantly. As darkness engulfed him, he fell forward, the invisible sword and knightly armor dissipating slowly. "These girls are too fierce," Luo Chen thought before slipping into unconsciousness. Luo Chen, just before losing consciousness, he saw the beautiful girl rushing toward him, her face etched with worry as she called his name. A faint smile graced his lips. Chapter 7. Britannia, where am I? As consciousness returned, Luo Chen beheld an endless expanse of wilderness. The sight of countless corpses and rivers of blood greeted him, scattered remnants of shattered weapons and armor stained with crimson. A girl stood atop this mountain of corpses, her golden hair dancing in the wind. Suddenly, he realized where he was. Britannia. This is the memory of Altria. Just then, a voice, ancient and hoarse, echoed in his mind. "King Arthur, you do not understand the human heart." With a start, Luo Chen sat upright, jolted awake, gasping for breath. "Xiao Chen?" Hongying murmured, rubbing her eyes drowsily. "Xiao Chen, you're awake." Joy filled her face, but her eyes soon brimmed with tears as she embraced Luo Chen, sobbing. I'm so sorry, Xiao Chen." Seeing Hongying's self-reproachful demeanor, Luo Chen gently patted her back. He scanned the surroundings and realized they were in a medical room. "It's all right, Hongying. You have no need to feel guilty. It's my fault for being so reckless and provoking you. It was only natural for you to lose control, he comforted her softly. However, his words only intensified her guilt, prompting her to break into a full sob. Goodness, Luo Chen continued to soothe her, gently wiping away the tears from her eyes. You truly don't blame sister, do you? She sniffed, her face still glistening with tears. Silly sister, when have I ever blamed you? Luo Chen chuckled with exasperation. If you really want to make it up to me, then how about offering yourself? He teased, raising an eyebrow with a playful expression. You. Hongying's cheeks flushed as she turned away. I was so worried about you, and you just wake up and... She muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. What? Luo Chen asked, leaning in closer. Nothing. Now that you're awake, hurry up and get out of bed. Hongying shot him a fierce glare before covering her burning cheeks and exiting the room. Luo Chen shook his head, a bemused smile lingering on his face as he recalled the earlier scene. The downfall of Britannia. After a master forms a contract with a servant, a remarkable bond develops, allowing the master to glimpse fragments of the servant's past memories through dreams. To alter the history of Britannia's demise was Altria's wish, and for this reason, she awaited the Holy Grail's summons upon the throne of heroes, hoping to realize her desire through its power. Yet, what she received was Luo Chen as her master. He suddenly recalled the possibility of a certain heroic spirit being confined in Lin Chia's mental asylum. In his royal treasury, there exists the Holy Grail, a vessel capable of fulfilling any desire. Could it realize Alta Lia's long-cherished wish? Contemplating this, Luo Chen began to ponder another matter. Within Lin Chia's hospital resides a heroic king, Gilgamesh. Could he possibly summon this figure from the throne of heroes? The scene of two heroic kings confronting each other. What would that entail? Yet, recalling Gilgamesh's notoriously foul temper, Luo Chen felt a wave of apprehension. However, the sword in his hand, the sword of dissonance, is a formidable weapon against Cthulhu, and he must summon this hero one day. The star of the world, diverging from heaven and earth, is a boundary treasure. Surely even the key of the door would find this treasure quite challenging, wouldn't it? Luo Chen smiled slightly. Well, the gods. There are indeed many heroic spirits capable of slaying deities. The Golden King, Gilgamesh, is one among them. Yet, compared to the Golden King, Luo Chen yearned to summon the wise king, whose sword of dissonance appears to be sealed. For safety's sake, it would be wiser to summon him from his heroic era. Upon exiting the infirmary, the gaze of the crowd converged upon him. Luo Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, your sister. Chen Muyi and others twitched their lips. This lad had nearly frightened them to death. Fortunately, after a series of examinations, it turned out he merely had exhausted his mental energy and fainted. The abilities he displayed had already garnered the attention of the higher-ups in the Night Watch. Chen Muyi had submitted the report. He sighed, "You nearly gave us a heart attack, kid. It's truly unsettling that a mere awakening could allow you to match the furious Hongying." When Chiemo shook his head helplessly, people are truly infuriating. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, confirming that Luo Chen was all right, Chen Muyi spoke up. Xiaonan, I have prepared the documents. Please take Luo Chen back to school to handle his enrollment. Understood. Chen Muyi looked into Luo Chen's eyes and extended his hand. Thus, I welcome you to the Night Watch family. I have submitted your application report. Until then, you are merely a reserve member. In September, you must participate in a year-long boot camp. Luo Chen nodded and extended his hand. Very well, Captain. After their meal, everyone returned to their respective tasks. Wu Xiangnan remained at headquarters to report the situation. Hongying, Vin Qi Montauk, and Long Xian were dispatched to assist Chen Muyi in tracking down the Ghost-Face King. Si Xiao then took Luo Chen to school to finalize the paperwork. As for Zhao Kong Cheng, Luo Chen accompanied Si Xiao Nan to the school gate. A middle-aged man with a rough demeanor sat under the shade at the school entrance, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, looking rather gloomy. The ground around his feet was littered with cigarette butts, indicating he had been there for quite some time. Old Zhao, what brings you here? Upon seeing them, Zhao Kongcheng stood up excitedly, gripping Luo Chen's shoulder tightly, his face contorted with anger. A whole day, an entire day. Do you have any idea how I spent this day? Zhao Kongcheng's expression twisted with frustration. He had planned to confront the agent of the Seraph at school, but this fellow hadn't shown up at all. Luo Chen tilted his head. Why didn't you just go to his house and wait for him? Zhao Kongcheng's eyes suddenly cleared. Bam! He slapped his forehead. How could I forget that? He excitedly shook Luo Chen's shoulder. Look at this memory of mine. I must be getting old. My brain isn't working well. Luo Chen leaned in conspiratorially. You could go buy a new one. Zhao Kongcheng glanced at Luo Chen and conspiratorially leaned closer. What about the old one? Sell the old one for a new one. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Si Xiaonan sighed and shook her head silently. She acknowledged that men, regardless of age, can sometimes be quite immature. Chapter 8. A Dream of Yellow Millet. Watching Zhao Kongcheng's departing figure, Luo Chen was lost in thought. According to the original plot, this man would soon become the catalyst for Lin Qiyi's joining the Night Watch. His sacrifice would inspire Lin Qiyi to embark on the path of protecting the world. Fear is a natural instinct of humanity, while courage is the anthem of heroes. Zhao Kongcheng, General Zhao, Luo Chen believes he is a true hero. To join the Night Watch as a mere mortal is already enough to command respect. The Ghost Face King, although a mythical creature from Hongying, was severely injured by Chen Muyi, and his strength would surely have diminished significantly. Luo Chen clenched his fists. Even if gravely wounded, this adversary would not be easily dealt with. If possible, he would like to save this tough man. Though he may chatter a bit too much at times, he is indeed an interesting person. Luo Chen did not wish for such a person to perish in vain. In the original story, he died. Now that Luo Chen has traversed into this realm, must he still die? What then is the significance of Luo Chen's crossing over? Ghostface Realm is a forbidden sequence 176, capable of manipulating space within a certain range, disorienting the senses of beings and deceiving their perceptions. Luo Chen pondered whether his inherent ability, intuition, could shield him from Ghostface Realm's disorienting effects. If he could indeed block it, then he would have greater confidence in confronting the Ghostface King. At worst, he could risk it, letting it taste a curry stick. Luo Chen believed that one curry stick should suffice. However, to unleash a curry stick, Luo Chen needed to reach the Pool Realm at the very least. Nevertheless, he sensed that due to previously overextending his mental energy during the initial activation of the Wind King's hammer, his mental strength had significantly increased, and he was now on the brink of breaking through to the Pool Realm. As for Lin Qiyi, Luo Chen believed that regardless of whether Zhao Kongcheng lived or died, he would inevitably join the Night Watch due to the designs of fate. There is no need for Luo Chen to worry about this. The Night Watch holds significant authority, and soon, Si Xiaonan had everything sorted. To the outside world, it was declared that Luo Chen had enlisted. Sitting in the passenger seat beside Si Xiaonan, Luo Chen wore a contemplative expression. What is the matter? Are you reluctant to leave? Should you say goodbye to your classmates? Si Xiaonan asked suddenly. Luo Chen shook his head, no. At that moment, a girl passed by and immediately spotted Luo Chen in the passenger seat. Luo Chen, upon seeing this familiar face, tears welled in Jiang Qian's eyes, and her lesson plan dropped to the ground. Is it really you? You're not dead. Jiang Qian grasped Luo Chen's arm, terrified he might disappear. I'm so sorry, truly sorry. She had been so frightened at the time that she had no choice but to abandon Luo Chen and Lin Qiyi to escape. However, this was human nature, and Luo Chen felt indifferent. Although humanity is inherently kind-hearted, and everyone is usually very warm-hearted, who can guarantee that they would sacrifice themselves to save others when their lives are at stake? Friends who often flee understand that in the face of danger, as long as one can run faster than those nearby, they are safe. For 2 full days, Luo Chen and Lin Qiyi had not attended school, and she had thought they were gone. With a heart full of self-reproach and guilt, she had spent those days. Lin Qiyi, didn't he die? Jiang Qian's eyes brimmed with tears as she shook Luo Chen's arm, repeatedly apologizing and expressing gratitude. After all, if not for Luo Chen and Lin Qiyi holding the rear, they might have perished at the hands of the ghost faces. Luo Chen gently brushed her hand away and patted her shoulder lightly. Live well. Jiang Qian pursed her lips, nodded vigorously, and then bowed deeply. As the engine of the car roared to life, Si Xiaonan pressed the gas pedal, and Luo Chen's figure gradually faded from her view. If I recall correctly, among the Night Watchers, for special events, confidentiality agreements are only required when there are few participants. Only when there are many will memories be erased. This is why Jiang Qian still remembers the events of that day. On the road, Si Xiaonan teased, "What's this? Is it your little fan?" Luo Chen shook his head helplessly and replied, "Please, Sister Xiaonan, I am wholeheartedly devoted to Hongying." Si Xiaonan rolled her eyes, clearly uninterested in hearing his romantic proclamations. Observing Si Xiaonan's profile, Luo Chen felt a twinge of emotion. It was hard for him to imagine that such a delightful girl had been undercover for years, enduring countless hardships to eliminate Loki. The scenery outside the window flickered as Luo Chen listened to the shouts of vendors, the laughter of people, and the roar of cars. When he considered that all of this was merely a 10-year-long dream, he felt a profound connection to Chun Mai's sentiments. Everything felt so real, yet not entirely so. Love is real, the world is real. Luo Chen smiled, deciding not to dwell on such thoughts. Soon, they returned to the office. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of Zhao Kongsheng, who wore a frown, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he stared dejectedly out the window. It seemed that Lin Chie's repeated rejections had shaken this tough man's confidence. "Old Zhao, why do you look like a bird that has been scorned?" Si Xiaonan stifled a laugh, teasing him. "Cough, cough." Zhao Kongsheng nearly choked on his smoke, coughing violently. "What are you talking about? I was rejected again by that agent of Michael. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. I brought back that kid Luo Chen. Surely I can bring back the other one." Si Xiaonan shook her head in resignation. "If you've been rejected again, perhaps it's time for the captain to step in." "I refuse," Zhao Kongsheng declared firmly. "Damn it, it's the first time in my life I've been rejected this many times." "Hold on. Enough with the tales of your romantic history. Old Zhao," Si Xiaonan interrupted, halting Zhao Kongsheng's nostalgic reverie. Luo Chen crossed his arms, quietly listening to their banter, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seemed that this kind of life wasn't so bad after all. As evening fell, he returned home with Hongying and Si Xiaonan, inevitably facing a barrage of admonitions from Hongying. With her hands on her hips, she sternly advised Luo Chen on various precautions. Yet, her words were laced with concern for him. It was clear that she did not oppose his joining the Night Watchers, but she feared that it might lead to danger for her younger brother. Indeed, Sister Hongying was gentle, yet somewhat proud. Luo Chen smiled slightly, listening to her voice, feeling a wave of warmth in his heart. Meanwhile, Chen Mai was busy drafting a report late into the night. Luo Chen, wield, invulnerability. Restricted zone. Heroic seat. The first heroic agent of the Great Xia. Agent of King Arthur. Confidential file of the Night Watchers. Chapter 9. When the dark night falls. The sky darkened. Heavy clouds hung like a colossal, frigid lead plate, suffocatingly cloaking the city, blocking out the last remnants of warm sunlight. Luo Chen gazed quietly out the window. The wind howled through the narrow alleys, producing a chilling sound akin to ghostly wails, swirling the dry leaves and dust into a wild dance. Calculating the time, he figured it was nearly time. After a quick freshening up, Luo Chen grabbed an umbrella and stepped out of the villa, heading towards the old town. The rain poured heavily, soaking his face, the droplets stinging like tiny pellets. However, Luo Chen remained unfazed, walking alone under the umbrella in the downpour. Rain is born in the sky and meets its end on the ground. This process embodies life itself. For some reason, Luo Chen felt a sudden surge of reflection. Soon, he arrived near a low-rise residential building. A black car was parked at the entrance. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Zhao Kongsheng emerged from the doorway, opening the car door and taking the driver's seat. Habitually, he reached for a pack of cigarettes. Click, click. For some reason, the lighter refused to ignite, which irritated Zhao Kongsheng slightly. After finally getting the flame to catch, just as he was about to take a deep drag, an urgent voice crackled through his walkie-talkie. "The Ghost-Faced King has appeared." Zhao Kongsheng's pupils dilated, and he flicked his fingers, discarding the newly lit cigarette. He dared not linger, grabbing a briefcase and sprinting into the rain. Luo Chen stealthily followed behind him. Rainwater streamed down Zhao Kongsheng's cheeks. Despite the sweltering heat, he felt a chill. "Are you sure the Ghost-Faced King is coming this way?" Wu Xiaonan's voice emanated from the walkie-talkie. 10 minutes ago, the Ghost-Faced King was spotted near the old town. Based on its trajectory, its destination is likely the old town or downtown. There are 2 suspected targets? Indeed. However, the downtown area is too crowded, making it difficult to evacuate everyone quickly. If the Ghost-Faced King appears in the downtown area, the casualties would be incalculable. At this point, Zhao Kongsheng understood Wu Xiaonan's implication. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "So even if the Ghost-Face King reaches the old town, it won't cause significant damage, right? There are still ordinary citizens living here." Zhao Kongqing's voice was laced with anger. Wu Xiangnan sighed. "Old Zhao, calm down. I never said to abandon the old town. Hongying is already en route. Your task is simply to evacuate the crowd as quickly as possible. If necessary, you must deploy Wu Jiekongyu to contain it. Do not engage in direct confrontation. The Ghost-Face King is beyond your capabilities." Zhao Kongqing's clenched fists eventually relaxed. Reluctantly, he responded, "Understood." Though unwilling, Zhao Kongqing recognized that this was the correct course of action. If the Ghost-Face King truly made it to downtown, it would spell disaster. He had to race against time to evacuate the residents of the old town. Soon, Zhao Kongqing returned to the low-rise residential building, his emotions a tangled mess. Just moments ago, he had fervently assured the boy inside that the task of safeguarding the world was entrusted to him. Yet now, he was about to knock on the door to urge the boy to evacuate, a rather humiliating predicament. However, there was no time for such concerns now. Zhao Kongqing charged forward through the rain, but at that moment, an overwhelmingly foul stench invaded his nostrils. Suddenly, the nearby manhole cover emitted a strange noise, causing Zhao Kongqing's pupils to contract in realization. He opened his walkie-talkie. "This is Watcher Zhao Kongqing. I have spotted the Ghost-Face King." In critical moments like this, his heart felt oddly calm. Click. The briefcase opened to reveal 3 brand-new warning signs. Wu Xiangnan's anxious voice crackled through the walkie-talkie once more. "Received. 10 minutes. No more than 10 minutes. Old Zhao, deploy Wu Jiekongyu to contain it. 10 minutes at most, and Hongying will arrive." Zhao Kongqing raised his downcast eyes and spoke calmly. "Xiangnan, you know that Wu Jiekongyu cannot hold it for 10 minutes. After all, Wu Jiekongyu is designed to conceal battles, not to contain." Wu Xiangnan fell silent, fully aware of this fact. "Old Zhao, do not act impulsively. We cannot avoid all casualties. We Night Watchers are human, not gods. We cannot sacrifice a core team member for a severely injured Ghost-Face King." Zhao Kongqing could no longer endure the situation. He seized the intercom and roared, "If I do nothing, then I am unworthy of being called a Night Watchman. Xiangnan, do you still remember the oath we once made?" Zhao Kongqing turned his gaze towards the lowly dwelling. "When the dark night descends, I shall stand before countless souls." Yet this time, he found himself alone, with only the child's entire world behind him. Even the ones on watch are indeed Night Watchmen. Zhao Kongqing bellowed, casting the intercom to the ground, his resolve unwavering. "Old Zhao! Old Zhao!" Wu Xiangnan's voice continued to resonate through the intercom, his realization dawning upon him regarding Zhao Kongqing's intentions. Zhao Kongqing bit into his finger, smearing the blood across a notice board. The black curtain slowly unfurled, enveloping everything around. With a thunderous sound, a manhole cover was thrust aside, and a grotesque arm emerged, followed by a creature far larger than any human form, crawling forth. Zhao Kongqing stood before it, a stark contrast to its imposing figure. The Ghost-Face King loomed like a malevolent specter in the rain, exuding an overwhelming presence. However, its body bore deep, gruesome scars, visible and terrifying to behold. Despite this, Zhao Kongqing dared not underestimate it. With a clang, the Xingqian Dao was drawn, slicing through the curtain of rain, the metallic ring echoing around him. Clad in a dark red cloak and wielding the Xingqian Dao, the rain soaked his form. The blade clashed against the creature's claws, sparks flying in all directions. Ultimately, Zhao Kongqing was but an ordinary man. Even as the king of special forces, he appeared diminutive before such a monstrosity. In merely 3 exchanges, he was sent flying, his body crashing against a wall, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, a youth picked up the intercom from the ground. "The Night Watchman Team 136 reserve member, Luo Chen, has arrived at the battlefield." Wu Xiangnan's astonished voice came through the intercom, and after a brief exchange, he closed his eyes, his lips trembling slightly. "I wish you a prosperous journey and safe return." "Received, Vice Captain," Luo Chen replied, narrowing his eyes as he approached the black curtain. The Wind King's barrier slowly opened. Chapter 10, A Large Head. A large question mark. Zhao Kongqing propped himself up with the Xingqian Dao, struggling to rise once more. "Damn it," he spat blood. "If only I had the forbidden void. You would have died 100 times over." Roar. The ghost-faced king let out a roar, its eyes filled with mockery. It could easily have slain Zhao Kongsheng. Yet toyed with him as one might with a plaything, indulging a perverse whim. Zhao Kongsheng swung his blade again, each strike aimed at vital points. But the ghost-faced king evaded with astonishing speed. In the next instant, it lunged, delivering a powerful punch to Zhao Kongsheng. He coughed up blood, lifted off the ground by the ghost-faced king. Despair filled his eyes as a sigil flickered at his fingertips. Is this finally the moment? Zhao Kongsheng's gaze sharpened. A needle emerged from the sigil, calling forth the divine spirits. This was the sigil of the Night Watchman, their final trump card. Once invoked, there would be no retreat. When the dark night descends, I shall stand before countless souls. A voice echoed, causing Zhao Kongsheng's pupils to dilate. A youth emerged from the rain, seemingly clutching something tightly. With a blade drawn against the abyss, blood stains the heavens. The sound of something scraping against the ground accompanied the youth's voice, sparks igniting as the rain intensified. Strangely, not a single drop fell upon him, ripples forming as though a barrier repelled the rain. Luo Chen. Zhao Kongsheng gasped in surprise. In an instant, Luo Chen vanished from sight, leaving the ghost-faced king no time to react. Puff! Its arm erupted with foul blood, and to Zhao Kongsheng's astonishment, the grotesque limb was severed in an instant. Bang! Zhao Kongsheng fell to the ground, his expression one of disbelief. Ah, old Zhao, you seem quite in a predicament. Luo Chen smiled slightly, helping him to his feet. How did you get here? How did you enter? Zhao Kongsheng was bewildered. He had expected reinforcements, only to find a mere child. It's all thanks to the Wind King's barrier and my innate talent, the magic nullification, allowing me to disregard the powers of magical barriers. The no-restriction space is as good as non-existent to me. Roar. The ghost-faced king, in pain, let out a roar, its blood-red eyes fixated on Luo Chen. Get out of here, quickly, Zhao Kongsheng urged, his face etched with concern. The ghost-faced king's power was not to be underestimated. It was a force from Hongying. You have no obligation to face an enemy you cannot defeat. You are the unprecedented agent of the heroic spirits, the future of the Xia. I cannot allow you to perish here. Touched by Zhao Kongsheng's concern, Luo Chen's heart warmed, and he smiled. How can we know if we cannot try? He turned to face Zhao Kongsheng, his presence surging with newfound strength. What do you mean by cannot win? I do not comprehend. Boom! A tempest enveloped Luo Chen, golden particles swirling around him as knightly armor began to envelop his form piece by piece. Behind him, the ethereal figure of a maiden began to merge with him, her hands gripping an invisible sword. The contrast between the youthful figure and the massive form of the ghost-faced king was striking, and Zhao Kongsheng stared in awe at the scene before him. Ghost-faced king, I wager my life against yours. The ghost-faced king, perplexed, seemed unable to grasp the meaning of the human's words, yet it sensed provocation. Roar! The ghost-faced king charged towards Luo Chen. Be careful, Zhao Kongsheng shouted. Yet Luo Chen moved with uncanny foresight, sidestepping at an odd angle to evade the creature's claws. Intuition. Clang! The sparks flew as Luo Chen raised his hand, striking with his sword. However, the ghost-faced king blocked with its claws, producing a sound akin to metal clashing, sparks flying. The ghost-faced king, using its remaining strength, sent Luo Chen hurtling away. Though one arm was severed, the king's might remained formidable. A look of confusion crossed the ghost-faced king's features. It could not comprehend why this human boy, seemingly empty-handed, could pose a threat. Its already limited intellect struggled with such a concept, leaving its mind filled with great uncertainty. Curious, the ghost-faced king pondered as Luo Chen blinked away, startling the creature into a hasty retreat. Puff! The ghost-faced king's partially healed wounds were once again slashed open, blood spilling onto the ground. The ghost-faced king, bewildered, muttered, I dodged. Why do I always end up injured? Roar! Perhaps due to its grievous wounds, the creature's ferocity only intensified. It slammed the ground, and a massive, ghostly visage spread across the earth, enveloping the surroundings entirely. Forbidden Void Sequence 176, Ghost-Face Territory. In an instant, Zhao Kongsheng felt the world spinning, a wave of intense dizziness crashing over him as he fought to suppress his nausea. He summoned all his strength, managing to stabilize himself. Kid, beware the monster's forbidden void, Zhao Kongsheng shouted, forcing back his discomfort. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes. Intuition activated. The impacts on his hearing and vision were halved. The pressure suddenly dissipated. Although, from his perspective, the world continued to spin relentlessly, its pace had significantly slowed. This allowed Luo Chen to adapt effortlessly to his surroundings. He leaped and bounded within this rotating realm, leaving Zhao Kongcheng utterly astounded. Was this poet truly human? From Zhao Kongcheng's viewpoint, Luo Chen's movements appeared extraordinarily bizarre, as he alternated between walking on the ceiling and standing against the wall to his left. Suddenly, the Gui Mian Wang lunged at him, its sharp claws slicing through the air with a chilling whoosh. Wind King Barrier. A tempest enveloped Luo Chen, drastically amplifying his speed, allowing him to unleash countless invisible wind blades in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Even before the Gui Mian Wang could close the distance, several deep gashes appeared on its body. With his instinct activated once more, Luo Chen evaded the Gui Mian Wang's assault in an uncanny manner and seized its remaining arm. Channeling his strength, he hurled the Gui Mian Wang away, sending it crashing to the ground with a resounding impact. The creature struggled to rise, its head spinning. Wait, did I just get thrown out? Who is the true monster here? The Gui Mian Wang felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Empowered by magic release, Luo Chen's physical prowess was nothing short of terrifying. This innate ability surged his bodily attributes to astonishing levels. How is it that he seemed to anticipate the creature's every move, effortlessly dodging its attacks? The psychological trauma inflicted upon a Gui Mian Wang by such a display is immeasurable. Meanwhile, Luo Chen felt a peculiar, shattering sensation in his mind, followed by an instantaneous surge of mental energy. Qijing. Zhao Kongcheng watched in a daze, utterly flabbergasted. Had he truly just broken through during combat? This boy had only awakened about a week ago, yet he had transitioned from Zhangjing to Qijing. What about his dignity? Unbeknownst to Luo Chen, Zhao Kongcheng's thoughts were racing. He merely felt an unprecedented lightness in his body, as if all the fatigue from the earlier battle had vanished instantaneously. Suddenly, a towering throne of heroic spirits materialized behind him, radiating brilliant golden light that soared toward the heavens. Chapter 11. What about my dignity? With the emergence of the throne, a fierce golden brilliance enveloped Luo Chen. Roar! The Gui Mian Wang charged again, its claws slicing through the rain toward Luo Chen's neck. Luo Chen's gaze sharpened, and with a single hand, he conjured saber. Golden particles coalesced before him, gradually forming a young maiden. Her shoulder-length golden hair and emerald green eyes captured his attention. Her hair was styled with a blue ribbon, and she donned a medieval gown complemented by knightly armor, her prominent aho contrasting with her formidable aura. Clang! A flash of sword light erupted. The maiden raised her hand slightly, and before Luo Chen could comprehend her swift motion, a fountain of blood erupted from the Gui Mian Wang's chest as its massive form was flung backward. She slowly turned, a servant named Saber, summoned to fulfill her master's call. Just moments ago, its claws were a mere 0.01 centimeters from my neck. Luo Chen's pupils dilated, and a faint smile graced his lips. Eliminated. As you command, master. Artoria turned her gaze toward the severely wounded Gui Mian Wang, lightly tapping her toes before vanishing from sight. The Gui Mian Wang's pupils constricted, unable to perceive the maiden's form. Swish! An invisible sword slashed forth, severing the Gui Mian Wang's remaining arm in an instant. Without granting it a moment to breathe, Artoria followed up with a second strike. The creature had no strength left to retaliate as the maiden delivered a powerful kick. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the Gui Mian Wang's body was smashed into the wall, new wounds compounding its existing injuries, pushing it to the brink of collapse and igniting thoughts of escape. Roar! The esteemed Gui Mian Wang, a paragon among its kind, was utterly humiliated by a seemingly fragile maiden. Yet before it could regain its composure, the maiden reappeared, a massive danger symbol looming above its head. The Gui Mian Wang thought, I desperately want to flee. Clang! The sound of her sword rang out, shimmering with golden light as Artoria unleashed a decisive strike. In the terrified gaze of the Gui Mian Wang, its neck erupted in a torrent of foul blood, the clean cut resembling a work of art. Thud! Its head fell to the ground. The Gui Mian Wang was vanquished. Zhao Kongcheng, a witness to the entire spectacle, stood in stunned silence. Clatter. The starry blade he held slipped from his grasp, yet he remained oblivious to his surroundings. That was the Gui Mianwang, even severely wounded. It was a legendary creature of the Chuan realm. What had he just witnessed? A battle between Zhangjing and Chuanjing, then a battlefield breakthrough, summoning a maiden who effortlessly dispatched the Gui Mianwang. Is this even real? However, before he could fully process the scene before him, another young man appeared. Lin Xie? In the darkness, Lin Xie's silhouette emerged. Zhao Kongcheng found himself questioning his existence, staring at the sky in disbelief. Is this a joke? With Luo Chen in front and Lin Xie behind, did I really set up Wu Jiekongyu for nothing? Luo Chen remained oblivious to Zhao Kongcheng's turbulent thoughts. He slowly approached Artoria, who turned to meet his gaze. Thank you for your hard work, Artoria. May I call you that? The maiden's expression was devoid of emotional fluctuation as she nodded silently. Thank you, Artoria. Protecting my master is my duty. Observing the maiden's serious demeanor, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of amusement. She was indeed quite earnest, though the ahogue atop her head seemed somewhat out of place. Just then, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he stumbled, nearly falling but was caught by Artoria. Master, I apologize. I fear I am currently too weak to sustain your materialization for long, Luo Chen said with a wry smile. Understanding his predicament, Artoria's form emanated golden particles, gradually fading from view. Witnessing the devastation around him, Lin Xie's expression turned complex, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. Raindrops fell upon his face. If the Gui Mianwang had advanced unchecked, the first to suffer would undoubtedly be his home. He could hardly bear to imagine the consequences. I owe you a favor. Lin Xie clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he helped Luo Chen to his feet. He was always clear about debts and grievances. Although he wished to steer clear of these supernatural events, the weight of this favor was too significant to ignore. Luo Chen chuckled helplessly, shaking his head. If you truly wish to repay me, then come with me. He cast a glance at Zhao Kongcheng and extended the invitation to Lin Xie. Aye. Lin Xie opened his mouth, at a loss for words. Zhao Kongcheng sensed Lin Xie's hesitation and stepped forward to intervene. Luo Chen, if he doesn't wish to join, it would be best not to force him. Luo Chen shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Xie. If I hadn't arrived, Zhao Kongcheng would have perished. Would you have joined the Night Watchers then? Lin Xie's heart jolted, and he slowly replied, perhaps. Luo Chen pressed further. And if he had survived, would you have joined? Lin Xie took a deep breath. I don't know. Upon uttering those words, he suddenly realized he had not rejected the idea, but had merely expressed uncertainty. Luo Chen smiled faintly. The Gui Mianwang, having sustained serious injuries, requires human flesh to recover. It could easily venture into the more densely populated city center. Yet it chose to approach this old district, even coming near your home. What do you make of that? Just a couple of days ago, you transferred to our school, and during your first journey home with your classmates, you were beset by the attack of the Gui Mianren. Have you considered whether there is something amiss in this situation? Luo Chen pressed on, questioning whether you would regret not caring about these inquiries. Lin Xie suddenly fell silent, observing Luo Chen's demeanor, and a smile spread across Luo Chen's face. From a moment, you became a divine agent. You lost the luxury of choice. Your family and friends will perish because of your weakness. Strength is your only recourse. The swiftest path to power is to join the show you run. I do not threaten you. I merely speak the truth. Luo Chen patted his shoulder and urged him to follow. Lin Xie stood there in a daze, replaying Luo Chen's words in his mind. He did not feel anger from what Luo Chen said. In fact, he found it to be profoundly insightful. He lifted his downcast eyes to gaze at the nearby low-rise buildings. He feared not death, having lost his sight from witnessing angels in his youth. He had contemplated suicide innumerable times, yet he persevered for a reason, his family. He did not aspire to be a grand hero saving the world. But the thought of putting his family in jeopardy due to his existence was unbearable. I will accompany you, Lin Xie declared, leaving Zhao Kongcheng momentarily dumbfounded. What the heck? I've tried to persuade you countless times, yet Luo Chen's few words swayed you? Is my dignity of no consequence? Chapter 12. Absurdity. During the conversation among the three, Hongying and others arrived at the scene. Xiaochen, Lao Zhao, are you all right? Hongying rushed over, breathless and soaked by the rain, yet she paid no mind to her appearance. Her eyes were filled with concern, especially upon seeing Luo Chen covered in dirt, supported by Lin Qiyi, looking quite disheveled. I am fine, Sister Hongying. I'm merely exhausted my mental energy, Luo Chen replied with a slight smile, offering her a reassuring expression. What about the Gui Mian Wang? Hongying inquired, turning to Zhao Kong Chung. Zhao Kong Chung gestured towards Luo Chen and then pointed to the headless corpse of the Gui Mian Wang amidst the rubble. The Gui Mian Wang has been dealt with. Dealt with? Hongying looked in the direction he indicated, her face displaying sheer astonishment as she covered her mouth, rendered speechless. She glanced at Luo Chen, then back at Zhao Kong Chung. So, Lao Zhao, you mean to say that the Gui Mian Wang was defeated by Xiao Chun? Indeed, Zhao Kong Chung replied with a wry smile. Truly, the first divine agent of the Xia. Simply extraordinary. Gulp. Hongying unconsciously swallowed, staring blankly at Luo Chen. She saw him wearing a mischievous smile, his thumb and index finger pinched together. Little Gui Mian Wang, easily handled. Zhao Kong Chung twitched his mouth, while Lin Qiyi turned away, pretending not to know him. I am glad you are safe, Hongying said with a resigned smile, her previously troubled expression gradually softening. The group traveled together, escorting Lin Qiyi back to the Heping Affairs office. Zhao Kong Chung was the first to push open the door. Despite being injured and appearing somewhat disheveled, he was in high spirits. Wu Xiang then emerged from the back room, his face etched with concern, and upon seeing the group unharmed, he instinctively exhaled in relief. Lao Zhao, what on earth happened? Where is the Gui Mian Wang? Wu Xiang then asked seriously. It has been dealt with. Zhao Kong Chung cleared his throat. Dealt with? Indeed. Zhao Kong Chung patted Luo Chen on the back. Thanks to this young man, the Gui Mian Wang was slain by Luo Chen. What? Wu Xiang then was taken aback. The Gui Mian Wang was from Chuanjing, even if severely injured. It was unbelievable that a novice like Luo Chen could have defeated it. Though he knew Luo Chen was extraordinary, he had not anticipated this level of absurdity. It was as if absurdity had come to knock on absurdity's door. Wu Xiang Nan's mouth twitched, realizing that Luo Chen had only recently become a divine agent. How powerful was that forbidden realm? After a brief inquiry, Wu Xiang then turned to Lin Qiyi. You are the agent of the Seraph, correct? Yes. I wish to join you. Wu Xiang Nan was taken aback, slightly turning his head to see Zhao Kong Chung silently nodding. What is the reason? Why the sudden desire to join? Lin Qiyi glanced at Luo Chen, who shrugged nonchalantly. This provoked a playful punch from Hongying on his head. Ouch! Luo Chen yelped, a large bump forming on his head. The others could not help but laugh, momentarily easing the tense atmosphere. Lin Qiyi smiled slightly. To repay a favor, and I wish to grow stronger. Wu Xiang nodded, I understand. We will wait for the captain to return. He will provide you with the specifics. Before long, Chen Muyi, Si Xiaonan, Wen Qiemo, and Lung Xian returned one after another. Upon hearing that Luo Chen had broken through to the Qi realm on the battlefield and subsequently slain the Gui Mian Wang, they were all astounded. Xixiao non remarked. Freak. When Qiemo added, can this be played down? Lung Xian stood quietly in the corner, observing the group gathered together, silently retrieving a small camera from his pocket. Click. Looking at the photograph in his hand, Lung Xian paused for a moment before a smile involuntarily graced his lips. In the image, everyone was earnestly discussing matters, while Luo Chen turned his head to the camera, wearing a comical grin. Luo Chen. Afterward, Lung Xian carefully placed the photo into a small iron box. Following a thorough discussion, Chen Muyi submitted Lin Qiyi's information to headquarters. Lin Qiyi was successfully integrated into Team 136, becoming a reserve member like Luo Chen. They were about to face new recruit training, but Lin Qiyi had set a personal deadline of 10 years. Ultimately, at Luo Chen's invitation, Lin Qiyi moved into Hongying's villa. Now Luo Chen, Lin Qiyi, Hongying, and Si Xiao then resided together in the grand villa left to her by her parents. Everyone was busy with their respective tasks when Luo Chen passed through the living room and noticed Lin Qiyi writing a letter. This letter would be forwarded to his aunt by Chen Muyi along with a year's advance salary. The next day, at the Heping Affairs office, Luo Chen strolled in while yawning, only to find a grandmother in her 50s animatedly discussing evidence of her husband's infidelity. Hongying, Si Xiaonan, Wen Kuimo, and others were listening attentively, nodding in agreement. How would he do this? Exactly. Grandma, I believe you're absolutely right. Luo Chen's mouth twitched. The emotional value was truly at its peak. Lin Qi, following behind, looked somewhat bewildered. Isn't this supposed to be about the show you're in? How did it turn into an investigation of an extramarital affair involving a grandmother? Song Nin is not particularly large, yet it creates legends. What's going on? Lin Qi eagerly inquired in the basement corridor. Basic skills, do not question, Luo Chen replied apathetically. However, when Mo spoke earnestly, Qi, Songnan City is neither too big nor too small. In truth, mysterious events occur only a handful of times throughout the year. If we spent all our time either training or bragging, how dull would that be? Lin Qi wore a peculiar expression. Is this considered expanding the business? That elderly lady must be over 60. Even if she had the inclination, she likely lacks the capacity. When Mo replied, silence is tonight, S. Kong Xiao. The group bantered as they arrived at the training ground. Upon entering, Luo Chen spotted Zhao Kongcheng practicing martial arts, wielding a wooden sword with powerful swings. Each movement crisp and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. Truly, he was the king among special forces. If only the Forbidden Realm were present. Wait, the Forbidden Realm? Luo Chen furrowed his brow. In the original narrative, Zhao Kongqing's forbidden domain was designated as 083, Min Shengshanyu. Logically, his forbidden domain was merely concealed and had yet to be awakened. Could it be possible to trigger it through artificial means? Was it possible that Zhao Kongcheng had erred in his approach, which had prevented his awakening? Luo Chen resolved to experiment, and through his mental perception, he sensed that something within Zhao Kongcheng was on the verge of erupting. Could it be that the harrowing trials he endured against the Demon Face King were about to lead to the awakening of his forbidden domain? He stepped forward and playfully suggested, Old Zhao, shall we spar? Seeing Luo Chen's playful grin, Zhao Kongcheng raised an eyebrow, incredulously pointing at his own nose. Me? Do we not need the forbidden domain? Zhao Kongcheng asked tentatively. Of course not, Luo Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing's enthusiasm surged. Youngster in close combat. I fear no one, not even the captain. But if you were to employ the forbidden domain, you'd truly be picking on a soft persimmon, he remarked. Although his tone grew somewhat melancholic towards the end, nevertheless, he maintained a light-hearted, self-deprecating demeanor. Luo Chen remained silent, walking into the training ground and casually selecting a wooden sword from a nearby rack. Their challenge captured the attention of others, and many turned to watch, including Chun Mai, who was intrigued despite having witnessed Luo Chen's previous battle with Hongying. The news of him slaying the Demon Face King still left Chun Mai astounded. Luo Chen weighed the wooden sword in his hands, took a deep breath, and assumed a stance. Zhao Kongcheng, refusing to back down, gripped his sword firmly, and his aura shifted dramatically. However, it must be noted that although he lacked a forbidden domain, his other attributes were nearly those of a peak human. His skills, strength, endurance, and speed were all at the limits of what an ordinary person could achieve. Otherwise, the Night Watchman would not have allowed a regular person to join. The moment Zhao Kongcheng grasped the sword, he radiated confidence. He stepped forward, slicing the wooden sword with a clean, decisive motion. Luo Chen responded rapidly, aided by his passive skill, intuition, effortlessly parrying Zhao Kongqing's blade. The two swords clashed, producing a crisp sound as they collided. Their figures danced in a flurry, with Zhao Kongcheng launching relentless attacks from nearly impossible angles. Though Luo Chen was on the defensive, he managed to evade or block Zhao Kongqing's strikes in peculiar ways. Isn't it said we wouldn't use the forbidden domain? When Shima remarked, his lips twitching, as the onlookers wore peculiar expressions. Luo Chen felt somewhat exasperated. After all, intuition was a passive skill. It was not something he could deactivate. Chun Mai stood up, his eyes glimmering with a peculiar light. Old Zhao, are you all right? What the heck? You said we wouldn't use the forbidden domain. Is this cheating? The sound of their wooden swords clashing echoed continuously. Clang! Luo Chen blocked Zhao Kongqing's blade, grinning as he said, Old Zhao, you can't blame me. That skill is passive. I have no control over it. Zhao Kongqing snorted, a bead of sweat trickling down his cheek. Despite this, his eyes revealed no signs of fatigue. He suddenly exerted force, sending Luo Chen flying. Readjusting his stance, Zhao Kongqing squinted slightly. Youngster, watch this strike closely. Luo Chen smiled slightly, keenly responding, Oh, why is that? Because this strike, Zhao Kongqing's body underwent a transformation, his aura surging dramatically. It will be quite impressive. With that, Luo Chen instantly dropped the wooden sword and ran, exclaiming, "Oh no! Sister Hongying, help!" Clang! A crescent-shaped slash erupted from Zhao Kongqing's wooden sword. In an instant, a blinding yet cold silver moonlight materialized, not soft or gentle, but imbued with a fierce killing intent. Where the moonlight traversed, the space cracked like a shattered mirror, producing numerous terrifying fissures. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated, shaking the entire Peace Bureau. As the smoke cleared, Luo Chen's mouth twitched as he glanced at the ceiling, which now bore a massive hole, with debris cascading down. The onlookers were momentarily dumbfounded, when Qimo quietly stepped aside, fiddling to activate the ventilation system. It was important to note that the Peace Bureau served as the base for the Night Watchman S-136 team, with walls specially designed to withstand rocket launchers without a scratch. Yet, Zhao Kongqing had managed to make such a mess with a single strike. Fortunately, Zhao Kongqing realized this in time, directing his strike upwards rather than at Luo Chen. Leaning against the support column, he gasped for breath, exhaustion evident on his face. Yet excitement illuminated his features. Ha ha ha! Forbidden Domain Sequence 083. Min Sheng Shanyu. I knew it. I am indeed a genius. Chen Mai approached with a grin, patting Zhao Kongqing's shoulder. Old Zhao, congratulations are in order. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Kongqing laughed heartily, a surge of overwhelming joy coursing through him. The others cast sidelong glances at Luo Chen, who was clinging to Hongying's long legs, their expressions twitching. Clearing his throat, Chen Mai stated, "All right, I'll report old Zhao's achievement to headquarters. This matter should not be disclosed." Understood, Luo Chen replied reluctantly as he released his hold, drawing an eye roll from Si Xiaonan, who observed the scene with exasperation. However, the naive Hongying genuinely believed Luo Chen was clinging to her out of fear. She approached Zhao Kongqing's side. "Now, I really ought to call you General Zhao. Congratulations, old Zhao. Ha ha. I must thank you as well, young man. Who would have thought that merely sparring with you would awaken my forbidden domain? Truly, life is full of surprises." Zhao Kongqing chuckled, a hint of peculiarity in his tone. He had never mentioned his desire to become a general to Luo Chen, yet his current exhilaration left no room for reflection. He was eager to rush out and test his skills against a demon face man. "Are you polite? Is anyone speaking for me?" Wu Xiangnan cleared his throat. "Well, old Zhao, what is it? While I am happy for you, you will be responsible for the repair costs of the basement." Zhao Kongqing's smile immediately faltered. What the heck? Zhao Kongqing could only nod helplessly, experiencing a blend of pain and joy. Regardless, the awakening of his forbidden domain was a significant achievement. Everything else was a minor detail. Clean up the area. Chen Mai began to instruct the two newcomers on close combat techniques. Luo Chen fared relatively well, aided by his passive skill, which acted as a game-breaking advantage. However, Chen Mai, not one to be outsmarted, instructed him to attack rather than defend. Consequently, Luo Chen's swordplay was riddled with flaws. When utilizing the power of the king with the fluffy hair, he felt no discomfort, as her swordsmanship enhanced his own to an extraordinary degree, making it seem as though it were his own. Yet, this was training, and the use of the forbidden domain was prohibited. Luo Chen had never formally studied any swordsmanship. After enduring a series of strikes, he began to grasp a few techniques, barely managing to exchange a few blows with Chen Mai. However, Lin Xie was not as fortunate. The sound of her cries echoed throughout the basement. Following this training session, both Luo Chen and Lin Xie were left with no unscathed areas, their bodies marked with bruises. Hongying couldn't help but stifle her laughter upon seeing the large bump on Luo Chen's head. After the training concluded, Chen Mai decided to personally prepare a meal to celebrate Lao Zhao's awakening of the Forbidden Ruins and to welcome the new recruits. Hooray! Long live the captain! Hongying's eyes sparkled with anticipation. As a newcomer, Luo Chen was unaware of the significance, but observing the eager expressions of the others, it was evident that Chen Mai's culinary skills were highly regarded. Just as they gathered around the dining table, the television in the living room began broadcasting news. Recently, due to a series of supernatural phenomena in Sangnan City, a surge of tourists has flocked to the area. Due to years of neglect, a gas pipeline in an old district of Sangnan City leaked, resulting in an explosion. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Luo Chen's lips twitched. It appeared that the commotion caused by his recent awakening of the Forbidden Ruins and the slaying of the Ghost Face King had drawn attention. It is well known that the extermination of mysterious creatures is conducted in secrecy. What are you all dawdling for? Come in and serve the dishes. Chen Mai's voice echoed from the kitchen. In a flash, Hongying, Si Xiaonan, and Wen Qima rushed into the kitchen. Soon, the dining table was laden with an abundant spread of dishes, much to the delight of the onlookers. With eager eyes, they reached for their chopsticks, entering a fervent eating mode. The last piece of meat. Clang! Luo Chen's and Wen Qima's chopsticks collided. Mine, little brat, you ought to show some respect to your seniors. How dare you say that? Senior? Luo Chen scoffed inwardly. He thought it was generous of him not to call Wen Qima names, yet here he was demanding respect. At that moment, Chen Mai interjected. All right, Qima, you should be ashamed. You're a grown-up, yet you're fighting over food with a child. If Luo Chen wants it, let him have it. Wen Qima pouted, feeling that the captain was being biased. Ultimately, Luo Chen managed to snatch the last piece of meat, sticking his tongue out at Wen Qima. Nana nana, Wen Qima fumed. In a bold display, Luo Chen placed the meat into Hongying's bowl. Sister Hongying, you should eat more. The others were taken aback. Si Xiaonan sighed, feeling a twinge of envy. Luo Chen, I want some too. No way. Hee. My heart belongs to Sister Hongying. Luo Chen grinned, causing a blush to creep onto Hongying's cheeks, while she felt a surge of happiness. Glancing at the quiet Lung Xian, Luo Chen remarked, Sister Nanan, it's about time you found a boyfriend. Si Xiaonan's eyes widened in disbelief. You little brat. How dare you tease me? Sister Hongying, help me beat him up. Laughter erupted, filling the room with warmth and camaraderie. Lung Xian shook his head and quietly stood up, moving to a corner. Observing the lively gathering, he took out his camera and pressed the shutter, carefully placing the photograph into a small black box, revealing a satisfied smile. Half an hour later, a loud bang echoed. Staring at the scattered shell casings and the intact target, Lung Xian fell into contemplation. How is my shooting talent? Lin Xie exhaled, removing his eye mask to inquire. Lung Xian closed his eyes, feeling a sense of despair. I can't bear to open my eyes. I hope this is just a hallucination. 20-meter shots completely off target. What do you think? With about half a month remaining until the training camp, Luo Chen's daily routine consisted of eating, sleeping, and enduring training. Wu Xiangnan watched Luo Chen and Chen Mai sparring and couldn't help but exclaim, this kid is simply a freak. His progress is astonishingly rapid. Indeed. Zhao Kongchang exhaled a puff of smoke, strongly agreeing with Wu Xiangnan's assessment. At this rate, combined with his Forbidden Ruins, we might witness the emergence of the second sword saint of Daxia. Despite having no formal training in swordsmanship, Luo Chen practiced with Chen Mai during the day and summoned Artoria in the dream realm at night for guidance. Under her tutelage, Luo Chen's advancement was indeed remarkable, as he doubled his efforts to reap the rewards. Lin Xie was also improving swiftly, spurred on by Luo Chen, albeit with exceptions for firearms. A couple of days later, Luo Chen entered the Peace Affairs office. Upon entering, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Sister Hongying, what happened? Hongying shook her head and stepped forward, grasping his wrist as they descended. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, surmising the situation from Hongying's reaction. Nandu Snake Demon, a significant incident before the new recruits training. Upon entering the activity room, the members of Team 136 had already assembled. Chen Mai approached the conference table, his expression serious. Let's begin. He tapped the table and continued. Last night, we received news of a mythical creature's appearance. Preliminary assessments have pinpointed the location at Songnan City's second high school. The group turned in unison to look at Luo Chen and Lin Xie. Chen Mai also glanced at them, stating, it's your previous school, and the report was made by an acquaintance of yours. The door swung open, revealing a youth with bloodshot eyes and a weary demeanor. Li Fei, Lin Xie exclaimed. Luo Chen remained silent, narrowing his eyes as a slight smirk crept onto his face. Well. A thief calling out to catch a thief, I see. Li Fei's eyes brightened as he pointed at the two. Aren't you two supposed to be in the military? So you've joined here. Li Fei was taken aback. Wow. You two have joined a mysterious organization to save the world. A look of envy surfaced on Li Fei's face. Let us catch up later. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Share your experience with us. Recalling the events of the previous day, a cold sweat broke out on Li Fei's brow. In short, He had witnessed a classmate named Lu Xiaoyan suddenly transform into a monster with a gaping maw and devour the dean. Friend, delicious. For some inexplicable reason, those words echoed in Luo Chen's mind. In the end, Lu Xiaoyan regurgitated an identical dean, and they left together, chatting amiably. If Li Yifei was not lying, this incident undoubtedly involved a mysterious creature. Luo Chen listened quietly to his tale, but had no intention of exposing him. After all, there was no evidence. And how could he explain his knowledge of Li Yifei being the snake demon? Moreover, he was quite curious to meet that legendary vice captain and necrophile, the key bearer. Thus, Luo Chen resolved to go with the flow. Wu Xiaonan also stood up, adjusting his glasses. The urgent task is to locate the mythical creature's corporeal form and ascertain how many individuals it has infected. We will split into 2 teams. One will focus on the area surrounding the second high school to trace other infected individuals, while the other will enter the school to find the creature's corporeal form as quickly as possible to avoid causing panic. It's best to send those who resemble high school students into the school. Luo Chen, Lin Qie, Hongying, and Xiaonan. This mission is entrusted to you. Yes, Captain. We will ensure the task is completed. Zhao Kongcheng crossed his arms, chuckling. Finally, we can have some real action. Old Zhao. Chen Mai's next words extinguished Zhao Kongcheng's enthusiasm. You've only recently awakened the Forbidden Ruins. You will be responsible for deploying the Unfettered Void. Huh? Zhao Kongcheng was taken aback. Wait, Captain. Not only did I not awaken the Forbidden Ruins, but now that I have, I'm still relegated to lookout duty? What was the point of awakening it? Chen Mai shook his head. Obey the orders. Understood. Watching the group depart from the office, Chen Mai sighed. It was not that he doubted Zhao Kongcheng's abilities. Rather, he trusted them too much. Thus, he was placed between the 2 groups, tasked with unfolding the barrier, ensuring that he could provide timely support should any issues arise on either side. Stepping out of the He Ping Affairs office, Luo Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. The show was about to commence. Chapter 15. Elegance, timeless, and unfading. Approximately 20 minutes later, standing at the entrance of Zhong, it was the early morning rush for students, pouring into the school like cattle. Make sure to wear your identification. No entry without it. The security guard called out, observing the familiar campus. Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Their group, carrying a black box, appeared at the periphery of the school. Since the Xingqian knife was exclusive to official members, Luo Chen and Lin Qie were only equipped with standard long swords, barely sufficient. Gazing at the towering walls, Li Yifei seemed perplexed. Why don't we just use the front entrance? He timidly suggested. Do you want to be caught by the security for bringing weapons into the school? Luo Chen shot him a glare. Because it's cool, Lin Qie chuckled, eager to attempt climbing the school walls, having never done so before. Si Xiaonan and Hongying approached, and Luo Chen's eyes brightened. Si Xiaonan, donned in a cartoon long-sleeve shirt with her school uniform tied around her waist and 2 bun hairstyles, looked utterly adorable. Hongying, in a fitted white athletic long sleeve, also with her school uniform tied around her waist, showcased her striking figure with admirable grace. Let's go. Hee. I've been wanting to do this. As she spoke, Hongying lightly tapped her toes and effortlessly vaulted over the wall. The white fabric of her athletic outfit billowed, as if ready to take flight, leaving Luo Chen entranced. Si Xiaonan nodded and, with swift movements, danced lightly against the wall, gracefully landing on the other side, leaving Li Yifei in awe. How elegant! Truly exquisite! Lin Qie glanced at Luo Chen. Shall you go first? Luo Chen smiled. Don't blink. All right? Suddenly, a fierce wind enveloped his form. Wind King Barrier. In the astonished gaze of Lin Qie and the others, Luo Chen lifted his foot, seemingly walking on air. Step by step. What on earth? Walking on thin air. With a flick of his wrist, the black box was tossed, and before it could even descend, Luo Chen leaped effortlessly over the wall, landing on the other side as the black box followed suit, landing smoothly in his hand. Applause erupted beside him, with Hongying and Si Xiaonan visibly thrilled. So cool. 100 points. Outside the wall, Lin Qie and Li Yifei exchanged glances. Lin Qie shook his head in resignation. He couldn't match Luo Chen's extraordinary abilities. He tossed the black box over and then leaped high, using the edge of the wall for support to clear it. Though nothing extraordinary, it was a textbook wall-climbing move. Li Yifei was left dumbfounded, realizing he was alone now. Summoning his courage, he jumped. You jump, I jump. Bang! A loud crash echoed as Li Yifei fell to the ground, utterly disheveled. After several failed attempts, he felt tears welling up. What the hell? You all got in? What am I supposed to do? Help me. Sighing, Luo Chen remarked, is this guy for real? You don't have a weapon. Why not just use the front entrance? Li Yifei exclaimed, oh right. Why did I even think about climbing? Suddenly enlightened, he added, you all go ahead. I'll enter through the front to find you. Luo Chen shook his head, choosing to ignore the foolishness. Hongying turned to him. Then let's stick to the plan. Xiao Chun will scout the surroundings. Chia will approach Lu Xiaoyan and Xiaonan, and I will investigate the situation with the director in the office building. Luo Chen made an okay gesture. No problem, Sister Hongying. I'll ensure the task is completed. Trusting in Luo Chen's abilities, Hongying felt reassured, recognizing that he had once defeated the Gue Mianwang, and with him scouting the area, he would provide timely support if any issues arose. Report any problems immediately. Communicate via earpiece. The group then dispersed. As Luo Chen strolled through the corridor, he glanced at the storage room, deep in thought. Captain, I found a skin in the storeroom. It appears to be human. Human skin? Captain, I've also discovered human skin here. Hongying's voice chimed in. Luo Chen smiled subtly. This was precisely the outcome he desired. He couldn't directly indicate it was the Nantua snake demon, but he could certainly provide clues leading in that direction. Chimai stroked his chin. Got it. What about Chia? What's the situation there? I've just gathered information. Lu Xiaoyan, Han Ruo, and Tianli share a dormitory. Preliminary judgment indicates that the mythical creature likely emerged from the girls' dormitory. Hongying nodded, leading Si Xiaonan toward the girls' dormitory. Then Xiaonan and I will head there. After a brief exchange, the group became busy with their respective tasks. Luo Chen stood atop the building, surveying the entire campus. He watched as Lin Chia boldly seized the national flag and ascended the stage with audacity. Enhanced by intuition, he sensed the murderous intent emanating from below, which surprised him. Wow, little one, you seem quite lively. In Lin Chia's eyes, a golden glimmer flickered, and his expression turned grim. Captain, you might want to brace yourself. What's wrong? You'd better prepare mentally. At least over 100 students at Rhongomyniad have been infected, and even the teachers are affected. Approximately over 30. The group fell silent at Lin Chia's report. Over 100 infected? What does that even mean? 100 mythical beings, even if weakened, represented a staggering threat. The sheer number was alarming. Any oversight could lead to a calamity for the entire Cangnan. If the entity was provoked, indiscriminate attacks could ensue, endangering the normal students. Old Zhao, activate Wujie Kongyu immediately. We cannot allow anyone to escape. Zhao Kongchang nodded, having already set up the sign around the school perimeter. Captain, should I go in to assist? Old Zhao, prioritize the overall situation. You must guard the entrance. If anyone slips through, it's your responsibility to handle it. Zhao Kongchang acknowledged. Understood. Though he yearned to test his skills against the mythical beings, his duty as a night watchman dictated that protecting the innocent was paramount. This enemy is exceptionally challenging. Based on our deductions, it is likely the legendary Nantua snake demon. We must eliminate its core as swiftly as possible to prevent further casualties. Yes, Captain. The group responded through their earpieces. Luo Chen stood atop the building, one foot perched on the railing, hand supporting himself against it. A slight smirk graced his lips as the winds began to swirl around him once more. The Wind King barrier unfurled again. Oi, little snake demon. You seem a bit too fiery. Let's find some fun. With that, Luo Chen leaped from the rooftop, soaring toward the direction of the girls' dormitory. Real men never take the stairs. Anticipation soared among the audience. Chapter 16. The thrilling combination attack inside the girls' dormitory. Hongying and Si Xiaonan walked side by side, confronted by a grotesque array of monsters. Their heads had exploded, exposing crimson flesh and sharp teeth. Everywhere they looked, the offspring of a Nantua snake demon swarmed, a sight that was utterly repulsive. Those with a fear of clusters should refrain from entering. The corridors of the dormitory were inherently narrow, leaving scant space for the two of them to maneuver. With a focused gaze, Hongying became the epicenter of a sudden explosion of magenta flames, the force of which sent the approaching monsters flying. The loud crash of shattering glass echoed from the girls' dormitory, dark tendrils of smoke billowing outward. Luo Chen's lips twitched. It truly was a gas leak. He hastened his pace towards the girls' dormitory. With a decisive clap on the black box behind her, Hongying summoned her fiery lance. Catching it deftly, "I can see at a glance that you are not good people," she exclaimed, wielding the lance with precision as it pierced the body of a snake demon. Sishaonan furrowed her brow and silently took refuge behind Hongying. "Sister Hongying is so cool." Hongying smiled slightly, resting the lance on her shoulder and tapping it lightly. "Let us see who dares to call me foolish after this." However, before she could revel in her triumph, a throng of dark figures surged towards them, their eyes glowing with a sinister red light beneath their flowing black hair. With a roar, they transformed, their heads splitting open to reveal grotesque visages as they lunged at the two. Suddenly, a fierce wind erupted, shredding the oncoming monsters into a bloody mess. "Though adversaries, you are not without merit," a voice interjected. "Apologies for my tardiness, Sister Hongying." A young man stood at the center of the corridor, gripping the hilt of his blade, surrounded by a sea of crimson carnage, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell. The wind elements danced wildly around him, his uniform billowing as if in response to an invisible tempest, his long knife concealed within the Wind King's barrier, exuding an aura of formidable pressure despite appearing empty-handed. "Xiaochen," Hongying exclaimed, her voice brimming with surprise. Yet, her smile faded, replaced by concern. "Be cautious, there are quite a few monsters here." Unfazed, Luo Chen approached them, casting a glance at Hongying's delicate features and smiling. "Sister Hongying, can you run with the wind?" Hongying paused for a moment, then seemed to grasp his intent, beaming. "Of course, I'm a professional." Luo Chen stepped before Hongying, surveying the multitude of monsters ahead. Slowly raising his weapon, wrapped in the Wind King's barrier, he assumed a stance, and in an instant, the wind elements converged around him. With a single step, he unleashed the invisible blade with a swift motion. His mental energy surged forth, drawing the wind elements towards him with an unseen force, causing the air to tremble violently, emitting a sharp howling sound. Then, with a powerful downward swing of his blade, a thunderous roar erupted as a torrent of wind energy surged forth from the tip of the sword. Wind King's hammer, the long knife, radiated a golden light, as if the very fabric of space were being torn apart, creating black fissures. The surrounding walls were uprooted by the immense force. Debris and glass swept into the wind, instantly shredded to pieces. The monsters in proximity were likewise annihilated by the tempest. Seizing the opportunity, Hongying dashed to Luo Chen's side, gliding on the wind as her magenta flames ignited once more. Her figure darted among the myriad of monsters, leaving a trail of carnage in her wake. The fiery lance traced a long scar of flames across the ground as she leaped high, her flames raging more fiercely with the wind support. Behind her, a fiery phoenix seemed to manifest, its shrill cry resonating throughout the vicinity. Phoenix of flame feathers. In an instant, the flaming bird plunged towards the horde of monsters, fanned by the wind's might. The impact of this strike obliterated the entire rooftop of the girls' dormitory, the resounding commotion startling those outside, including Zhao Kongcheng. "This is our exhilarating combination technique, Kwa Inua Yalu." Observing the scene, Luo Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he regarded the dormitory, which was now shrouded in black smoke. Chun Muye's expression shifted. "That girl Hongying, it seems she'll be making headlines again." He sighed, but refrained from elaborating, knowing he could erase the students' memories later with a forbidden object. Inside the girls' dormitory, gazing at the sky above, Luo Chen was momentarily stunned, astonished by the tremendous power of his own strike. Looking up, he saw that the dense throng of monsters had been nearly eradicated by the force of his attack. The magenta flames gradually extinguished, leaving a charred scent in the air. The monsters lay in utter ruin, their remains pulverized by the wind blades and scorched by the flames, leaving no trace behind. Luo Chen exhaled deeply. The Wind King's hammer had drained a significant portion of his mental energy. Fortunately, having broken through to the pond realm, he would have otherwise been completely depleted by such an exertion. "Well done, Xiaochen." Hongying extended her hand, and Luo Chen grinned as he stepped forward. With a resounding clap, they exchanged a high five. Sishaonan, standing nearby, was momentarily dumbfounded but quickly regained herself, a smile breaking across her face. This feeling of effortless victory is delightful. Just as the trio prepared to depart, a startled voice rang out. "Oh dear. Ladies, Who has been using high-power appliances in the dormitory? It sounds like a gas explosion. Are you all right? Hongying immediately tensed, but upon recognizing the dormitory supervisor, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, Luo Chen's eyes narrowed, ready to take action. Yet before he could react, Si Xiaonan was quicker. Bang! The bullet fired, and before the supervisor could register the danger, a gaping wound appeared in her forehead as her body fell backward. But that was not the end. Si Xiaonan fired 2 more shots in quick succession. These bullets were so lethal that even the King of Hell would shake his head in disbelief. The Mozambique shooting method, capable of slaying even mythical creatures, especially with the Night Watchman's specially crafted bullets designed for such beings. Soon, the supervisor revealed her true form. Impressive, as expected of Sister Xiaonan. Luo Chen chuckled, sheathing his Wind King's barrier as the long knife appeared in his hand. Seek Xiaonan. Am not to be trifled with, she declared, striking a proud pose with her hands on her hips. At that moment, the voice of Wu Xiang crackled through the earpiece. Based on the information we have, we can now confirm that the mystery we are facing is the mythological Nandu snake demon, a creature from rural folklore. This being possesses intelligence comparable to that of humans and exhibits exceptional camouflage, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. It can implant snake seeds within a host's body, transforming the host into its progeny, and thus controlling their actions. However, there are limitations to the snake seeds. Even the main body can produce only 1 seed per day, while the progeny requires 3 days to produce one. Hearing this, Luo Chen's lips twitched. Then the question arises, if the snake demon can produce 1 seed a day, and its progeny takes 3 days to produce one, how long would it take to infect 100 people? This cursed math problem left Luo Chen's mind reeling. Chapter 17. Hongying, have we located the main body? Shen Muye's voice inquired. Not yet, but I believe I have detected a possible presence. We must accelerate our efforts, as numerous monsters are emerging around the school. Luo Chen's expression hardened as he exchanged glances with Hongying and Si Xiaonan. They all nodded in agreement. Yet, they had barely taken a few steps when a creature with a serpentine tail and a human form obstructed their path. Its emerald scales gleaming like metal. Its dark green pupils glinted with mockery, and a derisive smile spread across its face, as if regarding Luo Chen and his companions as mere prey. Without hesitation, Hongying charged forward with her lance. Xiao Chen, leave this to me and Xiaonan. You go assist Qi Yi. Resolve the Nandu snake demon as swiftly as possible. Understood, Luo Chen replied, stepping onto the windowsill and leaping out. Wind King's barrier. Luo Chen harnessed the power of the fierce winds, landing steadily on the ground and sprinting towards the teaching building. At this moment, thanks to Lin Qiye's efforts, the majority of uninfected students had been escorted out of the campus. Nevertheless, many students remained trapped within the classrooms. Luo Chen and Lin Qiye converged in front of the teaching building. What shall we do? Luo Chen tightened his grip on the blade in his hand, offering Lin Qiye a slight smile. Do you wish to dance as well? What? In the midst of Lin Qiye's astonished gaze, Luo Chen swung his blade, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow. Navigating through the floors, the crisp sound of the blade rang out continuously. Where he passed, remnants of limbs and splattered flesh littered the ground. In merely 2.5 minutes, he single-handedly vanquished all of the Nantua snake demons on that floor. On the second floor, in Class 8 of Year 2, students huddled together, trembling and incessantly chattering. What should we do? The outside is crawling with monsters. Help! Mom! Inside the classroom, the boys barricaded the door with desks and chairs, attempting to fend off the onslaught of the creatures. Meanwhile, the girls were pale-faced, some of whom had begun to weep due to their fragile mental state. Yet, in the corner of the classroom, a bespectacled boy adjusted his glasses, displaying no signs of panic, starkly contrasting with his peers. Interesting, an unusual gleam sparkled in Qin Yu's eyes, his face brimming with excitement. Just then, a strange noise emerged from the entrance, causing the furniture to rattle as the monsters threatened to break through. It's over. I don't want to die yet. Help! Somebody save us! Cries of despair filled the air, shrouding the atmosphere in terror. Suddenly, the monsters at the door seemed to sense something and turned their heads. However, Luo Chen appeared behind them. A voice emerged, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit demanding a soul. What are you looking at? With a flash of cold light, several monster heads fell to the ground, their expressions frozen in shock. Lin Yi approached slowly, observing the lifeless bodies of the snake demons, a resigned smile gracing his face. At this moment, his red and white school uniform was soaked in blood, permeating the air with a nauseating scent, a testament to the carnage he had wrought. In contrast, Luo Chen, shielded by the Wind King barrier, wore a uniform as pristine as new, untouched by a single droplet of blood, despite having been the one to slay the most. With a flick of his blade, the blood was swept away by the gusts, splattering against the walls and creating a gruesome tableau. The students within the classroom were momentarily stunned by this sight. Wow, though we are all students in the same attire, why do they look so impressive? Teacher, I want to learn this. Teacher, will you behave? Student, of course. Teacher, very well, then we shall not learn. Student, I'm in for the early morning class. Luo Chen, Jie, you finally arrived. Li Fi will get over. A joyful expression emerging on his previously mournful face. Yet a long blade was pressed against his neck. I'm sorry, but I do not favor men hugging me. Luo Chen replied with a hint of disdain. Li Yifei's expression stiffened, momentarily at a loss for words. With their appearance, the students were instantly stirred. Classmates, are you here to rescue us? Luo Chen glanced at Lin Yi, signaling him to handle the negotiations. Lin Yi, resigned yet aware of Luo Chen's significant contributions, took on the responsibility. While he engaged in conversation with Li Yifei, Luo Chen scrutinized the students within the classroom. Eventually, his gaze settled upon a refined, seemingly frail boy. And Xingyu, I have found you. The boy, seemingly aware of being observed, slowly turned his head, and their eyes met. His gaze grew fervent, akin to a love-struck fool beholding a beauty. Brother, you smell delightful. Luo Chen shuddered slightly, and Xingyu stepped forward, politely extending his hand. Hello, I am Xingyu. Luo Chen, though taken aback, reciprocated the handshake. Luo Chen and Xingyu then turned his attention to Lin Yi. His curiosity piqued by their extraordinary combat prowess and identities, eager to dissect them to uncover what set them apart from ordinary individuals. However, under the watchful eyes of others, he refrained. This esteemed individual is the literary champion of our Tsangnan city, the prodigy of the second high school. Have you not heard of him? Li Fi idiot, somewhat puzzled, introducing in Xingyu to the duo. No, Lin Yi shook his head. Luo Chen remained silent. Yet, the pressing matter remained that they needed to escort the students to the auditorium, which seemed relatively safer. But there are monsters downstairs, Li Yifei remarked, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, glancing at Lin Yi, who was still drenched in blood, and recalling how Luo Chen had easily dispatched the monsters at the door. Well, you could just consider it a fart from me. Li Yifei then recalled that there were still trapped students upstairs. Are you planning to continue upstairs? Indeed, Luo Chen affirmed. Li Yifei quickly offered, I'll join you. I'm familiar with them, so communication should be easier. And Xingyu chimed in, I want to go too. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow at Xingyu, questioning his fearlessness. Aren't you afraid of dying? And Xingyu's face lit up with fervor. Afraid? Why should I be? I find it quite fascinating. Just then, a student behind them suddenly mutated, revealing its true form and lunging at Xingyu. Its sharp claws were poised to strike his neck, far too close for Luo Chen to react in time. And Xingyu's pupils dilated, and before he knew it, a small utility knife appeared in his hand. Thud! Without turning around, he plunged the knife into the monster's brain, its blood splattering across his face. The monster's claws grazed his neck, drawing a trickle of blood. Luo Chen swiftly responded, severing the monster's head from its body. And Xingyu slowly turned to gaze at the fallen snake demon offspring, his eyes alight with fervor and excitement, his body trembling slightly, seemingly overwhelmed by exhilaration. I truly wish to examine their cellular structure and brain slice. It must be breathtaking. Luo Chen twitched his mouth in response, interrupting the moment. Chapter 18. Your wife Luo Chen glanced at Xingyu and chuckled helplessly. All right, everyone, let us depart. This farce has gone on long enough. It is time for the curtain to fall. Thus, the group marched through the corridor, cutting down every snake demon that charged at them. Luo Chen led the way, while Lin Yi systematically dispatched the remaining snake demon offspring, painting the corridor in crimson, transforming it into a veritable inferno. Many students began to gag, their legs growing weak. and Qingyu hastened to Luo Chen's side. I have a question. Don't ask. If you do, I'll just say I don't know. Were these monsters? Have they always existed? And what about you? Luo Chen paused, exasperated. I told you I don't know. But you're correct. These monsters have always been part of our lives. As for us, Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. Can you guess why the common folk can live so peacefully and quietly? Because before dawn arrives, there are always those who illuminate the darkness. And Qinyu's expression grew serious as he silently nodded. Speaking, Luo Chen drew his handgun from his waist and tossed it to him. This, you know how to use, right? And Qingyu hurriedly caught it, gazing at the gun in surprise. You're not worried that I might be a snake demon too? Luo Chen chuckled. If that were the case, I assure you that your head would fall before you could even pull the trigger. Just kidding. With the blessing of Jiwan, firearms are utterly ineffective against him. He can predict trajectories through the sound of the wind and his intuition, skillfully evading attacks from firearms. Within a 10-step range, the gun is swift, and beyond that, it is both fast and precise, yet that depends on whom it is aimed at. Moreover, Luo Chen is well aware of Qingyu's background. He would never dare to fire at Luo Chen. And Qingyu silently nodded and uttered 2 words. Thank you. Soon, under their guidance and within Qingyu's cover, the group swiftly ascended to the 5th floor. Do you know what you are doing? This is illegal detention. I'm going to call the police. Who is Li Fei? What evidence do you have to claim that the monster is among us? Just as Lu Yuan shouted, a thunderous bang echoed. The furniture barricading the door was cleaved into pieces, wooden splinters flying everywhere. Well, this is quite lively. Seeing you all so spirited reassures me. Luo Chen entered with a grin, his long knife emanating a chilling aura, blood still dripping from the blade. Not to mention, he was followed by Lin Qiye, whose entire body was smeared with blood, a sight that horrified the students. They had never encountered such a scene before. The classroom fell silent, leaving only the sound of Luo Chen's footsteps. Each step felt as if he were stomping on their hearts, and some timid students had already begun to weep, fearing they had encountered a murderer. Han Ruo, frightened by a few, burst into tears, timidly clutching Lu Yuan's sleeve. Lu Yuan, I am scared. Lu Yuan's masculinity surged as he firmly held Han Ruo's delicate hand, softly reassuring her, do not fear. I am here. No one can harm you. With that, as if resolved to a certain determination, he staunchly shielded Han Ruo behind him. Luo Chen, Lin Qiye, I warn you, what you're doing is illegal. You could end up in prison. I will take Ruo away today. I dare anyone to stop me. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised by Lu Yuan's audacity. Thinking he could play the hero. As you wish, he exchanged glances with Lin Qiye. They both stepped aside, and Luo Chen smiled slightly. A whisper as sinister as a demon escaped his lips. Time's almost up. Those who wish to leave, do so quickly. Han Ruo is a descendant of a snake demon and possesses strength unlike the previous rabble. Should a battle erupt here, students would inevitably suffer. Since Lu Yuan was so courageous, let him lead Han Ruo elsewhere. Lu Yuan was bewildered, not expecting Luo Chen to be so accommodating. You're rather nice, aren't you? With such a reputation, I must ask who else dares. As he basked in his vanity, Lu Yuan took Han Ruo's slender hand and swaggered out of the room. After his departure, Luo Chen and the others gathered the remaining students and swiftly dealt with the remaining snake demon offspring. Once the clearing was complete, Li Fei led the students to a safe zone. Meanwhile, Luo Chen, Lin Qiye, and Qingyu stood on the rooftop, surveying the entire school. What shall we do next? Lin Qiye inquired, unconsciously accustomed to looking to Luo Chen for guidance. Luo Chen glanced at him, muttering, Mother hen, Lin Qiye. At that moment, Hongying's voice crackled through the earpiece. Xiao Chen, how are things on your end? The students have been taken to safety? That is good to hear. The snake demon we encountered seems to have headed south. South? Where exactly? Uncertain. Xiaonan and I are in the cafeteria. Then I will take Qiye to the art building to check. We have already cleared the snake demon offspring from this teaching block. Saying this, Luo Chen glanced at Lin Qiye, then leaped over the railing. With the Wind King barrier as his cushion, he landed effortlessly on the ground. Lin Qiye silently turned and headed for the stairs. And Qingyu asked, aren't you going to jump down with him? Faced with Qingyu's direct inquiry, Lin Qiye's lips twitched. Do you want to hear what you were saying? And Qingyu, perplexed, responded, aren't you all-night watchman? Do you think everyone is as insane as Luo Chen? He is practically superhuman. Lin Qiye sighed, unconsciously quickening his pace. In the art building, Lu Yuan questioned, Ruo, Why are we hiding here? Shouldn't we just leave the school? Confused, Lu Yuan was soon met with a delicate hand caressing his chest, causing him to swallow hard. Han Ro looked up, her gaze hazy, leaning close to Lu Yuan's ear, her alluring voice whispering, "What is the rush to go out? It's so quiet here. We can engage in something interesting." Gulp. Lu Yuan swallowed again, feeling a tingling sensation coursing through his body, his throat suddenly dry as he surveyed the tranquil surroundings. Inappropriate images flooded his mind. That might not be appropriate, Ruo. After all, this is school. The last vestiges of reason urged Lu Yuan to reconsider. Yet Han Ro gently blew into his ear. "Isn't it thrilling here?" Instantly, Lu Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine and a surge of desire rising within him. Just as he prepared to act, the door was suddenly kicked open, revealing Luo Chen, who regarded the amorous couple with a playful smile. "Ah, Lu Yuan, you're quite the player, aren't you?" Luo Chen shrugged, his face adorned with mockery. "Are you up for it? Or should I take over?" With that, Luo Chen brandished his long knife, advancing step by step towards him. Lu Yuan, alarmed, hurriedly stood to protect Han Ro behind him. "Luo Chen, Lin Xia, what do you intend to do? Ruo is my girlfriend. I want to allow you to—" Luo Chen abruptly interrupted him. "Oh really? Then why don't you take a look behind you? If you still like her in that state, I won't utter another word and will simply leave." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan was taken aback, turning to behold a sight he would never wish to witness. Han Ro's mouth was grotesquely split, her head resembling a bloody pulp from which a fearsome serpent's head emerged. "Help! Luo Chen, Lin Xia." Driven by primal survival instinct, Lu Yuan scrambled towards Luo Chen. Luo Chen observed his frantic demeanor, not hesitating to deal a final blow. He gestured toward Han Ro. "There's your wife. You must be quite hungry. It seems you can consume anything." Chapter 19. Facial cleanser. As Lu Yuan fled in terror towards him, Luo Chen unceremoniously kicked him. "Fly away." Bang! Lu Yuan immediately felt a tremendous force propel him, crashing to the ground in a disheveled heap. Fortunately, it did not hinder his escape. He quickly scrambled to his feet and dashed towards the school gate. Roar! Han Ro opened her gaping maw, emitting a howl as her body arched into a combat stance. Her eyes were wild with madness as she lunged at the two. However, Luo Chen's reaction was swifter. He moved almost instantaneously. Shiguan! Boom! The massive serpent tail struck the ground, creating a deep crater where Luo Chen had just stood. Clang! A flash of cold light, and Luo Chen swung his knife, but Han Ro evaded, retaliating with a vicious claw aimed at him. Seizing the distraction, Lin Xia leaped into the air, his long knife aiming forcefully at the snake demon. Clang! The blade clashed against the thick scales, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal, with sparks flying. A shallow mark appeared on Han Ruo's scales, but the blow did not inflict any harm. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed, causing Luo Chen to look up in astonishment. He saw Lin Xia's standard long knife snap in two, leaving Lin Xia momentarily dumbfounded. But the snake demon would not let this opportunity slip by. It swiftly swung its massive tail towards Lin Xia. The figure of Luo Chen flickered as he delivered a powerful kick, sending Lin Xia flying. A resounding bang echoed as dust and debris filled the air. Luo Chen rose to his feet, gazing at Lin Xia, and couldn't help but exclaim, "What on earth were you thinking? Do you wish to meet your demise?" Lin Xia, disheveled, managed to rise and apologized. "I simply did not anticipate that the blade would break." In truth, it was not entirely Lin Xia's fault. Under such circumstances, anyone would have been taken aback. The reason was simple. Lin Xia had slain an excessive number of snake demons along the way, causing his blade to dull significantly. Moreover, this was not the Star Sword but merely a standard blade forged from high-quality steel, making its breakage rather ordinary. On another note, the snake demon transformed from Han Ruo was significantly stronger than the previous one, with scales that were thicker and more resilient. Luo Chen immediately activated his earpiece. "Hongying, the snake demon is in the arts building. Received. We are on our way. You must hold your ground. Your safety is paramount." The voice of Hongying resonated in his ear, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, indicating her swift approach. Luo Chen casually tossed the blade he held to Lin Xia. "Use this." "And what about you?" With a sudden gust of wind, Luo Chen assumed a combat stance, seemingly gripping something in his hand. Lin Xia shouted, "Oath of Victory Sword." However, it was concealed by the Wind King's barrier. Observing Luo Chen's movements, Han Ruo was taken aback. What is this? Is he trying to be funny? Is he holding air? From her perspective, Luo Chen appeared to wield nothing. Yet his stance was strikingly formidable. Your misfortune has arrived. Luo Chen's gaze sharpened as his aura erupted, the wind howling, and instantly Han Ruo was sent flying. In a flash, Luo Chen appeared before Han Ruo, unleashing an invisible blade. What? Although invisible, Han Ruo felt an intense murderous intent. In a moment of danger, she swiftly dodged. However, she misjudged the length of the blade, and a gruesome gash appeared on her serpentine body. Before she could respond, gunfire erupted as Qingyu unleashed a barrage, forcing her to evade. Yet, Luo Chen seized the opportunity without hesitation. With a series of swift strikes, sword lights sliced through the air, tearing apart Han Ruo's thick scales. Old wounds unhealed, new injuries were inflicted. A flicker of surprise crossed Han Ruo's eyes as she twisted her body, retaliating with her massive tail aimed at Luo Chen. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resonated as Luo Chen met her attack with his invisible sword, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle. Concealing your weapon. What kind of hero are you? Luo Chen scoffed coldly. I cannot be bothered to reason with you. You are unworthy of it. Clang! With a sudden surge of power, Luo Chen forcefully pushed her back, then stepped forward. The invisible sword in his hand radiated a formidable aura, the wind elements converging. You may beg, but I will not spare you. Go to hell and repent. Boom! The invisible sword in Luo Chen's hand erupted with dazzling golden light as he struck, the blade piercing through Han Ruo's body. The Wind King's hammer. In an instant, Han Ruo's eyes became impossibly clear. No! Puff! Her massive form was pierced through, half of her body exploding, blood flowing freely, while the other half of her headless corpse fell straight down. With a slight breath, Luo Chen exhaled, his complexion somewhat pale, though it did not concern him. Beside him, Lin Qi and Qingyu were left in shock. Monstrous! Lin Qi muttered it. And Qingyu adjusted her glasses. Her curiosity towards Luo Chen intensified. Luo Chen sheathed his holy sword and the Wind King's barrier. Turning to the two behind him, we must leave. Luo Chen squinted slightly, aware that this matter was far from over. An old acquaintance awaited his attention. However, since this fellow was Lin Qi's chief steward, it would be best for Lin Qi to handle him. With this thought, Luo Chen led the two out of the arts building. Upon exiting, they spotted Hongying rushing towards them with Xiaonan. Brother, Hongying called out in a panic, noticing Luo Chen's pale complexion from a distance. She rushed to embrace him, concern etched on her face. How are you? What about the snake demon? Did you sustain any injuries? In response to her three questions, Luo Chen merely smiled gently. Sister Hongying, I am fine. The snake demon has been dealt with. Upon hearing this, Hongying's expression shifted to one of worry. You stubborn brother, I told you not to act recklessly. Look at your face. You appear as pale as a ghost. If one did not know better, they might think you used some inferior makeup. Luo Chen smiled faintly, relishing Hongying's warmth as he nuzzled against her. It's all right, a wash will suffice. As he spoke, he playfully rubbed against her, enjoying her soft form. However, the innocent Hongying remained unaware of his intentions, thinking her brother was merely being affectionate. Xiaonan, on the other hand, saw through it all, casting a disdainful glance at Luo Chen but refraining from exposing him, instead silently lamenting Hongying's naivety. Cough, cough. Feeling Xiaonan's gaze, Luo Chen, unperturbed, cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness and stood up from Hongying's embrace. Hongying playfully flicked Luo Chen's nose. Stubborn brother, despite all that. I am proud of you. Let's go. Sister will treat you to some delicious food. As she spoke, Hongying grasped Luo Chen's hand, yet he remained motionless. What's wrong? Hongying asked, puzzled. Sister Hongying, the matter is not over yet. What? Lin Qi approached Luo Chen's side. You noticed it too? Luo Chen nodded silently, observing the two engage in their silent exchange. Hongying's little head was filled with questions. Wait, what exactly have you discovered? Chapter 20. Flashpoint. Luo Chen revealed everything, and Lin Qi nodded in agreement. Listening to their conversation, and Qingyu's eyes narrowed slightly, clearly piecing together the clues. Ultimately, all evidence pointed towards one individual, Li Yifei. As the two spoke, Hongying's mind became even more bewildered. In the end, Hongying nodded in agreement. I feel the same. Si Xiaonan let out a sudden laugh, but quickly stifled it. Hongying is schickfruscht. Xiaonan, what are you laughing at? Si Xiaonan struggled to contain her mirth, her face reddening. My aunt gave birth to my sister, and I must return to check on her. Luo Chen looked helplessly at the two, then led the group towards the Great Hall, a safe zone where Li Yifei had gathered students for refuge. As they entered, the scent of blood on them immediately caught the attention of the other students. Li Yifei rushed over, beaming with excitement. Jie, I must have made a great contribution this time, right? Can I join the night watchman now? Lin Qiye's expression was complex. Perhaps, at that moment, and Qing Yu raised her cold firearm, pressing it against the back of Li Yifei's head. Bang! A gunshot rang out, the bullet piercing through Li Yifei's skull. Screams erupted around them. Murder! Luo Chen pushed the door open, ushering the students to evacuate. However, Li Yifei did not perish. Instead, he slowly turned his head. And Qing Yu, why did you shoot me? No, I'm not dead. Li Yifei apparated astonished. Jie, have I awakened superpowers? Can I join you now? With a sudden gust of wind, Luo Chen's invisible blade reappeared as he advanced step by step toward Li Yifei. Luo Chen, what are you doing? Stay back. Li Yifei suddenly appeared flustered, his complexion pale. I am sorry, Li Yifei, but you are the embodiment of the Nantua snake demon, or rather, another facet of its persona. Li Yifei clutched his head, disbelief written across his face as he slowly descended into madness. No, impossible. You are lying. How could I possibly be the Nantua snake demon? You wish to harm me. Why would you do this? I cannot be fake. I could never kill. 你们才是假的. Ho! Li Yifei let out a roar, and in an instant his body underwent a transformation, releasing a foul stench. Simultaneously, his physique grew enormous, morphing into a monstrous being with a serpent's body and a human head, covered in thick scales. Lin Qiye's pupils shimmered with golden light as he engaged in combat with the true form of the Nanduo snake demon. Luo Chen raised his hand and unleashed a blade of wind, severing one of the Nanduo snake demon's arms. At the same time, Qing Yu closed in, plunging a craft knife into the demon's eye. Blood gushed forth. The Nanduo snake demon roared, sending Qing Yu flying, and then grappled with Lin Qiye. Luo Chen, sword in hand, quietly observed the scene. The sun descended, and night fell. A transformation occurred within Lin Qiye. His speed, strength, and all physical attributes surged, rendering him nearly unrecognizable from before. Bang! 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 And Qing Yu fired continuously from the side, aiding Lin Qiye in diverting the Nanduo snake demon's attention. Each shot was perfectly timed, disrupting the demon's offensive. Hongying was about to intervene, but was halted by Luo Chen. Sister Hongying, this is a splendid opportunity to train the newcomers. Why not let us handle it? Hongying raised an eyebrow, but Luo Chen continued. Oh, come on. What is there to hesitate about? If any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will step in. Let us trust Qiye. Luo Chen winked and smiled. Hongying sighed in resignation. Fine. You mischievous little brother, but do be cautious. If anything goes awry, I will intervene immediately. I knew you were the best, Sister Hongying. Hongying's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, feeling playful. During their banter, Lin Qiye, empowered by the starry night dancer, clashed repeatedly with the Nanduo snake demon. Their speed was almost too swift for the naked eye to follow, leaving only fleeting afterimages. Si Xiaonan paid no heed to the siblings' playful arguments. Her focus solely on Lin Qiye. She was curious about the extent of this divine agent's abilities. Lin Qiye's figure flickered, skillfully evading the Nanduo snake demon's attacks, much like Luo Chen did. A miracle. Luo Chen's eyes narrowed. This ability was akin to a bug, similar to his intuition, yet even more extraordinary. While Luo Chen could only foresee future events in battle and anticipate the enemy's trajectory, Lin Qiye's miracle was all-encompassing, usable at any moment. It was a true bug among bugs, and those who believed in miracles were as remarkable as the miracles themselves. However, Lin Qiye was the very embodiment of a miracle. With a flash of cold light, Lin Qiye ultimately severed the Nanduo snake demon's head. Thud! The head rolled away, coming to rest a short distance away. Qing Yu glanced at it thoughtfully before approaching Luo Chen and returning the handgun. Thank you. The shy young man, after returning the weapon, tentatively looked towards Luo Chen. May I join you? Luo Chen lifted his downcast gaze, meeting the earnestness in Qingyu's eyes. Are you serious? Of course. It could be dangerous, you know. And Qingyu did not respond, his gaze resolute. Observing this, Hongying shook her head. Little brother, while your courage is commendable, being a night watchman requires more than just bravery. And Qingyu's eyes dimmed slightly. Luo Chen sighed, contemplating for a moment before addressing Qingyu with a serious expression. Qingyu. He looked out puzzled. Whoosh. Luo Chen's invisible sword struck, startling everyone. Si Xiaonan, Hongying, and Qingyu's face registered shock, yet he stood remarkably still, gazing unwaveringly into Luo Chen's eyes, not even blinking. Clang! The invisible sword emitted a clear sound, trembling slightly, its edge mere millimeters from Qingyu's neck, causing a droplet of blood to slowly seep from the razor-sharp blade. The sword halted before Qingyu, and Luo Chen smiled, retracting the invisible weapon. Sister Hongying, don't dismiss him so quickly. Look at this promising candidate. I believe this academic achiever has at least the courage to meet the standards of a night watchman. Don't you think? Upon witnessing Luo Chen's smile, Hongying was momentarily taken aback. Little brother, you. However, the final decision rests with the captain, right? Luo Chen winked at Hongying. While she was puzzled by her little brother's intentions, she refrained from arguing, knowing their memories would eventually be erased, rendering it inconsequential. The agent of the key of the door, after all, would eventually join the Night Watchers. Perhaps an unexpected surprise awaited by incorporating him early. With this thought, Luo Chen smiled. Thank you. And Qingyu returned a slight smile. Yet, Luo Chen raised a finger, waving it in front of him. Hold off on the thanks for now. Whether you can join depends on how our captain assesses you. Luo Chen had his concerns, fearing that prematurely allowing him to join the Night Watchers might impact Lin Chie's dream cycle. After all, and Qingyu was the key of the door, playing a critically important role in this dream. On the other hand, Luo Chen reasoned that since he had already traversed into this realm, the original storyline had undoubtedly been altered. Why worry so much? It was better to let things unfold naturally. If Qingyu wished to join, Luo Chen would provide him with an opportunity. With this in mind, a peculiar glimmer sparked in Luo Chen's eyes. On the other side, Qingyu also seemed resolute, gazing at the unheated head of the snake demon, as if he had made a significant decision, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. I suppose no one will claim this, right? Chapter 21. Fishing at the bottom of the river at the school gate, a black car stood silently, 3 shadowy figures leaning against it. Luo Chen and the others emerged from the campus in unison. Upon spotting the group in the distance, Hongying leaped up, waving her hand. Captain, Old Zhao. Si Xiaonan wiped a hand smeared with blood from Lin Xie onto her school uniform, striking a pose with her hands on her hips, exuding an air of arrogance. Si Xiaonan never slack off. Luo Chen and Lin Xie had long discarded the black boxes in their hands. Both knives had been rendered useless by Lin Xie's strikes. As the two approached, Chimai smiled. You two little rascals, did you get hurt? Not at all. They replied in unison. How was your first mission? Lin Xie glanced at Luo Chen, knowing that most of the monsters had been dispatched by him, leaving Lin Xie to merely finish off Li Yifei, who was in a weakened state after Luo Chen had severed one of his arms. Luo Chen chuckled. It was quite simple, Captain, not as difficult as I imagined. Zhao Kongchang sighed. You two little brats had your fun swinging swords while I spent the day on lookout. Hey, that's not fair, Old Zhao. You play an important role. Without you keeping watch, those students Wu Ti have safely evacuated. There must have been some that slipped through, right? You can't tell me you didn't get a single one. Hearing Luo Chen's inquiry, Zhao Kongchang sighed again. The snake demon that got away was taken out by Lung Xian with a single shot. I'm done for. Zhao Kongchang could only smile wryly. He had just awakened his powers, yet he was still stuck on lookout duty, leaving him feeling despondent. If you're so eager to fight, next time I'll have you lead the charge, but don't you dare die on me. Old Zhao, Chenmai said with a teasing glance. Zhao Kongcheng perked up instantly. Captain, you said it. Next time, I absolutely cannot be left on lookout again. Definitely next time, Chenmai replied with a smile. Hongying stood proudly with her hands on her hips, her face beaming with self-importance, while Si Xiaonan held her head high, eager for others to notice the bloodstains on her face, as if she were longing to inscribe praise me upon it. Wu Xiangnan observed their exuberance with a dismissive smirk. You two have nearly torn the roof off the dormitory. It's a miracle the school remains intact. Hey, Hongying glared at Wu Xiangnan, pouting in response. You're not the captain. I'm the vice captain, she retorted. Amid their playful banter, Luo Chen smiled helplessly, watching the harmonious scene unfold, yet sensing a certain void. Not far atop the building, Long Xian peered through his sniper scope, observing this warm daily life. He retrieved a camera from his pocket and clicked. The shutter echoed. Sitting alone on the rooftop, Long Xian watched the photo slip out, momentarily stunned before a gentle smile graced his lips. In the image, everyone was laughing and moving forward, while Luo Chen trailed behind, his back to the camera as he formed a heart shape with his hands above his head. He cherished the photo like a precious gem, placing it in a small black box before rising slowly to leave the rooftop. Stinky little brother, what are you doing? Hurry over, we're about to set off. Hearing Hongying's call, Luo Chen glanced at the nearby rooftop and smiled faintly. Coming, Hongying. Wait for me. After returning to the villa and tidying up, washing away the scent of blood, they found themselves at the renowned He Di Lao hot pot restaurant. With a decisive thud, Hongying slammed the menu onto the table. Today, I'm in a good mood. I'll pay the bill. Enjoy your meal. Long live Hongying. Luo Chen enthusiastically cheered, fully embracing the moment. With a triumphant grin, Hongying placed her hands on her hips, basking in the glory. Chen Muye's gaze suddenly landed on a frail young man among them. This is Luo Chen swiftly pulled Qingyu closer. This is our scholar classmate. He wishes to join our night watch. And Qingyu stood and said, Hello, I'm Qingyu. I would like to join you. So I asked Luo Chen to bring me here. He extended his hand toward Chen Muyi. Observing Luo Chen's cheerful demeanor, Chen Muye's expression hardened. Nonsense. With a sharp clap, he silenced the group, their eyes darting toward Luo Chen. Luo Chen's lips twitched at the remark, and Qinyu's gaze dimmed as he withdrew his hand. Luo Chen took a deep breath, addressing Chen Muyi with seriousness. Captain, I believe and is a promising candidate, worthy of cultivation. Besides, who says ordinary people cannot join the night watch? Wasn't old Zhao one of them? Zhao Kong Chung grimaced slightly. Not you, kid. Chen Muyi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Luo Chen's earnest expression. You're not joking, are you? Is this a matter for amusement? Luo Chen locked eyes with Chen Muyi and eventually raised a finger, indicating 1 month. What? Let us make a wager, Captain, on whether Qingyu will impress you during the new recruit training next month. Pondering Luo Chen's peculiar expression, Chen Muyi appeared conflicted. Ultimately, he sighed, addressing the shy boy, You're fortunate. If anyone else had said that to me, I would have dismissed them without hesitation. Pointing to Luo Chen, he continued, But since this kid is an unprecedented spirit agent, who has slain the demon king of Chuanjing, his endorsement signifies that you may possess undiscovered potential. Hearing this, Qingyu glanced at Luo Chen, who had resumed his harmless, cheerful demeanor. The earlier seriousness vanished. Chen Muyi sighed again. Since he believes you have potential, I will grant you an opportunity. Qingyu's eyes lit up with excitement. So what about me? Chen Muyi shook his head. Don't rejoice too soon. There's a new recruit training in September, and I expect to see your performance. Otherwise, I will erase your memories and ensure you return to being an ordinary person. Yay! Long live the captain! Before Qingyu could react, Luo Chen shouted, giving him a knowing glance. Qingyu nodded in understanding, bowing to Chen Muyi. Thank you, Captain. Chen Muyi's lips twitched. You aren't even a reserve member yet, merely an auxiliary. Don't thank me. For if your performance in training is lackluster, I won't hesitate to kick you out. Qingyu nodded fervently. Chen Muyi chuckled drevefully. Let's It's this troublesome kid's fault that I can't enjoy a peaceful meal. Hey, Captain, I don't appreciate that. A playful stare-off ensued between Chen Muyi and Luo Chen, ultimately resulting in Luo Chen conceding. He retrieved a cigarette and lighter from Zhao and approached Chen Muyi. Captain, care for a smoke to ease your frustration? Zhao Kongqing watched, perplexed. Chen Muyi shot him a weary glance, but accepted the cigarette, which Luo Chen lit for him. Laughter erupted among the group, the earlier tension dissipating as they reverted to their usual camaraderie. 2 hours later, staring at the hefty bill of 700, Chen Muyi winced, eventually sighing as he lit a cigarette. These kids can really eat. Beside him, Wu Xiangnan chuckled. What's wrong? Feeling the pinch? Of course. Why don't you foot the bill? Wu Xiangnan shrugged. Captain, you're generous. Chen Muyi looked up at the sky. I hope you truly bring me surprises, as Luo Chen claims, and not shocks. Inside Hidi Lao, Hongying stood up. Waiter, check please. After some inquiry, it was revealed that Chen Muyi had already settled the bill. After all, he regarded Hongying as a sister. When his sister insisted on treating, what kind of brother would let her pay? Zhao Kong Chung stood, instinctively reaching for a cigarette, only to realize something was amiss. What? Where's my lighter? Luo Chen's figure had vanished without a trace, causing Zhao Kong Chung to grimace before resignedly putting the cigarette down. Luo Chen toyed with the lighter in his hand, a mischievous smile forming. Smoking is harmful to your health. Old Zhao. Chapter 22. Mom, I'm making something of myself. Early in the morning, Luo Chen arrived at Chen Yu's doorstep. After all, he was responsible for bringing him to the office. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, and soon, the door opened to reveal Chen Yu, clad in a white lab coat and white gloves. Upon seeing Chen Yu's attire, Luo Chen was momentarily perplexed before his eyes widened in shock. What on earth are you doing? His heart filled with an ominous feeling. Luo Chen pushed past Chen Yu and burst into the room, only to be met with a gruesome sight. The head of a Nantua snake demon, chopped into various shapes, blood and gore-filling petri dishes alongside an array of instruments. He gagged immediately, and Chen Yu wore a gleeful and morbid smile. Luo Chen, are you interested in this? Before Luo Chen could refuse, and Chen Yu dragged him to sit down. This is fantastic. Let us study it together. I thought no one would understand me. And Chen Yu eagerly picked up a scalpel, commencing his dissection lesson. Luo Chen was left utterly bewildered. After enduring a morning of torment, Luo Chen stumbled out of Chen Yu's home, supporting himself against the wall. This was nothing short of psychological torture. He resolved never to engage with this eccentric again. As she gazed at Luo Chen's silhouette, Chen Yu couldn't help but smile faintly, framing him with her hands in an imaginary box. If only, however, she quickly shook her head, dismissing the thought. No, Luo Chen is a genuinely good person. How could I harbor such notions? In the Peace Affairs office, Luo Chen lay on the sofa, his eyes void of life and his complexion ashen, devoid of any desire for existence. He contemplated death when Chen Muyi emerged from the back room, a frown creasing his brow upon seeing Luo Chen's state. What is wrong with this kid? Suddenly, the morning's disquieting events resurfaced in Luo Chen's mind, stirring his stomach. He rushed to the restroom, retching violently. After a bout of dry heaving, Luo Chen emerged, supporting himself against the wall. Lin Shi observed him with a puzzled expression. What happened? Is it really that serious? Upon hearing this, Luo Chen grasped Lin Shi's arm tightly, his eyes wide with intensity. Do you know what I experienced this morning? Ugh. He was interrupted by another wave of nausea, prompting a look of disdain from Lin Shi. Regret washed over Luo Chen. Why did he seek out Chen Yu? He could have simply let her come to him. The light in the youth's eyes had dimmed. Subsequently, Chen Muyi took Luo Chen to the training ground to practice with the sword. Under his guidance, Luo Chen progressed remarkably, swiftly compensating for any flaws that appeared. Even Chen Muyi, if momentarily distracted, would fall prey to Luo Chen's counterattacks. This rapid advancement was thanks to Altria, who trained Luo Chen in swordsmanship every night in the realm of consciousness. As a result, his improvements were so swift that he surpassed 95 of seasoned veterans in martial skills. Even Lin Shi, who served as a divine proxy, could not contend with Luo Chen without the cover of night. After their training session, Chen Muyi prepared a sumptuous feast as a reward. Following dinner, he presented a shopping list, instructing Hongying and Si Xiao Nan to accompany Lin Shi, Luo Chen, and Chen Yu on a shopping expedition. Indeed, after completing Luo Chen's anatomy lesson, Chen Yu had joined the Peace Affairs office. Upon witnessing the training firsthand, she eagerly participated, though she was quickly bested by Chen Muyi due to her inexperience. Nevertheless, her keen observational skills caught Chen Muyi's attention. Upon hearing about the shopping trip, Hongying's eyes sparkled with excitement as she glanced at Luo Chen and the others, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. In a shopping mall, Hongying exclaimed, I think this piece is perfect for little Chen. Luo Chen, rendered speechless, weakly protested, Hongying, I'm a boy. Turning earnestly towards him, Hongying replied, I know. Moments later, Luo Chen insisted, this is truly not suitable. How about this one? Absolutely not, please, Hongying. Go ahead and scream. Even if you shout until your throat is raw, no one will come to your rescue. Raw throat, retorted Luo Chen. Just give in to your sister. Pink suits you so well. His cries echoed throughout the mall. Initially, Lin Qiyi and Qing Yu found it amusing, but soon their laughter faded. Standing at the entrance, Luo Chen looked up at the sky and then down at the pink outfit, lost in profound contemplation. At that moment, Lin Qiyi emerged, clad in a black-maid outfit adorned with animated cat ears, dragging along a yellow Hello Kitty suitcase and a pink Peppa Pig suitcase. Luo Chen stifled a laugh. I apologize. I have received professional training, and I usually do not laugh unless I cannot help it. Haha. He doubled over in laughter, disregarding his image entirely. Lin Qiyi sighed, his mouth twitching in resignation. Suddenly, a striking figure drew everyone's attention, even prompting passers-by to take a second glance. And Qing Yu appeared. Her square glasses transformed into round ones, clad in a light pink knitted cardigan embellished with delicate floral patterns, paired with a light blue pleated skirt. Luo Chen erupted in laughter once more. Isn't it? How'd your square glasses turn round? So adorably charming. And Qing Yu's lips twitched as she and Lin Qiyi spoke in unison. Stop being verbose. Luo Chen was momentarily taken aback. 3 effeminate boys stood on the street, capturing a multitude of gazes. The following day, a news segment on the television of the Peace Affairs office caught everyone's attention. The headline read, Shock. 3 cross-dressing masters spotted in a shopping center. Is this a distortion of humanity or a decline in morals? As they watched the news, a reporter showcased photos of the trio, and when Chi Mo burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Lolita, maid outfit, and a high school girl. Ha ha. Lung Xian chuckled quietly, standing in a corner, covering his mouth to stifle his laughter. Mom, I have made it. I am on television. Feeling the weight of the stares from the crowd, Luo Chen and his companions felt utterly defeated. Could there be a more mortifying experience? Nonetheless, Hongying dutifully returned with all the items on the shopping list. It is worth noting that Qing Yu also moved in with Luo Chen and Hongying, just like Lin Qiyi. Wow, what is this? A little hamster? Hongying exclaimed excitedly, taking a cute little hamster from Qing Yu's shoulder, immediately smitten. Its name is Shueqiu, and Qing Yu adjusted his glasses and smiled. However, in the next moment, Hongying's smile faded upon seeing the bloody petri dish in Qing Yu's hand. A new house rule was established in the villa. No experiments or research of any kind are allowed within the premises. What are you doing? And Qing Yu could only shrug in resignation, setting up his laboratory in his original home instead. Chapter 23. The little chubby one. The next day, Chen Muyi received a phone call. The originally planned training session in another city had been relocated to Tsongnan. Thankfully, he had not yet purchased train tickets. Otherwise, it would have been a significant loss. As the scorching sun beat down, Luo Chen, Lin Qiyi, and Qing Yu trudged along a muddy path, each dragging their suitcase. This wretched place, devoid of any signs of life, is truly where the training is held? Luo Chen muttered, wiping the sweat from his brow. Reflections from sniper scopes glimmered on the surrounding cliffs. I suspect that apart from the military, no other entity would employ such measures here, and Qing Yu observed, surveying the area. Indeed, Lin Qiyi confirmed, releasing his psychic energy. Just as Qing Yu had stated, numerous hidden sentinels were positioned all around, making the seemingly desolate area a veritable ambush site. Meanwhile, an officer picked up his walkie-talkie. Reporting to headquarters, 3 youths have been spotted. No suspicious activity detected. Understood. Likely new recruits for the training. Ensure they do not discover our presence. Report immediately if anything arises. Indeed, we are professionals. These kids are still wet behind the ears. If they catch wind of us, I might as well swallow my gun. Their conversation was well within Lin Qiyi's perception. He smirked slightly, referring to them as little gluttons. Luo Chen cast a suspicious glance in his direction, but refrained from commenting further. Beep, with the sound of a car horn. A military jeep drifted stylishly to a stop before the trio. What brings you here? A military officer stepped out, regarding the 3 with suspicion. We're here for the training. Wells, just here to take a dump? Luo Chen quipped, raising an eyebrow. How did you arrive so quickly? The officer inquired. We're locals. Identification, please. After the officer confirmed the credentials of the 3 individuals and the list in his hand, he nodded and instructed them to board the vehicle. Under his guidance, the trio entered the car, traversing numerous checkpoints and sentry posts until they finally arrived at a grand entrance. At the 039 new recruit training camp, Luo Chen was the first to disembark, curiously surveying his surroundings. Simultaneously, an officer from within the camp emerged. New recruits? He inquired. Yes, replied Luo Chen. What's your name? Luo Chen. Lin Qiyi and Qinyu followed closely behind him. Lin Jiye and Qinyu. The instructor raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Luo Chen and Lin Qiyi intently. Unable to endure the gaze any longer, Luo Chen spoke up. What are you staring at? What are you going to do about it? Hong Hao and Luo Chen exchanged intense stares. Ultimately, Hong Hao cleared his throat and stated, So you two are Luo Chen and Lin Qiyi? Indeed. Hong Hao glanced at Qinyu, questioning, And you, as an ordinary person, wish to join the Night Watchers? You look rather delicate. I fear you may face considerable hardships. And Qinyu remained silent, a subtle glimmer passing through her eyes. Come inside. I am Hong Hao, your instructor, he introduced. Hello, instructor. Under Hong Hao's guidance, the three began to explore the training camp, curiously observing their environment. The camp was far larger than they had anticipated, with rows of buildings arranged in a remarkably orderly fashion, as if they had been established long ago. Over there is the dining hall. I believe you will enjoy the meals here. Hong Hao chuckled mysteriously. Luo Chen's lips twitched. He already had an inkling of what to expect. Raw meat and large buns, where silence was the norm. The training camp was entirely enclosed, and if they needed daily necessities, they could collect them from the supply station. As the trio walked through the camp, curious gazes were cast upon them from all directions, making them feel somewhat like circus clowns on display. Luo Chen's lips twitched again, while Lin Qiyi directly inquired, Why are they staring at us? One a divine agent, another an unprecedented spirit agent, and the last a naive youth. It's hard not to attract attention. Naive youth? And Qinyu's expression darkened, though her temperament disinclined her to argue, so she remained silent. Rest assured, everyone is merely curious about what a divine agent looks like. There is no malice intended. After all, the last divine agent to leave this place is now the captain of the Special Team 004, codenamed Mask. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen sighed. It was tragic and lamentable that, despite being a temporal agent, he could not outrun the river of time. Meanwhile, their chief instructor, Yuan Gang, stood atop a building, keenly observing them. Interesting, Yuan Gang's lips curled slightly with anticipation, wondering if one among them might become the next captain of a special team. The current combat strength of the Xia was somewhat lacking. The special team was responsible for numerous tasks and was overwhelmed. This batch of new recruits was not to be underestimated, informed the special team to come. Which team? The aide inquired, puzzled. The Mask. The aide's lips twitched. Did it warrant the presence of the Xia's fourth special team for merely a group of new recruits? Do not forget, there is a divine agent of Michael among them, as well as that unprecedented spirit agent, King Arthur. Furthermore, this individual reportedly advanced to the Pool Realm during combat, having slain the Ghost-Face King of Hongying. He is the only one among the newcomers currently at the Pool Realm. Not to mention, this batch includes 3 high-risk individuals and a young master from the Bali family. Only a genius can contend with another genius. The aide fell silent, turning to carry out Yuan Gang's orders. The group arrived at the dormitory area. The dormitories housed 4 individuals each, and naturally, the 3 were assigned to the same room. Shortly, they unpacked their belongings when a commotion erupted outside. Young master, I have shown you so many places. This one has the best environment. Open the door. I shall reside here today. Yes, young master. As the door swung open, the sight within momentarily stunned a man. A chubby little boy emerged from behind him, and upon seeing Luo Chen and the others, his eyes sparkled with excitement. However, the bodyguard beside him seemed oblivious, frowning. Hey, young master, these 3 blind fools have actually occupied your room? Hurry, you lot. Why are you standing there? Toss everything out. Luo Chen crossed his arms, a playful smile gracing his lips. Bai li bang bang. Unlike others, he possesses genuine cash capabilities. Upon hearing this, several bodyguards advanced, preparing to take action. What are you doing here? This is a 4-person room. The ones inside are my roommates. You dare touch my roommate's belongings? The chubby boy, speaking fluent Cantonese, berated the bodyguards and promptly kicked one of them out. I detest you arrogant bullies. Get as far away as you can. By the way, bring my gifts inside. Today I want my roommates to experience what it means to be like old friends, bonds stronger than gold. The chubby boy grinned, turning to the trio. How should I address you three? The next moment, Luo Chen found himself pondering the towering pile of Rolex watches before him, including the Greenwater Ghost, Explorer, and Patek Philippe Greenwich. Zhengye, Jie, Xingyu. My feet truly smell delightful. Luo Chen's forehead twitched. The following day, in the training camp's medical room, a puzzled military doctor in a white coat examined the three lying on the beds. How strange. Why is there a fungal infection in the lungs? Each dormitory was disinfected in advance. The trio wore expressions of existential despair, silently gazing at the ceiling, though the sharp pain in their lungs consistently pulled them back to reality. By Li Tuming, Lin Shi's furious voice echoed in the dormitory. Even the usually good-natured and Qing Yu appeared helpless, and Luo Chen wore a dark expression. No, Ije, you must not do this. On the third day, the new recruits had mostly gathered, assembling in the square. They stood in a haphazard line, contrasting sharply with the row of instructors opposite them, who stood tall and disciplined, resembling sentinels. Luo Chen gazed up at the sky, a slight smile playing on his lips. Is it about to begin? Lin Shi looked at him with suspicion. Luo Chen, what are you smiling about? It's nothing. I suddenly recalled something joyful. Just moments ago, Luo Chen sensed several presences approaching, undoubtedly the mass team. Before long, the chief instructor, Yuan Gang, stepped onto the podium, surveying the chaotic assembly of recruits below. Everyone stand at attention. Look at what you resemble. With his thunderous command, the crowd fell silent. I understand that you are all talented individuals from various regions of Xia, or extraordinary beings possessing forbidden abilities, or perhaps individuals with remarkable backgrounds. However, here, you're merely a group of recruits. No, some of you may not have even encountered the mysterious. To call you recruits is an insult. You are merely novices. You are worthless. You are burdens that will endanger your teammates. Yuan Gang's voice reverberated through the square, eliciting a myriad of expressions from the new recruits. Some regarded him with disdain, while others held their heads high, feeling a mix of anger and indignation at Yuan Gang's words. However, Luo Chen remained expressionless, as did Lin Shiyi and Yin Qingyu beside him. Bali Pang Pang raised an eyebrow and asked, Qinggu, Qingyu, why do you seem to have no reaction? He had just mentioned that some of them had encountered the mysterious and even fought against it, so why should they take it personally? Luo Chen smiled at him. Bali Tuming silently gave a thumbs up. Impressive. The disdain and indignation on the faces of the new recruits caught Yuan Gang's attention, and he coldly sneered. You seem quite unconvinced. No one answered, yet their expressions spoke volumes. With your kind of uselessness, even if you broke through to Klein, you would merely be slightly stronger uselessness, still a burden to your teammates. Just then, a man in military attire, with his cap worn backward, stepped forward. He raised his hand, chewing gum with a look of disdain. What's your name? Shen Qingzhu. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him. This guy is quite ruthless, harsh to the enemy, and even harsher to himself. He had dominated the Japanese underworld with just 3 sentences. As he pondered, Yuan Gang's voice resounded again. Good. Who else is unconvinced? With Shen Qingzhu leading the charge, more and more new recruits raised their hands. Me too. I am unconvinced as well. Wiley Pang Pang looked puzzled at the three. You all have no reaction? I am convinced, Luo Chen replied with a faint smile. Lin Chi said, I am convinced too. And Qing Yu adjusted his glasses and added, if both of them are convinced, I certainly am as well. After all, Luo Chen and Lin Chi had dealt with the Nantua snake demon. Luo Chen had even slain Ague Mian Wang from Chuanjing. Thus, it is evident that realm is not the measure of a true powerhouse. And Qing Yu, while he had contributed significantly during the Nantua snake demon incident, played a far smaller role compared to the first two. Since neither of them spoke, why should he step forward? In his view, aside from dissection, he was most interested in Lin Chi and Luo Chen. Though Baili Pang Pang appeared bewildered, he said nothing, merely nodding in silence. In that case, I am the same. Yuan Gang's lips curled into a slight smile. Good. Since so many of you are unconvinced, I will give you an opportunity. He picked up the walkie-talkie. It's your turn to take the stage. As he spoke, Yuan Gang looked up at the sky. Under the curious gazes, several new recruits also raised their heads, following Yuan Gang's line of sight. Suddenly, a few small black dots broke through the clouds, descending at incredible speed. "What is that?" a new recruit exclaimed, pointing at the sky. As the crowd looked up, the black dots became clearer, and when they were about 300 to 400 meters from the ground, everyone finally saw their true forms. They were 7 individuals, cloaked in gray robes. Each donned a different mask and carried black boxes on their backs. Without any protective measures, they plummeted from the sky. Jiamian. The new recruits recognized them and immediately gasped. One of the last 4 special teams of the Xia. No way. The chief instructor wouldn't make us fight them. Would he? That would be absurd. My chief instructor, can you ignore what I just said? The new recruits had been so arrogant just moments ago. Now they were in utter disarray. Amidst the clamor, the members of the Jiamian team landed gracefully. The one wearing the Wong mask stepped forward. "Hello, everyone. We are the Jiamian team." Before he could finish, the one with the swirling mask suddenly crumpled, his legs giving way, and he fell to his knees in a perfectly executed position. The silence that followed was deafening. Rhongomyniad's lips twitched, and Yuan Gang rubbed his forehead in exasperation. The Jiamian team members discreetly distanced themselves from the unfortunate fellow. At that moment, the swirling masked individual's mind raced, and he slowly raised his hand. "Nice to meet you. I'm the swirling member of the Jiamian team, wishing everyone an early Happy New Year." Without waiting for a response, he quickly stood up and returned to the formation as if nothing had happened. "I told you I'm afraid of heights. I got a bit weak in the knees upon landing, but it's fine. You all say I'm silly, but I'm actually quite clever most of the time." The swirling one secretly rejoiced. Luo Chen, our protagonist, was on the verge of laughter. If it weren't for the divine aura surrounding Rhongomyniad, he might have thought the Jiamian team was a bunch of fakes. The swirling one was simply too conspicuous. He understood that the Jiamian team originally intended to instill fear into the new recruits. Now, however, it was a genuine display of intimidation. Chapter 25. Just like Rhongomyniad rubbed his chin, scanning Luo Chen and Lin Qi. He sensed the divine aura. No wonder Chief Instructor Yuan Gang had them come to maintain order. Ordinary people might not be able to handle it. After all, he had come up through the ranks himself. Silence. Yuan Gang's roar instantly hushed the crowd. He stepped forward to stand beside Rhongomyniad. "This is the special team, Jiamian. Just a moment ago, you were all unconvinced, quite arrogant, weren't you? Now, the opportunity lies before you. From now until 9 o'clock tonight, no matter what methods you use, if you can unmask any member of the Jiamian team, I will consider it a win for you, and I will grant you your graduation immediately. If you fail, you will obediently follow my commands and heed my arrangements. Lay down your pointless pride. Do you understand? To ensure fairness, I will have them suppress their realms to match yours. 241 against 7, in such a stark numerical disadvantage. Do you dare?" This was a blatant provocation, and the new recruits erupted in excitement. 241 against 7? The advantage is mine. Faced with the high spirits of the new recruits, Rhongomyniad slowly spoke. "To deal with you, we won't even need 7. 5 will suffice." Upon hearing this, Luo Chen's lips curled slightly. "Well, it seems you've excluded 2 support members, huh? Aren't you afraid of an upset?" Of course, some clever individuals recognized this, such as Shun Qingzhu, who scoffed. "What a show you're putting on. Afraid of the support members causing a mishap?" And Qing Yu adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of gray light flashing in his eyes as he regarded Rhongomyniad. "So, this is the Night Watchman. Quite intriguing indeed. Damn it, let us get them. Can 241 people not defeat 5 of them? Since when?" As soon as these words were uttered, a loud bang resounded, and a new recruit was sent flying by a massive hammer, instantly rendered combat ineffective. Rose stepped forward, tapping the hammer against her shoulder, beckoning to the new recruits. "Come here, little brothers. Let big sister play with you." The battlefield was immediately thrown into chaos as countless new recruits charged forward. The swirling one formed seals with his hands, purple light flickering, and soon numerous purple wormholes appeared in the air, from which enormous stones emerged, crashing down upon the new recruits. Boom! Dust erupted. At this moment, the majority of the new recruits realized the gravity of the situation, but it was too late to turn back. "Now you want to run?" "Too late." Rose's voice rang out as a pink giant hammer came crashing down upon the new recruits. Bang! In the blink of an eye, half of the 241 new recruits vanished. Goodness, is this the kind of power that should exist at this realm? Bai Li Pang Pang covered his mouth, his flesh quivering. Wang Mian, accompanied by 4 others, emerged from the smoke. A calm voice echoed, "Don't hold back. Eliminate them." Understood. Rose, the swirling one, Tian Ping, and Yu Gui charged forth in an instant. Luo Chen had already fled with Lin Chi Yi and Qin Yu and Bai Li Pang Pang. He understood that, given the current circumstances, engaging in a full-scale battle was clearly an imprudent choice. Although he possessed the sword of victory, his companions were unarmed, and a confrontation would place them at a significant disadvantage. Arriving before a warehouse, Luo Chen halted his steps. "I recall this being an armory. If we can find suitable weapons, we might stand a chance." Lin Chi Yi gazed at Luo Chen, slightly agape. It seemed that Luo Chen had arrived at the same conclusion. Bai Li Pang Pang instinctively reached into his pocket. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out. "Step aside." A tall, ethereal woman appeared. Her long, fiery red hair cascaded down her shoulders, and despite her simple new recruit uniform, her graceful figure was undeniable. She gathered her crimson hair into a high ponytail and approached the warehouse door. Bai Li Pang Pang remarked, "This is love." The girl pressed her hands against the door, while Lin Chi Yi looked on in confusion, unsure of her intentions. Beside them, Luo Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Montakli, and Qin Yu adjusted her glasses, her curiosity piqued by the sudden appearance of the girl. Suddenly, the entire warehouse began to tremble violently. Crack! As Mo Li's palms made contact with the metal door, it vibrated at an imperceptible frequency, emitting a sharp, resonant hum. In the next moment, terrifying fissures appeared across the surface of the door, and Mo Li let out a cold huff. Boom! The metal door shattered explosively. Emotionless, Mo Li dusted off her hands and strode into the warehouse without sparing a glance at the others. Outside, Bai Li Pang Pang's eyes remained glued to her retreating figure, and he unconsciously swallowed hard. Observing his expression, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. Ajahn has fallen for Achong. Bai Li Pang Pang slowly turned his head. "Is sporting a foolish grin. Chingu, don't you think she is stunning?" Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. "You like her? If you do, why not pursue her?" As he spoke, Luo Chen called out to Mo Li, "Hey, girl over there. This little chubby fellow has something to say to you." "What the? Tian Yi? You gotta be kidding me." However, as Mo Li picked up a katana and prepared to leave, she heard Luo Chen's voice. She rolled her eyes and turned back. "What is it?" Without further ado, Bai Li Pang Pang hurriedly approached the striking girl. "Wait, I feel a connection with you." He prepared to present her with a local specialty. Clearing his throat, he introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Bai Li Tu Ming, from an ordinary family in Guangshan City." Scram! Emily shot him a cold glare. "I despise pampered rich kids like you. I warn you, keep your distance." Bai Li Pang Pang was momentarily taken aback. "No, I'm not a rich kid. I truly come from an ordinary family." Meanwhile, Luo Chen had joined Lin Chi Yi and Qin Yu. "A katana is quite rare," Lin Chi Yi remarked. Luo Chen smiled slightly. "Hello, I'm Luo Chen. Montak Li. Among the 5 of us, 3 are of ultra-high danger, and 1 is a divine agent. If we do not unite, we stand no chance at all." Hearing this, Emily slowly lifted her gaze to Luo Chen. "You are also of ultra-high danger?" Luo Chen chuckled. "I asked you first." Montak Li Zeit, Montak Li. Forbidden Ruins, Sequence 076, Wandering Frequencies, from the Mo Clan Sword School. Simultaneously, Luo Chen's pupils constricted, sensing something ominous. Beside him, Lin Chi Yi's eyes glimmered with golden light, and the two acted in unison. Emily leaped high, her palm swiftly grabbing the hilt of her katana, landing firmly behind them. Clang! The crisp sound of metal colliding rang out as the blades in Luo Chen and Lin Chiye's hands struck against something unseen, sparking a flurry of sparks. Yet, there was nothing before them. "Oh, you can actually see me? You two are quite intriguing." A figure materialized in the void, his face obscured by a crescent moon mask. Lin Chi remarked, "Just luck." Luo Chen added, "Merely a stroke of fortune." Chapter 26. You are surrounded, observing the two before him. The masked figure pondered briefly, then suddenly realized. "Oh, I see. You two are the agents mentioned in the report?" Emily grit her teeth, her delicate face revealing a hint of anger. Had it not been for Luo Chen and Lin Chi Yi, she would have been dealt with by this masked figure. The katana in her hand was drawn instantly, vibrating with a terrifying frequency as she leaped high, slashing down toward the masked figure. "Huh, With a girl's cry, the masked figure vanished in an instant. The ground of the warehouse suffered the consequences. Boom! Thick clouds of smoke billowed as a terrifying crack appeared in the floor. Yet, moments later, the figure reappeared, albeit missing a right arm. As the moonlight coalesced, his right hand gradually restored. That was close. If I had taken that hit, it would have been quite disastrous, the masked figure said, flexing his right fist. What is this? Regeneration? Emily asked, astonished. No. At the moment of impact, he decomposed into moonlight, evading your attack. Lin Chi explained, his pupils radiating golden light. While Luo Chen scrutinized the masked figure closely, and Qin Yu quietly retreated behind the others, her eyes shimmering with gray light, as the masked figure's abilities were distilled into formulas and data before her. The only correct answer. No one had anticipated that Qin Yu had awakened the forbidden ruins. But he remained discreet, choosing not to speak. It seemed that only he had this opportunity. If they could unmask him, victory would be theirs. Lin Chi spoke again, turning to Bai Li Pang Pang. Where are your weapons? Bai Li Pang Pang grinned sheepishly, spreading his hands. Hee, I don't know how to use any weapons. How brazen of you, Luo Chen retorted, though recalling Bai Li Pang Pang's monetary prowess. Weapons indeed seemed less critical. Suddenly, his instincts flared, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Run, Luo Chen shouted, and although Lin Chi and the others were puzzled, they did not hesitate to follow his lead. They understood that Luo Chen would not call for a retreat without reason. Indeed, in the next moment, all members of the masked team, except for Rhongomyniad, had gathered. The recruits who had not managed to escape the warehouse were caught off guard. A purple vortex appeared, swallowing all the recruits' attacks. In the wake of this, flames, frost, and raging winds poured down like rain, and a series of explosions erupted within the warehouse. Blazing flames and thick smoke ascended, leaving Bai Li Pang Pang utterly dumbfounded. The balance also appeared on the scene, intensifying gravity. Observing the vortex, its hands twisted, manipulating space. Following this, a massive pink hammer crashed down upon the recruits. Simultaneously, Rhongomyniad emerged slowly. Newbies, you are surrounded. Merely 4 members of the masked team had encircled nearly 40 recruits within the warehouse. A 4v40 scenario. And the advantage lay with the adversary, primarily due to the warehouse's cramped space and the masked team's seamless cooperation, unlike the recruits, who were disorganized. The sheer number of combatants resulted in utter chaos. In such a situation, engaging in a brawl offered them little hope. The only recourse was to gather the elite among the recruits and initiate one-on-one or one-versus-many battles. A melee was not conducive to their strengths. Shen, Qingzhu, Gao Zhuang. Luo Chen's current objective is to swiftly locate these 2 individuals. Only in doing so will they have a glimmer of hope. As for why he refrained from activating the Wind King barrier earlier, it was because he did not wish to reveal his trump card prematurely, especially with an undercover agent from the ancient God Church lurking within the new recruits training camp. Luo Chen must remain vigilant. Should the ancient God Church dare to take action, he will show them the true meaning of a curry stick. Regarding this competition, Luo Chen is confident. As long as Rhongomyniad does not lift the boundary suppression, he is assured of overpowering the temporal marauder, even within the same realm. His intuition allows him to predict Rhongomyniad's attacks with remarkable accuracy. Gu Yuan can condense blade energy, and when paired with Rhongomyniad's temporal marauder, they can manipulate time to accumulate energy, even if suppressed to the level of a candle. He can still unleash the lethality of the river realm. However, what does it matter if he possesses the lethality of the river realm? If I evade your attack in advance, won't it be futile? In the control room, Yuan Gang lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip, quietly observing the surveillance feed where the masked squad was decisively overpowering the new recruits. He had gone to the lengths of sending the masked squad specifically to temper the new recruit spirit. How could he possibly lose? Whether it be the high-risk Forbidden Ruins or the Divine Agents, they are all exceptionally gifted individuals. However, one must not forget that innate talent does not equate to strength. Geniuses require time to mature. Of course, we cannot overlook the exceptional individual who completed all mainline quests in 7 days. That fellow is an anomaly. On the other side, Luo Chen led a few individuals to the dormitory. The 5 of them stood atop the building, each contemplating different matters. Bai Li Bang Ban exclaimed, Go, Tian Ye, Jie, you 2 are actually divine agents. After a frantic escape, the realization dawned upon him now that they had settled down. Luo Chen smiled slightly and remained silent. In a sense, his status as an heroic spirit agent was even more formidable than a divine agent. After all, he was not bound to fulfill tasks assigned by deities, and among the heroic spirits he could summon, many possessed the capability to slay gods. However, his current realm was too low to summon such powerful heroic spirits. Molly also displayed a flicker of surprise in her eyes. She had initially thought that Luo Chen and his companions were merely at a high-risk Forbidden Ruins level. To her astonishment, they were actually divine agents, and 2 of them at that. Molly sheathed her katana and looked at Luo Chen, inquiring about their next plans. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen discerned that they had successfully impressed this spirited woman, and it seemed they would be able to invite her smoothly. Thus, Luo Chen smiled slightly and asked, "So, are you interested in joining us now?" Molly snorted coldly, her expression slightly awkward. "Not welcome? Then forget it." "Hey, I was just joking." Luo Chen chuckled helplessly, simultaneously signaling by Li Pang beside him to make a move. Li Pang instantly understood, grinning as he approached Molly. "Molly, get lost. Stay away from me." "All right then." Li Pang retreated awkwardly, causing Luo Chen to twitch the corners of his mouth. Why are you so spineless?" When told to leave, "You actually leave?" Helplessly, Luo Chen glanced at the quiet Qingyu. "Qingyu, why have you been silent? What are you thinking about?" Hearing this, Qingyu finally lifted his head. "Oh, nothing much. I was just contemplating how wonderful it would be to obtain physical samples from the members of the mass squad. Their abilities are quite intriguing." At this remark, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward, with everyone staring at him in disbelief. Molly and Li Pang exchanged puzzled glances, questioning why he would want physical samples. "Are you a pervert?" In contrast to Lin Qiyi, Luo Chen seemed to realize something. His expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Qingyu and asked, "Have you awakened a forbidden ruin?" Chapter 27, If You Don't Kiss. Then a mysterious smile appeared on Qingyu's face. He adjusted his glasses and replied, "How did you discover that? You should have informed us about your awakening. What is your forbidden ruin?" Lin Qiyi sighed as he stepped forward, and Qingyu smiled faintly. "It seems my forbidden ruin does not belong to any known type listed by the Watchers. The only similar one might be the Eye of True Sight, but my ability is entirely different. I call it Unique Solution." Luo Chen nodded and continued. Although he was familiar with this ability, Lin Qiyi and the others were not, so it was necessary to inquire as per usual. "I can dissect living beings to analyze their structures and thus acquire their abilities. For example, the Nandu snake demon. A small white hamster climbed onto his shoulder, and Qingyu gently patted its tiny head. Snowball is a product of my ability. I refer to it as a fish species. This is one of the abilities I acquired from the Nandu snake demon, allowing me to implant fish species into living beings to control them. So far, I am most satisfied with rodents, as they are agile, numerous, and easy to manage." At this point, Qingyu sighed. "However, the fish species cannot exert such effects on highly intelligent beings, such as humans." "Hey, your thoughts are a bit dangerous, aren't they?" Luo Chen chuckled helplessly, while Lin Qiyi and the others couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Molly, being a girl, took a step back, silently distancing herself from Qingyu. The gazes directed at Qingyu were filled with one word: pervert. Nonetheless, Luo Chen smiled slightly and inquired, "By the way, how extensive a range can you monitor with Snowball and the others within this training camp?" Qingyu pursed his lips and raised his gaze to Luo Chen, uttering 2 words: "All of it." Upon hearing this, Luo Chen shook his head with a smile, realizing that it was indeed serendipitous. Just when he was troubled about where to find Chao Yuan and Shun Qingzhu, he now needed his assistance in locating 2 individuals. 2 individuals? Who? And Qingyu's curiosity was piqued. He wanted to know Luo Chen's intentions. The others were also puzzled. "Before we confront the masked squad directly, we need to find some allies to increase our chances of victory. Do you remember the man who stood up first to oppose during the commandant speech? You mean that guy wearing his military cap backward, chewing gum, looking rather arrogant?" Li Pang pondered for a moment before replying. "I remember him." Lin Qiyi nodded in agreement. Molly stepped forward as well, saying, "You're right. That guy is probably also a high-risk individual." And Qingyu adjusted his glasses. "You mentioned 2. What about the other?" Luo Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. "A monk." Under Qingyu's guidance, the group descended the stairs toward room 204. Looking at the closed door, Luo Chen turned to Yu. Is this the place? Yu's lips twitched slightly. I don't know who you mean by monk, but based on Snowball's search, the only one fitting the description is the person inside. He is holding prayer beads and reciting scriptures. Luo Chen nodded and then pushed open the door. What greeted his eyes was a buzz-cut young man seated on the bed, fiddling with prayer beads while continuously reciting scriptures. Noticing their entrance, the buzz-cut boy kept his eyes closed and spoke indifferently. You may leave. I will not participate in this competition. Luo Chen smiled slightly. So aloof, huh? Chao Yuan. MHM. Very well then. Lin Qi, let us go. Luo Chen pronounced Lin Qi Ye's name deliberately, drawing it out as he prepared to leave with the group, leaving everyone perplexed. Are we not here to find someone, and now we're just leaving? Hearing Luo Chen's words, Chao Yuan murmured to himself, Lin Qi, Lin Qi. Shuangmu stands tall, and the 8 gods diminish to 1. 10 years pass as night falls. He suddenly widened his eyes. Wait a moment. Lin Qi, initially puzzled as he followed Luo Chen out of the room, was abruptly seized by the shoulder. You are Lin Qi. Lin Qi turned to see a pair of fervent eyes, resembling that of an infatuated admirer. This made Lin Qi's skin crawl. Could this fellow be? Lin Qi hastily pushed away the buzz-cut boy before him. However, Chao Yuan was unfazed. You're Lin Qi, right? My name is Chao Yuan. You intend to confront the masked team, correct? If so, I shall assist you. I want to join you. I am quite formidable. Lin Qi slightly turned his head to glance at Luo Chen. What on earth are you up to? Why did you recruit a guy? What is this all about? I'm straight. Luo Chen smiled mysteriously. You can do it. I can. Lin Qi quickly shook his head. No way. I can't. You can. No, really, I can't. I can't do it. You're asking me to sacrifice my charm? It's a guy. During their conversation, Chao Yuan moved closer again. Lin Qi felt his scalp tingle. Buddy, we just met today. Male-male intimacy is not appropriate. Luo Chen turned his head to stifle a laugh. If it's not intimate, then it's fine. As long as you can handle it. Chao Yuan nodded earnestly, seemingly understanding, which relieved Lin Qi. However, Chao Yuan merely shifted slightly to the side, just a bit. Lin Qi was left speechless, ultimately uttering 3 words. You're insane. What kind of extraordinary person had Luo Chen recruited? Yet, Luo Chen offered no explanation, his objective achieved. He instructed Yu to lead a few others to locate another high-risk individual. After navigating around a dormitory building, they arrived at a lengthy corridor where a group of new recruits had gathered. This was likely the last remaining batch that had not yet been eliminated. Upon seeing them arrive, the new recruits turned their heads. Zhu glanced at them. Why aren't you running? He had keenly noticed from the beginning that Luo Chen and the others had fled before a fight even began. Luo Chen paid no heed to Zhu's taunts and merely smiled. There's an ancient saying in Daxia. Those who understand the times are the true heroes. In a chaotic melee at that position, where do you see the advantage? Hearing this, Zhu fell silent. Luo Chen extended his hand towards him. Come with us. Only the elite can confront the elite. With this group of deadweight, do you believe you have any hope of victory? What deadweight? They are my brothers. Zhu replied earnestly. Then, he disdainfully raised his chin. You think you can win just by following me? You overestimate yourself. And why should I listen to you? Upon hearing this, Li Pang, brimming with arrogance, stepped forward. Excuse me, but we have 2 divine agents here. Are you still not planning to join us? Chapter 28. This Zhang, you must be arrogant. Zhu was taken aback. Divine agents? 2 of them. Observing Zhu's astonishment, Luo Chen smiled slightly. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Luo Chen. To be precise, I am the first spirit agent of Daxia, the representative of the Night King Arthur. As he spoke, Luo Chen turned to Lin Qi standing behind him. This one is the divine agent. He represents the Archangel Michael. There are also 2 high-risk individuals. One unknown forbidden land and Luo Chen glanced at Li Pang, who was eagerly anticipating. The foolish son of the landlord. Your mother is in good health. Li Pang's mold wisha. He furtively glanced at Li, noticing her face was increasingly filled with disdain, which made him panic. Luo Chen, I'll accuse you of slander. He is slandering me. I am just an ordinary person's child. However, no one paid attention to this lively character. Li unconsciously displayed her disdain. Pang, the sky is falling. The other new recruits brightened at the sight. This lineup seemed extraordinarily luxurious. If their Shun brother joined in, they might truly have a chance at victory. The two brothers from the Li family, closest to Shun Qingzhu, along with Deng Wei, approached. Shinbro, you should go. Let us hear a deal with the firepower. Yes, Shinbro, we might really win. Shinbro, it's all up to you. Shun Qingzhu's mouth twitched. What do you mean? I haven't even spoken yet. He sighed helplessly. Are you planning to challenge the mass team? How? Luo Chen maintained a gentle smile. You should have seen how strong they are. You might not even win in a group fight, and you want to challenge them one-on-one? Luo Chen stared directly at him. What? Are you scared? Shun Qingzhu's expression darkened instantly. He snorted coldly. Is this a provocation? But I happen to fall for this tactic. Shun Qingzhu turned to the new recruits behind him. You all take care of yourselves. Try not to get eliminated. I'm going to make a big move. Yes, boss. Luo Chen smiled faintly. A few minutes later, they arrived at the top of the dormitory building, quietly awaiting the arrival of the mass team. Luo Chen, Lin Xie, Shun Qingzhu, and Qing Yu, Bali Pangpang, Chao Yuan, and Mo Li. 7 individuals, each with distinct expressions, were deep in thought. Yet, their faces were filled with excitement and anticipation. A chance to confront a special team head-on. 7 against 5. The advantage lies with us. Pangpang and Chao Yuan would tackle the moon ghost. Emoli would face Rose. Shun Qingzhu would confront the vortex. And Qing Yu and Lin Xie would contend with the scales. As for Rhongomyniad, it was decided to leave that to Luo Chen after deliberation. The vortex inhaled sharply, observing the group on the rooftop. Are they preparing to challenge us one-on-one? Rhongomyniad looked up, his gaze focused on Luo Chen and Lin Xie, the 2 divine agents, 3 high-risk individuals, and a young master from the Bali family. Who was that last one? The one who had entered with the 2 divine agents, the clueless fellow? Interesting. Since they have declared war, our mask team cannot lose face. Behind the mask, Rhongomyniad's lips curled into a slight smile. Let's crush them. In the monitoring room, the instructors were dumbfounded. They are actually abandoning their numerical advantage to engage in elite combat, gathering a few elites from the new recruits to challenge the mass team one-on-one. Am I seeing things? This batch of new recruits is so confident. They are incredibly brave, aren't they? Yuan Gang observed the footage on the screen, a subtle smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. It seems they understand the importance of strategy. They realize that having more people against the mass team would be futile, leading to chaos and fragmented teamwork, ultimately disrupting their rhythm. However, with Rhongomyniad present, these youngsters cannot turn the tide. On the battlefield, the battle officially commenced. The 7 leaped from the rooftop, swiftly charging towards the mass team. Hey, little brats. You're quite fiery. So arrogant. The vortex looked up, watching the 7 approach. Luo Chen ignored his provocation. A whirlwind gathered around him, lifting everyone to the designated position. Baili Pang Gaspat. Chingu, he might have a point. Aren't we being a bit too arrogant? Montak Li suddenly interjected. Are you scared? Pong Pong's whole body trembled for a moment. Scared? The word fear does not exist in my dictionary. Luo Chen chuckled upon hearing this. This Zhang, you must be arrogant. Let us make our move. Rose chuckled, her pink hammer spinning incessantly in her hands. You like to play, huh? Sister will play with you. Boom! The giant pink hammer surged towards them. Molly's katana was swiftly unsheathed, emitting a sharp tremor. I shall join you in your play. Clang! The sound of metal colliding reverberated, and the battle officially commenced. They each sought their adversaries, segmenting the battlefield into 5 distinct zones. Cao Yuan and Pong Pong confronted Yue Gui. In an instant, Yue Gui's figure vanished. The next moment, clang! Golden light flickered around by Li Pong Pong, causing Yue Gui to be momentarily astonished as his form reappeared. Apologies, esteemed senior, but with my Yao Guang protective charm, your kind cannot harm me. By the way, its sequence is 171, ranked among the high-risk forbidden ruins. Bai Li Pong Pong swiftly raised his hand, directing the golden flying wheel towards Yue Gui, who vanished once more in a flash. Observing his surroundings, Bai Li Pong Pong deduced that this senior excelled in stealth. As he spoke, he produced a pair of glasses from his pocket, the Eye of True Sight, sequence 315, specifically designed to counter illusions. Yue Gui's figure reemerged in his sight, and the golden flying wheel swiftly sliced through the air, forcing Yue Gui to parry repeatedly with his short sword. What the hell? Where did this chubby kid get so many forbidden items? Just as he deflected the golden wheel, Li Pong leaped high, drawing closer to showcase his new treasure. He drew forth a magnificent golden greatsword, aiming it at Yue Gui. Simultaneously, Cao Yuan inhaled deeply and approached the two combatants. I must reverse the impression I left before Qi Ye, so let me offer my apologies in advance. Amiba, may you tread your path with peace. Clang! A chill surged within Yue Gui, and he still had to contend with the chubby boy before him. A surge of black, malevolent flame erupted, enveloping Cao Yuan entirely. Before the onlookers stood a monstrous figure, shrouded in dark flames. A sinister grin crept across his lips, white smoke billowing from the corners of his mouth, revealing blood red. Otherworldly eyes. Hee. The Black King emitted a chilling laugh as he vanished from sight. Dongji. Yue Gui deflected by Li Pong's attack, only to find Cao Yuan's silhouette materializing behind him. There was no time to etherealize. Just as Yue Gui prepared to unravel his domain, a blurred figure appeared before him. Clang! Rhongomyniad Yuan unsheathed, blocking Cao Yuan's blade. The terrifying blade aura sent both Cao Yuan and his weapon flying. Yue Gui, you have underestimated your opponent. What in the world is this? Yue Gui chuckled bitterly. The Forbidden Ruins Sequence 031, Black King's Annihilation, was hailed as the only forbidden ruin above all beings, beneath the divine. Meanwhile, a voice echoed from behind them. I say, Captain of the masked team, have you forgotten about me? Luo Chen suddenly appeared, cleaning his ears before blowing a breath. Isn't this rather unfair? You promised a one-on-one, yet you come to aid your teammate. Rhongomyniad's eyes narrowed. Oh, 2 against 1. Is that what you call a fair duel? Indeed, he confronts both of them alone. Is that not correct? Luo Chen smiled faintly. You truly are unreasonable, lad. Rhongomyniad's voice resonated, tinged with exasperation. Let me see what justifies your arrogance. The battle reignited. Chapter 29, Do Not Approach Me. Meanwhile, the Vortex, witnessing the unfolding chaos. Ready to assist. By the way, where did that fire-wielding lad go? Over here. Boom! A violent explosion erupted before the Vortex, prompting him to raise his hand as the purple vortex absorbed the explosive force. Simultaneously, Shen Qingzhu descended from above, delivering a fierce punch towards the vortex. The purple vortex materialized, intercepting Shen Qingzhu's strike. You have developed a penchant for sneak attacks, haven't you? As he spoke, the vortex retaliated with a punch, only to be thwarted by an air wall, the residual explosion knocking both combatants apart. If we are to duel, let's do so face to face. I can still ignite your defeat. Boom! Flame surged once more towards the vortex. Elsewhere, the golden seraphic divine might erupted, overturning the balance as Lin Qi Ye swung his long sword at the scales. The scales responded by manipulating gravity, hurling surrounding objects at Lin Qi Ye, only to be intercepted by An Qingyu, armed with a pistol in one hand and a sharp scalpel in the other. An Qingyu shielded Lin Qi Ye while seeking opportunities for a surprise attack on the scales. Currently, he possessed only the fish species ability, rendering him less effective in direct combat. However, this did not imply he could not contribute. Rather, his analytical prowess enabled him to exploit every flaw in the Scales' defenses for counterattacks. Yet, as the vice-captain of the masked team, the Scales were a formidable opponent, second only to Rhongomyniad, with extensive combat experience. Thus, the trio engaged in an unyielding struggle. Boom! The sounds of tremors and rustling echoed in the monitoring room. The ceiling quaked incessantly, and the lights flickered ominously. Shall we not change our monitoring location? It feels rather precarious to remain here. Surely not. They are merely rookies. Can they truly bring this place down? Just as the words fell, a resounding crash. The chandelier from the ceiling plummeted, crashing down onto the table. The instructor fell silent, while the other instructors grimaced. You mean to tell me these are rookies? From another perspective, they felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, Yu and Gong had dispatched the mass team to hold the fort. Otherwise, following the usual protocol, they would surely have been trounced by these rookies. What a source of embarrassment. Yu and Gong had no time for tea, his gaze fixed intently on the display screen. On the battlefield, I have awaited you for long, the foremost agent of Daxia. Luo Chen gazed unwaveringly. I am but a rookie. Shall I yield? Upon hearing this, Rhongomyniad's gaze swept over Luo Chen, and with a thunderous roar, his aura surged. His mental energy reaching the pool realm. Pool against pool, now that is fair. Though he said this, Rhongomyniad was astonished to discover a pool realm presence among the rookies. Shameless, Luo Chen retorted. Thank you for the compliment. Rhongomyniad smiled faintly, resting his hand on the Gyuan at his waist, assuming a combat stance. In that case, boom! A tempest arose as the Wind King barrier unfolded. Luo Chen donned knightly armor, a flash of golden light shimmering in his grasp, soon veiled by the wind element. Observing Luo Chen's appearance, Rhongomyniad squinted, perplexed. This lad appears empty-handed, yet seems he is grasping something. Has he concealed a weapon? Luo Chen's figure flickered, unleashing an invisible blade. Rhongomyniad reacted instantaneously, unsheathing the Gyuan. Clang, clang, clang. The two clashed repeatedly, yet with each exchange, Rhongomyniad's brow furrowed deeper. After yet another clash, they distanced themselves. How despicable. Hiding your weapon. What sort of hero does that? Rhongomyniad inhaled deeply, unconsciously touching the mask adorning his face, a faint scar etched upon it. However, Luo Chen offered no reply, continuously swinging his sword. Rhongomyniad evaded time and again. What is the matter? The illustrious captain of a special team can only dodge? Luo Chen remarked with a smile, his words laced with provocation. If you do not attack, then I shall not hold back. Clang! Luo Chen assumed his stance once more, the invisible blade emitting a soft chime. Before we proceed, may I ask, is your weapon a long sword? Rhongomyniad suddenly inquired. Luo Chen's lips curled upward, who knows? Perhaps it is an axe or spear. No, it might even be a bow. Rhongomyniad scoffed, swinging the Gyuan dismissively. Nonsense. It is a sword. Clang. The blades clashed again, sparks flying. How intriguing. If that is the case, I shall reveal some of my true prowess. As the fierce winds surged, they enveloped Luo Chen's form, causing his speed to skyrocket once more. Rhongomyniad similarly activated time acceleration, matching Luo Chen's velocity, augmented by the Wind King's barrier. Their figures blurred into mere afterimages, rendering their fierce clash indecipherable to onlookers. Yet, Rhongomyniad's battle experience proved invaluable, despite Luo Chen's formidable strength. He maintained a composed and methodical response. Suddenly, Luo Chen sensed a peculiar stillness in time, as Rhongomyniad's Gyuan emanated a menacing aura. The blade's edge coalesced, the moment of instinct ignited. As countless sharp blade energies surged forth, Luo Chen instinctively moved, evading each strike in an eerie manner. What? Rhongomyniad gasped in astonishment. Aside from his concealed weaponry and acceleration, what was the nature of this strange maneuver? My curiosity regarding your abilities has been piqued. Concurrently, Luo Chen's silhouette glided above Rhongomyniad, landing steadily. It was only natural for him to exhibit such unprecedented prowess. A slight smile graced Luo Chen's lips. You certainly are impressive, but my next strike is imminent. Clang! Gyuan erupted anew in a fierce silver light, flickering like lightning. Clash! Luo Chen raised his intangible sword to block, sending a surge of energy that stirred dust around them. In an instant, smoke enveloped their struggle. Meanwhile, on another front, Yue Gei evaded relentlessly, while Cao Yuan pursued him with a madman's fervor, able to sense his presence and strike with uncanny precision. All while the rotund, Bai Li Pong Pong bombarded him with forbidden items. He found himself in a truly exasperating situation. For heaven's sake, is there anyone willing to switch places with me? Yue Gei, he shouted to his companions after narrowly escaping another of Cao Yuan's strikes. However, no one paid him any heed, as they too were embroiled in their own battles. Please, don't come any closer. Yue Gui fled in a frenzy, with the deranged Cao Yuan's chilling laughter echoing behind him. Boom! As Yue Gui darted across the battlefield, he disrupted the original combat format, accompanied by Bai Li Pong Pong's relentless bombardments. Clash! Xiang Wei and Moli were locked in combat when they noticed Cao Yuan and his companions approaching, prompting both to leap aside. Could you gentlemen please move further away? Two lovely ladies. My sincerest apologies. Gao Dun, you lunatic, why are you attacking me? Aim for him instead, Bai Li Pong Pong shouted while fleeing. Gao Dun, he. Moli narrowed her eyes slightly, leaping towards Xiang Wei, her blade vibrating with terrifying frequency. Clash! They collided once more. Little sister, I am growing increasingly fond of you. Bang! Xiang Wei swung her massive hammer towards Moli. Bai Li Pong Pong stood atop a building, pointing toward the heavens. Transform into 3,000. Kill! Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, Countless colossal swords shot toward Yue Gui. Goodness, is that little chubby one some kind of Doryman? Bang! As the swords approached, the balance was unexpectedly struck away, and Yue Gui exchanged a glance with it. Extending his hand, Yue Gui forcefully hurled it aside, both dodging the oncoming swords. Black malevolent flames flickered amid the smoke, and the deranged Cao Yuan gazed at the two before him. Luo Chen cast a glance at the rest of the battlefield, his lips involuntarily twitching. Goodness, Cao Yuan and Bai Li Pong Pong are truly chaos incarnate, turning the previously orderly battlefield into utter disarray. Nevertheless, their advantageous position remained intact. Chapter 30. A moment of restraint. Yuan Gong's lips twitched as he observed the increasingly ridiculous scenes on the monitor. His unease escalated, contrasting sharply with his earlier calmness. Chief, are we headed for a disaster? Upon hearing this, Yuan Gong sighed. In this situation, I cannot predict what will transpire. Yet, he felt a sense of relief. For from the perspective of Daxia's future, this was undoubtedly a positive development. However, he feared the repercussions if Luo Chen and his companions emerged victorious. How would he discipline this new batch of recruits during subsequent training? They might become even more unruly. Perhaps before my retirement, I might witness the birth of Daxia's 5th Special Squad. The instructors behind him shared expressions of astonishment, each more incredulous than the last. In this age, humanity is as insignificant as dust. In this age, humanity shines as brightly as the stars. Yuan Gong, positioned among the Night Watchman's upper echelons, was well aware of the existence of ancient deities. In the Western pantheon, humanity was treated like livestock, herded by the gods. Gazing at Luo Chen on the screen, Yuan Gong felt an increasing sense of awe, an unprecedented heroic spirit agent. Yet, even when alive, a heroic spirit was merely human. How could an agent of a heroic spirit contend with the agent of the god of time on equal footing? What secrets lie hidden within him? Or could it be that heroic spirits could truly rival the divine? Yuan Gong was oblivious to the answer. By this point, all participants were utterly exhausted, their attention drawn to Rhongomyniad and Luo Chen. Go, Captain! Defeat that brat! The voice of Xuanhua echoed. Observing this, Bai Li Pong Pong, unwilling to be outdone, produced an object resembling a loudspeaker from his pocket. Tian Yi, take it down. Damn it! Xuanhua's lips twitched. You're using a forbidden item just to cheer him on. The duel between Luo Chen and Rhongomyniad had reached a fever pitch. Their contest was no longer merely one of strength or speed, but rather a battle of wills. Should either relent, they would face defeat. Rhongomyniad swung down his blade, but Luo Chen evaded, retaliating with a whip kick. Rhongomyniad raised his hand to block, but with a resounding thud, he was sent flying. This is bad. He swiftly realized the gravity of the situation. Below, Luo Chen's intangible sword was enveloped by a tempest, the wind element coalescing around the blade, producing a sharp, explosive sound. It's over, Captain Rhongomyniad. Luo Chen's lips parted to utter 4 words. Wind King's hammer. Buzz. Boom. The tempest coalesced, erupting violently towards Rhongomyniad. The ferocious wind element cracked the surrounding structures, causing them to tremble perilously and sending clouds of dust swirling, as though a typhoon had struck. Rhongomyniad's pupils constricted sharply as the invisible tempest formed into a miniature tornado, poised to strike him. His eyes widened in alarm. Boundary ceiling release. Temporal anomaly activate. Time abruptly reversed, and all movements began to peculiarly rewind, reverting to mere seconds prior. Luo Chen paused in surprise, then relinquished his intangible sword. Thus, does this mean I have triumphed? Luo Chen smiled at Rhongomyniad, deactivating magic radiation, his knightly armor dissipating into particles. He sank to the ground, gasping for breath. Truth be told, this was the first time he felt a sense of pressure from anyone other than to Ali Ya. A balanced confrontation that differed vastly from merely enduring blows. He gained invaluable insights. Beneath the mask of Rhongomyniad, his handsome visage bore an expression of discontent. Had he not unsealed the boundary to reverse time at the last moment, he would have been severely injured. I shall concede. Battling against someone with such a cheating ability is utterly pointless. Luo Chen smiled faintly and simply reclined on the ground, surrendering to fatigue. Meanwhile, time came to a standstill precisely at 9 o'clock. The masks of the members of the masked squad remained intact. According to the rules, the masked squad emerged victorious. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Luo Chen had his own considerations. He intended to grant the masked squad the dignity of victory, choosing not to expose Rhongomyniad, but rather to acknowledge his defeat. He trusted that Yuan Gong had witnessed this moment and that he could later seek benefits from it. The members of the Jiamian Shao DUI are undeniably devoted to their camaraderie. Inside the surveillance room, one exclaimed in disbelief, "I thought Rhongomyniad was going to lose." Thankfully, he didn't falter at a critical moment. Truly, he is deserving of being part of the special team. Another interjected, "Did Rhongomyniad just unseal his realm?" "Forget that. Just tell me whether Rhongomyniad's mask shattered. Isn't that just a trick? Can a matter of scholars be termed as trickery? Use your brain, will you?" The instructors began to chatter amongst themselves. Yuan Gang let out an exasperated sigh. "What are you all arguing about? Didn't you hear that Luo Chen admitted defeat? It's 9 o'clock. The competition is over." He was the first to exit the surveillance room, seeking a secluded spot to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, this kid knows how to navigate the situation and gives us a way out. If Luo Chen had directly exposed Rhongomyniad's unsealing of the realm, the training camp would have continued, but the new recruits would have caused quite a stir. Just imagining that scene gives Yuan Gang a headache. Outside the dormitory building, Rhongomyniad patted Luo Chen on the shoulder, expressing gratitude. "Is that all you have to say?" Luo Chen replied with a slight smile, the meaning clear. Rhongomyniad's lips twitched. "The chief instructor should provide you with some compensation, probably around 500,000. We need to increase the amount. Otherwise, I might have to call for it. There may also be an additional forbidden item." Now that sounds reasonable. Furthermore, as a member of the Jiamian Shao DUI, I owe you a favor. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen paused momentarily before flashing a cunning grin. "Captain Rhongomyniad, you and T want this matter to be discovered by others, would you? I shall hold this secret for a lifetime." With that, Luo Chen departed without looking back, leaving Rhongomyniad in a state of confusion. This kid, Rhongomyniad thought, bemused. Why does it feel like we are in cahoots? Yuan Gang's voice resonated over the intercom, declaring, "Time's up." The Jiamian Shao DUI emerges victorious. Bali Pang Pang looked puzzled, adjusting his glasses. Something feels off, exceedingly off. The truth is singular. However, before he could finish his sentence, a hand rested on his shoulder. "Pang Pang, you didn't see anything, did you?" Luo Chen grinned as he stepped out from behind Bali Pang Pang. "The moon is exceptionally round tonight. Wouldn't you agree?" Baili Bang Bang Shudarath. Silently removing his true sight eye, he gazed at the rubble on the ground, contemplating. These stones are indeed stones. Half an hour later, surrounding the training platform, the instructors stood in a row as Yuan Gang surveyed the numerous new recruits below. A total of 241 individuals, and remarkably few had participated in the combat. Many were eliminated without even engaging in battle. Tell me, is it wrong for me to call you all worthless? Each of you walks around with your noses in the air, thinking you are invincible. Aside from select few, the rest are utterly useless. To label you as worthless would be an insult to the term. The new recruits hung their heads in shame. After this competition, they finally recognized the vast chasm between themselves and the special team. They knew that the Jiamian was powerful, yet they lacked clarity on just how formidable it truly was. Now it's settled, Yuan Gang sighed, glancing at Rhongomyniad. It was a small matter. I just wanted to see. Slap. Yuan Gang swiftly smacked the back of Rhongomyniad's head. TCH, trying to act cool in front of me? You are even more reckless as a new recruit than they are. Rhongomyniad chuckled helplessly, placing his hand on Yuan Gang's shoulder. Hey, Lao Yuan, you haven't changed. Still fond of that act. Yuan Gang shook his head, feeling nostalgic. These new recruits, a new generation comes and goes, each with their own distinct personalities. Slap. Rhongomyniad received another smack to the back of his head. Wouldn't it have been better if you had won? Rhongomyniad winced, rubbing the back of his head. Hey, you can't blame me for that. You told me to use only 3/10 of my strength. Of course. Otherwise, you would have obliterated my training camp. Following the first round of testing yesterday, we have decided to eliminate 112 non-compliant recruits. In each subsequent training round, anyone may face elimination again. We will utilize a forbidden item to suppress your forbidden realm. You will be reduced to mere mortals, and during this time, we will employ various means to torment you. You will despair and suffer. You might even contemplate ending your own life. Yuan Gang's voice echoed across the training ground, prompting cries of despair from the new recruits. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes. He came to the training camp not only for the sake of Hongying and the others, but primarily to hone his mental fortitude. And the Jinsu Bei was precisely what he needed. Luo Chen sat cross-legged on his bed, his consciousness sinking inward. In a void, the radiant throne of heroes materialized before him. He had already advanced to the Qi realm. He was now qualified to summon a second servant. He placed his hand on the throne, and golden patterns ignited instantly. Before the Jinsu Bei was sealed, he intended to summon the second servant first. As for the choice, after much contemplation, Lancer, I summon you, O divine weapon, the dearest friend of the hero, King Gilgamesh, the lock that connects heaven and earth. Here I am, calling upon your true name. Enkidu, descend upon this world. Indeed, it was little Enkidu. As he chanted, the throne trembled slightly, intertwining golden threads, and a figure emerged. With long hair of a gentle green hue cascading down, the gender was indiscernible, but their beauty was unrivaled, exuding an aura of grace and elegance. Dressed in simple white garments, devoid of any embellishments, they appeared exceedingly pure. Once everything settled, Enkidu turned slightly to gaze at Luo Chen. Are you my master? Luo Chen nodded, and then Enkidu transformed into green particles, slowly merging into Luo Chen's body. Information regarding Enkidu surfaced before him. Unique skills, transformation. Within a certain total value, he can allocate values according to circumstances, a special skill of the free mud doll, capable of altering appearances at will. Presence detection allows for distant detection of presences through the earth, while at close range, it nullifies presence concealment for those below the same level. Perfect form utilizes the earth's magic to restore its original form. As long as the earth provides magic, it will not collapse, endowed with unparalleled regenerative and restoration abilities. Except for the soul. Noble phantasm. Heavenly chains can bind and pierce enemies. The higher the divine nature of the opponent, the more unbreakable the chains become. Conversely, for ordinary individuals, the heavenly chains merely function as robust chains, a divine treasure. O people, seek to bind the gods. Enkidu transforms into a divine weapon, capable of converting the power of suppression into the might of the noble phantasm, meaning the stronger the enemy's attack, the greater the power of your counterattack. Targeting the divine treasures. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes, considering the impending threat of the ancient god church's assault and the divine war. He resolved to summon a servant with abilities against divine agents first, and Enkidu was the optimal choice. Not only a divine agent, but even a god. Surely, he would struggle to escape the binding of the heavenly chains. But the prerequisite was that Luo Chen's mental strength must be sufficient to activate the heavenly chains capable of restraining even gods. Currently, he was not quite there, but little Enkidu could. With little Enkidu's control and Daimao Wang's curry stick, I refuse to believe that won't be enough for him to drink a jug. As for the other noble phantasm, it seemed only Enkidu could utilize it. Luo Chen, as his master, would be unable to wield this ability. However, the ability known as Wanshuan Jixing conflicts with the noble phantasm, Avalon. With the presence of Avalon, one need not worry about sustaining injuries. Nevertheless, activating Avalon demands a significant expenditure of mental energy, while Wanshuan Jixing operates more passively, rendering it more convenient in that regard, albeit with its own drawbacks. Should the soul come under attack, complications arise. As the summoning of the heroic spirit concluded, the throne of heroes gradually fell into silence. Luo Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him, as the influx of Enkidu's power seemed to enhance his mental faculties. If others were to discover this, they would surely be incensed. The envy of others is a most potent force. With the ringing of the wake-up bell on the following day, Luo Chen stretched lazily, instinctively activating Qi Shi Ganji, allowing the surroundings to imprint clearly in his mind. Lin Xia silently picked up his basin and stepped outside to wash his face. Shen Qingzhu followed suit, clutching his basin with an air of arrogance. Moli, meanwhile, gathered her vibrant red hair into a high ponytail. Cao Yuan hunched over, handing a towel to Lin Xia, resembling an obedient servant. Pong Pong stood beside Moli, grinning and occasionally glancing at her. As for An Qingyu, his routine was quite regimented. He had already completed his morning wash and was waiting aside. Observing this scene, Luo Chen shook his head with a wry smile and stepped outside. Oh, Chia, You seem to be enjoying yourself, he teased. Lin Xie's face darkened at Luo Chen's jest, yet he was unable to muster a retort. What in the world was this? Envious? Should I offer to share? No, I'm not worthy, Luo Chen chuckled as he began his washing routine. Before long, the group arrived at the training grounds. Instructor Hong regarded them with an approving gaze, for they were the first to arrive. As time passed, all the recruits gathered at the training arena. From now on, upon hearing the assembly whistle, even if you were in the midst of a bowel movement, you are to pull up your trousers and rush over. You have 3 minutes. Those who fail to arrive within this time shall face punishment. This is the soldier's code. Now, let the training commence. The first item, physical training. Everyone, strap on your weights and run 10 laps around the field to warm up. As his words resonated, an intangible force enveloped the entire area. The Jinshu Bei activated. What the heck? Where's my Jinshu? Such exclamations echoed throughout, and Luo Chen felt suppressed. He could not utilize any of their abilities or noble phantasms. However, the corners of Luo Chen's mouth twitched, although he was unable to wield his abilities. It seemed he could summon them into manifestation. This Jinshu Bei was indeed a mere decoration. Did you just say it wasn't completely sealed? Half sealed is still a seal. Luo Chen mused. Fortunately, the suppression of mental energy remained, providing him an opportunity to hone himself. With that thought, he surged forward, leading the pack and leaving the other recruits behind. Altria had previously informed him during training that to become stronger, one must first possess a solid foundation of physical fitness. No matter how exquisite one's swordsmanship, if physical stamina does not keep pace, the power cannot be unleashed. Chapter 32. The Fortunate Han Li. What the heck? How is Chengge running so fast? Bali Pong Pong exclaimed. Lin Xie and Shin Qingzhu were taken aback, then gritted their teeth and followed suit. Lin Xie sought to ascertain the difference between himself and Luo Chen, while Shin Qingzhu was driven purely by competitive spirit. Cao Yuan was likewise stunned, hastily accelerating to catch up to Lin Xie, but to his astonishment, he found himself struggling to keep pace with these individuals. It was well known that his physique had been honed through years of rigorous training under the Black King, making him quite formidable. Few in Daxia could rival him in sheer physicality. Instructor Hong surveyed the unfolding scene, inhaling deeply. Tell me, is running 10 laps with weights too easy for this group? The instructors fell into contemplation. Even the likes of Wang Mian were not much more than this. Were they? Lin Xie mused. I have 7 gods like Wang Mian. Luo Chen countered, I have but 1 throne of heroes. Let us call it a fair fight. 3 seconds to dispatch your 7 gods. On the training field, Bali Pong Pong huffed and puffed as he ran, gasping for breath, his sweat-soaked attire clinging to him, each stride causing his flesh to jiggle. Having completed the task, Luo Chen stood to the side, observing Bali Pong Pong's plight, a playful smile emerging on his face. Pong Pong, keep it up. Huff, huff, huff. Bali Pong Pong, now nearly delirious, waved a hand weakly, lacking the strength to respond. Luo Chen approached him and whispered, Pong Pong, what do you think Molly would think upon seeing you like this? Are you still capable? At the mention of Molly, Pong Pong's dazed eyes sharpened. I could do it. Charge. He suddenly surged forward, but after approximately 400 meters, he collapsed once more. Luo Chen wore a mischievous grin as he leaned in again. Girls like Molly surely wouldn't appreciate someone running this slowly, would they? Charge. Molly, charge. Lying on the ground, Pong Pong gazed at the sky, a look of despair on his face. Mom, I feel like I'm flying. I can fly. I want to be an astronaut. Lin Xie's lips twitched as he looked at Luo Chen, as though gazing at a demon. Good heavens, look at the mischief you've caused. Molly sighed, exasperated. Can you not use my name in your antics? Lin Xie sighed quietly, remaining silent. Shin Qingzhu scoffed. When did I ever acknowledge him as the leader? Luo Chen chuckled. Hee, this chap is truly entertaining. You see, is this something a human should say? Bali Pong Pong protested. Do you think Instructor Han will encounter any mishaps on his first day with the recruits? Surely not, right? After all, he is the champion of a national martial arts competition. The instructors gathered around the monitor, observing the unfolding footage. Let me quiz you. When it comes to mysterious creatures that pose a threat to the average populace, what is our primary means of eliminating them? Shin Qingzhu replied, dismissively, of course. It is through Jinshu. Han Li shook his head. While Jinshu indeed aids us in combating the mysterious, it is not the entirety of our arsenal. Do you think you can simply beckon them to their demise? Excuse me, Jin Shu Sequence 068, Chi-Min. Han Li paused, realizing the high danger level. Well, that's fine then. Any other perspectives? Report. The ability of money. Bali Pong Pong raised his hand. Superpowers? Isn't that just another form of Jin Shu? Han Li frowned. No, instructor, I mean the ability of money. Han Li's expression froze. Money ability, you say? You plan to crush the mysterious beings with coins? He chuckled, shaking his head. In today's Daxia, where mysterious forces threaten from within and malevolent deities lurk without, alongside the nefarious actions of cults like the ancient God Church, do you truly believe you can combat them with your monetary powers? Han Li leapt forward, wielding a wooden sword and striking at Bali Pong Pong. Clang! A flash of golden light erupted, sending Han Li flying. My apologies, Instructor Han. I forgot to disable the automatic emergency mode. Shall we try again? However, the next moment, Han Li gazed at the charred remains of the wooden sword in his hand, lost in contemplation. Biel bank chakad sheepishly. I'm sorry, Instructor Han. I forgot to turn off the automatic firewall. Should we try again? This scene nearly caused Luo Chen to burst into laughter, as he couldn't help but wonder whether the chubby boy was being deliberately mischievous or merely clumsy. Han Li's face darkened. You leave? Try again? Nonsense. I refuse to believe that I cannot find a soft target to squeeze. As the gaze swept over the new recruits below, yes. You who are covering your mouth and laughing, step forward. Laugh. Soon enough, I will give you something to truly laugh about. Unerringly, Han Li's finger pointed directly at Luo Chen. Luo Chen paused for a moment, incredulously pointing to himself. Me? Yes, you. Lin Shi declared. We have received professional training. A soft chuckle escaped even from the usually aloof beauty, Mo Li, who turned slightly, covering her mouth in amusement. This scene left Bali Pang Pang, salivating in awe. It was indeed heart-fluttering. What are you laughing at? Has Instructor Hong not taught you the rules? Silence. Pay attention. Next, I will demonstrate a set of sword techniques. Do not worry if you cannot keep up. I shall not strike too hard. However, Luo Chen's thoughts were elsewhere as he quietly picked up a wooden sword from the rack. What were they babbling about? Never mind. I should just block it, right? Whoosh. Han Li's figure suddenly closed the distance, swiftly swinging his sword, the wooden blade slicing through the air towards Luo Chen. Crack! The crisp sound of their clash rang out as Luo Chen raised his sword to block, deflecting Han Li's cunning strike. Han Li was momentarily stunned. You know how to wield a sword? A little, came the modest reply. Huh. Crack, crack, crack. The wooden swords clashed repeatedly, with each of Han Li's strikes seemingly predicted by Luo Chen, who effortlessly parried every attack with one hand on his sword. Crack! With a sharp sound, Han Li's sword was sent flying from his grasp. The entire arena fell silent. The wooden sword landed atop a fortunate recruit's head with a muffled thud. That is certainly a fortunate head. Luo Chen chuckled. Instructor, shall we continue? Who taught you? The captain of Team 136, Chen Muyi. Han Li cleared his throat, masking his embarrassment. So, you have been personally taught by someone of captain rank. Impressive indeed. As Luo Chen descended from the platform, Han Li waved his hand, directing attention to Lin Shi. You, step down. Han Li panted, unconsciously clenching his fists. You can do this, Han Li. There's no way all 241 are this formidable. His gaze then landed on a nearby girl, who hesitantly pointed to herself before stepping up. Montak Shi Da Tsong. Montak Li Not you, step down. At this point, Han Li was on the verge of losing his composure, yet he continued to rally himself. This time, his gaze fell upon an ordinary-looking, frail recruit. Hey, do you possess any forbidden items? No. Has anyone taught you swordplay? No. Then what is your greatest skill? Reciting Buddhist scriptures. Han Li's lips curled into a slight smile, clearly pleased. All right, then it's you. Finally, a genuine smile returned to Han Li's face. Luo Chen's lips twitched slightly. Should one consider Han Li fortunate or merely unlucky? Chapter 33. He is your benefactor, not your master. Chao Yuan stepped onto the stage, and Han Li casually tossed him a wooden sword. Yet Chao Yuan did not catch it. Thud! The wooden sword fell to the ground. With hands clasped together, Chao Yuan declared, I cannot touch a sword. You cannot withstand it. Han Li furrowed his brow. It's merely a wooden sword. I cannot touch anything that resembles a sword. Instructor, he truly cannot touch a sword. His prohibition is prohibition? What prohibition? Yours have all been suppressed. I command you to pick up the sword. This is an order. It appeared there was more to it. Chao Yuan nodded, seemingly understanding, and slowly retrieved the fallen wooden sword. Luo Chen sighed. It was over. Boom! The beast within him awakened. He. A dark, malevolent aura enveloped Chao Yuan, transforming him into a fearsome embodiment of the Black King. Please stop me. Hanli was momentarily taken aback. What happened to the suppression of prohibitions? Was this suppression even reliable? Crack! Hanli instinctively raised his hand to block, only to be sent flying by a tremendous force. He swallowed hard. Although he could block Chao Yuan's attacks with skill, one must remember that technique and strength are two different matters. The transformed Chao Yuan, in terms of speed and power, was simply beyond his ability to withstand. The new recruits recoiled in fear, seeing the instructor in peril by Li Pang threw a forbidden item, which exploded on Chao Yuan, but to no avail. It only drew Chao Yuan's attention. The Black King leaped and swung his sword down violently. Tianyi, help! Bai Li Pang turned and fled, while Luo Chen exchanged glances with Lin Shiyi. Luo Chen immediately positioned himself in front of Bai Li Pang, swinging his sword. Crack! The two began to grapple, with Luo Chen exerting force to push Chao Yuan back. However, the frenzied Chao Yuan had lost all reason and, in a moment, charged at Luo Chen once more. Where is the sealing scroll? Hurry and bring it out. Lin Shiyi urgently reached out to Bai Li Pang. Previously, during the match against the masked team, Bai Li Pang had mentioned that the weapon in Rhongomyniad's possession, the Guyuan, was something he had used as a child to swat mosquitoes and could be sealed using the sealing scroll. However, Luo Chen had dismissed it, believing that Rhongomyniad had the Guyuan and he had his curry stick. Who was afraid of whom? Thus, it was not utilized, but now, in this situation, the sealing scroll was indeed needed. Bai Li Pang fumbled and hastily pulled out a pile of forbidden items, tossing them to the ground. Yet there was no sealing scroll, leaving everyone dumbfounded. For a visual reference, think of Doraemon searching for gadgets. Where on earth did I put it? Found it. Bai Li Pang hurriedly tossed a tape-like item to Lin Shiyi. Catching the tape, Lin Shiyi tore it open and tossed the other end towards Luo Chen. Emily also adeptly joined in, helping to divert Chao Yuan's attention. Meanwhile, Luo Chen, without turning back, caught the tape and began to run in circles around Chao Yuan with Lin Shiyi. Rinjiese pupis dilated, and the divine might of the seraphim surged into Chao Yuan's mind, causing him to groan, his body swaying as though intoxicated. Now was the moment. Seeing this, Luo Chen wasted no time, wrapping the sealing scroll around Chao Yuan with fervor, tightly binding it around his neck before yanking it hard. The flames consuming the frenzied Chao Yuan gradually receded, revealing his original skin, and he collapsed with a thunderous crash. Clarity returned to his eyes, and he began to cough violently. Could you please go a little easier? Chao Yuan spoke with exasperation. Luo Chen rolled his eyes at him, urging him to reflect. Go easier? And what about you? You can't afford to go easy at all. Hanli observed the recruits before him, suddenly filled with self-doubt, finally muttering two words: monsters. He had been unable to subdue the frenzied Chao Yuan, yet a few recruits managed to do so, leaving him questioning his existence. Quietly, he approached Instructor Hong. Instructor Hong, I believe I may not be suited to be an instructor. I'm better suited for the front lines as a combatant. Instructor Hong raised an eyebrow. And this is your first day on the job? What has happened? Han Li, both amused and exasperated, recounted his experiences. After listening, Instructor Hong could not help but twitch his lips. Out of a total of 241 recruits, Han Li had accurately singled out 2 agents, one being by Li's young master and the other a high-risk individual. Such luck was unparalleled. Perhaps you should buy a lottery ticket or consider a career change to HR. Despite his thoughts, Instructor Hong patted Han Li's shoulder in consolation. This is partly my fault for not informing you in advance that there are a few peculiar individuals among the recruits, but this is an exceptional case. Most recruits are quite ordinary. Old Han, you simply had bad luck and happened to choose those few troublesome ones. You are a national martial arts champion among our night watchmen. No one is more suited than you to teach these students. Consider this. If among this new batch of recruits, one were to rise as a city squad leader or even as a member of a special team, how gratifying it would be to stand before you and call you instructor. The entire Watchers would know that he is a soldier you have trained. Under the persuasive charm of Hong Hao, Han Li's eyes sparkled with renewed enthusiasm. All right, I shall give it another try. But you must inform me of which recruits are not to be trifled with. I would rather not face another setback. Hong Hao could only chuckle in disbelief. Very well, I will enlighten you. Yet, internally, he found the situation amusing. Behold, this is the art of persuasion. Who cannot weave a delightful tale? Han Li was thoroughly captivated, resembling the expression one wears when compelled to work overtime by a superior. As Han Li once again ascended the training platform, his previous vigor returned, and his gaze swept across the new recruits below. However, he involuntarily trembled as he passed by Luo Chen and his companions. Recalling the earlier scene, he was especially wary of allowing those little monsters to take the stage again. When mealtime arrived, the recruits galloped towards the mess hall like untamed steeds. Yet, upon encountering the food lay before them, they were rendered speechless. Are you joking with me? Chef, where's the chef? Shen Qingzhu shouted with displeasure. What is all this racket about? An irate old man wielding a ladle emerged from the kitchen. Who the hell is shouting? Take a look for yourself. Are these things fit for human consumption? Shen Qingzhu replied coldly. If you want to eat, then eat. If not, get lost. The old man retorted unceremoniously. Luo Chen, however, remained unfazed, casually tearing into raw meat. Accompanying the meat were a small dish of pickled vegetables. While this modest dish might seem insignificant outside here, it was akin to a royal feast. As Luo Chen gnawed on the raw flesh, he reminisced about Chen Mai's culinary skills, which were worlds apart. Fortunately, hunger knows no bounds. After a day of training, everyone was ravenous. In that moment, Chao Yuan approached Lin Chia, placing his pickles before him. Chia loves pickles, so let him have mine. Bai Li Pang Pang was taken aback, finally exclaiming, You are such a sycophant. Chao Yuan simply replied, I take pleasure in it. He then gazed earnestly into Lin Chia's eyes. I merely wish to admire you. Lin Chia responded, Is this appropriate? Luo Chen's lips twitched in amusement. Chao Yuan, remember, Lin Chia is your benefactor, not your master. Chapter 34. What are you dreaming of? Outside the mess hall, a sharp whistle pierced the air. The recruits quickly rose to their feet. Bai Li Pang Pang, having nearly choked on his bun, pounded his chest frantically, prompting Luo Chen to give him a hearty slap on the back, causing him to stumble and finally swallow the bun. Instructor Hong, accompanied by two other instructors, entered and surveyed the room before speaking slowly. This afternoon, you will undergo your first extreme training. After you finish your meal, assemble behind the mess hall. Do you understand? Understood. The recruits chorused in unison. Once satiated, Bai Li Pang Pang, toothpick in mouth, trailed behind Luo Chen and the others. What do you think extreme training entails? It probably won't be anything pleasant. Luo Chen smiled wryly, further deepening Bai Li Pang Pang's confusion. After all recruits boarded the ominous black bus, it gradually set off. As the scenery outside flashed by, gazing at the verdant mountains, Luo Chen felt a sense of calm wash over him. After approximately 40 minutes, the bus came to a halt. The recruits disembarked one by one, their conversations buzzing. Jinan Mountain? Lin Chia, being a local, had heard of this place. What the heck? We have to climb a mountain? Bai Li Pang Pang's face fell, his expression one of dismay. Luo Chen remained silent. Instructor Hong stood at the front of the line, pointing at Jinan Mountain. Now, each of you will carry a weight of 35 kilograms as you traverse this mountain. Isn't this just a standard weighted run? The recruits exchanged puzzled glances. If it were merely that, even if the forbidden zone were suppressed, they could accomplish the task in a few hours. However, it was not so simple. A smile crept onto Hong Hao's face as he waved his hand. A swarm of drones emerged, each equipped with a miniature firing mechanism. The weights on all of you are equipped with tracking devices, and once the training begins, the drones will pursue you relentlessly. If you're struck by the paintball gun, you will be deemed eliminated. Hong Hao's lips curled into a cryptic smile. The eliminated participants will naturally face punishment. Trust me, none of you would wish to confront this harsh consequence. He then extended 3 fingers. Moreover, several rules must be emphasized. First, you may exchange weights among yourselves as you see fit, but under no circumstances may you discard your load. Doing so will result in immediate failure. Second, you must not attack or touch the drones in any manner, nor may you cover yourself with any object to obstruct the paintball gun's fire. You may use cover to evade, but cannot remain motionless in a dead end. Third, you may operate in groups, but you must not attack one another or disrupt others. The only action you can take against the drones is to flee. Is that clear? Clear. The recruits responded immediately and began to gather their equipment in turn. Each received a 35-kilogram weight and a tactical dagger. Han Li spoke sternly. This dagger is intended to assist your navigation through the mountains, not for you to harm one another. When it was Xiao Yuan's turn, Han Li retrieved a spoon from behind him. Are you suggesting he should tunnel with this? Gao Yuan et Gulim. Your situation is unique. You cannot use a dagger, so make do with this. It's all quite similar. By the end, Han Li himself felt a twinge of guilt. As Bai Li Pang donned his load, his face contorted in bitterness. Yet, upon observing the weights on Luo Chen and Lin Chia, he was utterly flabbergasted. What the heck? Tian Yi, Chia, your loads are insane. Seeing the 100 kilograms on Luo Chen's back, Bai Li Pang exclaimed, why don't you just carry me? Go negotiate with the instructor. Most importantly, I can help shield you from bullets. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. You truly are a genius. Bai Li Pong's eyes sparkled with excitement, but then he hesitated. What about the peach? Luo Chen shot him a disdainful glance. Bai Li Pang ultimately shrank back, abandoning that thought. This extreme training allowed for team formations. So most recruits paired off in groups of 3s or 2s. Emoli joined several other female soldiers, while Shen Qingzhu teamed up with his 3 loyal subordinates. Ultimately, only Luo Chen, Lin Chia, and Qing Yu, Bai Li Pang, and Xiao Yuan ambled into the mountains together. Before entering, the instructors confiscated all of Bai Li Pong's forbidden items, ostensibly for safekeeping. After all, one could not allow this rotund fellow to run amok with contraband during training. Once all recruits had entered the mountains, Instructor Hong yawned and made his way to the temporary tent. Instructor Hong, is it truly necessary to orchestrate such a spectacle for a mere weighted run? The entire mountain had been transformed into an inescapable labyrinth with their forbidden items. Regardless of how they ran, escaping was impossible. Thus, Hong Hao revealed a cunning smile. They would be relentlessly pursued by drones in this intricate maze until their stamina was utterly depleted. The effectiveness of this training far surpassed that of ordinary weighted runs. Han Li's lips twitched. No wonder he was the superior. His heart was indeed dark. What did you say, Instructor Han? Oh, nothing. I merely remarked that even if this group of little monsters defies the odds, they will still suffer. Han Li, with a resigned shrug, stepped forward to join Hong Hao and the others in observing the surveillance footage. This training session was not merely a physical trial for the recruits. It was an ordeal that tested their mental fortitude as well. However, the most excruciating aspect was undoubtedly the merciless punishment, akin to a scene of public humiliation. Han Li could not help but feel fortunate for graduating early, thus sparing himself from such torment. Yet at this moment, amidst the undulating mountains, the recruits remained blissfully unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. Several recruits had already fallen victim to the drones, being eliminated one after another. Bai Li, the portly recruit, was panting heavily. This training was proving to be doubly arduous for him. The terrain, rife with thickets and underbrush, posed a significant challenge for someone of his stature. Indeed, he had not trudged far before he collapsed onto the ground. I feel like I'm dying. Can't you guys help me out a bit, brothers? Luo Chen shot him an exasperated glance, instantly discerning that this chubby fellow was simply being lazy rather than genuinely unable to continue. The others paid him no heed. Faced with such indifference, Bai Li decided to give in. Perhaps I should just wait for the drone to eliminate me. And Qing Yu adjusted his glasses and remarked, aren't there penalties for being eliminated? Aren't you afraid? Upon hearing this, Bai Li sat up. Those instructors shouldn't be too harsh, right? Luo Chen smiled slightly. Yet that smile did not escape Bai Li's notice. The tremor in his flesh was palpable, and Bai Li shivered. Brother Qin, at that moment, a noise emanated from their burdens. Chapter 35, a scene of mass execution. Name, Lu Peng. Hong Hao regarded the new recruit before him with a playful expression. What is the most embarrassing thing you've ever done? Lu Peng sat on the bench, his jaw clenched and beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Despite his efforts, he remained unable to resist the power of the Jinyan ring. His mouth slightly ajar, he recounted, when I was a child, my grandfather would take an afternoon nap on a bamboo mat, snoring with his mouth wide open. I poured a cup of water into his mouth, and when he awoke, he gave me a good scolding. Out of spite, I didn't speak to him for a week, only to realize in middle school that I had poured boiling water from a thermos. Lu Peng lifted his head, gazing vacantly at the sky as a tear of helplessness slipped from the corner of his eye. Across from him, Honghao continued to bombard him with various embarrassing questions. The other instructors stifled their laughter, unable to contain themselves as a chorus of laughter erupted among the group. The new recruits in the mountains also paused, bursting into laughter. But suddenly their expressions shifted. A chill crept up their spines, and their faces turned ashen, as though they had just ingested a dead mouse. Bai Li swallowed hard, his eyes suddenly clear. And this was not the end. The subsequent revelations from several recruits, after donning the Xinyan rings, were even more explosive. I once spied on the neighbor's older sister while she was bathing. I stood at the village entrance watching my hen lay eggs, and when it laid halfway, I pushed it back. When a classmate handed me a DVD and told me to watch it at home, I opened it to find a label warning that it was unsuitable for those under 18, so I called my parents, grandparents, and everyone else over. I shared beans with the dog, one for me and one for it, and when only one bean remained, the dog snatched it away, and I pried its mouth open to retrieve it. Each time I quarreled with my parents, I imagined never smiling again, hoping to instill guilt in them for a lifetime. The instructors were nearly in stitches, yet the recruits in the mountains could not find humor in the situation. It was akin to looking into a mirror. How utterly humiliating. If they were caught, they could only imagine the consequences. With this thought, the recruits bolted. Despite the scorching heat, a wave of bone-chilling fear washed over them. Bai Li, who had just contemplated giving up, was now sprinting faster than Luo Chen. Recalling the original narrative, Luo Chen found amusement in Bai Li's past entanglements with the maid. Suspecting that he was fearful of Molly discovering those events, Lin Shi furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "This is too brutal. It's akin to defecating in public without pants." Chao Yuan's lips twitched, entirely agreeing with Lin Shi's sentiments. And Qing Yu adjusted his glasses, unconcerned, for he was the only one who had not engaged in any ludicrous antics, being solely interested in learning and knowledge. Time flew by swiftly, akin to the author's typing speed, increasing with each keystroke. Luo Chen, while running, observed his surroundings, wishing to activate his breath perception, only to remember that his forbidden domain was sealed. While he could sense the presence of heroic spirits, he was unable to utilize their powers. Surrounded by drones, every movement was under scrutiny. Suddenly, he noticed a drone approaching from the left, encircling them. "We must head to the right." Luo Chen's gaze sharpened as he halted the frantically running Bai Li. "Brother Chen, please don't stop me. I don't want to be caught. These instructors are doing this on purpose." Bai Li struggled desperately, but to no avail. And Qing Yu glanced to the right, his analytical mind quickly assessing the terrain. The right side is much more rugged. If we go that way, we will expend even more energy. With no other option, Luo Chen charged ahead, wielding his dagger to clear the vines and branches obstructing their path. The group pressed on with great difficulty. Though Luo Chen's physical condition had improved through training, it had only been a month. Since entering the mountains, his stamina had been steadily depleting, and now, as he forged a path for the others, he was exhausting himself even further. Even someone as robust as he was beginning to struggle, his pace gradually slowing. Bai Li, on the other hand, wore an expression as though he might faint at any moment. Yet somehow he found the strength to keep moving forward. The others were similarly breathless, gasping for air. Simultaneously, as Luo Chen cleared the underbrush before him, a mischievous face appeared unexpectedly. Both exclaimed in unison, "Oh!" Immediately, two waves of drones surrounded them from the front and back. "Damn it! What are you doing up here?" Shun Qing Zhu exclaimed, flipping to the left. In a moment of awkwardness, Luo Chen instinctively chose the same direction, causing the two groups to converge as they rushed leftward to escape. "This is not the time for chit-chat," Luo Chen shouted. However, among Shun Qing Zhu's three companions, two were struck simultaneously, collapsing to the ground with cries of despair. Seeing this, Shun Qing Zhu's brow furrowed. Luo Chen swung his blade fiercely, forcefully carving a path through the jungle, with Lin Shi and the others following closely behind. Bai Li, seeing the drones targeting him, quickly sought refuge behind a large tree. After a series of gunfire, he crawled back to the main group. The group ran desperately, finally breaking through the dense thicket to find a small stream before them. Luo Chen let out a sigh of relief, slowly approaching to scoop up handfuls of water, drinking deeply and splashing some on his face. Fortunately, the drones did not seem to pursue immediately, granting them a moment to catch their breath. Shun Qing Zhu's face darkened. his anger boiling over at the elimination of his two companions. The remaining companion, who seemed to be named Deng Wei, approached him. Damn it, those two got eliminated. Why are you still following me? Shun Qingzhu scolded, his irritation palpable. Because you're my brother, Shun. Deng Wei replied with an innocent grin. If it weren't for you helping me pay off my debts, I'd still be begging on the streets, let alone being a night watchman. Shun Qingzhu cast a fierce glare at him, exclaiming, damn it, I won't care anymore. If you blind fools insist on following me, then so be it. But remember, do not cause me any trouble. With that, Shun Qingzhu turned on his heel and stormed ahead in a huff. Once the two had walked a distance away, Li Pang approached Luo Chen and submerged his face in the icy stream, seemingly revitalized. Brother Chen, don't you find these fellows strange? Shun Qingzhu has such a foul temper and is exceedingly arrogant, yet there are still people willing to follow him. It's truly eye-opening. At this moment, Chao Yuan suddenly interjected. That guy named Deng Wei had a rough childhood. His father ran off with a mistress, and his mother developed a gambling addiction, accumulating a mountain of debt. When the creditors came knocking with knives, he had no choice but to borrow money everywhere. Eventually, he encountered Shun Qingzhu, who surprisingly turned out to be a kind-hearted person, selling off some of his family's land to help Deng Wei pay off his debts. Later, both awakened their powers and were discovered by the Night Watchers, leading them here. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie and the others' eyes brightened. They had not expected Shun Qingzhu to possess such a side. Wow, Gao Zai. How do you know so much? Bai Li Pang Pang Inkirat. That guy Deng Wei is my roommate, along with his two twin brothers who are also his followers. But I'm not sure about the details. Luo Chen chuckled softly, remaining silent. A sharp tongue, but a tender heart. That must be Shun Qingzhu's charm. After all, he is the most daring man in the entire narrative. Chapter 36. A manual for Pang Pang before long. A voice echoed through the burdens they carried. Why do you keep following Shun Qingzhu? Because I admire Brother Shun. Why? The instructor seemed incredulous. Because in our first year of high school, my younger brother Li Jia was deceived and got entangled with a group of delinquents. Shun, despite being an outstanding student, took it upon himself to confront those thugs on our behalf. This incident led to his expulsion from school and ultimately prevented him from attending university. From that day on, my brother and I vowed to follow Shun, even though he often berates us. Over time, we realized that Brother Shun is the gentlest man in this world. Upon hearing this, Shun Qingzhu, who had been running, paused momentarily, a look of anger crossing his face. It's you who should be punished. Why am I the one losing my dignity? He slowly turned his head, unconsciously tightening his grip on the dagger in his hand. At that moment, a second wave of drones appeared. The sound of gunfire erupted as they opened fire upon them, prompting Luo Chen and the others to hurriedly seek cover. Meanwhile, Shun Qingzhu and Deng Wei evaded the drones, weaving through the underbrush. Suddenly, Deng Wei stumbled over a vine and fell hard to the ground, pain etched across his face. Deng Wei. Shun Qingzhu turned back at the sound. Deng Wei shook his head, his face contorting in agony, yet he managed to force a smile. Brother Shun, I'm fine. I just twisted my ankle. It seems I can't continue. Shun Qingzhu's expression darkened. Get up. I'll carry you. But Deng Wei shook his head. Brother Shun, bringing me along will only hinder your escape. I'm a burden now. Take my load and keep running. Don't let these instructors underestimate us. Shut up. Shun Qingzhu gritted his teeth, surveying the surroundings. The drone's firepower was too intense. If they stayed any longer, even he Wun Ti escaped the encirclement. He knew full well that Deng Wei's weight, combined with their 70-kilogram load, meant he couldn't run far. Let's go, Brother Shun. If we don't leave now, it will be too late, Deng Wei shouted, pushing Shun Qingzhu forward. With clenched teeth, Shun Qingzhu sprinted ahead. Only then did Deng Wei feel relieved. He struggled to get back on his feet, determined to buy time for Shun by attracting fire. Come on, eliminate me, Deng Wei shouted, waving his arms at the drones. Several drones immediately turned towards him. With that, Deng Wei closed his eyes, satisfied. The sound of gunfire erupted, but strangely, he felt no impact. He opened one eye, utterly astonished. Brother Shun, the rules say you can't use objects to shield yourself. Damn the rules. Shun Qingzhu tossed aside his burden. Rules are meant to be broken. When have I ever followed the rules? In Deng Wei's shocked gaze, Shun Qingzhu leapt into action, driving his dagger into one of the drones. A thunderous explosion followed. They say you can't do it, but I will. Shun Qingzhu glared at Deng Wei, Useless. Your brother Shun is here to save you. Tears welled in Deng Wei's eyes. But in the next moment, paintballs struck them both, inducing a wave of dizziness. Both Shen Qingzhu and he collapsed to the ground. In the mountains, Luo Chen, Lin Qiye, and Qing Yu, Chao Yuan, and Bai Li Pang narrowly avoided another drone attack and finally had a moment to breathe. From the burdens they carried, Shen Qingzhu's voice resonated. "Oh, you dare to shoot down a drone? You got some guts." "Sorry, I was honest," replied Bai Li Pang. "For that, your punishment will be even harsher, haha." "Did you hear what Li Liang just said?" "I did." "Why do you disguise yourself as someone unruly and uncontrollable?" "Because humans are always cowards in front of the strong. When faced with a bully, you must be even more ruthless to instill fear. The weak can only be bullied." "Interesting. You seem to care about others' opinions. Let's change the subject. How many love letters have you written so far?" 114. "Oh, I didn't expect you to have a story. Do share." "Haha, can't tell. Shen Qingzhu is actually a sentimental type." Bai Li Pang listened to Shen Qingzhu's romantic history, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "I truly admire such individuals. If it were me, I would probably give up after being rejected twice." Luo Chen wore a playful grin. "All right, I'll tell Molly that as long as she rejects you twice, you'll give up. I believe she'll be thrilled." Hey, Brother Chen, you're my real brother," Bai Li Pang exclaimed, suddenly sliding to kneel beside Luo Chen, clutching his leg. "I was just joking. Don't tell Molly the truth. I am absolutely the god of pure love. Trust me." Seeing Luo Chen's skeptical expression, Bai Li Pang grew agitated, weeping and clinging to Luo Chen's leg, determined not to rise until he received an answer. Luo Chen, visibly annoyed, nudged him away little by little, but Bai Li Pang clung on like a stubborn burr. All right, I was just kidding. Don't gross me out." Finally, Bai Li Pang reluctantly settled a short distance away. He abruptly turned to say something else, but found a sharp dagger pointed at him, forcing him to sheepishly withdraw his neck. At their current pace, it would take approximately 2.5 more hours to escape. Although Luo Chen's powers were suppressed, he could still faintly sense the essence of the earth, enabling him to discern the way out of this vast maze. Bai Li Pang shivered. "Hey, Brother Chen, what are you doing? Don't joke about this. We've been walking for several hours, and it's still going to take 2.5 more. Yet no one paid attention to this lively character. Lin Qiye and Qingyu silently followed Luo Chen. "It's getting dark. We should hurry." The group resumed their journey. As night fell, the already treacherous mountain path became even more difficult to navigate. Strangely, the drones seemed to have vanished. It is likely due to the relentless series of assaults that their energy has been depleted. After traversing approximately 10 more kilometers, the entire area of Jinan Mountain lay shrouded in silence. The group, weary and drained, could scarcely utter a word. Only 5 of them continued to press onward. Now, Lin Qiye led the way, empowered by the Xingyo Wuxia, which had significantly enhanced his abilities, allowing him to see clearly even in the darkness. His stamina was gradually recovering, making him the most vigorous among the team. As time inexorably passed, the pace of the squad slowed further, reducing it to a contest of sheer willpower. Bai Li Pang's consciousness began to wane, his previous vivacity replaced by a mechanical, puppet-like gait as he trailed behind the main group. Just as he was about to collapse, Luo Chen inhaled deeply, stepping out of the mountains to boldly declare to Mo Li that he would prove his worth. He was no coward. How would Mo Li perceive him if he fell here? In an instant, Bai Li Pang's eyes sparkled with determination as he shouted to Mo Li, "I am no coward." This was the essence of love. With a surge of latent potential, Bai Li Pang managed to match the pace of the other 4. Whenever he felt his strength waning, Luo Chen would lean in close to whisper, "For Mo Li, ah! For Mo Li, ah!" This caused Lin Qiye and the others to twitch at the corners of their mouths, bemused by the spectacle. After approximately 2 hours, Bai Li Pang's gaze began to grow vacant. Mumbling to himself, "Why haven't I fainted yet? I want to die." With that, he rolled his eyes back and lost consciousness. Remarkably, he fainted just as he expressed the thought. During this time, Xingyu could no longer endure and ultimately succumbed. After all, he was merely an academic, accustomed to exercise but unaccustomed to such extreme training. One could understand the plight of an intellectual. Chao Yuan's physique had been tempered by the malevolent energy of the Black King, granting him a measure of physical strength. With Luo Chen guiding their direction and Lin Qiye leading, The trio finally emerged from a thicket, greeted by the sight of dawn. Numerous camouflage-painted off-road vehicles were stationed ahead. As Hong Hao, Han Li, and the other instructors beheld the three's arrival, astonishment registered on their faces. The moment Luo Chen spotted the instructors, he too succumbed to unconsciousness. Lacking the divine favor of Lin Xie or the physical resilience of Chao Yuan, his endurance had solely been a product of his willpower. Lin Xie and the others quickly supported him, advancing step by step toward Hong Hao and the others. Hong Hao took a deep breath. Astonished that someone had truly accomplished this feat, it was a first in the history of a night watchman. A rookie had completed the extreme training on their first attempt. In his unconscious state, Luo Chen envisioned a vast expanse of land, where a gentle figure conversed with a domineering man. Suddenly, an invincible divine beast appeared, transforming the once peaceful land into a scene of devastation. The gentle figure ultimately collapsed into the embrace of the golden figure, lamenting, "Unforgivable. Why must you perish? If it is divine punishment, let it be directed at me. I am the one who deserves it. Is this not all my unreasonable disturbance?" The man clad in golden armor cried out to the heavens, "Do not grieve. I am but a weapon, merely one of the countless treasures you possess." The gentle figure caressed the man's cheek tenderly. "In the future, many treasures far superior to me will emerge, so I have no reason or worth to bring you tears." The man in golden armor shouted in response, "You are valuable. You hold a unique worth. I hereby vow that in this world, my one true friend shall forever be but one. Only one. This worth shall never change, now or for eternity. Fool, to walk side by side, to converse side by side, to fight side by side. This is not merely humanity, nor a tool, but friendship." The scene froze at this moment. In the end, a soft voice echoed, "Jill, after my death, who will understand you? Who will accompany you on your journey? My friend, the thought of you living on in solitude fills me with tears." Witnessing this, Luo Chen felt his own eyes moisten involuntarily. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself submerged in a wooden barrel filled with a fetid medicinal liquid. Strangely, all fatigue and exhaustion had dissipated. Luo Chen instinctively wiped his eyes, realizing he had indeed shed tears. The crystalline droplets slipped from his fingertips, ultimately vanishing into the medicinal tub. Was this the memory of Enkidu? So, his wish was to see that dear friend once more. Luo Chen inhaled deeply, murmuring, "Rest assured, little N, I will ensure you meet that king again." Simultaneously, he felt a clarity in his mind, as if his mental prowess had ascended, perhaps reaching the mid-stage of the pool realm, with a faint sensation of nearing a breakthrough to the later stage. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed Bailey Pang Pang and the others remained in slumber. Luo Chen decided to linger in the medicinal liquid a while longer, allowing his body to fully absorb its essence. Hong Hao opened the door, exchanging glances with Luo Chen, a smile gracing his face. "Ah, you are awake. Hello, instructor. Well, now that you're awake, let us head to the commander. He has something to discuss with you." Understood. Thus, Luo Chen swiftly donned his attire and followed Hong Hao to the office. Yuan Gang had been waiting for some time. "You're here? Then I shall be straightforward." Yuan Gang retrieved a small black box from the desk and slid it across to Luo Chen. "Regarding the matter of the mass squad, Wang Mian has already informed me. The bag inside is a Zizai Kongjian. This is the reward we have prepared for you, containing a bank card with 500,000 in cash." Luo Chen smiled faintly. "A Zizai Kongjian? Perfect, just what I needed. A storage-type forbidden object is indispensable, allowing for the stowage of various odds and ends for immediate use." "Thank you, instructor." Yuan Gang chuckled, shaking his head. "You rascal. Off you go to the cafeteria, otherwise training will start soon and you won't have time to eat." "Yes." As he watched Luo Chen's departing figure, Yuan Gang's lips curled upward slightly. An agent of the heroic spirit. After a day of rigorous training, Luo Chen returned to his dormitory, gazing quietly out the window. Beneath the silvery moonlight, a beautiful woman in a gown of starry fabric stood serenely atop the building, her skirt gently swaying in the breeze. Luo Chen, aware of Lin Xie's absence, recognized the woman standing on the rooftop. The goddess of the night, Nyx. Nyx seemed to sense Luo Chen's gaze, turning her head slightly. Her pupils widened for a fleeting moment. However, she made no further movement, while Lin Xie keenly noted the shift. He was curious as to why the illustrious goddess of the night would react in such a manner upon seeing Luo Chen. Luo Chen understood. It was likely she sensed the aura of the heavenly lock and the sword of oath of victory. The heavenly lock needed no introduction, being a weapon specifically designed to target deities, and, as the creator god, Nyx could naturally perceive its threat. As for the sword of oath of victory, it was the blade given to King Arthur by the Lady of the Lake. In the context of the god-slaying worldview, King Arthur was also considered deity, and if memory served, the original work also featured his agent. Nyx withdrew her gaze, her ruby lips parting. Donatos, what is it, mother? How is it that such a being exists within your divine realm? Lin Chia smiled. He is my friend. Upon hearing this, Nyx also smiled, sensing a formidable aura emanating from Donatos' friend, acknowledging him as a unique presence. You must treat him well. Lin Chia stood momentarily stunned. Even the goddess of night, a being of divine caliber, felt a sense of trepidation. Although he was aware of Luo Chen's extraordinary abilities, he had not anticipated they would reach such heights. Subsequently, Lin Shi was taken back to his modest abode by Ni Kusi, only to find himself back at the training camp in an instant. Yuan Gang was left utterly bewildered. After resolving all matters, he sank into contemplation in his office chair. An agent of heroic spirits, a dual deity agent. It was a rarity for a divine agent to emerge once in a decade. With a deep sigh, Yuan Gang felt an overwhelming fatigue, yet was also filled with hope for the future of the Xia. What on earth is happening in this world? Being an instructor is indeed quite challenging. Time flew by. It had been nearly 5 months since the training commenced. In the instructor's office of the training camp, Chen Muyi sat across from Yuan Gang. Please grant Luo Chen and Lin Qi a leave of absence, so they may join me for a New Year's Eve dinner, he requested. Yuan Gang's expression turned serious. Captain Chen, you know this is against the rules. Chen Muyi leisurely leaned back in his chair. I do not care for your rules. You may find this hard to believe, but my team is lying in wait just outside the training camp. If you refuse, do not blame us for taking them by force. Yuan Gong stared at Chen Muyi, shocked. Is this how a captain of a night watch speaks? Is it not enough to ask? You would resort to theft? Please do not make this difficult for me. Yuan Gang furrowed his brow. Can you tell me why you're so eager to see Lin Qi and Luo Chen? Chen Muyi posed it. Realizing he could not hide the truth from Instructor Yuan, I will be straightforward. Someone intends to harm the new recruits. Yuan Gang's expression turned grave. What do you mean? Chen Muyi exhaled lightly. The ancient god church. Yuan Gang's brow furrowed tighter. Have they lost their minds? Do they not see how many instructors are here? Both overtly and covertly? Chen Muyi simirkit distainfui. You should know better than I the caliber of individuals present in the training camp. After all, you're the chief instructor. I would not jest about such matters. Do you believe the ancient god church would allow these young recruits to develop unchecked? It is now evident that they are specifically targeting Lin Qi and Luo Chen, an unprecedented duo and a divine agent. The allure they hold for those madmen is self-evident. Yuan Gang inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. I understand. The new recruits were suddenly summoned to gather on the training ground. Hong Hao surveyed the crowd and smiled. Excellent. It seems you have all become qualified recruits. Due to your recent commendable performance, the chief instructor has decided to grant you a 4-day holiday. Cheers erupted among the recruits. However, Hong Hao's voice boomed, silencing them instantly. You are not permitted to leave Songnan City. Is that all? Bali Pang Pang asked, bewildered. Yes, that is all, Hong Hao replied with a grin. Long live the chief instructor. The recruits cheered fervently once more. Life in the camp had been monotonous, consisting of chores, training, meals, and sleep. The prospect of an outing thrilled the recruits. Yet one remained silent. Luo Chen's gaze sharpened. He understood the implications of this holiday all too well. What was destined to come would inevitably arrive, and there was no evading it. Lin Qi and Qin Yu exchanged glances with Luo Chen. Sensing that this holiday was anything but ordinary, Bai Li Pang Pang, observing their lack of enthusiasm, was taken aback. What are you all thinking? You finally have a break, and you won't even prepare a bit? Luo Chen chuckled and shook his head. It's fine, go enjoy yourselves. Bai Li Pang Pang was perplexed. What does that mean? Are you implying I should sit at the children's table? Approximately half an hour later, the recruits finished packing and stood at the entrance. Black long boxes had piled up like a small mountain on the ground. Hong Hao regarded the recruits sternly. This time, you are permitted to carry the Xing Chen knife. But remember, this is for self-defense only. Do not use it recklessly. If you incite panic, You will have to answer for it upon your return. Do you understand? We understand. And Qing Yu adjusted her glasses and exchanged a solemn glance with Lin Qi, both aware that something was amiss. After all, why would they issue Xing Chen knives if there was not an underlying issue? Luo Chen boarded the bus, casually selecting a window seat, preparing to rest in anticipation of the events to unfold. Lin Qi followed closely behind him. Luo Chen, what are your thoughts? Luo Chen reopened his eyes, stretching lazily against the chair. What do you think? Just relax. Lin Qi responded, I can't believe you. Luo Chen chuckled at the faintly visible lines of exasperation on Lin Qi's forehead. I was merely joking. What else can we do but adapt? As the bus slowly departed the training camp, the recruits noticed a peculiar sensation within their bodies. They had broken through. Under the suppression of the Zhensu Bei, their mental powers had been compressed, and their strength had been accumulating. As soon as they departed the range of the Zhensu Bei, they experienced a surge of power. The recruits gasped in astonishment. Lin Qi, intrigued, recalled that prior to entering the training camp, Luo Chen was at the Qi realm. Now it seemed. Observing the curious gaze of Lin Qi, Luo Chen spoke gradually, peak of the Qi realm. Lin Qi ese lipstaichit. He realized that asking was unnecessary and self-inflicted discomfort. Suddenly, Luo Chen sensed a surge of murderous intent and slowly glanced upward. Simultaneously, the bus was filled with the shouts of recruits. Look, there's a meteor shower. The recruits fell silent, gazing in the direction indicated by one recruit. In the cerulean sky, 5 streaks of light tore through the atmosphere, trailing white tails as they hurtled toward them. Who said it was a meteor shower? Those are missiles. Get down. As the words left his mouth, 3 missiles soared overhead, directly striking the training camp. Boom! A brilliant flash of fire erupted, and thick black smoke billowed upwards, forming a massive mushroom cloud. At the same time, 2 more missiles descended toward them. Luo Chen sprang forward, forcefully pushing the instructor out of the driver's seat before taking the wheel himself. What are you doing? The instructor roared in fury, but in the next moment, Virum, a fierce wind erupted from Luo Chen's body. Starting from the driver's seat, the entire bus underwent a remarkable transformation, its exterior becoming sharper as its speed surged. Wind King Barrier. Unique skill, riding. Luo Chen slammed his foot down on the accelerator and shouted to everyone, hold on tight. He began to maneuver the vehicle in a drift. One missile struck the military checkpoint they had just passed, obliterating it, and the shockwave caused the vehicle to tilt slightly. However, Luo Chen expertly adjusted the steering wheel, keeping the bus steady. What the hell? Is this a blade overtake? What kind of maneuver is this? The recruits erupted in astonishment. Yet the crisis was far from over. As another missile was barreling toward them, Luo Chen pressed the accelerator. And with the enhancement of the Wind King barrier, the bus reached its maximum speed. Slow down. Mom, I want to get off. A powerful sensation of weightlessness swept over the recruits in the back, causing some to feel nauseous, much to the dismay of their companions. As the missile relentlessly pursued them, just as it was about to strike, Luo Chen's pupils contracted, and a subtle smile graced his lips. In the blink of an eye, a spear entwined with magenta flames shot forth from a distance, instantaneously piercing the descending missile in midair. A tremendous explosion ensued. Chapter 39. The long-awaited life of fiery bloom erupted in the sky, the shockwave surging towards the bus, scattering fragments of the shattered missile. Wind King Barrier. Luo Chen bellowed, unleashing the Wind King barrier to its maximum potential. As a veritable tempest shield, it enveloped the entire bus and forged a semicircular protective dome around it. The remnants of countless missiles rained into this whirlwind fortress, only to be devoured of their kinetic energy by the fierce winds that swirled around the bus. Luo Chen deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, executing a drift that ignited fierce friction with the ground, sending sparks flying. The bus then tilted and landed steadily, finally coming to a halt. Panting heavily, Luo Chen gasped for breath. Though merely 2 seconds had passed, it felt as though he had fought a grand battle. His back was drenched in sweat, marking the first time he had pushed the Wind King barrier to its limits. While navigating the vehicle, he had to maintain the barrier to ensure stability while also extending it outward to deflect the remaining shrapnel. Every aspect required meticulous control of his mental energy, leaving no room for error. Given the explosive force witnessed earlier, Those fragments could inflict damage far exceeding that of a heavy sniper rifle. Silence enveloped the scene. Lin Xia hurriedly approached, supporting Luo Chen, observing his pale visage with a furrowed brow. He was acutely aware of the extraordinary feat Luo Chen had just accomplished. Upon entering the pool realm, Lin Xia's mental perception had expanded to an astonishing 100 meters. Just moments ago, Luo Chen had utilized his abilities to erect a barrier that blocked all fragments within a mere 2 seconds, saving the lives of nearly 40 to 50 new recruits aboard the bus. And Xingyu joined them, both assisting Luo Chen out of the vehicle. Resounding cheers erupted from the new recruits, who had narrowly escaped death. While Li Pangpang gazed at Luo Chen, his eyes brimming with admiration. Brother Chen, you are simply a driving deity. I never anticipated your driving skills were so exceptional. You even evaded a missile. Luo Chen offered a wry smile, attributing his prowess to mere familiarity. Come on, even in such a situation, you still want to show off. Stay humble. Hong Hao observed them from the side, feeling a tumult of emotions, though predominantly relief. Meanwhile, Yuan Gang seethed with anger. New recruits had barely emerged from the training camp before being bombarded. Yet, he could not fathom how the adversary managed to deploy missiles. In launch base number 39, shattered statues and blood littered the ground. A mesmerizing woman reclined at the control panel, a playful smile curling her lips. Have they escaped? This only makes things more intriguing. With that, she bared her teeth, her crimson tongue flickering like a serpentine creature, unconsciously licking her lips, a morbid excitement dancing in her eyes. Stinky brother, are you all right? Hongying rushed over, her face etched with concern as she meticulously inspected Luo Chen's body. I'm fine, Sister Hongying. You're being overly dramatic. You shot the missile to pieces with a single spear. After confirming that Luo Chen had sustained no injuries, she finally exhaled in relief, then playfully tugged at his ear. You troublesome brother. You never make it easy for me. Ouch. Ouch. I was wrong, Sister Hongying. I won't do it again. When did you learn to drive? I had no idea. Hongying released him, her brow furrowed in confusion. Well, that is a long story. Luo Chen chuckled awkwardly, then explained that it was one of his innate skills, allowing him to master any vehicle or mount. At that moment, Zhao Kongxing approached, offering a resigned smile as he walked over to Hong Hao. So, you are their instructor? We'll be taking these 2 little ones with us. If anything arises, you can find us at Team 136. Hong Hao nodded, as he had been instructed by Yuan Gang not to impede their departure. However, he approached Luo Chen beforehand. Kid, regarding today's incident, I will report it to headquarters. If all goes smoothly, you should be awarded a medal. Excitement glimmered in Hongying's eyes as she promptly patted Luo Chen on the shoulder. Stinky brother, not even having completed new recruit training and already earning a medal. Luo Chen smiled faintly. All thanks to Sister Hongying's excellent teaching. Hey, if you can talk, you might as well say a little more. Hongying shooked, her mood lifting significantly. Li Pangpang waved at Luo Chen and Lin Xia. Brother Chen, Xia, Brother Xingyu. The steward booked the finest luxury hotel in Songnan for me. Room number 9039. Be sure to come find me. Luo Chen nodded, pondering by Li Pangpang's departing figure with contemplation. Soon, the group returned to the peace affairs office. Gazing at the familiar structure, Luo Chen shook his head with a smile, a wave of inexplicable emotion washing over him. It's so much better here. The training camp was unbearably dull. Hongying shooked. Now you realize how good home is, huh? Aside from a sentinel Lung Xian, the rest of Team 136 were gathered. Lin Xia spoke sternly. Captain, why were we targeted by missiles? Chen Mai exhaled a plume of smoke. Their target was not the training camp. It was you. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. The ancient god sect? Chen Mai paused, surprised. You're aware of the ancient god sect? Luo Chen grinned sheepishly. I heard it in passing at the training camp. However, Chen Mai did not pursue the matter further. As a night watcher, knowledge of the ancient god sect was not unusual. While they conversed, Wu Xiangnan brought over several cups of tea. Rest assured, the ancient god sect is a primary target for the night watchers. Even if someone intends to come after you, they likely won't be too formidable. Hongying nodded. Don't worry, stinky brother. With your sister here, no one can lay a finger on you. Zhao Kongcheng echoed. My, Minxing Shanyue hasn't had the chance to shine yet. Let them come, and I'll ensure they won tea return. Shemai chuckled. All right, let's go eat now. What do you want? My treat. Hongying's eyes lit up. I want hot pot. Suddenly, she remembered something and pouted. Captain, you're biased. Ever since Stinky Brother and Chia went to training, you haven't treated us to a meal. Chen Mai merely smiled and shook his head, choosing not to respond. As evening fell, the members of Team 136 gathered around a copper pot, the bottom already boiling and emitting steam. The table was laden with an array of meats and vegetables. Luo Chen's eyes sparkled. During his time at the training camp, he had endured a monotonous diet of raw meat, buns, and pickles, leaving his palate nearly desensitized. Everyone feasted heartily on the food before them. Luo Chen picked up a slice of meat and placed it in Hongying's bowl. Sister Hongying, enjoy some meat. Wow, Luo Chen, you're biased. I want some too. Si Xiaonan pouted, casting an annoyed glance at him. Luo Chen smiled gently. Sister Xiaonan, it's time for you to find a boyfriend. It should be your boyfriend feeding you. With that, he subtly glanced at Lung Xian, the implication clear. Laughter erupted among the group as they began to tease the two. Witnessing this scene, a long-lost, genuine smile broke across Luo Chen's face. Chapter 40. Catching mice after dinner, everyone was lounging, content, and chatting. Luo Chen glanced out the window. The dim sky seemed to signal something. I'm going out for some fresh air. Upon hearing this, Hongying stood up. Stinky Brother, I'll accompany you. In a swift motion, Luo Chen stuffed a peeled lobster into Hongying's mouth. Stinky Brother, what are you doing? Luo Chen chuckled. It's fine. Sister Hongying, the place I'm going isn't suitable for girls. By the way, Chia, you care join? Hongying's delicate face flushed with a rosy hue. You must ensure your safety and remember to take the Xingchen Dao, she advised. Luo Chen nodded with a smile. When Chi Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Well, may I accompany you? He asked. Luo Chen cast him a sidelong glance and sighed. What are you thinking? We're merely going to find a friend. Fine. When Chi Mo responded, feeling somewhat disheartened. Watching the three depart, Hongying furrowed her brow. Captain, are we truly allowing them to go out like this? Isn't it rather unsafe? They must grow up, Hongying. I understand your concerns for Luo Chen, but as his guardian, his path to maturity is bound to be tumultuous. Chen Muyi replied, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Wu Xiang then also stood up, glancing outside. The captain speaks the truth. These youngsters will eventually become formidable individuals, and we cannot always shield them. Hongying made a face at Wu Xiangnan, exclaiming, You're just lazy. Wu Xiangnan chuckled helplessly, shaking his head without retorting. Upon exiting the office, Luo Chen glanced at Qingyu beside him. Have you made any discoveries regarding your fish species? And Qingyu paused, surprised. How did you know? Am I not familiar with you? The moment you returned, you surely disseminated information about the fish species, especially after our previous encounter, Luo Chen replied, shaking his head in resignation. And Qingyu nodded. You guessed correctly. I have indeed uncovered some clues. A peculiar group has suddenly appeared in Songnan City. They are likely associated with the ancient god church. Crazy scorpion mercenaries and the ancient god church. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes, and Qingyu relayed all the information he had gathered. 2 at the sea boundary and 15 at the river boundary. This is somewhat troublesome, Luo Chen frowned. Qingyu, go find Pang Pang. What about you? Lin Ji Inwided, puzzled. Me? I will catch some rats, Luo Chen smiled. Though Lin Shiyi and the others were curious, they said nothing further, as Luo Chen's abilities were well recognized, and he could likely fend for himself. Luo Chen's figure gradually receded into the distance. Under the dim light, with each step he took, a transformation occurred. His previously tall stature shrank, his hair became disheveled, and his features aged. He eventually morphed into an old man with gray hair and a hunched back. The inherent skill, change appearance, allowed him to effortlessly alter his visage, even adjusting his attributes at will. Luo Chen entered a dark alley, crouching there like a beggar. Activating Oha Perception. He soon noticed a middle-aged man with red, triangular glasses and slicked back hair, sauntering in, a cigar dangling from his lips. Damn the divine agents. The Lord of Murmurs expects me to search for them in such a vast city. Where the hell am I supposed to look? He muttered to himself. Perhaps I should go find the snake lady for some fun. She'll surely have a way to locate those two. As he spoke, the cigar in his mouth dwindled to its end, and he took a final drag before carelessly discarding the smoldering butt. Public spaces are not meant for littering, young man, came a frail voice. The middle-aged man turned abruptly, irritation etched on his face. What the hell do you care, old man? He was a member of the 16th seat. Lu Yang. When had he fallen to being reprimanded by a beggar? Luo Chen shook his head slightly, lamenting that the youth of today lacked respect for their elders. You, a beggar, how dare you lecture me? Lu Yang seethed, grabbing Luo Chen by the collar, ready to teach him a lesson. However, Luo Chen suddenly exerted force, swiftly seizing Lu Yang's arm and twisting it with great strength. Crack! Lu Yang let out a scream as his arm was brutally broken. Before he could react, a chilling intent emanated from Luo Chen's seemingly empty hand. Thud! His heart was instantly pierced, but Luo Chen covered his mouth tightly. Do not worry. Murmurs will soon join you. Grabbing his hair, Luo Chen wielded an invisible sword with a swift motion. Swish! The blade sliced through his neck, decapitating him with a clean cut, resembling a masterpiece. Blood splattered against the adjacent wall, creating a beautiful floral design. The headless body gradually collapsed, Lu Yang's face still displaying shock. After completing his task, Luo Chen left as if nothing had transpired. About 100 meters away, atop a nearby church, Long Xian lay quietly, surveying the surroundings through his sniper rifle. His lips twitched slightly as he dialed a number. Captain, what is it? Luo Chen seemed to have killed a suspected believer and was now heading towards Qi Yi and Qingyu. Chen Muye inhaled deeply, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This brat is incorrigible. I understand. I'll head there immediately. Bai Li Bang Bang, Lin Qi Ye, An King Yu, Gao Juan, and Shun Qing Zhu gathered together, the pink light casting a glow on their faces. Mengdi Xiang, lover, S Hotel. Bai Li Bang Bang's lips wisha unkuntruyably. Wait, Qi you all. No time for nonsense. Are we staying or not? If not, you can sleep under a bridge. Lin Qi shrugged helplessly. Oh, you lads are quite the players. Luo Chen emerged from a distance, a playful smile adorning his face. Damn, I'm straight. Shenqing Zhu retorted with a scowl. Wow, Brother Chen, you finally arrived. Bai Li Pang Pang exclaimed with excitement. We were just attacked. Those maniacs are terrifying. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen suddenly recalled a group of prisoners who had escaped from the fasting house, having been bribed by Li's young master to eliminate Pang Pang. With that thought, Luo Chen glanced at Bai Li Pang Pang, and upon doing so, he felt as though needles were pricking his eyes, a frown forming on his forehead. Damn it! Bai Li Pang Pang, still clad in a bath towel from the previous skirmish, appeared rather exposed. Realizing this, Bai Li Pang Pang swayed his hips, flashing a cheeky grin. Impressive, right? Impressive my foot. Luo Chen promptly kicked him. What the hell are you doing under the moonlight? Chapter 41. A chubby fellow approaches. Jie, let's head to your neighborhood and pull off something big. Luo Chen smiled slightly, and Lin Qi suddenly realized something, his expression shifting to urgency. Inside an old, low-rise building in the old town, Yang Jin was pasting spring festival couplets with his aunt. A black van halted nearby, a man in the driver's seat exhaling a puff of smoke. Scorpion 3 reporting, no unusual activity detected. Another voice crackled through the intercom. Scorpion 9 reporting, the target female is currently in the kitchen chopping vegetables. Report complete. A man clad in a white combat suit lay amidst the pristine snow, meticulously observing the low-rise building with a sniper rifle. Receive, continue to stand by. Upon hearing this, Scorpion 3 frowned. Scorpion 1, we have been waiting for 3 days. How much longer must we endure? What if the target never appears? The Snake Lady instructed that if the target does not show up before tonight, we will abduct the child and woman inside and deliver them to her, came the reply. Snake Lady, always the Snake Lady. Since when did Crazy Scorpion start taking orders from a woman? Scorpion 3, watch your language. The Snake Lady is one of the gods within the ancient god church. Just a few divine agents, and they dare to call themselves gods? Scorpion 3 scoffed. Scorpion 3, do you know the consequences of betrayal? Since we have chosen to join, should we betray this pact, not only will you perish, but you shall also bring doom upon us all. At that moment, a shadow stealthily approached. A scream pierced the air as Scorpion 9, perched on the rooftop with a sniper rifle, let out a cry of anguish. Scorpion 9, what happened? Report the situation. Lin Qi has slowly picked up the intercom, lying nearby. Apologies, but he can no longer hear you. Soon, you all will join him in the abyss. Attack! Luo Chen shouted, prompting the nearby sentinels of the frenzied scorpions to scream in terror. Who are you? Scorpion 3's powerful frame trembled as he abruptly turned to see a youth approaching, seemingly clutching something in his hand. Yet from his perspective, the boy held nothing at all. Your comrades have mostly departed. It is time for you to join them. The boy's voice resembled a devil's whisper, and as he raised his hand, an invisible sword aura cleaved a van in twain. The deafening explosion was stifled by the Wind King's barrier, and the aftershocks were gradually absorbed by the fierce winds, dissipating quietly as if merely a gentle breeze had passed. The crowd slowly gathered together. I can't believe it. Chingu, how did you know this group will be lurking here? Luo Chen replied with a smile. What do you think? Bali Pongpong's mouth twitched. Chingu, your conversational skills are lethal. Luo Chen shook his head and asked solemnly, is everything resolved? It is resolved. Lin Chiye and the others nodded, especially Lin Chiye, whose eyes flashed with a chilling intensity. He yearned to devour these fiends alive. He was indifferent to their aggression. But when it came to his family, Lin Chiye's fury was unparalleled. Meanwhile, not far away, a captivating woman casually leaned against a railing, her long black waves swaying in the breeze, her enchanting face framed by a pair of eerie vertical pupils that silently scrutinized the 6 youths before her. A slight smile graced her lips as she unconsciously licked them. Luo Chen's gaze narrowed, and he suddenly turned to the side. Lin Chiye seemed to sense something too. However, when they looked up, there was no one there. Was it an illusion? Lin Chiye pondered with some confusion. Luo Chen furrowed his brow. The sensation he had felt was unmistakable, and surely someone was watching them. Aura perception activated. Indeed, Luo Chen felt a sinister presence lurking nearby. But what puzzled him was that it appeared in one spot, then instantly vanished to another, as if it were teleporting. Something is amiss. Luo Chen's expression darkened. What is it, Chingu? Baili pang pang inkirat puzlat. They are coming. As his words fell, a lithe figure materialized before them. Her black curls danced in the wind, and her beguiling vertical pupils fixated on the group. Upon spotting Luo Chen and Lin Chiye, a playful expression crossed her face. Simultaneously, eerie cracks suddenly appeared on the walls surrounding them, resembling serpent eyes, sending chills down their spines. The multitude of serpent-like eyes enveloped the buildings around them. They were entirely surrounded. Even a moon in the sky took on the shape of a serpent's eye. It is the Shinshu. No sooner had the words left her lips than the alluring woman tilted her head slightly, her dreamy eyes gazing at Luo Chen and Lin Chiye. Two handsome young men. You are far more charming than in the photographs. The serpent woman's peculiar pupils glimmered, her sickly smile revealing an unsettling excitement. I can hardly contain myself. Every movement of the serpent woman stirred the most primal desires within the hearts of men. She swayed her slender waist, gradually approaching the group. Are you here to kill us? Lin Chiye spoke calmly. Hee, how could that be? The serpent woman chuckled seductively, her scarlet tongue licking her lips, an ecstatic grin spreading across her face. The ancient god church values you 2 divine agents, but for me, personally slaying a genius would bring me far greater delight. However, I have changed my mind. The serpent woman's hand brushed against Luo Chen's face. Come be my slaves. Sister will take good care of you. Clang! Just as her gaze became entranced, Luo Chen suddenly sprang into action, and at the same moment, Lin Chiye and the others launched their assault. Shen Qingzhu wielded flames. Bai Li Pang Pang employed forbidden items, and Yin Qingyu raised her pistol. Luo Chen and Lin Chiye swung their blades in unison. As for Chao Yuan, it would be best if he refrained from transforming into the Black King until the very last moment. Just as their attacks were about to strike the serpent woman, she inexplicably vanished from sight. Luo Chen glanced at a nearby brown tree trunk. The serpent woman sat there with a smile, utterly unfazed, only excitement evident in her demeanor. Such rude men, just like that accursed Rhongomyniad, are all of you Night Watcher's divine agents, so lacking in gentlemanly grace. Because you are too ugly, we simply cannot muster any interest. Wouldn't you agree, brothers? Luo Chen chuckled. Chingu is absolutely right. Bai Li Pang Pang was the first to respond. I second that. Shen Qingzhu grinned. Lin Chiye and Yin Qingyu. 1. Chao Yuan. I prefer voluptuous and intelligent women. The serpent woman turned her gaze to Shen Qingzhu and said, You are quite lovely too. Come with me. Once I tire of these two, I will take good care of you. Then, her attention shifted to Bai Li Pang Pang, her expression instantly turning to one of disgust. A body full of fat, Even snakes won't eat it. Better to kill you for the bounty. Bai Pang Pang. What the hell? What do you mean? How dare you look down on me? Bai Pang Pang pulled out Yao Guang and Dabao Jian, declaring, I will fight you. As the young master of the Bai Li family, he was indeed a handsome figure. Yet how had he been reduced to a mere joke in the serpent woman's eyes? Am I not a poet? This is simply too much. Chapter 42, returning to the topic at hand after their first strike failed, Luo Chen immediately tossed the star blade to Lin Xie, and the invisible sword was wielded in an instant. The serpent woman perched on the tree trunk observed the group below, seemingly indifferent. After all, to her, they were merely a bunch of rookies. How formidable could they possibly be? The serpent woman licked her lips, her eyes shimmering with sickly excitement. Come be my slaves. Young lords, bow down at my feet, and I will bring you unparalleled pleasure, ensuring your utmost comfort. The serpent woman let out a sultry gasp that stirred the blood. Just thinking about it excites me. I shall use my noble feet to trample upon your bodies and souls, and together we will reach the pinnacle of ecstasy. The more she spoke, the more animated she became, a peculiar flush rising to her cheeks. Luo Chen was left feeling utterly repulsed. Even I, a pervert, find this unsettling. Is it not a bit embarrassing to chase after such a young boy? You should eat more cucumbers instead. Do not dream beyond your means. The serpent woman was undeterred. Instead, she inverted herself from the tree, her alluring face still radiating excitement, and gently spread her arms. What are you waiting for? Do you not know how many men crave this opportunity? To possess me and enjoy ultimate pleasure, to become a part of the ancient God Church, to rise above all in the impending Dark Age. Luo Chen, Lin Xie, I can already envision the scene of stripping you bare, kissing you passionately, and calling your names. Luo Chen, although I do not comprehend, I am greatly astonished. Must I articulate my thoughts? I have no interest in your kind, who are meant to be caressed by thousands and tasted by millions. With a swift stroke of his blade, he saw the serpent woman's figure vanish once more, leaving only the ringing of the sword in the air. The serpent woman reappeared in a nearby clearing, the flush on her face gradually fading. Her cold gaze fixed on Luo Chen. Are you rejecting me? Luo Chen was momentarily taken aback. Was that not abundantly clear? A few people behind him burst into laughter, exclaiming in unison, it's quite evident. Only Bai Pang Pang scratched his head, seemingly recalling something. He had a profound understanding of the phrase, an old cow eats tender grass. Shun Xingju's lips twitched as she remarked, Hey, I say, fatty, please don't tell me you, like Chao Zhai, have a penchant for maturity? This perverted ant has surely surpassed the bounds of maturity, hasn't she? If you fancy such a one, I will hold you in disdain for a lifetime. However, Bai Pang Pang immediately jumped up, exclaiming, What the heck? Brother, you're spreading rumors? And I'm getting angry. Even if I'm starving, I wouldn't resort to such desperation. Your insults are too filthy. I would never choose her, even if I had to rely on my hand for a lifetime. Luo Chen chuckled and stepped forward. This perverted ant, did you hear that? My brothers here seem rather uninterested in you. A flicker of anger appeared on the face of the serpent woman. Damn it, then you all shall perish. Upon her words, the serpent eye patterns on the street illuminated with a crimson glow, densely covering everything around. The moon vanished from the sky, leaving only an eerie red light that engulfed the world. Moreover, the dark hair on the serpent woman's shoulders suddenly animated, resembling black pythons. Close your eyes. At her command, everyone except Luo Chen and Lin Xie wisely shut their eyes. Lin Xie's left eye erupted with the might of a seraph, while his right eye emanated the pressure of the goddess of night. One golden, one black, they shimmered with resplendent light, activating demonic power with a flash of blue light. Luo Chen donned knightly armor, wielding an intangible sword. Even so, some gray spots appeared on Luo Chen's skin, yet they did not hinder his movements. The reason being, Artoria possessed exceptionally high magical resistance. The petrifying gaze was, in essence, a magical attack, and the serpent woman's realm was not vastly superior to Luo Chen's. They both stood at the pinnacle of the pool realm. Her proud petrification had little effect on Luo Chen. Is this all you can do? Luo Chen swung his sword. But just as it was about to strike, the serpent woman's figure vanished in an instant. Just as Luo Chen was puzzled, a wave of murderous intent surged from his left side, and his body involuntarily reacted. Instinct! Whoosh! The serpent woman's strike missed. Her hand, wielding a blade, resembling a serpent's fang, danced at her fingertips. Lin Xie appeared beside her, his starlit blade infused with 2 divine powers. Slashing toward the serpent woman's figure dissipated once more. Teleportation? Luo Chen suddenly recalled that the serpent woman's divine ruin possessed this ability, and he gazed toward the densely packed serpent eyes nearby. Luo Chen's gaze sharpened. The serpent woman's divine ruin allowed her to instantly move to the location of any serpent eye. A divine ruin akin to flying thunder god was indeed troublesome. Meanwhile, Xingyu did not close his eyes like the others. A layer of gray shrouded his pupils as he analyzed the divine ruin before him. To break this divine ruin, he only needed to locate the true 3 eyes. He raised his hand, and a small white mouse leaped from his palm, scurrying through the area filled with serpent eyes. The black-haired pythons lunged at Xingyu. "Be careful," Luo Chen shouted. Whoosh! Blood splattered as the attacking python was cleaved in 2 by Xingyu. He adjusted his glasses. "I have an inkling of the solution to this problem." Seeing his demeanor, Luo Chen nodded. "Chia, and I will hold this creature at bay. This troublesome divine ruin is entrusted to you." "Understood," and Xingyu replied with a faint smile. "The Gorgon 3 sisters, huh?" As the small white mouse scampered across the ground, a single purple eye lit up. The first, Sisyphus, and Xingyu moved instantly, gripping the scalpel in reverse. Thud! The scalpel plunged fiercely into the purple eye. "Ah! It hurts!" The serpent woman immediately clutched her eye, letting out a pained shriek. "Now's the time." "Chia!" Luo Chen shouted, unleashing a tempest with his intangible sword, aiming fiercely at the serpent woman. "No problem." Lin Xie also launched an attack from another direction. The dark green aura surrounding the serpent woman flickered incessantly, and her figure vanished again. Her once alluring visage had morphed into a ghastly visage. She swiftly locked onto the scurrying little mouse. "So it's you, little creature. Ha ha ha. I'm coming to catch you." "Not a chance." Luo Chen and Lin Xie closed in again. But the serpent woman commanded a swarm of black pythons to assault the 2. Simultaneously, she aimed a foot at the little mouse. However, Xingyu remained unperturbed. The little mouse had been a marathon champion. The mouse seemed to sense danger beforehand, swiftly dodging and then accelerating. Ding! The mouse again stepped on an eye, which erupted with dark green light. The second, Uri, and Xingyu adjusted his glasses, and the scalpel slipped from his hand. Chapter 43, The Lock of Heaven. "Damn little brats. I will slaughter you all." The serpent woman's eyes blazed with malevolent darkness, her black hair writhing as countless gigantic black pythons materialized. With her roar, the black pythons lunged at the 3, enveloping them in a shadowy mass. Luo Chen cleaved through a giant python with his sword, his movements swift, evading the python's bites with precision. Meanwhile, a pale arm emerged from a serpent eye, seizing the little mouse, Snowball. "Ha ha, finally caught you. This little treat is about to be devoured." The serpent woman, with a tongue flicking like a serpent's, opened her gaping maw, tossing Snowball into the air. "Oomph!" And Xingyu snorted coldly. His hair suddenly turned white. With a wave of his hand, a massive ice pillar erupted from the ground. The serpent woman, in shock, twisted her body, narrowly avoiding the sharp ice pillar, though a spray of blood erupted from her side. Snowball narrowly escaped, finding the 3rd eye upon landing. Hidden by the 3 sisters, the only weakness of the Gorgon goddess. "Found you, Medusa!" Whoosh! And Xingyu waved his hand, sending an ice spear hurtling toward the final eye. Thud! Ah! With the last eye pierced, the dense array of serpent eyes around them dissipated, breaking the serpent woman's divine ruin. She fell to her knees, clutching her eyes, letting out a wretched scream. Observing Xingyu's demeanor, Luo Chen felt somewhat perplexed but surmised that Xingyu must have discussed something with Chen Mai upon his return. Subsequently, under Chen Mai's guidance, he had dissected some mysterious entity, thus acquiring ice-related abilities. Lin Xie swiftly swung his blade toward her neck. For some unknown reason, alarm bells rang in Luo Chen's mind, and instinct blared wildly. "Xie, get back!" Lin Xie furrowed his brow and quickly dodged. Clang! Just as he retreated, a silver halberd descended from the heavens, blocking the serpent woman. A seemingly courteous man landed atop the long halberd. "Greetings, Eoim Hansheyan, the 13th seat of the believers. Sea realm." Luo Chen frowned, realizing why instinct had been sounding alarms. A big fish had indeed taken the bait. Han Xiaoyan turned slightly, glancing at the disheveled serpent woman. You may leave. The serpent woman nodded slightly. She had sustained severe injuries, and, despite her desire to flay Luo Chen and the others, it was unwise to continue the battle. Thinking of leaving? Is it that simple? Luo Chen sneered, his left hand grasping the air. Clang! What is that? The serpent woman gasped. Golden voids materialized in the air, and countless chains surged forth, instantly binding the serpent woman, rendering her immobile in mid-air. Binding play. Baili Pang Pang exclaimed, Wow, Brother Chen, you're quite extravagant. Luo Chen's lips twitched, but he said nothing more. Han Xiaoyan furrowed his brow slightly, raising the halberd to strike. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed as the chains remained unscathed. How could this be possible? The serpent woman gazed at the scene in disbelief, for Han Xiaoyan was a master of the ocean realm. How could he not sever such trivial chains? Stop struggling. This is my treasure, Tianjisa, specifically designed to target divine agents like you, Luo Chen remarked with a cold smirk. Not only you, but even true deities can be restrained by these chains. The higher your divinity, the stronger the chains become, and your realm is not significantly different from mine, making it impossible for you to escape. At that moment, the serpent woman was bound in midair in a large character pose, for chains tightly ensnaring her. The reason for not employing the Tianji Suo from the outset was due to the serpent woman's tricky Shinshu ability. It would have been difficult to capture her while she was moving. However, with her Shinshu disrupted and suffering severe injuries, the situation had changed. Since the chains could not be severed, then eliminating you should suffice to release them, Han Xiaoyan quickly realized. Luo Chen chuckled. You're indeed clever. But he pointed to the sky, and Han Xiaoyan suddenly felt it. A subtle wave emanated, as if the heavens were shrouded by a massive curtain. Wu Jiekongyu! Luo Chen shouted towards the sky. Boom! A graceful figure burst forth from the flames, leaving a trail of rosy afterimages in the air. You foolish brother. Now you're to call for help. Hongying smiled, yet her assault did not relent. Each shot targeted Han Xiaoyan's vital points. Han Xiaoyan moved like lightning, evading the tip of Hongying's gun, swinging his halberd towards her waist. Foolish sister. Tianzi Suo! Luo Chen shouted, as countless chains re-emerged from the void. Bruking Hongying is west. Clang! A clear sound rang out as the attack was deflected. Hongying immediately adjusted her aim, her gun blazing with fire. The gun is my heart. She leapt into the air, erupting in a blaze of rosy flames. Liao Yuan Bai Zhan. For some reason, this phrase emerged in Luo Chen's mind. Han Xiaoyan frowned, forcefully stomping his right foot on the ground. Boom! A hurricane erupted centered on him, sending both Hongying and her gun flying. Forbidden Su Sequence 079 Great Wine Disaster. Within 10 miles, snow and wind engulfed the area. Chen Mai coldly regarded Han Xiaoyan before him. You dare to kill my team members on my territory? Who gives you the audacity? Lin Xie and the others struggled against the blinding snow, needing to plant their star blade into the ground to stabilize themselves. Suddenly, Baili Pang Pang seemed to recall something. Wait a moment. What is your relationship with Han Xiaoyan, the captain of the Gusu City Night Watch team? As the young master of the Baili family, despite his indulgent lifestyle, he had heard much about the Night Watch's exploits. 5 years ago, the Gusu City Night Watch team had faced the leader of the ancient god church, where 8 members either perished or were gravely injured, with only Captain Han Xiaoyan missing. So you weren't merely missing, you betrayed them. Baili Pang Pang intended to say more, but was stopped by Luo Chen. Luo Chen understood that this man before him was not acting out of his own will, but was compelled. Han Xiaoyan laughed self-deprecatingly. It is I. Chen Mai's gaze sharpened. Why? If your team members are nailed to a cross, would you choose to fight to the death alongside them, or sacrifice your dignity and freedom to save their lives? What would you do? Han Xiaoyan's voice was remarkably calm, as though recounting an event detached from himself. I can never return. The soul contract is more tyrannical than you think. Once signed, there is no room for regret. As he spoke, a powerful psychic force erupted from him, the pressure of the ocean realm. Chen Mai tightened his grip on the straight blade, taking a deep breath. Clang! 2 blades were drawn from his waist, a streak of black, ghostly light expanding around him. A massive blood-red palace appeared behind Chen Mai. Yen Luo Hall. Seeing the scene, Han Xiaoyan's eyes revealed a glimmer of relief. A hint of yearning surfaced within his gaze. He yearned for death. For him, this could signify release. He had committed too many unspeakable acts for you. Even though his heart was in turmoil, the soul contract bound him to obey EU's commands, rendering even suicide impossible. Everyone, be careful, Han Xiaoyan spoke softly. The psychic power of the ocean realm poured forth, and a whirlwind arose around him. In an instant, he appeared before Chun Mai. Clang! The clash of dual blades and halberd produced a crisp sound, forcing Chun Mai back several steps. His figure then transformed into nothingness, passing through Han Xiaoyan's halberd, aiming for his neck. Han Xiaoyan was somewhat surprised, but reacted swiftly, generating a gale around his body in an attempt to deflect Chun Mai's blades. Nevertheless, a shallow cut was left on his chest. Han Xiaoyan swung his halberd, instantly conjuring countless wind blades directed at Chun Mai. Wind King Iron Hammer. Boom! Luo Chen wielded his invisible sword. The wind elements around the blade rapidly gathered and compressed under his overwhelming psychic power, forming a small vortex of storm. As Luo Chen swung the sword, the vortex seemed to have an outlet. The air compressed to its utmost, emitting a deafening roar. You dare to toy with wind elements before the Wind King barrier? Have you lost your mind? Chapter 44. This is quite embarrassing. Han Xiaoyan was taken aback and hurriedly dodged. Boom! Luo Chen's strike created a large crater where Han Xiaoyan had just stood. However, before he could catch his breath, Chun Mai's dual blades were already upon him. Swish! The two blades struck Han Xiaoyan forcefully, spraying blood. Han Xiaoyan's body visibly shrank at an alarming rate. Clang! He propped himself up with the halberd, staggering to his feet. Great wind disaster! He bellowed. The surrounding blizzard suddenly fell silent, with not a breath of wind. Snowflakes gracefully descended from the sky. He pressed his palms together, gradually gathering a circular object in his hands that spun incessantly, growing larger. Wind Eye! Luo Chen immediately realized. The dying Han Xiaoyan had finally unleashed his ultimate move at the last moment. Once this wind eye formed, the raging winds would effortlessly tear apart your Wujie Kongyu and sweep across the entire Canaan city, its power sufficient to flatten half the city. Han Xiaoyan spoke viklu. Realizing the tangible damage Chun Mai had inflicted upon him, forcing him to exhaust his strength to release the wind eye under EU's judgment. Bang! A bullet shot from a distance. It was Lung Xian. Yet, as the bullet approached the wind eye, it seemed to be halted by an invisible wind wall, unable to advance even an inch. Get back! Hongying cried, her long gun enveloped in powerful rosy flames, shooting like a meteor towards the wind eye. Luo Chen attempted to use the Wind King barrier to tear apart the wind wall. However, it remained utterly unmoved. This was the psychic force released by Han Xiaoyan, a dying ocean realm master. It was incomparable to the previous wind blades, infused with all his strength. All of their attacks proved ineffective, but at that moment, a man stepped forth. Luo Chen smiled slightly. Let us see your performance, bro. Shun Qingzhu smirked. What a hassle. They warned me in the training camp not to meddle in things, and now they want me to manage this air. Great wind disaster, huh? Snap. With a snap of Shun Qingzhu's fingers, the once rampant wind, I instantly fell silent. Is that all? Shun Qingzhu scoffed. Upon witnessing the scene, Han Xiaoyan's face unexpectedly broke into a smile. Now is the moment. The crowd surged toward Han Xiaoyan, for he was now at his weakest. Due to his severe injuries, Han Xiaoyan's attacks were disjointed, and soon, Luo Chen seized the opportunity to exploit his vulnerabilities, unleashing the formless sword. Han Xiaoyan attempted to evade, but he had clearly miscalculated the reach of Luo Chen's invisible blade. With a swift motion, another wound appeared on Han Xiaoyan's body, and Luo Chen raised his arm. The chains of heaven. In an instant, numerous chains emerged from the void, piercing through Han Xiaoyan's form. The light in Han Xiaoyan's eyes gradually faded, and tears unconsciously streamed from the corners of his eyes. Thank you, Luo Chen. Chun Mai shouted furiously. Why did you have to kill him when you had the power to capture him? He stormed over to Luo Chen, glaring with indignation. Luo Chen bowed his head apologetic. Captain. Chun Mai seemed to recall something, and a flicker of sadness crossed his gaze. He huffed, stating, this is the last time. The reason was simple. At this stage, no one possessed the ability to lift Han Xiaoyan's soul contract. Keeping him alive would only prolong his suffering, and should he fall under the influence of the Whisperer, it could lead to unforeseen chaos within the Night Watch. Most importantly, Luo Chen wished to preserve a shred of dignity for the captain of the Suzhou team. The death of a beloved, leading to betrayal of the Night Watch and one's own beliefs, alongside countless immoral actions, rendered survival a torment for him. Little brother, are you hurt? Hongying rushed over, fervently checking Luo Chen's body, her words laced with concern. Luo Chen also removed his knight's armor and stowed away the curry stick. Hongying embraced him, her faint fragrance wafting to his nose. Hongying, you smell wonderful. Luo Chen blurted out without thinking. Hongying froze for a moment, her cheeks instantly flushing. How can you say such things at a time like this? Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? You're still joking around. I won't talk to you anymore. As she spoke, Hongying prepared to leave. Luo Chen smiled and remained silent, merely grasping Hongying's small hand tightly. Hongying hesitated, ultimately unwilling to pull her hand away, her lips pouting. You little brother only knows how to tease your sister. Next time, you mustn't run off alone recklessly. Hongying glared fiercely at Luo Chen. A warm current surged in Luo Chen's heart, knowing that Hongying cared for him the most. Now you finally realize how good your sister is. Hongying crossed her arms, speaking with mock annoyance. Bali Pang Pang scratched his head, then turned his gaze to Shun Qingzhu. Bro, what is up? Are you Thanos or something? Shun Qingzhu retorted. You're the one who should be ashamed, Doryman. He snorted, choosing not to respond further. Shun Mai glanced at Lin Chia, shaking his head helplessly. You two have followed Luo Chen into mischief. This isn't like you, Chia. Lin Chia scratched his head awkwardly. Shun Mai shot a glance at Xingyu beside him. Don't think I'm only scolding those two and ignoring you. Xingyu forced a smile, nodding repeatedly. He was the top student, after all, clearly the one who had been led astray. Shun Mai sighed, gazing at Han Xiaoyun, pierced by the chains of heaven. I never expected to see you in this manner. What a lamentable fate. At that moment, Yuan Gang arrived, having witnessed Han Xiaoyun's lifeless body. Captain Shun, doesn't this contradict the rules? You had the power to subdue him. Why resort to killing? Shun Mai scoffed. He sought to kill my teammate. Thus he must die? If there's an issue, let Xiaopingge come discuss it with me. Without looking back, he departed, declaring in Sangnan, I, Shun Mai, am the law. Luo Chen smirked at his words, his captain still possessing a touch of prideful stubbornness. This protective stance is true love. He hurriedly jogged to catch up, as did the other team members, leaving Yuan Gang alone in disarray. Oh no, it seems there is still one more person. Snake Woman. Is there no one to speak for me? It's so shameful to be hanging here. Her temper remained as fiery as ever, prompting Yuan Gang to shake his head helplessly. His gaze landed on Snake Woman, unable to suppress a scoff. One of the evil gods within the ancient church, yet she was locked up here by a rookie. Very well, confess honestly, resist strictly. You shall remain in the fasting chamber for reflection. Yuan Gang suddenly froze, pondering how to escort her away. He quickly realized, Kid, don't leave yet. Chapter 45. My wife Hongying. The next day, the doorbell of the villa rang. Luo Chen opened the door to find Bali Pang Pang, Shun Qingzhu, and Chao Yuan standing there. Oh, you came so early? Hongying's voice chimed from behind him, clad in a form-fitting spandex outfit that accentuated her figure. Luo Chen was momentarily captivated. Stinky, little brother, what are you staring at? Hurry and let them in. Hongying blushed at his gaze. Bang! Luo Chen slammed the door shut. Bali Pang Pang, Chao Yuan, and Shun Qingzhu. Hongying, quickly go change into something else. Just wear your usual outfit. Luo Chen urged, pushing Hongying inside. What are you doing, stinky brother? What's wrong with this outfit? Hongying was a bit flustered by Luo Chen's insistence. Oh, just change. Listen to me, be good. Hongying raised an eyebrow, a little displeased, but said nothing more, preparing to change. A glance revealed that Luo Chen was still standing inside. Hey, stinky brother, what's wrong? If you don't go out, how can I change? Oh, we're already like an old married couple. Hongying, you're really shy. Luo Chen chuckled. Get out. Her voice echoed throughout the villa, leaving the three outside in stunned silence. Ultimately, Luo Chen was kicked out, scratching his head as he returned to the door and opened it again. Bali Pang Pang grinned foolishly, not knowing what they like, so I just brought some random things. Meanwhile, Lin Xia also emerged, approaching Bali Pang Pang and the others with a puzzled expression, wondering why Luo Chen hadn't let them in yet. Luo Chen took a closer look and found himself momentarily dumbfounded. exchanging glances with Lin Xie, both of their mouths twitching in unison. Why does this scene look so familiar? Olex, Jagel Kult, Patek Philippe. When Hongying finally emerged after changing, Bali Pang Pang rushed forward. Oh, this celestial sister. Hello, I'm Bali Pang Pang. Just a child from an ordinary family. I didn't know what you liked, so I brought some local specialties, and this Patek Philippe suits your aura perfectly. Please don't find it unworthy. Luo Chen twitched at the corner of his mouth, pulling Bali Pang Pang aside. Hongying's lips quivered as she glanced at Luo Chen. The foolish son of a landlord, just accept it. Hongying, he doesn't lack this. Luo Chen sighed helplessly, allowing me to introduce you all. This is my wife. Hongying, Luo Chen shamelessly proclaimed. Hongying. She froze for a moment, then her cheeks visibly reddened as she punched Luo Chen on the forehead. Bang. Stinky brother, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm his sister, don't misunderstand. That hurts. Luo Chen's cries echoed throughout the villa. By Li Pang Pang. No wonder he's the model of our generation. Chao Yuan nearby wrinkled his nose. It smells like meat. Lin Xie looked at him in surprise. Aren't you a monk? Meat and wine flow through the belly, yet the Buddha remains in the heart. Lin Xie chose not to engage further. Soon after, Chun Mai and the others arrived at the villa, and the gathering officially commenced. Shen Qingzhu glanced at everyone, feeling a bit out of place amidst the crowd. Aren't you all just friends having a meal? Why drag me into this? The others looked at him in astonishment. Bailey Pang Pang murmured softly, truly a stubborn child. Are you seeking death? Clearly, Shen Qingzhu heard this and immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. Hey, Brother Chun, help me. This is your house. You must save me. Bailey Pang Pang hurriedly fled. Luo Chen shook his head helplessly, not wishing to intervene in the quarrel. Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan were preparing a meal, while Lung Xian was likely on lookout outside. Zhao Kongcheng had finally awakened his forbidden powers and was diligently training. Hongying was chatting with Si Xiaonan about girl gossip, while Wen Qimon nodded in agreement from the side. Lin Qi walked to the window, quietly gazing in the direction of the old city, lost in thought. As for Chao Yuan, Luo Chen found it puzzling that he was sitting there engrossed in a comic. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was Brave New World. Truly, Chao the thief. A cold sweat broke out on Luo Chen's back. It seemed he would have to keep a close watch on this lad in the future. What if his home was robbed? After a while, a splendid array of dishes filled the table. Chao Yuan's eyes sparkled, and he forgot about the comic in his hands. Everyone gathered around the dining table, ready for the New Year's Eve dinner. It was now time for a certain little chubby fellow to shine. Captain Shunmai, you exude an extraordinary aura. I pondered all night, and only this Rolex is worthy of your presence. Please accept it. Oh, Xiangnan brother. This green water ghost has been telling me all night that it wishes to accompany you. Sister Xiaonan, your beauty rivals that of a celestial being. This Patek Philippe is a limited edition matching set with Sister Hongying. I implore you to accept it. Brother Qimao, I feel an instant connection with you. Please do not disdain this Vacheron Constantine. When Qimao shot a strange glance at Luo Chen, who winked back, an innocent fool in the landlord's family. On the other side, Shen Qingzhu and Chao Yuan, who had not brought gifts, felt awkward and wished to find a hole to hide in. Under Bailey Pong Pong's influence, the atmosphere became lively. While Chao Yuan boasted about his physique, the only one feeling uncomfortable was Shen Qingzhu. This normally arrogant boy was unusually restrained here, only answering a few questions when asked. As for Qingyu, Luo Chen learned through inquiry that it was due to Chun Mai utilizing his authority to summon some mysterious corpses, which allowed Qingyu the opportunity to acquire new abilities. Time flies when one is enjoying themselves. Soon, Luo Chen and the others returned to the training camp to report, as they were still recruits and had not yet graduated. With the ringing of the bell the next day, everyone gradually rose, seemingly returning to their former mundane days. Observing Bailey Pang Pang, whose eyes were still hazy from sleep, Luo Chen picked up his slippers and swiftly brought them down. The sound startled Bailey Pang Pang awake. The recruits quickly assembled in front of the training platform. Gazing at the familiar buildings, Luo Chen felt as if yesterday had returned. Yuan Gang scanned the new recruits before him. Today, the most important task was to award commendations to some of you. The recruits collectively turned their gazes towards Luo Chen and his companions, as their performances had been decidedly outstanding, from their battles against the Faceless to traversing Jinan Mountain, and later bravely facing missile attacks. Now, when it came to awarding commendations, they immediately thought of Luo Chen, expressing envy. It was unprecedented for a recruit to receive a medal before graduation in the Night Watchman. Chapter 46, Spirals and Leaps. Yuan Gang picked up a small box, his gaze resting upon the recruits below. After a brief exploration of his surroundings, he finally settled on Luo Chen. Ahem, we shall now commence the awarding of commendations. Yuan Gang cleared his throat. The first recipient is Luo Chen. When the recruits were ambushed during their time off, he stepped forward to save numerous colleagues, safeguarding the future of the Night Watchman. He also eliminated the 16th seat of the faithful Lu Liang, led Lin Shiyi and others to defeat the members of the crazy Scorpion mercenary group hidden within the city, severely injuring and capturing the serpent woman of the ancient god church, and killed the 13th seat, Han Xiaoyan. That is all. Wow, this guy is incredibly formidable. They had witnessed his prowess during the faceless competition, but they had not anticipated such extraordinary feats. Upon hearing Yuan Gang recount Luo Chen's remarkable deeds, the recruits below began to whisper amongst themselves, all in admiration of Luo Chen's capabilities. Yuan Gang was equally astonished by the information he held. This lad is even more extraordinary than the agents of the divine. He cleared his throat, composed himself, and announced in a booming voice, therefore, I bestow upon Luo Chen the Starry Sky Medal. The recruits immediately covered their mouths in astonishment. The medals of the Night Watchman are categorized as Star Fire, Star Radiance, Starry Sky, and Star Sea. The Starry Sky Medal is only surpassed by the Star Sea. This declaration left not only the recruits, but even the instructors on stage momentarily dumbfounded. A recruit who is yet to graduate receiving the Starry Sky Medal? How could this not be astonishing? Luo Chen slowly ascended the stage and saluted Yuan Gang, who placed the deep blue medal of honor upon him, returning the salute in kind. Following this, as Luo Chen stood to the side, Yuan Gang continued. Lin Qiyi, Shun Qingzhu, and Luo Chen together confronted the 13th seat, Han Xiaoyan, successfully eliminating him and preventing the release of a wide-scale disaster upon the common populace, bestowing the Star Radiance Medal. And Qingyu, in collaboration with Luo Chen against the ancient god church's serpent woman, successfully dismantled her divine realm and assisted Luo Chen in capturing her, awarded the Star Radiance Medal. Bailey Tumming, Chao Yuan, and Bailey Pang Pang. Both of you made significant contributions in this mission and are hereby recognized. Bailey Pang Pang exclaimed, Why did I not receive one? His eyes went vacant as he stood in place at a loss. Chao Yuan patted his shoulder. We basically coasted through the entire operation. Being mentioned at the end is already quite commendable. On the training ground, the instructors opened 2 large boxes behind them and retrieved a silver wristwatch. This device, known as ACE, is affectionately referred to as the acrobat's detonator. It will continuously stimulate the body to perform peculiar movements, and your task is to use your mental strength to counter it. Once the introduction concluded, the recruits eagerly approached to claim this peculiar device. When it was Luo Chen's turn, Hong Hao unexpectedly handed him 2 wristwatches. Luo Chen wore a puzzled expression. Hong Hao coughed twice. This is specially prepared for you by the commander. Luo Chen furrowed his brow. Isn't this bullying the honest person? Behind him, Lin Qiyi smirked slightly. But before he could revel in the moment, the 2 silver wristwatches were also handed to him. Lin Qiyi exclaimed, How unfair. Hong Hao chuckled at Lin Qiyi. The capable endure more. If not for the need to maintain the instructor's image, he would have burst into laughter. This thing is truly hideous. It cannot compare to my local specialties. Bailey Pang Pang pouted, looking disdainfully at the wristwatch in his hands. Meanwhile, Chao Yuan had already donned the wristwatch. Watch me show everyone how it's done, he declared. As he spun and leaped, the moment the wristwatch closed, Luo Chen glanced at Lin Qiyi. Does your Chao Yuan know how to do a backflip? Lin Qiyi retorted, What the hell does it have to do with my family? He suppressed the urge to comment. Chao Yuan landed steadily, wearing a rather peculiar expression. Don't look at me. You all are the same. Bailey Pang Pang immediately thumped his chest. Oh, with this physique of mine, how could I possibly? The instant the wristwatch closed, Bailey Pang Pang executed a 720-degree rotation, followed by a Thomas spin. Oh my God, save me. Brother Chun. Bailey Pong Pong's voice transformed into an electronic tone. As Bailey Pang Pang bounced about energetically, Luo Chen fell into deep contemplation. The intensity displayed by this one individual transformed the training camp into a veritable circus, even more surreal than an actual circus, showcasing an array of eccentric movements. The instructors stifled their laughter, remarking that this year's participants exceeded last year's in numbers, proclaiming, "These are the future kings of dance. Ha ha ha." The moment Luo Chen closed his wristwatch, he felt a surge of electricity coursing through his body, compelling him to move involuntarily, taking a step forward. However, perhaps due to his frequent use of the inherent skill mana release, he quickly regained control over his body. Mastery of mana release requires intricate control, enabling the mana to envelop the entire body, demanding formidable strength of will to achieve. Thus, in the gaze of the instructors, Luo Chen stood in stark contrast to the other new recruits, sitting quietly and immobile. Hong Hao felt a twinge of confusion. Has this kid's wristwatch run out of power? He mused. The aide beside him replied, "It shouldn't be the case. This batch of equipment was meticulously inspected by experts before use, so there must be power. Then why is he so composed? Could it be that he has adapted instantly? I only saw him react briefly when he first put it on, but he regained control almost immediately." Hong Hao's lips twitched, uncertain of what to say. No wonder he is an unprecedented agent. The other divine agents were leaping about. A glance at Lin Shi Yi revealed him also jumping around, indicating that the electric current from the wristwatches posed a challenge even for divine agents. After approximately 60 minutes, the new recruits had mostly mastered the techniques, gradually reclaiming control over their bodies. With the training nearing completion, Hong Hao stood up and declared, "That will be all for today. You are dismissed." The new recruits let out a collective sigh of relief, preparing to remove their wristwatches. However, you must keep these wristwatches on at all times, whether eating, sleeping, or engaging in any activity. No removing them. What? The recruits gasped in dismay. Observing their despondent expressions, Hong Hao's smile widened. "This is for your training. You must always remember to control your mental energy, making it second nature." Gritting their teeth, the new recruits shuffled toward the cafeteria, resembling a group afflicted by discomfort. Chapter 47. The Painless Fatherhood Soon. The new recruits arrived at the cafeteria. Luo Chen glanced at the nearby Bai Li Pang Pang and couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Shi asked in an opportune moment, "Aren't you hungry?" Luo Chen replied with a smile, "How could one not eat? Is it dislike?" Bai Li Pang Pang stared at the meal before him, swallowing hard. Ultimately, as if resolved, he trembled and reached for his chopsticks. In a flash, he grabbed a piece of meat and flung it into his mouth. With a sudden jerk, the chopsticks quivered, and Bai Li Pang Pang's body uncontrollably performed a backflip, landing squarely atop the table, arms raised high. The meat fell to the ground. Bai Li Pang Pang. Luo Chen was momentarily taken aback, instinctively applauding. There should be applause here. Bai Li Pang Pang get Rhongomyniad Gao Yuan, who was devouring his meal, then instinctively turned to Luo Chen. "Brother Chen, I refuse." Without waiting for him to finish, Luo Chen decisively declined. He had no penchant for feeding men. Bai Li Pang Pang looked pitifully at Lin Shi Yi. "Feed me, Chi Yi." Lin Shi Yi sighed helplessly and picked up the meat from the floor, placing it into Bai Li Pang Pang's mouth. Luo Chen chuckled, "You spoil him." Meanwhile, at another table, one must mention a certain arrogant individual. Shenqing Zhu stood by the table, flanked by his 3 loyal followers. "Brother Shun, I'm hungry." "Brother Shun, Brother Shun, I want to eat." The scene was absurdly delightful. Luo Chen nearly laughed himself to death, teasingly saying, "Painless fatherhood." "Huh, Brother Shin? Get lost. Don't annoy me." Shen Qing Zhu shouted. Then, seemingly determined, he yelled, "Everyone behave yourselves." One at a time. Subsequently, life returned to the monotonous routine of training, with little of note occurring. The only point of concern was the sound of 3 gunshots. Missed, missed, missed. Lin Shi Yi pondered over the gun in his hands. Luo Chen approached and patted his shoulder, reassuring, "It's all right. In battle, even if you can't kill them, you can certainly scare them." He winked at Lin Shi Yi. "Is that your idea of comfort? Should you listen to your own words?" Lin Jie se lipstaichit. "Hey, isn't missing the target a talent in itself?" Lin Jie responded, "Sarjastijat. I thank you for that." Soon after, Lin Shi sought out Bai Li Pang Pang for practical training, and the day's lesson concluded amidst Bai Li Pang Pang's lamentations. The year-long training period was approaching its end. Luo Chen felt no anxiety regarding the upcoming assessment. After all, It was merely three mysterious creatures that posed no significant threat. As he gazed at the ceiling, he drifted into a deep slumber. One morning, a ray of sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating Luo Chen's face. He slowly rose, noticing that Bali Pang Pang and the others were still asleep, resembling dead pigs. The surrounding atmosphere was eerily quiet. There were no alarms, nor instructors. Immediately, Luo Chen activated aura perception, and indeed, an invisible web enveloped the entire training camp, with countless strands intricately connecting all dormitories. Some new recruits had already been ensnared by the web. A few were awake and struggling, while others remained blissfully unaware of their bindings. A slight smile crept onto Luo Chen's lips. It appeared this was the final test. Meanwhile, Qingyu, a top scholar, had a well-structured routine and had long cultivated the habit of rising early. At the designated time, he instinctively opened his eyes. A small mouse climbed onto his shoulder, reporting its observations. Qingyu furrowed his brow and looked at the already awake Luo Chen. What happened? Did you sense something? Luo Chen smiled nonchalantly and stretched lazily. It might be some sort of assessment, who knows? After contemplating, Qingyu quickly deduced the situation, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it is quite abnormal for such a large training camp to experience a mysterious intrusion. It must be a test set by the instructors. On the other side, Lin Qiyu was also roused by their conversation. What's happening? Qingyu proceeded to relay all he knew to Lin Qiyi and Luo Chen. Throughout this exchange, Bali Pang Pang continued to snore loudly, causing some exasperation among the group. Ultimately, Luo Chen resorted to slapping him with a slipper. What is it, Emoli? Bali Pang Pang mumbled groggily, showing no signs of waking. Luo Chen wore an expression of helplessness, as did the other two. At such a time, he was still lost in his dreams. Despite their calls, Bali Pang Pang remained unresponsive, his already round face visibly swollen, with the imprint of a red slipper clearly marked. It appeared he had fallen under some sort of illusion or mental enchantment. Qingyu contemplated for a moment, and then asked, "What should we do now?" Lin Qiyi looked puzzled. Their eyes turned to Luo Chen. Shrugging, Luo Chen replied, "If we eliminate the source of the problem, won't the issue resolve itself?" The two were momentarily stunned, but recalling Luo Chen's previous methods, they had gradually grown accustomed to his approach. The trio stepped outside, only to collide with someone. Luo Chen. Shen Qingzhu's eyes sparkled as she approached. It was quite peculiar. Li Jia and the others seemed to have succumbed to a deep slumber. No matter how much I called out, they remained unresponsive. Lin Xie felt a pang of apprehension. It turned out that Bali Pang Pang was not the only one in this predicament. Luo Chen remained silent, for he had anticipated this outcome. "Shall we embark on a grand venture together? Are you in, Zhuangge?" Luo Chen grinned at Shen Qingzhu, sending a chill down her spine. "What do you plan to do?" Thus the four set off together. As they walked, Shen Qingzhu caught sight of a surveillance camera at a corner and immediately gestured a friendly international sign, uttering two words, Shadiao. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Hong Hao frowned and promptly jotted down a comment in Shen Qingzhu's section. Arrogant, haughty, and full of profanity. Points deducted. Beside him, Han Li chuckled helplessly. "See, you're getting anxious again. By the way, Instructor Hong, is it really safe to toss those 3 Chuanjing mysteries in? It shouldn't be a problem. Those little creatures are not to be underestimated, and the mysteries have been under our control. If anything arises, we will intervene immediately." Anli responda, actually, Instructor Hong. "My concern lies with those 3 mysteries. They should be fine," Hong Hao said, his lips twitching as if recollecting something. Chapter 48. A Zhu Yuan gang entered, and the instructor saluted. "Commander." Yuan gang nodded, glancing at the monitor. "These little ones should surprise us." He chuckled, shaking his head, "Perhaps before my retirement, I might witness the emergence of the 5th Special Squad." Hong Hao also nodded in agreement. These little ones are no pushovers. Although Team 136 is assisting, they have the capability to eliminate the followers of the Sea Realm. The weakest among them is at least a high-risk entity. Such a configuration already bears the semblance of a special squad. Luo Chen and the others traversed the weaponry depot, then proceeded to the cafeteria for a check. They discovered that the place was eerily deserted, silent, and unsettling. Damn it, these instructors must be out of their minds. What nonsense are they up to? Is the training not torturous enough? Shen Qingzhu cursed. In the monitoring room, Hong Hao quietly made 2 more notes in his notebook. 1. So where do we go now? And Qing Yu adjusted her glasses. Luo Chen closed his eyes and activated his breath perception. The locations of the 3 mysteries appeared in his mind, and he pointed to the opposite side. It's over there. Let us go. Before long, the 4 arrived at the entrance of a warehouse. Lin Xie flicked the 2 daggers in his hands, asking, "Are you sure this is the place?" Luo Chen nodded. There's no mistake. An unusual aura resides within. The stark contrast between the mysteries and human auras was why Luo Chen could easily locate them. In terms of tracking, this inherent skill proved exceptionally useful. As long as the adversary was on the ground, Luo Chen would sense them. Bang! Shun Qingzhu kicked open the heavy door. What met their eyes was a shimmering expanse of spider silk, transforming the entire warehouse into a nest-like abode. Amidst the web, a bloodied figure emerged, causing frowns among the onlookers. Behind the thick strands of silk loomed a massive figure, a gray giant spider, its 6 crimson eyes fixated on the group. Damn, there really is a spider, Luo Chen exclaimed. Wait, there is someone. Zhu quickly realized, as the crimson eyes emitted a strange pulsation. Luo Chen furrowed his brow and activated Against Magic, instantly nullifying Zhu's mental attack. Lin Xie, standing nearby, was unaffected as well, his pupils radiating divine authority. While Qingyu's eyes flickered with a gray hue as she began to analyze the incoming attack, the 3 remained unscathed, with Shun Qingzhu being the only one feeling discomfort. She relied solely on her formidable willpower to stave off sleep, even resorting to embedding her dagger into her thigh to maintain consciousness. What a tough person. Luo Chen was somewhat astonished, but the others reacted swiftly, drawing their blades and charging toward Zhu. To their surprise, the giant gray spider turned and fled, smashing through the window and spewing silk in a fluid motion, as if it had made a decisive choice. Luo Chen and the others stared in disbelief. Isn't it a Chuanjing? Lin Xie pondered aloud. The group fell silent, equally baffled by the giant spider's retreat. It was supposedly a Chuanjing mystery, and they had anticipated a fierce battle. Yet, this creature had simply turned tail and fled. Lin Xie regarded the bloodied figure with a frown. Wasn't this supposed to be a trial? Why is it like this? Naturally, this was the instructor's doing, but Luo Chen had no intention of exposing that. And Qing Yu and Shun Qingzhu's expressions also darkened. Luo Chen sighed. I'll pursue it. I can sense its aura. A voice, audible only to Luo Chen, resonated in his mind. His pupils flickered slightly as an inexplicable aura emanated from him, chasing after Zhu. The other 3 contemplated for a moment. Considering Luo Chen's strength, they felt reassured. Shun Qingzhu suddenly recalled that Deng Wei and the others were still asleep in the dormitory, and it would be disastrous if they encountered another mystery attack. With a large group still unconscious at the dormitory, the presence of other mysteries could pose significant danger. Hearing Shun Qingzhu's words, Lin Xie nodded. Then I'll go after that spider with Luo Chen. And Qing Yu, you and Zhuangge stay at the dormitory. In case of an emergency, you can support each other. And Qing Yu nodded in agreement. With their strategy decided, the 4 split into 2 teams. Luo Chen and Lin Xie pursued Zhu, while Shun Qingzhu and Qing Yu guarded the dormitory. The instructors watched the scene unfold on the monitor, astonished. Why is this spider so timid? It just ran away like that. How are we supposed to instill pressure on these new recruits now? With Luo Chen's 2 proxies on its tail, it's bound to be in trouble. On the deserted street, the gray-white giant spider frantically scurried away, terrified of being slain with each step it took. It then transformed into the form of a small boy, seemingly around 11 or 12 years old. With gray-white hair and faint spider-like patterns on his face, his red eyes darting about, as if on the verge of tears. What should I do? I'm being so good, yet they look like they want to kill me. He whimpered. I just want a place to sleep. If I get caught, will they turn me into braised spider legs, spicy stir-fried spider, steamed spider soup, or seasoned with cumin and chili powder? They're all bad people. With that thought, Zhu burst into tears. I want to find my mother. After all, he was merely a little spider, 2 years and 300 months old. I want to create a world without humans. However, just as he was about to flee, a light green figure appeared before him. Unable to stop in time, he crashed into the stranger's embrace. The figure wore a pristine white robe, and his light green hair shone brilliantly under the sunlight. The figure turned slightly. Oh dear, em soda. Did I hurt you? His voice was gentle, like a warm spring breeze. Zhu looked up to see a stunningly beautiful face, so exquisite that it was hard to discern the gender, as the stranger gazed down at him with a tender smile. Such a fragrant and gentle big brother. No, wait. Zhu suddenly realized something and struggled to escape. Be big brother. I'm not tasty. I'm just a child. With that, Zhu dashed away. Do I really resemble a man-eating monster? The figure mused. Oh dear, could you please not run away? He softly implored. Yet Zhu paid no heed, intent on fleeing. As he watched the frantic escape of Zhu, Enchi helplessly rose to his feet, pondering the dilemma at hand. What should he do? It was truly vexing. He slightly raised his hand, murmuring to himself. Yet, with Master having given such an order, allowing Zhu to flee was not an option. Clank, clank, clank. Golden voids manifested from behind, and countless chains surged forth, rushing towards the fleeing Zhu. Seeing the chains approaching, Zhu dashed away in a frenzy, shouting, "Run faster! Legs!" Oh no! However, all efforts to escape proved futile. The chains ensnared its limbs, forming a cage-like prison. Oh no! I'm going to be turned into barbecue! Zhu began to wail, but despite its struggles, the chains tightened their grip. Enchi approached slowly, glancing at the hysterically crying Zhu, and offered a resigned smile. I'm sorry, my adorable little spider. The pale green figure gradually faded from sight. Chapter 49. I will return after Enchi transformed back. He returned to Luo Chen's vicinity and informed him of Zhu's whereabouts. Luo Chen immediately took Lin Chi to the destination. The two soon discovered Zhu trapped in a cage, now in its true form, with 6 pairs of compound eyes glowing red, still attempting a final struggle. Lin Chi cast a puzzled glance at Luo Chen, who immediately recognized that the chains were a manifestation of Luo Chen's ability. Before Zhu could unleash a mental assault, Lin Chi swiftly lifted it away, providing a painless ascension. Once everything was resolved, Lin Chi turned to Luo Chen and asked, "When did you capture it?" Luo Chen smiled and winked, responding, "Guess." Lin Chi chose not to press further, recognizing that without Luo Chen's input, he had no leverage. Enchi had previously mentioned his curiosity about the magical beasts in this world, and due to the complete form, Enchi's materialization did not deplete Luo Chen's mental energy. Thus Luo Chen allowed him to proceed directly to apprehend Zhu, preventing it from running amok. With the arachnid child subdued, the mental control was lifted, and all the newly awakened soldiers also regained consciousness. Li Pang was roused by the cacophony, staring blankly at his Rolex, his pupils widening in disbelief. Did I oversleep? This is bad. Li Pang instantly snapped awake, frantically surveying the empty dormitory. Realizing that Luo Chen and the others were nowhere to be found. What the heck? These ungrateful guys left me behind. I'm going to face the drill instructor's wrath. Suddenly, the sound of Shunqing Zhu's scolding echoed down the corridor. Damn it, you all slept like dead pigs. If I hadn't been awake, you would have been killed in your beds. Truly a bunch of useless fools. Li Pang was left dumbfounded. What's going on? A mysterious threat has emerged? He hurriedly pushed the door open and dashed out of the dormitory, not even having time to dress. He saw Shunqing Zhu berating his 3 underlings. His face filled with disappointment. Deng Wei and the others remained silent, quietly enduring Shunqing Zhu's tirade, occasionally bursting into silly laughter. Witnessing this, Shunqing Zhu's anger intensified. So, you thought I was just talking to myself? Laughing, are we? A mysterious force could be upon you, and you're too oblivious to notice. Deng Wei scratched his head. Brother Shun, thank you for not giving up on us in such a dangerous situation. Shunqing Zhu paused for a moment before delivering a swift kick. Bam! Deng Wei fell to the ground. Damn it, you always give me trouble. Next time, I want to even look at you. With that, Shunqing Zhu turned away. Li Jia and Li Liang exchanged knowing glances, affirming that Shun was indeed the gentlest person in the world. However, upon hearing their remarks, Shunqing Zhu's irritation flared, and he promptly kicked each of them. And Xingyu also emerged, watching the scene with a resigned smile. Li Pang exclaimed, "What the heck? Xingyu, where have you been? What about Qi Yi and Brother Chen?" And Xingyu glanced at him. "You were sleeping like a log, impossible to wake." It seems everyone was attacked by a mysterious force, falling into a slumber due to some mental assault. It appears that the culprits have been dealt with by Luo Chen and the others. With that, and Qing Yu adjusted his glasses. Bai li bang bang baoza, attempting to digest the information. Suddenly, his pupils widened as he looked at Qing Yu, rushing towards him. Qing Yu, you've been watching over me this whole time. Haven't you? I'm truly overwhelmed with emotion. And Qing Yu's lips twitched. Even his usually gentle demeanor was tested, as he almost felt compelled to kick Bai Li Pang Pang. Ultimately, he restrained himself, having noticed the Yao Guang pinned around Bai Li Pang Pang's neck. After Qing Zhu finished reprimanding his 3 underlings, he approached Qing Yu. What should we do now? It seems that large spider has already been taken care of. Meanwhile, many new recruits began to emerge from their rooms, rushing over to inquire about the situation. And Qing Yu patiently explained everything to the crowd, summarizing that a mysterious presence had appeared in the training camp. What? The new recruits expressed their disbelief. The crowd buzzed with chatter as they discussed the revelation. Hearing the commotion, Qing Zhu's already frayed nerves were fraying further. Shut the hell up. Are you all brainless? Your awakening indicates that the mysterious threat has been dealt with by Luo Chen and Lin Qi. What else with all the noise? His scolding silenced the crowd. Bai Li Pang Pang chuckled. So does this mean we VE won by doing nothing, Brother Zhu? Qing Zhu rolled his eyes, glancing at the surveillance. Those damn instructors didn't notify us, which means there must be some test left to complete. It's highly likely that another mysterious presence remains. Clapping erupted from the crowd. As expected of Brother Shan. You're amazing. The trio of underlings applauded and cheered, their enthusiasm palpable, as if they wished to brandish placards in support of Qing Zhu. Qing Zhu snorted, enough with the shouting. It's already annoying enough. He clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to lash out. And Qing Yu adjusted his glasses, stating, we VE searched most areas. There's south only one place left. Where? The new recruits inquired in unison. And Qing Yu and Qing Zhu exchanged glances, declaring in unison, the girls' dormitory. Bai Li Pang Pang immediately envisioned Mo Li's figure. A mysterious presence in the girls' dormitory. Mo Li is in danger. He promptly donned his protective gear and charged towards the girls' dormitory, deciding to take a shortcut through the window. However, he seemed to have underestimated his own size. As his upper body cleared the window, his lower half became hopelessly stuck. The silence was deafening. Hey! Bai Li Pang Pang struggled to wiggle his short legs in an attempt to escape. Witnessing this, and Qing Yu averted his gaze, covering his mouth. Qing Zhu, however, was at a loss. Did this fool not have any self-awareness? Jumping through a window, exhausted and drenched in sweat, Bai Li Pang Pang had no choice but to seek help. Brother Zhu, save me. The new recruits erupted in laughter. Bai Li Pang Pang was mortified. His cheeks flushed from embarrassment, or perhaps from the effort. Hearing his plea, Qing Zhu flexed his wrist. You asked for it. Easy does it, Brother Zhu. Qing Zhu gathered his strength and delivered a powerful kick. Clang! Yao Guang activated. Agony shot through Qing Zhu's ankle, spreading throughout his body, causing him to involuntarily shiver. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain without uttering a sound. Bai Li Pang Pang scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Sorry, Zhuage. I forgot to turn it off. Get lost. Qing Zhu's roar echoed throughout the entire floor. Bai Li Pang Pang flailed about in a panic, but found himself comically wedged in the window. Zhuage, listen to my explanation. I truly did not mean to. You fat idiot. I will rescue you. Qing Zhu turned with an unfriendly expression, a massive energy sphere already coalescing in his hand. The new recruits quickly scattered to the sides, feeling the terrifying aura behind him. Bai Li Pang Pang hastily expanded the barrier of Yao Guang to its maximum. Boom! Not only was the window shattered, but the wall itself was obliterated by the tremendous explosion. A plump figure soared into the sky. Zhuage, I will definitely return. I'm coming to save you, Molly. Chapter 50. A supreme challenge. Luo Chen and the others heard the commotion behind them and raised their heads. Luo Chen pointed skyward. Look, a flying pig. Lin Qi's expression turned peculiar. That must be Bai Li Tumming. The two then entered the dormitory building, but immediately sensed something was amiss. Lin Qi frowned. Something feels off. Luo Chen shrugged. Perhaps it's influenced by some mysterious ability? He was well aware that a certain cube was behind this. As they ascended the stairs, upon reaching the second floor, instead of a corridor, they found themselves inside a dormitory. This only deepened Lin Qi's confusion. He crouched down to inspect the floor where the stairs connected to the dormitory. This cut is rather smooth. I assenti it. It's as if the space has been stitched together. Clearly, that mysterious entity excels at manipulating space. It has transformed this area into a labyrinth. Luo Chen activated breath perception in an attempt to locate the cube, but within this chaotic space, even the auras seemed disrupted. I cannot pinpoint its aura. Why don't you try your mental perception to see if you can find it? Lin Xia nodded, but my range is limited. I cannot guarantee I will locate it. Luo Chen followed Lin Xia to a wall. Is there something behind this wall? He inquired. There are stairs behind this wall, leading directly to the 4th floor. Then let us destroy it. Luo Chen raised his hand, and a golden hollow appeared behind him. Lin Xia quickly grabbed his arm. Be careful. Although the space is chaotic, if we destroy the load-bearing structure, it could lead to the collapse of the entire dormitory. Understood. Clang, clang, clang. 4 chains surged from the hollow, wrapping around and reinforcing the surrounding support columns before breaking through the wall, creating an opening just wide enough for 2 people to pass through. Lin Xia nodded and stepped through first, with Luo Chen closely following. In the monitoring room, the instructors wore grave expressions. They're going to locate the chaotic cube so quickly. At this rate, the other recruits will have no sense of participation. All 3 mysteries will be slain by those 2 brats. On a auscanted, pondering countermesure. Earlier, they had intended to use the cube's abilities to trap these 2 little rascals, allowing the other recruits to contribute. But they did not expect the duo to find the right path in this disordered space. Hong Hao sighed helplessly and turned to Yuan Gang. Commander, what should we do? Luo Chen and the others are about to locate the chaotic cube. Yuan Gang rubbed his temples, unsure of what to do. The arachnid children in the Chuanjing had been too timid, controlled by Luo Chen and subsequently slain by Lin Xia. Now, only 2 mysteries remained in the girls' dormitory. If these 2 brats handle them as well, what sort of exam would that be? Hong Hao, go bring Luo Chen out. Let chaotic cube unleash its powers to the fullest, and try to delay these 2 brats from finding it and the Sound Hunter. On os mutweetst. Yuan Gang was truly at a loss. Luo Chen's abilities were far too versatile. He had both tracking and destructive capabilities. If it weren't for the fear of a single curry stick wiping out the female soldiers in the dormitory, Luo Chen would not need to waste time at all. Wouldn't it be easier to obliterate both the building and the mystery in one fell swoop? As Luo Chen and Lin Xia reached the stairs, a bizarre scene unfolded once more. The space became chaotic again, and they seemed to have returned to their previous location. Lin Xia glanced at Luo Chen. This Luo Chen shook his head. Is this guy hiding from us? Meanwhile, Bailey Pang Pang had also entered the girls' dormitory. Is anyone here? Bailey Pang Pang's voice echoed in the empty dormitory as he pushed against the glass door with all his might, but could not budge it. Oh! Bailey Pang Pang stepped back 2 paces, thinking this would stump him. He rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a piece of chalk. He then drew a circle on the glass door, easily slipping through the circle into the interior. Molly, I'm here. In the monitoring room, the instructors were dumbfounded. What on earth does this little fatso have? Is he Doryman? Even Yuan Gang couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Goodness. However, just as Bailey Pang Pang took a step forward, the surrounding space began to shift. The stairs before him vanished in an instant. Splash. Bailey Pang Pang felt as if he had stepped into water. What the heck? He exclaimed, quickly lifting his leg. Looking around, he realized there was neither staircase nor corridor. He had inadvertently stepped into a toilet. A wave of nausea hit him, and he immediately felt unwell. What in the world is happening? After glancing around, he randomly chose a direction and sprinted. However, no matter how he ran, he always ended up back near the toilet. Molly, Tianyi, Chia. His voice echoed in the chaotic space. Meanwhile, a dragging sound seemed to come from not far away, like something scraping against the ground. Confused, Bailey Pang Pang cautiously drew his sword and donned the true side eye. Suddenly, a figure emerged covering his mouth. Don't make a sound. Follow me. Bailey Pang Pang's eyes brightened. It was Molly. He nodded repeatedly, allowing Molly to lead him forward. Molly's hand was so soft. Bailey Pang Pang couldn't help but grin foolishly. Unbeknownst to him, Molly was vigilantly observing their surroundings, leading Bailey Pang Pang through a wall to a balcony of a dormitory. Just as Bailey Pang Pang was about to say something, Molly covered his mouth and shook her head, signaling him to remain silent. Observing Molly's serious expression, He felt a sense of danger and quickly held his breath. It was only when the dragging sound faded that Molly finally sighed in relief. Bailey Pang's eyes darted around before he took a deep breath. So fragrant. Top tier. Molly seemed oblivious, releasing her grip on his mouth, leaving Bailey Pang somewhat disappointed. Are you trying to get us killed? Molly whispered angrily. Bailey Pang's face flushed with embarrassment. He thought his behavior had been discovered and was about to speak. Molly, I didn't mean to. Yelling so loudly will attract it. It's a mystery from Hongying. Molly admonished sternly. A mystery? Bailey Pang's eyes widened. Then he sighed in relief. As long as I'm not discovered, Molly is so lovely. Coughing, Bailey Pang composed himself. What exactly was that thing just now? Chapter 51. Renovation. Molly sighed. That mystery is what we call the sound hunter. It captures sound sources, and the louder the sound, the stronger it becomes. Bailey Pang was utterly astonished. What could possibly explain the mysterious occurrences within the training camp? Were the instructors truly using this as a form of assessment? It was madness. Molly shook her head, lamenting the loss of numerous sisters, which had only enabled them to uncover its lethal mechanisms and behaviors. Bailey Pang's complexion turned ashen. Weren't they merely undergoing an assessment? How could there be fatalities? Molly let out a cold laugh. I witnessed familiar comrades perish before my eyes. Is this still an assessment? A surge of murderous intent emanated from Molly. I must personally slay that wretch. Meanwhile, Luo Chen and Lin Chia paced restlessly within the dormitory building. Eventually, Luo Chen could no longer contain his frustration. Xiaowen, could you locate that object without causing the dormitory to collapse? Luo Chen communicated telepathically with Enkid. That should not pose a problem, Master. But the structure requires me to secure it with the Tianshi lock. Luo Chen nodded, assuring the preservation of the building's integrity. Find that accursed cube for me. He sighed, leaning against the wall, feeling dizzy from all the turning. Lin Chia immediately inquired, why have we stopped? What is the plan now? Luo Chen's gaze sharpened. Do not fret, that object cannot escape. However, the strategy remains unchanged. I will trap it, and you will deliver the finishing blow. Lin Chia nodded in agreement. Considering that Lin Chia needed the support of the assistants, Luo Chen ultimately decided it was more appropriate to allow Lin Chia to take the lead. Do not disclose what follows to anyone, all right? Luo Chen smiled faintly. Lin Chia looked puzzled. At that moment, a green figure materialized beside Luo Chen. Lin Chia was taken aback, rendered speechless. Hello, I am Enkid, he said with a smile, his voice as refreshing as a spring breeze. Lin Chia politely nodded. I am Lin Chia. Luo Chen winked at Lin Chia. He is the spirit I summoned. Did I not mention I am a spirit agent? Lin Chia stood in shock. But isn't your agent supposed to be the Night King Arthur? Luo Chen smirked, a playful smile crossing his face. What, is it only permissible for you to be a dual deity agent? Lin Chia suddenly comprehended something and could only smile wryly. You truly are a pervert. Thank you for the compliment, but let us not refer to my elder brother as the second brother, shall we? Luo Chen responded with a grin. Xiaowen, I am counting on you. Yes, master. As his words fell, Enkid's gaze sharpened, and countless golden voids appeared behind him, illuminating the dim space. Luo Chen's playful smile emerged. Watch me provide a free renovation for the dormitory. Lin Chia gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Suddenly, clang, boom, countless chains erupted from the void, instantly shattering the surrounding walls. The tremendous noise caused the entire dormitory to sway precariously. The floors, on the verge of collapse, were forcibly secured by iron chains. As spatial ripples emerged, attempting to sever the Tianshi lock, they proved utterly ineffective. A multitude of Tianshi locks surged forth, piercing through the entire building, forming a layer akin to a prison around the structure, forcibly anchoring it in place. In the monitoring room, the instructors were taken aback by this spectacle, exclaiming in unison. What the hell? Yuan Gang's lips twitched as he asked, Where's Hong Hao? Is he not here yet? Meanwhile, Hong Hao, racing towards the scene, felt as if his legs would give out. He watched in disbelief. What is that brat up to? Move faster, you fool. Simultaneously, Bailey Pang, Molly, and the others were equally astonished as they witnessed countless chains bursting through the walls, forcibly securing the once precarious floors. Bailey Pang instantly recognized this as the ability previously wielded by Luo Chen. Goodness, Is Chun Gu planning to demolish the entire building? Molly remained silent, observing the exaggeration of this act, inadvertently sighing, her lips curling slightly. With this fellow around, that mystery should not last much longer. It is a pity I cannot take revenge for my sisters myself. Lin Xie thought, is this guy truly human? His power exceeds even that of the divine ruins. Lin Xie ruthlessly critiqued in his mind. Luo Chen had not intended to utilize the Spirit's materialization ability, as it would expose his trump card and consume vast amounts of magical energy. However, Enkid was an exception. He was akin to an archer-class spirit, perhaps even more formidable. While Archer could operate independently from their master for 3 days, this fellow seemed unaffected by the absence of a master, drawing magical energy simply from standing on the ground. He could materialize and act without depleting Luo Chen's meager mental energy, far surpassing the Saber-class spirit, Artoria. On the other side, sensing Luo Chen and Enkid's intentions, the chaotic cube attempted to continually manipulate the space to interfere with them. However, an alarming realization struck it. Once fixed by those chains, it became immobile, unable to sway the chain's hold. Bang! The wall suddenly crumbled. Clang, clang, clang. Countless chains surged toward the chaotic cube. Upon witnessing this, the chaotic cube was rendered speechless. Dongji, got you. Enkid, standing beside Luo Chen, chuckled lightly and turned to Luo Chen. Master, the target has been successfully captured. You only need to proceed to the 4th floor. Luo Chen nodded. Thank you, Xiao In. Enkid smiled gently. It is my duty, and I am delighted to witness the magical beasts of this era. As he spoke, Enkid once again etherealized, vanishing from the scene. Luo Chen had refrained from exposing too much of his strength, having rarely materialized his spirits. So far, only Zhao Kongsheng and Lin Xie had witnessed his spirit. As for the monitoring, Luo Chen had obstructed it with certain means before Enkid's materialization, preventing the instructors from seeing him. Yuongong, watching the scene transform into a prison-like dormitory, unconsciously broke into a sweat. What difference is there between this and demolishing the entire dormitory? Hanli pointed at the screen. Sir, look. In the monitoring, Luo Chen and Lin Xie had already reached the location of the chaotic cube. The instructors could only lean their heads in resignation, overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness. How on earth are we supposed to continue? There are only 3 mysteries in total, and now the second is about to be resolved by Luo Chen and Lin Xie. Only one remains. The hunter. I am truly at my wit's end. How do I deal with such incompetent teammates? Chapter 52. Examination concludes upon arriving at the scene. Luo Chen and Lin Xie found the chaotic cube ensnared within the cage formed by the Tianchi locks. With a swift motion, Lin Xie severed the creature into fragments, quietly collecting its remains. Although Luo Chen noticed, he chose not to comment. With the demise of the chaotic cube, locating the final hunter would be a mere formality. On the 3rd floor, a deafening explosion erupted. Luo Chen and Lin Xie exchanged glances, dashing downstairs. Black flames surged from below, and Luo Chen sensed impending doom. In the next moment, a figure engulfed in black flames was hurled backward, smashing through the wall, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. He laughed maniacally, seemingly impervious to pain as he rose again. Gao Duan! Luo Chen exclaimed in shock. What is he doing here? Tian Yi. At that moment, Bailey Pong Pong's voice rang out. Luo Chen turned to see Bailey Pang Pang, Molly, and a group of female soldiers gathered together. After the 2 individuals approached to inquire about the situation, they learned that they had been relentlessly pursued by the Hunter of Sound. Just then, Chao Yuan appeared, seemingly searching for Lin Xie. However, he unexpectedly collided head-on with the Hunter of Sound, resulting in a fierce confrontation. The frenzied Chao Yuan was engaged in a chaotic clash with a headless figure, having already destroyed several dormitory rooms in the vicinity. The sheer volume of their battle had inadvertently elevated the hunter's power to the peak of the Chuan realm, nearly reaching the standards of the High Realm. Luo Chen, acting swiftly, realized he must first halt Chao Yuan. Otherwise, the hunter's formidable strength posed a significant threat. It was not that they could not handle it, but the presence of so many people made Luo Chen reluctant to allow the 2 heroic spirits to materialize. After all, they had already vanquished the High Realm's Han Xiaoyan. Why fear a mere Chuan realm hunter? Everyone nodded in agreement, and Luo Chen immediately raised his hand, summoning countless chains from the ground to ensnare Chao Yuan securely. He then quickly dragged him away from the battlefield. I will deal with this individual. The hunter is in your hands. Can you manage? Luo Chen's gaze sharpened. The frenzied Chao Yuan struggled violently, depleting much of his mental energy in the process. Leave it to us. I will avenge my sisters myself, Molly declared resolutely. Drawing her katana, Luo Chen regarded her deeply and replied, understood. Pang Pang. Hand me the chastity lock for Chao Yuan, he instructed. Li Pang Pang quickly rummaged through his trousers and produced a roll of tape, handing it to Luo Chen. With a clang, a heavenly lock shot forth, piercing the hunter's shoulder and pinning it against the wall. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Chen grasped the chains binding Chao Yuan and leaped from the third floor. Wind King's Barrier. The wind element converged, cushioning Luo Chen and Chao Yuan as they descended. Upon landing, Luo Chen tossed Chao Yuan aside, and the chains dissipated. The frenzied Chao Yuan gasped for breath, blood trickling from his mouth, evidently exhausted from the earlier battle with the hunter. Meanwhile, a profound darkness enveloped the entire third floor behind Luo Chen. It was Lin Xie. Seeing this, Luo Chen focused entirely on the deranged Chao Yuan before him. Hee. The frenzied Chao Yuan launched an attack, swinging his long knife, enshrouded in malevolent flames, towards Luo Chen. Don't blame me, Chao thief. With a clash, an invisible sword manifested, instantly colliding with the malevolent knife. The golden blade flickered as Luo Chen's eyes narrowed, activating his instinct. Clang, clang, clang. The weapons in their hands clashed at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, sending shockwaves that shattered the ground around them. Luo Chen raised his sword high, channeling the power of the Wind King. A violent gust surged towards Chao Yuan, dispersing the malevolent flames that enveloped him and revealing his darkened skin beneath. Bam! The force of the blow sent the frenzied Chao Yuan crashing through the first-floor wall of the dormitory, debris raining down, nearly burying him. Seizing the moment, Luo Chen affixed the tape to the heavenly lock. As Chao Yuan staggered to his feet once more, Luo Chen waved his hand. Clang! The heavenly lock promptly ensnared the frenzied Chao Yuan again, binding him tightly. Luo Chen's figure flickered as he appeared behind Chao Yuan and yanked on the heavenly lock. Bam! He slammed the frenzied Chao Yuan down onto the ground once more. As the effects of the sealing scroll took hold, the malevolent flames gradually receded, revealing his original skin. Cough, cough, cough. The crimson hue in Chao Yuan's pupils faded, revealing a glimmer of clarity. Seeing this, Luo Chen finally released the chains. Gazing at the heavenly lock now adorned with the sealing scroll, Luo Chen shook his head helplessly, realizing it had become the true chastity lock of Chao Yuan. Must he be so rough? Chao Yuan complained, rubbing his neck, marked by red imprints. Luo Chen chuckled wryly. Well, that blade in your hand, isn't exactly like either. Meanwhile, Molly emerged from the girls' dormitory, bloodied and holding a severed arm. Li Pang Pang, Lin Xie, and the other female soldiers bore varying degrees of bloodstains, indicating they had dealt with the hunter. Luo Chen approached, asking, all taken care of? Molly nodded, raising the severed arm. Of course. Luo Chen's lips twitched. Just out of curiosity, how did you end up with only one arm? Unfazed, Molly replied. It was shattered by all things in motion, though he anticipated the outcome. Hearing her say it left Luo Chen momentarily speechless. This woman is truly fierce. Molly angrily tossed the severed arm to the ground and clenched her fists. Sisters, I have avenged you. Baili bang bang kietlia pruaka. Molly, stop. I told you I hate rich kids. The richer, the more I loathe them. This made Luo Chen glance at Li Pang Pang, worrying for his future. However, it was clear that the heavenly sovereign could not engage in romantic endeavors. Without becoming a heavenly sovereign, he could not save her. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain to Luo Chen. Meanwhile, Hong Hao hurried to the scene, and upon witnessing the chaos, exclaimed, Marla, my anxiety has finally dissipated. Molly rushed towards the instructor, grabbing his collar. The other recruits, led by Shun Qingzhu and Qingyu, gathered on the training ground, chattering incessantly around Hong Hao. Enough. Everyone be quiet. No one died in this drill. It was all a ruse. Silence fell instantly. Hong Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief, seizing a moment of respite. After a while, several military vehicles arrived on the scene. Yuan Gang stepped out, a look of exasperation on his face. According to the plan, this exercise was supposed to last until the afternoon, yet here they were, not even at noon. and 3 mysterious entities had already been dealt with by this group. Luo Chen had single-handedly defeated 2 and subdued the frenzied Chao Yuan, even taking control of the hunter. What happened to the promised performance-based grading? This was hardly a fair assessment. The girls' dormitory fared better, as they had at least contributed to the hunter's defeat. But what about the boys? Aside from Luo Chen, Lin Qiye, Bali Pangpang, Chao Yuan, and Qing Yu and Shen Qingzhu, who had all performed admirably, the rest of the male soldiers had essentially slept through the entire exercise. Yuangong sighed helplessly. This batch of recruits is the best I've ever had. Chapter 53. I want to retire. Yuan Gang cleared his throat, regaining composure. We all witnessed this drill, and the final results will be based on your performances. Afternoon training is canceled, and results will be announced tomorrow. Grading? The recruits suddenly realized something. Wait, I woke up and the drill is over. We won by line down. How will this be assessed? We did nothing. Reactions among the recruits varied, revealing a stark divide. After the recruits departed, Yuan Gang called out to Luo Chen. Luo Chen, what about the bodies of the mysterious entities? Luo Chen's eyes darted. Bodies? Aside from the shattered hunter, the other 2 were taken by Lin Qiye. What bodies? Luo Chen feigned innocence. The bodies of those 3 mysterious entities you dealt with? I didn't notice. It seems they were all obliterated. If you don't believe me, you can ask the others. Luo Chen shrugged, adopting an air of indifference. However, his evasive gaze did not escape Yuan Gang, the chief instructor. You little rascal, he sighed, realizing he would not be able to recover the bodies. Ultimately, Yuan Gang sighed again, conceding, if they are gone, then so be it. Back in the office, Hong Hao approached to inquire about grading. Yuan Gang pondered for a moment. Full marks are 20. And Qing Yu, Bali Pangpang, Chao Yuan, and Molly performed reasonably well, 15 points each. What about Luo Chen and Lin Qiye? And that troublemaker, Shen Qingzhu? Yuan Gang curled his lips in disdain. Although Shen Qingzhu had repeatedly insulted the instructors, he had performed commendably, steadfastly protecting his comrades. So he deserved a score of 12. As for Luo Chen and Lin Qiye, those 2 troublesome boys, Yuan Gang sighed. Luo Chen received 19 points, while Lin Qiye lost 2 points in shooting, ending up with 17. Hong Hao was momentarily perplexed. 19 points? But he had been the most outstanding performer. Yuan Gang shook his head, explaining that he deducted a point to prevent arrogance. And besides, those 2 youngsters had desecrated 2 mysterious corpses, which warranted some consequence. Luo Chen protested, claiming he had not been involved. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly taken the blame for Lin Qiye. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Luo Chen sneezed unexpectedly. Who the hell is cursing me? After a long day of activity, fatigue soon overtook him, and he quickly fell into a deep slumber. That night, a student named Lin secretly infiltrated the training camp's weapons warehouse. When Yuan Gang and the other instructors awoke, they were met with a shocking sight. The entire warehouse had been emptied overnight. However, they could not find any clues, nor could they locate the culprits behind the theft. Thus, this incident became a mystery within the training camp. Upon hearing the scores, Bali Pangpang exclaimed, "Oh my! Qingge, you got 19 points. That's 2 points higher than Qiye." Luo Chen remained silent, indifferent to such accolades. More importantly, it seemed that due to the manifestation of his abilities, his connection with Shao Un had grown stronger. His forbidden realm, Yingling Zhu, allowed him to harness greater power as his mindset aligned more closely with the spirits. This indicated that the recent exercise had not been in vain. Concurrently, Bali Pangpang and Luo Chen were called away. The instructors conducted a search of their personal spaces, but found nothing of note. The matter was thus put on hold, as days turned into weeks. The new recruits had undergone a transformation after a year of rigorous training, exhibiting enhanced strength and discipline. In August, the countdown to the end of their training began, signaling their impending transition into full-fledged night watchmen, assigned to various teams across different cities. In the cafeteria, Bali Pangpang lamented, "I will miss you all so much," as he clung to Luo Chen's leg, tears streaming down his face. Luo Chen, exasperated, wished he could kick him away, but ultimately refrained, unable to act as he usually would. At the same time, the cafeteria lady, witnessing the scene, inadvertently trembled while serving meat to Li Jia. Li Jia, upon seeing this, quickly scooped a spoonful of meat for Shen Qingzhu before he could react. Li Jia was momentarily taken aback, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. Brother Shun, just eat without all the fuss. With the piercing sound of a whistle, everyone dropped their utensils and sprinted towards the training ground. A year of training had ingrained an instinctive response within them. On the training field, Hong Hao watched the recruits jog towards him, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Once assembled, he presented an important document. Today, I will announce something significant regarding your assignments. The faces of the recruits were immediately filled with tension and anticipation. Shun Qingzhu, Team 006, Jingjing City. Chao Yuan, Team 007, Huaihai City. Bai Li Tu Ming, Team 010, Guangshan City. Mo Li, Team 017, Gusi City. Upon reaching the last names, Hong Hao glanced at Luo Chen. Luo Chen, Lin Qiyi, and Qingyu, Team 136, Songnan City. What's going on? The recruits erupted in confusion. The three top-ranking individuals had been assigned to such a remote city. Had the higher-ups lost their minds? However, as soldiers, they understood their duty was to obey orders and voice no dissent. Meanwhile, in a special task force executing a mission, a blonde vixen disregarded her image and shouted at her phone, "What the hell? Dual divine agents and an unprecedented spirit agent. Our Daxia 001 special team's codename is Spirit, and he dares to claim to be a spirit agent? No way. We must recruit these two fellows into our Phoenix team." Kong Shang felt a headache coming on, but as the vice captain, he had to intervene. "Captain, please calm down. Our team is already at full capacity." Upon hearing this, the blonde vixen paused, then smiled mischievously at Kong Shang, a playful expression crossing her face. Kong Shang felt a chill run down his spine. "Captain, what are you planning to do? I could injure you first. That way, there would be personnel loss, right?" Kong Shang thought, "This is bad. She's coming for me. But Captain, even then, we would still need one more. Come on, who wants to volunteer? The slots are precious. The sooner you sign up, the sooner you can retire." The special team members exchanged glances. Seeing that no one spoke up, the blonde vixen clicked her tongue. "How about I injure myself? Perfect. I wanted to retire for a while now. That has settled." The team members were dumbfounded, hastily restraining the blonde vixen, several of them holding her tightly. "Don't stop me. I want to retire." The blonde vixen struggled in vain. Kong Shang, overwhelmed, was drenched in sweat from the commotion. This was more chaotic than herding cats. Chapter 54. Whispers of the rain. The rain fell incessantly. The sky was unusually gloomy, casting a heavy pall over the world, as if buried beneath the deluge. Luo Chen gazed out the window at the raindrops, lost in thought. He knew this torrential downpour heralded the approach of the Whispers, attack, and marked the commencement of our brother Zhuang's espionage journey. A slight smirk played on Luo Chen's lips. Perhaps this time, he could help save those three fools. As for the ancient God Church, the Whispers, and their followers, they were merely a manifestation here. What else could Chun Ernyo do besides capturing jellyfish? Mental attacks? Within his subconscious realm lay a throne of spirits, hosting countless spirit essences. If one dared to attack, they would soon discover the consequences, not to mention the presence of Avalon. Just as Luo Chen pondered, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Everyone rushed through the torrential rain towards the training ground. The new recruits stood resolutely in the face of the storm. "What is happening?" Bai Li Bang inquired curiously. "I don't know, but it can't be anything good," Lin Qiyi replied, his expression grave. Luo Chen took a deep breath, bracing himself for the impending developments. Thunder rumbled as lightning illuminated the sky. The instructors stood in formation on the training ground. Yuan Gang slowly ascended the platform, unfazed by his soaking uniform. "We just received a distress signal. Due to the heavy rain and an earthquake, 8 villages near Jinan Mountain have been struck by massive mudslides, trapping nearly 200 people. The urban rescue teams will take time to arrive, and we're the closest, so I am issuing an emergency order." Yuan Gang's voice resonated powerfully. Not even the rain could dampen his tone. "Our primary mission is to conduct rescue operations, to save the trapped civilians. Now, everyone, get in the vehicles and head to Jinan Mountain." "Yes," the recruits shouted in unison, their voices echoing through the storm. Due to the urgency of the situation, the available military vehicles were limited. Dozens of recruits squeezed into a single military pickup, even cramming into the open trunk, sitting closely together. Despite their clothes being drenched, each face reflected determination. Not a single one faltered. A moment later, a dozen military pickups, laden with new recruits, gradually departed for the training camp. The mountain roads, soaked by torrential rain, became increasingly treacherous and muddy, making traversal difficult. The tires of the vehicles occasionally slipped, causing some recruits to be thrown from their seats. Yet they climbed back in without hesitation. None chose to abandon their mission. Hong Hao retrieved a map, contemplating while issuing commands to Luo Chen and the others. This operation would be executed in teams. Luo Chen, you will serve as the captain of Team 1, with members in Qingyu, Shun Qingzhu, Deng Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang. Understood. Next, Team 2, led by Lin Qie, will include by Li Tuming, Mo Li, and Xiao Yuan. Understood. On a passionné advised. You are all elite among the recruits. It is imperative that within 72 hours, you penetrate the depths of Jinan Mountain to conduct rescue operations in 2 perilous villages that lie in close proximity to one another, facilitating mutual support among your teams. The group voiced no objections and began to distribute Xing Chen knives. The vehicles continued onward, and along the route, numerous recruits disembarked to head towards their designated rescue points. Ultimately, due to the excessively muddy terrain, the vehicles could no longer proceed, compelling Luo Chen and his team to continue on foot. Daxia soldiers are here. Death shall retreat. Survivors shall prevail. The soldiers' cries echoed throughout the mountains, their formidable resolve undeterred even by the deluge. Luo Chen clenched his fists. He had witnessed too many devastating scenes along the way. The fury towards the Whispers reached its zenith at that moment. To achieve their objectives, they would stoop to leveraging the lives of ordinary people, merely to lure those 2 agents here. Absurd in the extreme, Luo Chen murmured to himself, gazing at the overcast sky. Before dawn arrives, someone must illuminate the darkness. Heroic spirits. Yes, heroic spirits. Are they not the embodiment of such a purpose? At that moment, Luo Chen seemed to grasp something profound, as if he heard a shattering sound resonating within his mind. Crack! Boom! An overwhelming surge of mental energy erupted from Luo Chen, startling those around him. Chuanjing and Qingyu adjusted his glasses, a look of astonishment gracing his face. To think he would break through at such a time. Shun Qingzhu stared in disbelief, his lips curling in reluctant admiration. What a freak! Luo Chen, bewildered, raised his hand. Had he truly broken through? Simultaneously, within the recesses of his subconscious, the gleaming throne of heroic spirits trembled violently. How intriguing! A voice resounded, and then all fell silent once more. At that exact moment, the ethereal forms of Artoria and Enqi, beside Luo Chen, wore expressions of astonishment. They exchanged glances, questioning whether it was merely an illusion. Yet Luo Chen remained unaware of this. He, along with Qingyu and Shun Qingzhu, sprinted through the muddy path, not daring to pause for even a moment. The golden window for rescue was 72 hours, and every second wasted could cost a life. Silence enveloped them as their figures darted through the debris-laden paths. Nearby Jinan Mountain, within the hastily erected rescue command center, Yuan Gang grasped the radio as various teams began to report their statuses. The crackling of static filled the air. Soon, updates flowed in, reporting to the commander. Aside from teams 1 and 2, the remaining teams are currently engaged in rescue operations. According to calculations, teams 1 and 2 will need at least 5 more hours to reach their destination. Setting down the radio, a grave expression crossed Yuan Gang's face. He drew back the tent flap and stepped outside, gazing at the unrelenting downpour that seemed to intensify. A wave of unease surged within him. Something feels off. Suddenly, the torrential rain froze in midair, and the once deafening roar of the storm vanished. Yuan Gang furrowed his brow. A man clad in a black tailcoat emerged with elegant strides. The Whispers. Yuan Gang's expression darkened instantly. Upon hearing this, the man's alluring visage broke into a smile, exuding the charm of a courteous nobleman. To think the vice captain of the esteemed Shaojing city team would recognize me. Yuan Gang narrowed his eyes. As a night watchman, it would be difficult not to recognize one of the 3 oldest deities of the infamous ancient divine church, especially with such an insufferable noble demeanor. The Whispers paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Are night watchmen truly this impolite? Yet, in that instant, Yuan Gang grasped the gravity of the situation, his anger igniting. To hell with natural disasters. This is plainly man-made. The recent earthquake and mudslides are undoubtedly orchestrated by this individual. Chapter 55. Survivors. Yuan Gang was not foolish. He quickly deduced. Your targets are those two youngsters, Luo Chen and Lin Xia. The Whispers grinned widely, congratulating you on your correct guess, but there will be no reward. The Whispers appeared entirely unconcerned about Yuan Gang's awareness of his objectives, exuding an unsettling air of confidence that left Yuan Gang feeling uneasy. Just two novices at the pool realm, and you've chosen to intervene personally? Yuan Gang scoffed. Are you frightened? Upon hearing Yuan Gang's words, the Whispers laughed rather than fuming. Ha ha, I can see that those two agents possess terrifying talent, but they are merely at the pool realm. What storms can they stir? The Whispers coldly retorted. Without the support of the Night Watchman team station in Songnan, I have 1,000 ways to eliminate them. Yuan Gang felt a sense of foreboding. He realized that the figure before him was but a projection of a nightmare, yet it was sufficient to impede him. However, the Whisper's confidence indicated he must have other means aimed at Luo Chen and Lin Xia. Furthermore, the Whispers seemed to possess prior knowledge of the Night Watchman's arrangements, tightening Yuan Gang's frown and suggesting the presence of a traitor among the Night Watchman's upper echelons. The Whispers promptly activated his abilities, attempting to ensnare Yuan Gang within a nightmare. Observing Yuan Gang's futile struggles, a sickly smile crept upon his lips. By the time you break free, this world will no longer harbor any heroic agents or dual deity agents. Luo Chen and his companions advanced through the mountains, unwittingly drawing closer to their destination. After a lengthy journey, Luo Chen kindly inquired, should we take a moment to rest? As he pressed onward, he utilized his inherent skill, Transform, to allocate most of his attributes to endurance, thus preserving his stamina. Yet this did not imply the same for the others. Indeed, Deng Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang were beginning to struggle, leaning against nearby stone walls, gasping for breath. And Xingyu's glasses had become drenched, prompting him to remove them, as this would require less effort. Thanks to the enhancement of the only correct answer, he no longer needed his glasses, though habit had kept him wearing them. Shen Xingzhu glanced back at the three younger recruits, sighing in resignation. However, as he prepared to speak to Luo Chen, Deng Wei and the others stood resolutely, their eyes filled with determination. We do not need to rest. We are almost there, and the villagers require us. Li Jia stepped forward, affirming that if our rest leads to someone losing their life, I shall never forgive myself. Li Liang echoed, I feel the same. Shen Qingzhu stared at this scene, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Well said. Let us proceed. Luo Chen, we must advance. Shen Qingzhu lifted his gaze, meeting Luo Chen's eyes directly. Luo Chen nodded. Then let us continue. Hold on. We will soon reach our destination. The six continued onward. After an indeterminate time, they finally caught sight of the outline of the village. Luo Chen promptly reported the situation to headquarters via his headset, unaware that Yuan Gang was preoccupied with combating the nightmare projection of Yu, leaving him no time for other matters. Not receiving a response, Luo Chen resolved to prioritize rescuing the survivors, turning to address the group. Let us split up to search for the survivors. As soon as anyone is found, we will initiate the rescue. Understood, replied Shen Qingzhu and the others in unison. Just as they were about to depart, Luo Chen's gaze sharpened as he instinctively looked towards Li Jia and his companions, adding, additionally, be vigilant about your safety. If any situation arises, sound the alarm, and I shall rush to your side with utmost expediency. Yes. The group dispersed, and before leaving, Xingyu cast a lingering glance at Luo Chen, as if sensing something amiss. Meanwhile, an aura drifted away from Luo Chen, silently trailing behind the brothers Li Jia and Li Liang. Once the others had scattered, Luo Chen's expression grew somber. Yuan Gang's disappearance signified that Yu had already commenced its actions. Luo Chen immediately activated his aura perception to sense the nearby energies through the earth. In the twilight, Shunge, there's someone here, Li Jia exclaimed, having seemingly discovered something. Shen Qingzhu rushed over from short distance, following the beam of the flashlight to find a small girl, injured and unconscious, trapped in a corner. Indeed, she is a villager, without a doubt, appears to be a little girl. Shen Qingzhu exclaimed with delight, although a strange discomfort tugged at his heart upon seeing the girl in such a state. Quickly, summon Deng Wei and the others to assist. I cannot move these boulders alone. Utilizing my abilities may harm her. Shen Qingzhu instructed Li Jia without hesitation. Li Jia nodded and hurriedly called for Deng Wei and Li Liang. 1, 2, 3. The four exerted their strength simultaneously, shifting the boulders that had buried the girl. Shen Qingzhu swiftly cradled the girl in his arms, checking for her breath. She is alive. Shen Qingzhu rejoiced, and the three companions beside him beamed with joy. At that moment, the girl, sporting braided pigtails, slowly opened her eyes, but instead of relief, her face bore a look of confusion as she scanned her surroundings. Soon, near the corner where she had been buried, Shen Qingzhu and the others discovered two elderly figures, their bodies already cold. "Grandpa, what has happened to you? Please wake up." Yaya shook the lifeless arms of the elders, desperately trying to rouse them. This scene stirred something within Shen Qingzhu. He gritted his teeth and approached Yaya, gently lifting her into his arms. "What is your name?" he inquired softly. Yaya trembled slightly, still shaken by the recent events. "My name is Yaya." Shen Qingzhu nodded. "Yaya, your grandpa and grandma are sleeping. We mustn't disturb them, so let us be quiet." Yaya pursed her lips and glanced back at her grandparents lying on the ground before nodding heavily. Once her emotions calmed a bit, Yaya timidly asked, "Big brother, who are you?" Shen Qingzhu smiled gently at her. "Us? We are here specifically to rescue you, Yaya." Deng Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang also smiled at Yaya, though their faces were smeared with dust, making their smiles appear rather grim. This frightened Yaya, who clutched at Shen Qingzhu's clothing and hid behind him. The sight brought tears to Deng Wei and his companion's eyes. However, sensing their lack of malice, Yaya mustered her courage and shyly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, big brothers." Deng Wei and the others were immediately overwhelmed with emotion, their hearts melting. Wow, this makes it all worthwhile. The hardships they endured paled in comparison to Yaya's simple gratitude. Shen Qingzhu smiled helplessly, thinking, these three fools. Chapter 56, Merely a Woman. Observing the trio's smiles, Yaya retreated further behind Shen Qingzhu. She blinked at him, asking, "Big brother, when will Grandpa and Grandma wake up?" Shen Qingzhu suddenly stiffened, and Deng Wei and the others lowered their heads. After a moment of silence, Shen Qingzhu slowly replied, "Yaya, aside from your grandparents, do you have any other family?" "Yes, I have a father and mother." "Where are your parents?" Yaya pondered briefly before quietly stating, "My father went to the mountains to gather firewood this morning, and then it rained heavily. My mother went into the mountains to find him and hasn't returned yet." Shen Qingzhu nodded. "Yaya, do you remember where they went up the mountain?" Yaya raised her hand, pointing in a direction. "I remember, it should be over there." The four turned their heads to follow her indication. That area was where the landslide had first occurred, with a large section of the mountain peak submerged. Shen Qingzhu and the others exchanged glances, falling silent. Despite this, Shen Qingzhu endeavored to maintain a smile, gently stroking Yaya's head. They understood that the sequence of events had been a morning ascent followed by heavy rain, culminating in the earthquake and landslide. The likelihood of Yaya's parents surviving was exceedingly slim. Meanwhile, Qingyu arrived upon hearing the commotion. After a brief explanation, he grasped the situation and offered Yaya a gentle smile, complimented by his refined appearance, which easily inspired warmth. "Yaya, big brother will take you away from here, all right?" Shen Qingzhu nodded. "Yaya, this big brother will guide you away. It's not safe here." Yaya glanced at Shen Qingzhu, "But my parents are still in the mountains." Shen Qingzhu patted her head reassuringly. "I promise to help you find your parents, but Yaya must be obedient, all right?" Yaya bit her lip and nodded vigorously, allowing Qingyu to take her small hand. "Yaya, be good. Soon there will be no more danger," and Qingyu softly reassured her, carrying her on his back as they descended the mountain. Before leaving, he cast a deep glance at Shen Qingzhu. "Brother, please inform Luo Chen. I leave the rest in your hands." Shen Qingzhu leaned against the wall, narrowing his eyes. "We must ensure Yaya's safe passage out." "Of course," and Qingyu waved his hand, his figure gradually disappearing from their sight. Yaya, resting against Qingyu's back, slowly succumbed to sleep, utterly exhausted. The decision to have Qingyu escort her stemmed from his approachable demeanor, making it easier for the little girl to accept him. Additionally, Shen Qingzhu felt reassured by Qingyu's strength. He trusted Deng Wei and the others to aid in the rescue, but he harbored reservations about their ability to safely escort Yaya back to camp. It was not a matter of trust. He believed that Deng Wei and his companions would risk their lives to protect Yaya. However, if they encountered real danger, it was not merely a question of bravery. Thus, The task fell to Hongying. As for Luo Chen, under the cloak of night, a burly man wielding a massive axe traversed the mountain path, occasionally humming a tune. A gentle breeze brushed by. Suddenly, a shadow appeared before the imposing figure. Clang! An invisible sword was raised as Luo Chen slightly parted his lips. Apologies, but this path is blocked. The muscular man stood frozen, a large question mark hovering in his mind. What? Someone dares to obstruct me? He mused, noting that the young man before him bore no weapon, questioning what he could possibly wield against him. Is this kid perhaps a lunatic? The burly man scoffed. If you're sick, you ought to remain in a mental institution. Your head seems overly heated. Let me help you cool it down. The giant, wielding his axe, stomped the ground, launching himself at Luo Chen like a cannonball. The axe, slicing through the air, struck down at Luo Chen with ferocity. Clang! Luo Chen raised his sword to block the massive axe of the burly man, which left the latter momentarily stunned. This kid is using nothing but air to fend off my attack. What is he thinking? Seizing the opportunity presented by the man's distraction, Luo Chen forcefully thrust his weapon, flipping the giant axe aside. At the same time, he swung his sword. Clang! The burly man reacted swiftly, raising the axe to defend himself, only to be met with an astonishing sight. Crack! The sound of the axe, straining under pressure, echoed, followed by a light metallic chime. The axe shattered with a resounding crack. How is this possible? The massive man appeared to witness something utterly unbelievable, his face etched with disbelief. What is impossible about this? Are you going to spout some nonsense about being tough now? Luo Chen scoffed, finding such cliches outdated. It was no longer in vogue to boast after a loss, as such villains typically met their demise first. Prepare to depart in peace. In a flash, Luo Chen vanished from sight. The burly man had no time to react. Clang! An invisible blade of light flashed by, and the burly man felt an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness. His thoughts came to a standstill, as if everything around him had slowed down. Strange, why can I see my own body? From his perspective, a headless corpse was gushing blood. Where's my head? So I'm already dead. As this thought took root, his consciousness sank into oblivion. Luo Chen flicked the blade, blood splattering onto the ground. He slightly raised his head, a smile gracing his lips. Oh, there's still others? This place is indeed lively. In the serene mountains, Luo Chen's light voice echoed among the trees. It seems this is a target specifically marked for elimination by Lord Yu. A sharp voice pierced the air, followed by three figures emerging before Luo Chen. Leading them was Hongying. Luo Chen squinted, scrutinizing the trio. 2 from Hongying and 1 from Hongying. Taking a deep breath, he called out Artoria. Yes, master. A gentle voice responded, and a graceful figure materialized before him. Clad in knightly armor, the young girl possessed cascading golden hair and emerald green eyes, her hair elegantly styled, exuding both nobility and an intimidating presence, appearing refined and poised. The sight of the girl momentarily stunned the 3 adversaries, followed by mocking laughter. Is this your trump card, little brat? The Hongying man, seemingly named Mao Yang, perhaps, was not one Luo Chen felt compelled to remember. After all, the names of insignificant foes were hardly worth noting. I don't wish to waste time. Artoria, deal with them. A murderous intent flickered in Luo Chen's eyes. Ha ha ha. That is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Little brat, just because you killed the weakest of the Song clan, you truly are unaware of the vastness of the world. Mao Yang laughed maniacally, pointing at Artoria, who wielded the invisible sword. Just a woman, what storm could she possibly stir? I am from Hongying. The moment those words left his mouth, Artoria's eyes narrowed, and her figure vanished. Luo Chen's lips curled into a smirk. The code was correct. May you travel safely. How amusing, for this lady detested being referred to merely as a woman. You have just grasped steel bars. Chapter 57, The Unhinged What? Mao Yang exclaimed. Artoria had arrived before him, the invisible sword slashing forth. Though nothing was visible in her grasp, Mao Yang, as a Hongying, sensed the impending danger. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, as one of the Hongying intervened, presumably named Zhuangqi. Countless blades surged toward Artoria, his brows furrowing, veins throbbing on his forehead. Damn, how could this woman possess such strength? He had manipulated the blades to intercept Artoria's assault. A rare hint of displeasure crossed Artoria's face as she swung her long sword. Clang! 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 The invisible sword shattered all incoming blades. Oomph! Artoria sniffed derisively, expanding her Wind King's barrier to its maximum. In an instant, the blades that had been dancing in the air froze, then fell uncontrollably to the ground. Zhuang Qi's pupils constricted. This is impossible. His forbidden domain could not be activated. Meanwhile, Luo Chen observed Artoria quietly. It must be said that she was indeed the main character. Her command of abilities far surpassed his own. Had it been him, he would have merely disrupted the trajectory of the blades with wind elements. Gulp! Zhuang Qi unconsciously swallowed, gazing at the seemingly delicate figure not far away. Fear igniting in his mind. Yet Luo Chen showed no mercy. Taking advantage of this moment, he struck. Clang! Thud! A golden void shot forth a chain, piercing through Zhuang Qi's heart, draining the color from his pupils. Simultaneously, Artoria effortlessly severed the head of another Chuanjing. His metallic abilities rendered utterly useless before the sword of victory. A single strike sufficed to inflict grievous wounds. Only Mao Yang, the High Jing, remained in combat with Artoria. The more he fought, the more he felt something was amiss. Damn it! Which unfortunate soul claimed this kid was merely a rookie from Qi Jing? He is clearly a Chuanjing, and he can summon a woman who rivals High Jing. Mao Yang remained oblivious to the fact that the legendary King Arthur stood before him. Instinctively, he began to turn and flee. But Artoria would not grant him the luxury of escape. After all, he had insulted the name of King Arthur. With both hands firmly gripping the sword of victory, Artoria summoned forth a whirlwind of magical energy, its blue flames dancing and entwining around the blade. Wind King's hammer. Artoria raised the sword of victory high, the wind elements coalescing around her potent magical force, rapidly forming a small vortex of storm. This vortex contained a savage might of wind, emitting a piercing howl. Mao Yang felt an overwhelming pressure from behind. The instant he turned, his expression froze. Boom! His body was engulfed by the raging wind elements. And when the dust settled, there was no trace of Mao Yang. Artoria swiftly returned to Luo Chen's side. Luo Chen regarded her with appreciation. Thank you for your hard work. Artoria cast a cold glance at the corpses of the two men. To insult the name of Arthur, they are beyond redemption. With Luo Chen's elevation to Chuanjing, his mental energy could now sustain Artoria's physical form. However, it might still be insufficient to allow her to unleash her full potential. Nevertheless, it was more than adequate to deal with those from High Jing, for she was indeed King Arthur. Activating aura perception to ascertain the locations of Shun Qingzhu and her companions, Luo Chen set forth. Artoria once again transformed into her ethereal form, accompanying him closely. From a distance, Luo Chen spotted Shun Qingzhu and her companions busily searching for something. Captain, Deng Wei and the others noticed Luo Chen's presence. Shun Qingzhu glanced at him. Have you uncovered anything after such a long time? Luo Chen shrugged. No sign of survivors, but I did take care of a few pests. Shun Qingzhu paused for a moment, ultimately uttering two words, unhinged. Luo Chen smiled innocently. Hey, at least say thank you. Those guys were from Chuanjing, and there was even one from High Jing. Had they approached, you would have been in serious trouble. Upon hearing this, Shun Qingzhu's movements froze midair. High Jing! At this revelation, all eyes turned to Luo Chen in astonishment. Indeed, a few worthless individuals seemed poised to take action against us. I suspected this torrential rain was not as simple as it appeared. Shun Qingzhu fell silent, unable to fathom that Luo Chen could be so monstrous as to single-handedly slay a powerful figure from the High Realm. He mentioned that there were several from the Chuan Realm nearby. Monstrous indeed. Luo Chen looked perplexed, questioning whether he had just experienced a second blooming of plum blossoms. His astonished expression contrasted with Shun Qingzhu's peculiar demeanor. Deng Wei and the Li brothers shared a similarly bewildered look. Shun Qingzhu eventually sighed, setting aside those thoughts. We found a little girl whom and Qingyu took down the mountain, but it seems her parents are still unaccounted for. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen suddenly recalled fragmented memories. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke to Shun Qingzhu. You must understand, right, Brother Zhuai? You too wish to express that their chances of survival are slim. Do you not? Precisely. Luo Chen patted his shoulder. Yet, I refuse to succumb to such despair. Shun Qingzhu scoffed. I promised that little girl I would bring her parents back. Just as they were conversing, the ground trembled violently, prompting immediate alertness. The surrounding peaks suddenly collapsed, with torrents of earth and stone cascading down like a waterfall. In mere moments, the entire Jinan mountain seemed to flip upside down. As the world spun chaotically, they began to plummet downward. The earth dragon turns. Luo Chen instantly realized this fact. He, Shun Qingzhu, Deng Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang fell into a profound cavern. Shun Qingzhu stood up, dusting himself off and surveying the area. But visibility was severely limited except for a small section in front of him. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness. What the hell is going on? Shun Qingzhu cursed. However, just as he was about to unleash his frustration, Deng Wei and the others clung to his legs. Brother Shun, is it you? Where are you? Hearing their voices, Shun Qingzhu took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Enough shouting. You're too noisy. With such timidness, how can you call yourselves night watchmen? You might as well go back to farming. Hearing their energy, Luo Chen felt a bit more reassured. This is the Earth Dragon turning. Earth Dragon? Li Jia asked, puzzled. Slap. Shun Qingzhu smacked the back of his head. That crisp sound indicated a good hit, as if his head was quite empty. Clearly, you haven't paid attention in theoretical classes. The Earth Dragon is an ancient mystery, typically found only in deep mountains. Each time it turns, it flips the mountains above down into underground caverns. Given the scale, this Earth Dragon must be at least of the high realm. Shun Qingzhu commenced a knowledge-sharing session with the three. Welcome to Shun Qingzhu's classroom. Deng Wei gazed at him with admiration, truly worthy of being Brother Shun. Shun Qingzhu sighed. So do you understand now? I didn't get it. The three replied in unison. Shun Qingzhu, you. Veins visibly throbbed on his forehead, his fists creaking. Witnessing this scene, Luo Chen couldn't help but chuckle. These three lively characters, paired with Shun Qingzhu's haughty demeanor, were simply a perfect match. Meanwhile, Enki returned to Luo Chen's side from Deng Wei's group. Chapter 58. The infrastructure maniac the five traversed the dim tunnel. As they ventured deeper, the heat in the air intensified. They found themselves in a vast underground cavity, which Luo Chen estimated to be roughly the size of 3 sports arenas. The deeper they went, the brighter it became. Scorching magma filled a significant portion of the space, illuminating the originally dark cavern. After passing through several tunnels, Luo Chen suddenly sensed a presence. Wait, someone is coming. He halted the 4 behind him. The footsteps grew closer, and Luo Chen brandished his Xingqian knife, striking at the approaching figure. However, in the next moment, he recognized the person and quickly diverted his blade. Clash! The Xingqian knife embedded itself beside the visitor's neck, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Hong Hao's lips twitched as he glanced at the blade near his neck. You little brat, do you strike at everyone you see? Hong Hao nearly cursed. If he had been taken out by a comrade, that would be utterly embarrassing, especially since the individual was a new recruit. Luo Chen scratched his head, thinking he was confronting an enemy. After a brief exchange, Hong Hao explained that many had fallen into underground caverns due to the Earth Dragon's upheaval. He shook his head, stating that the most important task now was to find Lin Xie and leave this cursed place. Their target must be you and Lin Xie. Hong Hao spoke with a serious expression. But we can't leave here, can we? Breaking the earth layer could cause a collapse, Shun Qingzhu retorted. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. Have you forgotten the girls' dormitory? Shun Qingzhu paused, turning slightly you. I am an infrastructure maniac. Luo Chen chuckled. Clash. Countless heavenly locks surged from the ground, securing the surrounding walls, and then forcefully carved a hole in the ceiling just large enough for an individual to pass through. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly locks formed a series of steps leading to the ceiling's opening. Hong Hao gazed in astonishment at the scene, but the current situation left no room for his surprise. Let's go. Hong Hao immediately led Shun Qingzhu and the others out, with Luo Chen trailing behind. Once Deng Wei, the Li brothers, and Shun Qingzhu exited the cave, Luo Chen suddenly spoke. Instructor Hong, I want to apologize in advance. What's wrong? Hong Hao sensed something amiss. Go. Bang. Luo Chen kicked Hong Hao out of the cave. Clash, clash, clash. Countless heavenly locks instantaneously sealed the entrance. Luo Chen, what are you doing? Hong Hao quickly turned back, grabbing the chains in front of him, but they remained immovable. Apologies, Brother Zhuai. Instructor Hong, I must find the others. I possess the ability to sense their presence, and I am more adept at locating people. Luo Chen waved goodbye to them. Shen Qingzhu shouted angrily, "You bastard! How dare you deceive me? I don't need your help." Luo Chen, "Get out here. You cannot take risks. That is an order." Having already lost Lin Chia, it was hard one to find Luo Chen, and now this kid was choosing to venture alone. Luo Chen merely smiled. "Instructor Hong, rest assured. I will bring Lin Chia and the others out. We will meet on the surface." Clash, clash, clash. The heavenly locks completely obscured his view, and Luo Chen's figure vanished from their sight. "Damn it!" Bang! Hong Hao punched the heavenly locks, that little brat. "Get back!" Shen Qingzhu coldly commanded, gathering a massive amount of energy in his hands. "Shen Qingzhu, what are you doing?" Hong Hao exclaimed in alarm. "This kid dared to deceive me. I must go in. I hate owing others favors. Are you mad? Not to mention whether it could be blown open. If you truly manage to explode this place and cause a collapse, everyone below will be doomed." Hong Hao urgently tried to quell the enraged Shen Qingzhu. Gritting his teeth, Shen Qingzhu ultimately lowered his arms, striking the chains before him with a fist. "That bastard wanted to play the hero without consulting me." Hong Hao's expression darkened as he picked up the intercom. "Command center, have you located the chief?" On the other side, Yuan Gang unleashed a terrifying golden ripple from his hand, and in a flash, he appeared in front of EU. Boom! A punch erupted. The mountain before him disintegrated into countless fragments. "Haha! Everyone thought you had just entered the High Realm, yet you have already reached the pinnacle of the High Realm. You are so close to breaking through to the limitless." The voice of murmurs arose, and he was unaware of when it appeared in the air. "Alas, what a pity! Your age is too advanced. At best, you may break through to the realm of Wuliang. In this lifetime, you shall remain stagnant there. Otherwise, I would indeed have been quite intrigued to have you join my ranks as a follower." With a wave of the murmuring figure's hand, the ominous clouds above churned violently, revealing a grotesque visage that gradually emerged, with countless arcs of lightning flickering as they lunged towards Yuan Gang. Boom! Yuan Gang's figure was engulfed by the tempest of thunder. "Cease your struggles. Within my nightmare, you cannot hope to prevail against me." The murmurer smiled downwards. As the flashes of lightning dissipated, Yuan Gang was visibly drenched in blood. Yet his stature remained upright and unyielding. The murmurer cast a surprised glance, then seemed to hear something. He looked at Yuan Gang with a visage of regret, lamenting that their game could only conclude here today, unexpectedly yielding an unforeseen harvest. With a casual wave of his hand, the entire world shattered into fragments, and his figure vanished from the scene. A sudden and intense sensation of weightlessness enveloped Yuan Gang, who felt his body plummeting. Thud! Yuan Gang crashed heavily to the ground, the rain washing away the blood that stained him, and he hurriedly rose to survey his surroundings. Everything remained intact. He had been released by the murmurer. The previous battle felt akin to a nightmare, yet this dream was profoundly real. All the injuries he sustained in the dream would inevitably manifest in reality. Chief, a trainer, alerted by the commotion, emerged to investigate and discovered Yuan Gang, bloodied and battered. "It is the chief. The chief is injured. Quickly, someone fetch help." He beckoned urgently towards the tent, and soon, two trainers rushed out to assist Yuan Gang. However, he shook his head, his expression grim, declaring, "None of that matters. Report the situation to me immediately." The trainers exchanged glances. Below Jinan Mountain, a subterranean dragon had turned, causing numerous rescue team members to plummet into the underground cavern. Currently, only Instructor Hong Hao led Shen Qingzhu, Deng Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang out. According to their accounts, it was Luo Chen who facilitated their escape, while he himself had re-entered the underground cavern to rescue others. Can we establish contact? Due to the cavern's deep location, communication signals cannot reach underground, making contact impossible. Yuan Gang gritted his teeth, his body trembling. In the depths of the cavern, a searing heat assaulted the senses. A colossal dragon coiled within, its scales glimmering with a faint crimson light. The blazing breath of the dragon surged towards a fleeing figure, who evaded the dragon's attacks. His right arm completely vanished, his entire body charred. Damned subterranean dragon, where is the Lord Murmurer? As time passed, Ma Etienne's heart plunged into despair. If this continued, he would soon perish at the hands of the flaming dragon. Suddenly, an enchanting figure appeared, causing Ma Etienne's spirits to lift. In the shadows, a bat flapped its wings, soaring towards Lin Chia. Upon hearing the situation, Lin Chia was taken aback. The subterranean dragon dwelling in the magma was battling a man from the sea realm. Beside him, Bali Pang Pang wore a woeful expression, asking, Chia, what should we do now? Simultaneously, a series of dragon roars echoed. The previously intricate cavern began to shift. Lin Chia and the others felt as though the world was spinning. Even Luo Chen, who had been searching for them, was swept into the turmoil. In the next moment, all found themselves in a vast, open cavern filled with magma, the heat almost unbearable. Luo Chen, Lin Chia, and the others suddenly noticed another presence beside them. Luo Chen shook his head in resignation, remarking that it seemed someone had invited them to be guests. This was convenient, sparing him the trouble of searching for them. He lifted his gaze, focusing on the impeccably dressed man in a tailcoat. The ancient god sect, murmurer? The man smiled, exclaiming, Oh my, even the recruits recognize me? It appears my reputation has spread widely among Unite Watchers. Luo Chen scoffed. Indeed, such a repulsive demeanor is unmistakable. The murmurer smiled. Are you the one acting as the agent of the heroic spirits? He nodded, possessing decent poise, though his strength is somewhat lacking. He then turned his gaze to Baili Pang Pang and Lin Chia, dual god agents, along with the young master of the Baili family. Ha ha ha. What an unexpected gain. Should I convert you into my followers, the entire Baili clan would become my personal garden. Baili Pong Pong's corpulent frame trembled, his expression darkening, declaring, You shall not succeed. Even if I die, I will not let you prevail. Clap, clap, clap. The murmurer applauded, commending his courage. The murmurer chuckled coldly. Oh ho ho, such spirit. But do you truly believe you have that opportunity? Baili Pong Pong's body quivered. Indeed, he possessed nothing aside from his forbidden items. While the murmurer was a wanted criminal from the Klein realm, targeting him would surely deny any chance of self-termination. Just as he pondered this, Luo Chen and Lin Chia stepped in front of him. Emoli hesitated before joining them, followed closely by Chao Yuan. Baili Pang Pang, witnessing the group before him, felt tears welling up in his eyes, unable to contain them. Brother Chen, Chia, even Emoli and Chao Yuan. Du Thing. I never expected to witness such a splendid performance. A playful smile danced on the murmurer's face. Splendid, you shall all become my followers, thus allowing you to maintain your camaraderie, while I shall gain several capable aides, a perfect win-win situation. However, being a stray dog hunted by the spiritual medium, do you dare to bark here? Luo Chen scoffed. The murmurer frowned, his fingers lightly tapping, as a black chain shot forth from the void behind him, hurtling towards Luo Chen. The chain, you have indeed found the right person. Luo Chen's pupils constricted. Clang! The celestial lock emerged from the void behind him, rushing to meet the black chain head-on. Clang! Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sounds of impact rang out. A look of astonishment suddenly crossed the murmurer's face. The stout black chain was shattered into fragments by the celestial lock. Yet he remained unfazed. The fiery dragon behind him swung its massive tail, effortlessly sending the incoming celestial lock flying away. The murmurer shook his head, asserting that no matter how you struggle, it is of no consequence with the fiery dragon. Ma Etienne and myself, three powerful beings from the sea realm. Even if all the instructors from your training camp are present, you would still be no match for us. However, Luo Chen merely dug at his ear. What sea realm? I have slain before. Luo Chen's gaze sharpened. This revelation astonished the others, with Ma Etienne exclaiming in shock, Brat, you actually took down Mao Liang and the others. So what? The murmurer smiled faintly. A mere river realm defeating a sea realm. It seems you are unscathed, and I am beginning to grow curious. Young man, what secrets do you harbor? Luo Chen snorted. If you have the ability, then retrieve it yourself. The murmurer turned to Lin Chia, expressing greater curiosity about him. Young man, how did you become a dual god agent? Was it mere coincidence? Lin Chia remained calm, ignoring the murmurer's inquiry. Not speaking? No matter. I shall personally delve into the depths of your souls to unearth your secrets. A peculiar smile spread across the murmurer's face. Luo Chen and Lin Chia exchanged glances. You intend to enter the depths of our souls? Indeed, before me, the human soul is but a toy, devoid of any secrets. Luo Chen paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. Come, hurry along. Observing Luo Chen's demeanor, which exuded excitement rather than fear, it was now the murmurer who appeared bewildered. "Brat, are you not afraid?" Luo Chen blinked rapidly, nodding eagerly. "Oh yes, yes, yes. I'm so frightened. Please, I beg you, do not do this." He shrank his neck, feigning terror. "Yuan," the other scoffed. "Such theatrics." Yuan coldly huffed. "Let me witness firsthand what secrets your soul conceals, granting you such audacity to confront me." A ghostly light flickered in Yuan's pupils as a potent force surged directly into his mind. Perhaps in terms of sheer strength, he could not rival some of the foremost warriors, yet in the realm of the soul, he felt utterly unchallenged. Despite merely being a projection of nightmares, he still wielded the prowess of a peak-hitting, viewing Luo Chen as nothing more than a minor specter of Hongying. He doubted Chen could stir any notable waves in the domain of the soul. Alarmed, his arm vigorously, but the latter remained unresponsive. Bali Pong Pong frantically rummaged through his trousers for forbidden items, casting one after another onto the ground. "Not this one, nor this one. Damn it. Why can't I find it at such a critical moment?" Simultaneously, within his subconscious realm, Yuan cast a puzzled glance around the void. Suddenly, his gaze caught a glimmer of light. "Oh, there it is." A sinister smile crept across Yuan's face. "I've found your secret, young man." Chapter 60. The misfortunate Chun Erniu. As Yuan drew closer to the light, a towering throne loomed amidst the clouds, emanating an inscrutable aura, its golden patterns shimmering brilliantly. "Do not disappoint me," he thought greedily, reaching towards the throne. Unexpectedly, a formidable force erupted from the throne, accompanied by an impatient voice. "Get lost." The faint golden patterns ignited, and an overwhelming pressure instantaneously crushed Yuan. Boom! Yuan promptly spat blood, his soul shattered. The remaining fragments of his soul returned to his physical form. How is this possible? He coughed violently, blood spilling forth, startling Mei Tan beside him. "Yuan." Yuan attempted to articulate something, yet his lips quivered uncontrollably, emitting only weak groans. His once proud soul power was rendered insignificant before that oppressive force. He could distinctly feel that even if his true form arrived, attempting to shake that throne would be akin to chasing a mirage. Luo Chen suddenly regained consciousness. As if sensing something, he murmured softly, "Young man, thank you." In that fleeting moment, his awareness had plunged into oblivion, yet he distinctly heard a commanding roar. A single word that shattered Yuan's soul, awakening Luo Chen's consciousness as well. Meanwhile, in a remote cave, Yuan's true form, being pursued by spiritual mediums, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. "My fragment of the soul has been destroyed. How is this possible? Has the plan in Songnan City to target the two agents failed? Already being hunted by spiritual mediums, now suffering from a soul backlash." It was nothing short of a nightmare. His abilities predominantly stemmed from his soul, and now, with his soul gravely wounded, evading the mediums became exponentially more challenging. The projection of Yuan, with a grim visage, gazed at Chen before he gritted his teeth and turned to Chen. "If I cannot deal with him, can I not deal with you? Just a mere projection of nightmares. I can't afford to abandon it." Unbeknownst to him, his true form was also grievously affected due to his actions. Harboring such thoughts, Yuan coldly snorted, forcing his shattered soul to re-enter his consciousness once more. "Qi Ye." Baili Pong Pong was poised to take action, but Luo Chen halted him. "Do not fret. He is unharmed. But Nga, trust me." Gazing into Luo's resolute eyes, Baili Pong Pong ultimately chose to place his faith in him. Muli and San exchanged doubtful looks, yet out of respect for him, they refrained from voicing their concerns. Were you still fantasizing about?" Ma Yi Tian scoffed. "How could a mere Chongqing child withstand the might of Yuan?" Luo Chen rolled his eyes at him. "Am I not standing here quite well?" Ma Yi Tian was instantly struck by the irony, darkening his expression as he retorted, "That is because your forbidden realm has never manifested. Yuan merely lacks understanding of the situation, which is why such an incident occurred. The divine agents are different. Yuan is not unacquainted with them." While the group engaged in verbal sparring, Ishi gradually opened his eyes. Ma Yi Tian erupted with joy. "I knew Yuan was invincible." But before he could finish, he noticed Yuan beside him, his eyes gradually losing their luster, resembling a lifeless being devoid of vitality. How is this possible? Ma Yi Tian's mouth fell agape, disbelief flooding his gaze. Qi Ye." You have defeated him. Bai Li Pong Pong exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Simultaneously, Ng snapped back to reality, glaring at Chen and the others, his fury igniting. The pressure of Jing descended rapidly, and though he was uncertain of his actions, he felt compelled to annihilate the individuals before him with all his might. Otherwise, losing a projection of nightmares and failing the mission would mean facing consequences he dared not imagine. Roar! Beside him, the Yamar Dung, under the influence of the soul contract, roared at the group. The surrounding magma surged violently. The expressions of Lin Chi and the others turned grave. Though Yuan had been dealt with, two enemies of Jing still stood before them. The heat wave surged instantaneously, the temperature soaring. The Yung lightly flapped its wings, unleashing a tremendous energy from the magma below. Lin Chi stepped forward. Now leave it to me. As he spoke, he slowly closed his eyes, a mysterious aura emanating from his being. Just as Lin Chi was about to act, Luo Chen grasped his shoulder. Enough, let me handle this. Luo Chen smiled faintly, while a look of astonishment flashed across Lin Chi's face. Proceed. Luo Chen's voice rang softly. Clang! Countless chains of heaven erupted from the ground, instantly binding the Yangdong. Luo Chen grinned widely. Two figures appeared before Luo Chen. A girl charged at the Yanmai Dilong, sword in hand. The Yanmai Dilong thrashed violently, yet it could not break free from the chains of heaven. Ha! The girl cried out, her long sword slashing towards the Yanmai Dilong. Splat! A deep gash was instantly carved into the Yanmai Dilong's front. Roar! The Yanmai Dilong howled in pain, exuding furious roars. Two existences comparable to Hai Jing. Where did they come from? Ma Yitan felt a surge of unease, turning to flee. Saber, I allow you to utilize your noble phantasm, but restrain your power. Luo Chen's voice echoed. The girl hesitated momentarily before nodding. Understood. Master. Shaolin, do not let the other escape. A pale green figure swiftly blocked Yi Can's path. I apologize, but as per our master's orders, I cannot allow you to flee. Ma Yikan felt a twinge of panic. Although he was of Jing, he had sustained injuries during his tussle with the Yamardong. He had assumed that even in a severely weakened state, dispatching a few low-level specters would be a simple task. Damn it! Ma Yitan roared, striking the ground, causing countless spikes to surge towards Unqi. Unqi looked at him, surprised by his abilities. Clang! Several chains erupted from the wall behind, shattering the approaching spikes effortlessly. How is this possible? Ma Yitan exclaimed in shock. He was also of Jing. Why could the attacks from the opposite side so easily obliterate his spikes? Thud! A chain pierced through his chest, pinning him against the adjacent wall. Meanwhile, on the other side, golden particles began to converge around the young girl. The darkness that had enveloped the area due to Lin Chi's Ji and Shun Su was illuminated by these twinkling particles, which gathered increasingly atop the sword she held aloft. Wind, liberate. Chapter 61. True Name, Liberation. With the girl's voice echoing, the hidden sacred sword's Feng Wang barrier was lifted, revealing the golden holy sword to the world for the first time. The silver blade shimmered with golden specks, and at the center of the sword, a mysterious inscription seemed to radiate dazzling colors. What a beautiful sword! Lin Chia and the others gazed at the sword in the girl's hand, suddenly realizing that this was the intangible sword that Luo Chen had always wielded. As the holy sword fully manifested, even more golden particles surged toward the girl. A brilliant beam of light pierced through the ceiling, standing tall between heaven and earth. Even the unbound void enveloping this area was penetrated. What is happening? Yuan Gang stared at the beam in a daze. Simultaneously, the Yanmai Earth Dragon, facing this radiant column, revealed a look of terror, desperately attempting to escape. However, its massive body was suddenly pierced by the chains of heaven, firmly pinned against the wall, gathering the breath of countless stars above, the flow of glorious life. The girl stepped forward, causing the surrounding space to tremble under her immense power. Luo Chen silently unfolded the Feng Wang barrier, shielding everyone behind him. Caliba! The girl swung the sacred sword. Boom! With the liberation of the true name, the golden beam tore through the sky, cleaving the entire Jin Nan Mountain in two. In the endless radiance, the Yanmai Earth Dragon watched helplessly as the colossal beam approached, unable to even emit a scream. Its gigantic form was vaporized in the flames of light. Along with it, Those who had been in the underground cavern now beheld the light of day once more. The entire cavern, along with Jinan Mountain, was forcibly split in half. The aftermath surged outward, a wild wind howling. Luo Chen's lips twitched. Had I not instructed her to suppress the power? Hey, is this a joke? Bai Li, plump and dazed, stared blankly at the scene. Gulp. Lin Xie unconsciously swallowed hard. Goodness, it turns out she has been hiding her strength all along. Initially, he thought Luo Chen was already quite extraordinary. Little did he know that he had underestimated the limits of imagination. Luo Chen himself was somewhat astonished, although he knew it was a treasure of the city. Witnessing it firsthand was still shocking. Keep in mind, the 13 restraints have not yet been undone. Once everything's settled, what lay before Lin Xie and the others was a vast chasm. There was no sign of the underground cavern, nor of the Yin Mai Earth Dragon or Mai Tian. Glancing at the open sky, Lin Xie and the others cast peculiar glances toward Luo Chen. Ahem, ahem. Luo Chen coughed twice to mask his embarrassment. Altria and Enkidu slowly approached. Luo Chen glanced at Altria, noticing her calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed. Did I not say to suppress the power? Luo Chen weakly inquired. Altria's expression was serious. I did my utmost to contain the power, master. Luo Chen helplessly rubbed his forehead. Well, I appreciate your effort. Luo Chen turned to the others. Let me introduce you. This is Altria, and you may also call her Saber. Altria politely nodded to the group. Next, Luo Chen looked at Enkidu. This is Enkidu. You may call him Lancer. Hello, pleased to meet you. Enkidu greeted with a courteous wave. Luo Chen cleared his throat. Both of them are my heroic spirits. In fact, my abilities allow me not only to utilize their strength, but also to summon the spirits themselves. I apologize for concealing this for so long. Lin Xie and the others snapped back to reality, all four of them simultaneously turning their gazes toward Luo Chen. Monster. Luo Chen smiled wryly. Call me whatever you wish. Subsequently, Altria and Enkidu stood beside Luo Chen. Now that their identities were revealed, there was no need for them to remain in spirit form. Observing the split Jinan Mountain, Luo Chen felt a headache coming on. How should he explain this? Meanwhile, Yuan Gang and the others rushed over, spotting the group below. You little rascal. Yuan Gang's lips twitched as he looked at the chasm before him. As long as you all are unharmed, that's what matters. After pulling everyone from the deep pit, Yuan Gang inquired about their situation. Upon learning that Luo Chen had summoned 2 heroic spirits to obliterate the enemies, he was taken aback. Shen Qingzhu silently processed the information, momentarily frozen in place. His mind went blank, unable to comprehend. Is he a monster? Luo Chen smiled at the group around him. Everyone, this calamity has finally come to an end. Hearing this, everyone sighed in relief, and tears glistened in the eyes of Deng Wei and the others. And Xingyu stood among the crowd, contemplating Luo Chen's figure, a slight smile gracing her lips. He truly is a monster. In just a day and night, the group felt as if they had lived through years. From the initial earthquake rescue to the final encounter with the ancient cult. Then came the fall into the cavern. They had experienced far too much. Yet as soldiers, they must confront these challenges. This time, the new recruits underwent a baptism of blood and tears, fully shedding their status as mere novices. After handing the refugees over to the city staff, the group finally returned to the training camp. They began the long-awaited rest, utterly exhausted, nearly falling asleep the moment they touched their beds. Luo Chen, however, was called aside by Yuan Gang, accompanied by his 2 heroic spirits. Yuan Gang gazed at the seemingly frail girl before him, struggling to believe that such a tremendous sword strike had come from her. Eom Yuangong, a night watchman of Huaxia, and the chief instructor of the new recruit training camp. It is a pleasure to meet you. Altria quietly nodded. I am Arthur, King of Britain, and leader of the Knights of the Round Table. Yuan Gang's pupils dilated in shock. Arthur, the King of Knights. Luo Chen nodded. Yes, she is the legendary King Arthur, and one of my summoned heroic spirits. But, Yuan Gang scrutinized Altria with skepticism. Mind your words, Luo Chen kindly reminded him. Yuan Gang finally came to his senses, nodding in acknowledgement. And this gentleman? Luo Chen walked to Enkidu's side. This is Enkidu, the divine instrument of creation and the dearest friend of the legendary hero Gilgamesh. Enkidu offered Yuan Gang a polite smile. Hello. Yuan Gong nodded. Hello. He sighed deeply. I roughly understand the situation now. In that case, you should rest for the time being. As for these two, I will have the instructors arrange accommodations for them." Luo Chen nodded and departed with his two heroic spirits. Shortly after, Hong Hao entered, holding a document. "Commander, this is the report regarding the recent incident. How should we explain to the public about Jinnan Mountain being cleaved in two?" Yuan Gang patted Hong Hao's shoulder, speaking earnestly. "It's up to you. Your task is to make it sound reasonable." Hong Hao replied, "What a loaded question." Chapter 62. The pot and spatula are smoking. The next morning, Luo Chen accompanied Altria and Enkidu to the dining hall. Upon arrival, they found Bai Li and the others indulging in a feast. It seemed that today's meal was surprisingly delectable, a far cry from the usual bland combination of steamed buns and raw beef. Luo Chen turned to his two heroic spirits. "Feel free to take whatever you like. The plates are over there." Altria's eyes brightened as she nodded at Luo Chen. Then, under the watchful eyes of the others, she piled a mountainous plate of food onto the table. Luo Chen and Chidu glanced at Altria, then at Luo Chen, remarking that, "In principle, we servants do not require sustenance." Luo Chen scratched his head, realizing this truth. "However, Shaoan, you might as well give it a try. It seems Altria is quite pleased with her meal, and the food here is rather palatable." Upon hearing this, Enchidu nodded appreciatively, expressing gratitude for the hospitality. An hour later, Bai Li Pang Pang. The reason is quite simple. Before Altria lay a table overflowing with dishes, and she was indulging with fervor. The long dining table was laden with plates, and the chef, Sun Lao, was struggling to keep up with Altria's voracious pace, his spatula nearly smoking in his hands. "Goodness, how is it that these rascals are eating so heartily today?" Sun Lao wiped the sweat from his brow, yet his hands did not cease their work. Lin Chi silently pointed at Altria, questioning if Luo Chen would truly be fine with her eating so much. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, suggesting it should be fine. After all, she is the king of eating. "Altria, no worries, just continue eating. Find joy in it," Luo Chen smiled at her. "Speaking of which, if I bring this back, will Hongying scold me? In the training camp, meals are managed, but if I return, would it not cost hundreds or thousands? A buffet. It must be a buffet, though I do feel somewhat guilty towards the proprietor." Luo Chen's lips twitched. Today's training was also canceled, as everyone was soon to join the official night watchman unit, departing this training camp. Bai Li Pang Pang picked his teeth, feeling a touch reluctant to leave this mess hall. Luo Chen shot him a glance, teasing, "Oh, the illustrious Bai Li family's young master. Reluctant to part with a mere mess hall?" With that, Luo Chen regarded him with an amused gaze. Bai Li Pang Pang was instantly rendered speechless, feeling a bit embarrassed. It was not the mess hall he was reluctant to leave, but rather the people here. Though they had only spent a year together, they had forged deep friendships. Chao Yuan felt similarly, his gaze softening as he looked at Bai Li Pang Pang. He then turned to Lin Chi Yi, suggesting that if he had the time, he could visit Huaihai, as it seemed rare for mysterious events to occur in Songnan. Lin Ji Yin nodded. Luo Chen smiled wryly. "Indeed, mysterious events are quite scarce, but there may not be another opportunity. Bai Li Bang Bang Siga. You lot are quite fortunate to be so close. As for me, I am in Guangshan. Who knows when I shall see you again?" Suddenly, with a loud clap of his thigh, Bai Li Pang Pang seemed to have an epiphany. "Wait, how could I have forgotten this? What is it?" His words drew the attention of everyone present. Special teams. Special teams are not constrained by city limits and can mobilize personnel at will. While we cannot join a special team, we can form our own. Forming a special team? The crowd questioned in confusion. Luo Chen smiled slightly. "Indeed," Bai Li Pang Pang continued. "Chun Gu is a heroic spirit agent, and Qi Yi is a dual deity agent. Though I do not understand why the higher-ups decided to place you both in the 136th unit, given your talents. Your future is undoubtedly limitless. How do you compare to those in the special teams?" The more Bai Li Pang Pang spoke, the more excited he became, his ample frame trembling slightly. "Me, Chao Yuan, and Zhuangge." Bai Li Pang Pang began counting on his fingers. "What do you want?" Shen Qing Zhu turned, astonished. "Zhuangge, we are considering forming a special team. You should join us." Special team? A glimmer of interest sparked in Shen Qing Zhu's eyes. He suddenly realized that with Luo Chen and Lin Chi Ye's capabilities, how could they remain in the meager 136th unit? It seems there is indeed potential here. "Count me in," Shen Qing Zhu readily agreed. Bai Li Pang Pang grinned widely, adding, "And don't forget about Mo Li." observing Bailey Pang Pang isa infatuatagrin. The others raised their eyebrows. Lin Chi's gaze flickered, turning to Luo Chen. What do you think? Luo Chen fell into contemplative silence. He had pondered this matter as well. However, each special team has a limit on personnel. If he were to join the Nightfall, others would be unable to enter. Furthermore, given his capabilities, he could likely function as an entire special team on his own, specifically one designed for god-slaying. Training grounds, combat platform. Blinding light illuminated the new recruits. At this moment, they had undergone significant transformation, standing in perfect formation, their attire uniform. They had truly embodied the essence of standing like pines and sitting like clocks. No longer were they the undisciplined recruits of yore. The formation was solemn. Instructors stood uniformly on the combat platform, gazing down at the recruits with expressions of pride. Altria and Enchidu stood nearby, watching this scene with great interest. Meanwhile, Yuan Gang slowly ascended the combat platform. There are two announcements to make today. The crowd fixed their gaze upon him, silence enveloping the area as they awaited Yuan Gang's words. The first matter pertains to the recent earthquake relief efforts. You performed admirably in this operation, remaining calm and fearless in the face of danger, demonstrating the willpower of our night watchmen and upholding the dignity of the Dixia military. The higher-ups have decided to award each recruit who participated in the earthquake relief efforts with a spark medal. Upon hearing this, the recruits erupted with excitement, their eyes gleaming with barely concealed joy. Subsequently, the instructors descended, each holding a small black box, personally draping the medals upon the recruits. The recruits displayed proud smiles as the instructors conferred the honors. During this ceremony, Yuan Gang's gaze inadvertently fell upon Luo Chen. In the earthquake relief efforts, the ancient god church played a decisive role, and combined with all his contributions, it certainly met the standard for a stellar medal. However, considering the presence of undercover agents among the higher-ups, would drawing too much attention to Luo Chen result in targeting? Thus, Hong Hao approached Luo Chen, patting him on the shoulder, reassuring him that his contributions were duly noted by the commanders. Luo Chen nodded, smiling as he replied, "It's all right. I understand." Chapter 63. Born Under the Red Flag. Following the medal ceremony, it was time to receive the exclusive equipment of the Night Watchman. Hong Hao held a list, calling out names one by one. Shen Qingzhu, Deng Wei, Li Jia, Li Liang, Goi Kuwen. Once everyone had received their equipment, Yuan Gang surveyed the recruits below. In the future, the Starblade, the Night Watchman's cloak, and the insignia will accompany you throughout your lives. The origins of the Starblade are shrouded in mystery. All you need to know is that its material is unbreakable. From the moment it is forged, it will be your lifelong companion, inscribed with your names. As for the cloak, it is crafted from cutting-edge nanotechnology, designed to help you withstand external influences. Take heed, however, for the cloak differs from the Starblade. It is not armor and may sustain damage. Should it become damaged, report it immediately. There will be personnel to mend it, and it should return to you by the next day. Lastly, Yuan Gang cast a deep look at the insignia in his hand. The insignia contains ghostly essence, capable of temporarily unleashing the user's full potential, granting you the chance to secure a glimmer of hope for your teammates or civilians in dire situations. The Night Watchman can offer you little, just a blade, a cloak, and a dignified death. As Yuan Gang's words echoed, the once vibrant atmosphere fell into a solemn silence. The recruits remained quiet, lost in thought. Luo Chen stared at the black box in his hands, likewise enveloped in contemplation. These three pieces of equipment represent humanity's final stand against the mists. Crafted by Shi Wangmu, the fourth commander of the Night Watch, Wang Qing, and the second commander, Li Kengxiang, all are exerting their utmost efforts to safeguard this precarious nation. This is the last sanctuary for humanity. The recruits are cloaked in capes, with stellar blades hanging at their waists, and the emblem of the Night Watch firmly grasped in their hands. They uniformly gaze towards a nearby clearing. In that clearing, a vibrant red flag flutters in the wind, basking in the sunlight, radiating warmth and brilliance. Observing the flag, Luo Chen's expression turns serious. Born beneath the red banner and nurtured by the spring breeze, the people possess faith and the nation wields strength. In any realm, the safety and power this red flag bestows upon him are immeasurable. A profound silence envelopes the gathering. Everyone clenches their right fists, resting them over their hearts. Eyes fixed upon the red flag. I, Luo Chen. I, Lin Xie. I, Shen Qingzhu. I, On Qingyu. I, Gao Jun. I, Bai Li Tuming. I, Mo Li. Their voices resonate through the skies, scattering the clouds above. Under the red flag of Daxia, we pledge. Should the dark night fall, I shall stand before the multitude, with my sword drawn against the abyss. Blood shall stain the heavens. The resolve in their voices is unwavering. At this moment, they may forget each other's names or even be strangers. Yet beneath this red banner, their hearts seem to intertwine, standing shoulder to shoulder, collectively vowing to defend their faith and shoulder their responsibilities. Xingge, how can I survive without you? Xingge, will we meet again? When we do, please be happy. Shen Qingzhu observes the three of them, tearfully lamenting. He forcibly suppresses the urge to kick them away. Get the hell out of here. Be smart when you arrive. Don't let me see your corpses. Hurry. After some coaxing from the others, the three reluctantly depart. Shen Qingzhu turns to Luo Chen and the others. Rummaging through his pocket, he produces a pack of gum, tossing a few pieces to Luo Chen and Lin Xie. If anything arises, notify me, and I shall come. Luo Chen offers a nod in response. You too, don't perish. Shen Qingzhu snorts. If you die, I won tea. With that, he sets off on his journey. Luo Chen smiles faintly. This fellow remains as arrogant as ever. Bai Li Pong Pong, surrounded by bodyguards, prepares to leave the training camp. Xingge, Xie, you must come to Guangshan to visit me. All right, go have fun. Luo Chen responds indulgently. Why does this sound like coaxing a child? Bai Li Pong Pong mutters as he departs. Luo Chen, Xie, take care. Cao Yuan bids farewell to the two, casting a lingering glance at Lin Xie before leaving. Luo Chen glances at Lin Xie with a teasing expression. Shall we send him off? You two are quite the buddies. Luo Chen, may your mother enjoy good health. Lin Xie suppresses the impulse to scold Luo Chen. Luo Chen smiles slightly. Thank you. Lin Xie rolls his eyes in exasperation, signaling he wishes to ignore Luo Chen. Meanwhile, On Qingyu also finishes packing and approaches, observing the two with wide-eyed curiosity. Shouldn't we be leaving? She inquires tentatively. The three exit the training camp's gates together. This time, they have truly become qualified night watchmen, carrying their own glory as they journey back to the 136 squad. Yet Luo Chen is acutely aware that time for Tsangnan is running short. Upon arriving at the military checkpoint, a familiar black vehicle stands quietly. A scruffy man is smoking beside the car. A woman clad in a red spandex suit and a white coat waves at Luo Chen, excitedly approaching. Xiao Chen, and you. Xie and Xiao Yu. Hongying exclaims as she rushes towards Luo Chen. Sister Hongying. Luo Chen smiles gently. The embrace brings a soft warmth and fragrance. Xiao Chen, without you by my side, I was nearly bored to death. Meanwhile, Zhao Kongqing approaches, teasing, no one to cook or clean. You must be quite annoyed. Get lost. Lao Zhao, don't spoil my moment. Hongying playfully punches Zhao Kongqing, and Luo Chen reluctantly extricates himself from her embrace. Clearing his throat, he says, Lao Zhao, you are here too. Long time no see. You little rascal. You finally graduated. Zhao Kongqing chuckles, playfully punching Luo Chen in the chest before inquiring after Lin Xie and the others. Hongying looks at Luo Chen with a grin. Xiao Chen has grown up. He is now a true night watchman. Welcome back to the new member of the 136 squad. Zhao Kongqing produces a firework from somewhere. With a bang, colorful sparks burst into the air, lending a sense of ceremony to the occasion. Luo Chen glances at Lin Xie and On Qingyu beside him. The three exchange smiles. Chapter 64. Tranquil days. The group soon returns to the familiar office. Pushing open the door, Hongying cheerfully calls out, everyone come out. Look who is back. In the hall, Chen Mai is busy in the kitchen while the rest sit neatly on the sofa. Upon seeing Luo Chen and the others return, smiles light up their faces. Who are these three? When Shima inquires, grinning. The trio exchanges glances, sharing a resigned smile. With a salute, they announce, Night Watchman 136 Squad. Luo Chen, Lin Xie, On Qingyu. Reporting back, everyone beams with pride, and Wu Xiangnan turns to Chen Mai in the kitchen. Captain, we have new members. Aren't you coming to greet them? Facing Wu Xiangnan's playful banter, Chen Mai wipes his hands and steps out of the kitchen. Carrying a plate of freshly cooked dishes, his face alight with joy. You're back. Come, sit down. Dinner will be ready shortly. Luo Chen scratches his head awkwardly. Captain, I have two friends to introduce. With that, Artolia and Shidu dematerialize, appearing before everyone. Zhao Kongqing immediately points at the girl. Isn't she the one who slayed the ghost mask king with one sword? Luo Chen smiles gently, formally introducing, "This is Artolia, the legendary knight King Arthur. The one beside her is Enkidu, the devoted friend of the historical hero Gilgamesh. I sincerely apologize for concealing this from everyone for so long. My abilities extend beyond summoning the powers of the spirits. I can also manifest them as servants to fight." The crowd is momentarily stunned. Hongying drops her chopsticks onto the table. "What did you just say?" A chorus of astonished gasps erupts. Lin Qie and An Qingyu appear unfazed, exchanging knowing smiles. "Hello." Artolia greets, bowing politely to everyone. And Enkidu waves and smiles at the group. After a flurry of excitement, the members of the 136th Squad gradually accept this revelation. Chen Mai, taking the matter seriously, promptly invites them to sit. At the same time, everyone realizes one crucial point. Luo Chen is becoming increasingly extraordinary. Even Hongying, as his elder sister, can hardly recognize the younger brother she grew up with. During their conversation, they discuss a certain human pinnacle arriving in Sangnan. Fuzi, he specifically sought out Chen Mai for a cup of tea. And as for what the two discussed, even Wu Xiangnan was oblivious. Naturally, Luo Chen was well aware of the matter. He casually glanced at Lin Qie beside him. A decade ago, the entire Sangnan was erased by the resentment of Shiva. The present Sangnan is merely a miracle conjured by Lin Qie's Fanchan Xinyu. However, this miracle can only endure for a maximum of 10 years, and now the deadline is approaching, heralding the countdown to the demise of this city. Luo Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh. Fortunately, the deities of Daxia have already been revived. Even if Sangnan were to vanish, Yang Jian would safeguard the souls of all. What remains a concern is the forbidden artifact, Shiva's resentment. If all goes as expected, certain Western deities are already stirring. The divine war is on the horizon. For the impending divine conflict, Luo Chen has made ample preparations. He has already contemplated candidates for the third hero. The group has enjoyed a rare period of tranquility, during which no mysterious incidents have arisen, primarily dealing with the emotional dilemmas of elderly couples. Of course, one person was an exception. Luo Chen pushed open the door, only to be horrified by the sight of the bloody Qingyu. "What on earth are you doing?" Qingyu calmly adjusted his glasses, conducting a dissection of the mysterious. Upon closer inspection, Luo Chen saw intestines and internal organs scattered everywhere. Ugh! Luo Chen felt a wave of nausea wash over him, clearly traumatized. Qingyu smiled slightly at the scene, a hint of grayness appearing in his pupils as he gazed at Luo Chen. "Luo Chen, I would like to discuss something with you." "I refuse." Under Qingyu's persistent entreaties, Luo Chen eventually relented and offered him a drop of his blood. After some time together, Hongying and the others became accustomed to the presence of Altria and Enkidu. Unsurprisingly, Altria's appetite shocked everyone, leaving Chen Mai speechless. After the meal, as they prepared to leave, the quietly vigilant Lung Xian caught Luo Chen's attention. "Brother Xian, wait a moment. What is it?" Lung Xian turned around, puzzled. Luo Chen smiled faintly and took out his phone. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, he aimed the camera at everyone. Snap! Luo Chen sent the photo to Lung Xian. "What do you think, Brother Xian? Is it acceptable?" Observing Luo Chen's cheerful expression and the astonishment of those in the photo, a smile involuntarily crept onto Lung Xian's lips. In this photo, not only were all members of Team 136 present, but he was also among them. "Ah, you little brother, how dare you take a candid shot of my unflattering picture? Show it to me." Hongying immediately lunged at him, claws outstretched. Luo Chen chuckled playfully, refusing. "Ha!" The sibling duo soon engaged in a playful chase, frolicking together as they did in their childhood. Ultimately unable to resist Hongying's charm, Luo Chen handed the photo over for her to see. The moment she laid eyes on the picture, Hongying froze. An inexplicable emotion surged within her. "Captain, hasn't our Team 136 ever taken an official group photo together?" Chen Mai paused, realizing that indeed they had not. With a clap of her thigh, Hongying exclaimed, "Perfect! Now that Xiao Chen and the others are back, let us take a family portrait." Zhao Kongqing grinned. "Just in time. I just shaved yesterday." Luo Chen and Lin Qie exchanged glances. "All right." They then rushed to the laboratory, forcibly dragging in Qingyu, who was still dissecting the mysterious, out. They compelled him to wash up and change into clean clothes. Sishaonan hesitated momentarily, but ultimately agreed. Under the expectant gazes of everyone, Chumai nodded. Let us take a picture then. After all, his time was limited. He was acutely aware of his situation, and this could serve as a cherished memory for his teammates. Wonderful. Long live the captain. Hongying leaped with joy. Observing this scene, Chunmai couldn't help but smile helplessly. That girl. In the efforts of the group, a brand new family portrait was developed, quietly hanging on the wall of the Peace Affairs office's basement. As Luo Chen gazed at the joyous faces captured in the photograph, his heart stirred with ripples. Days turned into weeks, and they encountered a mysterious incident involving insects, which Luo Chen ultimately resolved. Chunmai cast a deep glance at the increasingly overcast sky, his spirits seemingly plummeting. As a phone call rang, he extinguished his cigarette on the ground. It's me. After a brief pause, Chunmai hung up. He took a deep breath and dialed another number. The others were idly watching television inside the Peace Affairs office. Now, we interrupt this broadcast with breaking news. An earthquake has suddenly struck Jinan Mountain, splitting the entire mountain range in two. Following an investigation by experts, it was found that the explosion was likely caused by an excessively high concentration of underground marsh gas, leading to the earthquake. A news report suddenly blared from the living room television. How strange. How could there be marsh gas underground in Jinan Mountain? Another gas leak? How many times has this happened? When Shima pondered with a big question mark in her mind, Lin Xie and Din Xingyu silently looked at Luo Chen. Ahem. Luo Chen coughed awkwardly twice. Fortunately, the two refrained from exposing him. Earlier this morning, a powerful typhoon made landfall along the eastern coast, with wave heights exceeding 30 meters. Overnight, a considerable amount of coastal public property was destroyed. Experts predict that wave heights may surpass 40 meters within 24 hours. The meteorological station has issued a red alert, urging coastal residents to stay away from the shoreline and prioritize personal safety. Chunmai composed himself and walked in, observing the bored expressions of the others. Quite a crowd today, Chunmai chuckled. It's been a while since we had a team outing. Since we have nothing else to do today, let us tidy up and go for a picnic. Hongying's eyes lit up instantly, disregarding the remote control as she tossed it aside. Hooray! Long live the captain! Whoosh! The remote control traced a graceful arc through the air. Bang! Wenchima, Sangnan City Park. It's been ages since we've been out together. How nostalgic. Hongying lay back on the soft grass, stretching contentedly, her alluring figure accentuated beautifully. Luo Chen lay down beside her, glancing at the children running not far away, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Sister Hongying, since we grew up, it's been a long time since we've played together. In our childhood. Let us not dwell on that. Luo Chen shook his head, smiling helplessly. You little brother, you're not obedient at all like you were when you were younger. Oomph. The little Chen from back then was much more well-behaved. Hongying giggled, prompting Luo Chen to shake his head in resignation. Chunmai was busy at the barbecue station not far away, with Wu Xiangnan beside him helping to skewer the meat, their teamwork seamless. Meanwhile, Wen Qimo returned from a distance, carrying a large bag of drinks and snacks. Sishaonan followed behind, holding a green flower. Lin Xie's attention was drawn, prompting him to inquire, what kind of flower is that? I've never seen it before. Luo Chen smiled faintly. Mandashawa. The Higginbana? Isn't that usually red? Wu Xiangnan approached with a plate of barbecue. The Higginbana can come in green as well. It actually has many colors. The red you mentioned symbolizes longing, memories, and death. The blue represents sorrow and separation, while the black signifies death and tumultuous love. What about green? Lin Xie asked in confusion. Luo Chen also sat up, moving closer to Lin Xie and the others. He smiled gently at them, his gaze lingering on the green Higginbana. I see the tumultuous vitality of life. Luo Chen lifted his gaze to the sky, proclaiming, this is a grand symphony of deception. With a playful smile gracing his features, he cast his eyes upon the gathering crowd. Greetings, everyone. I am Luo Chen, and I shall commence my tale of falsehoods. Lin Xie regarded Luo Chen thoughtfully, eventually nodding. He resembles some of the patients I encountered during my time in the psychiatric hospital. Zhao Kongsheng reached out to touch Luo Chen's forehead, puzzled. Strange, he doesn't seem feverish. Coughing lightly, Luo Chen apologized. My apologies, I seem to have digressed. Chunmai brought over a platter of skewered delicacies, prompting everyone to indulge heartily while engaging in boastful banter. Observing the camaraderie, Chen Mai wore a genuine smile. Seizing the moment, he announced, "I have an important announcement." The crowd fell silent, their attention fixed on him. "We, Team 136, have received an invitation from Hongying City to observe and learn. Once our team-building event concludes, you all may begin packing as we depart for Hongying tomorrow morning." Hongying paused momentarily before her excitement surged. "That's wonderful. I have always wanted to go, but never had the chance." Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brow, sensing an underlying issue. "But what about Sangnan? What if mysterious events occur while we are gone?" Chen Mai calmly reassured, "You need not worry about that. I will remain behind." He then turned to Lin Xie. "Xie, would you stay with me?" Luo Chen glanced at Enkidu, who was amusing himself with the flowers, and at the barbecue enthusiast, Artoria. He had deduced the implications. Captain, as a newcomer, I would also like to stay with Xie." Chen Mai scrutinized Luo Chen for a moment, contemplating, and finally replied, "Very well, then I shall go as well." And Qingyu interjected, adjusting his glasses. "No, Xiaoyu, you must represent the newcomers in Hongying. Xie and Luo Chen will remain behind, and you are responsible for returning to teach them what you have learned." Chen Mai offered him a gentle smile. "But Captain, how long will we be observing?" When Shima inquired, perplexed. "No less than 3 days, and at most 1 week," Chen Mai stated, distributing the documents to the group. The following morning, Wu Xiangnan, Wen Shima, Lung Xian, Si Xiaonan, Hongying, and Qingyu and Zhao Concheng boarded the flight to Hongying. Chen Mai and the others stood outside the boarding gate, bidding them farewell with smiles. "Safe travels. Do take care, Sister Hongying." As they departed, Chen Mai exhaled in relief. Just as he was about to leave, Luo Chen exchanged a glance with Lin Xie. "Captain, why do you deceive them?" Lin Xie asked. Chen Mai replied, Chapter 66, Youth. "Knowing that we possess perceptive abilities, you still forged documents in the office?" Luo Chen smiled at Chen Mai. Faced with their scrutiny, Chen Mai sighed. "Though the documents are false, the observation is genuine. I have arranged for the individuals in Hongying to entertain them for a few days. They shall return once this time has passed." Lin Xie discerned the implications in Chen Mai's words. Why wait for this time to elapse? What events might transpire? Chen Mai did not respond immediately. Instead, he gazed out the window as Hongying and the others' plane took flight. He turned back to Lin Xie and Luo Chen in the coming days. Sangnan may face calamities akin to a cataclysm, beyond what we can manage. Lin Xie's pupils widened, while Luo Chen fell into contemplative silence. Chen Mai addressed Lin Xie. "If circumstances permitted, I too would wish for your departure. However, due to certain reasons, you cannot leave Sangnan for now, as mandated by the higher-ups." Lin Xie was struck with confusion. "Why can't I leave?" Countless uncertainties intertwined, forming a vast web that rendered everything increasingly obscure. Yet Lin Xie understood that even if he asked, Chen Mai would remain reticent. Chen Mai turned his attention to Luo Chen. "Luo Chen, unlike Xie, you have the option to depart. Why then choose to remain and wade through this murky water?" He spoke earnestly. "I recognize your intelligence. Unlike that girl Hongying, your talents are exceptional, and your future is boundless. You should not be entangled in this disaster." "Enough, Captain. No more sentimentalities. Brothers must face challenges together," Luo Chen interrupted, glancing at Lin Xie and giving him a wink. Though Lin Xie was somewhat puzzled, Luo Chen's words touched him deeply. Chen Mai sighed, so stubborn, then chuckled resignedly, reminiscent of his younger self. The trio made their way back to the Peace Affairs office. Chen Mai concocted a casual excuse to step outside. Lin Xie, meanwhile, called Yuan Gang to inquire about Chen Mai. Yuan Gang paused before responding. "Well, you ought to know this. It matters not if I tell you. Chen Mai's forbidden domain is Sequence 037, Haiwuchang, alongside the former Sequence 038, Baiuchang, Xiaoping Gu, the current captain of the Hongying team. They are referred to as the Black and White Wuchang. Then why would he come to the remote Sangnan as captain?" Lin Xie questioned, perplexed. "I am unsure of the specifics. During the upheaval of Shiva's grievance, everyone was occupied, and by the time they realized, Chen Mai was already in Sangnan." Lin Xie sighed and posed a few more questions, but yielded little information. Even Yuan Gang, at that time, was merely a newcomer and knew little. And even what he did know, he could not divulge to Lin Xie. "What is the matter?" Artoria approached Luo Chen, her expression curious. "It seems everyone has departed. Is there something you need?" Luo Chen gazed at her exquisite visage and smiled helplessly. Nothing much. They had urgent matters to attend to. A significant event is impending, a divine battle. Yet, with Artoria before him and Enkidu behind him, Luo Chen felt a sense of reassurance. Enkidu cast a contemplative glance at Luo Chen before resuming his playful fiddling with the remote. Learning to watch television. The next day, thunder rumbled along the East China coast. Ominous clouds obscured the sky, casting an uncomfortable shadow. Lightning flickered within the clouds. The sea swelled with monstrous waves, resembling a ferocious beast unleashing towering surges toward the heavens. The fierce winds battered the trees along the shore. The scene mirrored an apocalyptic descent. Yet, amidst this doomsday-like tableau, a handsome young man strode purposefully toward the shoreline. The sound of a sword unsheathing echoed crisply, instantly overpowering the cacophony of the tumultuous waves, freezing the moment in time. The waves parted as if cleaved by an invisible sword, slicing through the colossal surge that stretched for miles. This calamity, capable of obliterating cities, was thus effortlessly halted. A young man, cradling a sword sheath, traversed the shattered streets, his dark attire billowing in the wind. Oblivious to his surroundings, he continued toward the shore. He lifted his gaze slightly, patting the sword sheath in his arms. The sound of the sword rang out once more, shattering the towering waves into countless droplets, dissipating like fine rain upon the sea. Before the great Xia, the divine shall not tread. The young man's voice resonated, assertive yet humble, echoing across the vast expanse of sky. The waves surged again, a voice reverberating. A mere mortal dares to obstruct the path of the divine. In the wake of this declaration, a figure wielding a trident emerged from the depths of the waves. Divine Code 009, the god of the sea, Poseidon. The young man's voice was remarkably calm. Mortal, how dare you assign arbitrary numbers to deities? I apologize, but I trust no one but my sword. The young man cast his gaze upon the sword sheath cradled in his arms. Poseidon glanced down at the youth and inquired, "What is your name?" "Zhou Ping. Among the mortals I have encountered, I would deem you the strongest. Yet do you truly believe that as a mere mortal, you can withstand the advance of a god?" In response to Poseidon's words, the young man remained silent, merely patting the sword sheath. "I shall state this once more. Within the realm of the Xia, deities are forbidden to tread." With a clang, the sound of the sword echoed alongside his voice as the sheath opened a fraction. In that instant, a terrifying sword scar materialized between the two, akin to a chasm. An inexhaustible surge of sword energy erupted from Zhou Ping, fierce and soaring, contesting Poseidon's divine might. Simultaneously, the doorbell of the Peace Affairs office chimed. A young scribe entered. This surprised Lin Chia, while Luo Chen's eyes brightened. Was meant to come will arrive. Following the scribe's invitation, Lin Chia learned that he was the disciple of the master, who awaited them outside. Though he did not require protection, Luo Chen felt it necessary to meet him. Stepping outside, they were met with a foreboding environment and a deafening thunderstorm. Luo Chen sighed. It seems the divine war has commenced. The two heroic spirits promptly assumed their ethereal forms and followed Luo Chen. A carriage quietly awaited them at the entrance. "Please, enter," with a gentle voice. The scribe drew back the curtain and gestured for Lin Chia and Luo Chen to proceed. Luo Chen entered the carriage first, with Lin Chia closely trailing. Upon entry, Luo Chen was taken aback. The interior space of the carriage was far more expansive than it appeared from outside. Various ancient bamboo scrolls adorned the table, accompanied by exquisite tea sets. At the forefront of the table sat an elderly gentleman, quietly observing. Luo Chen slightly bowed, hands clasped in greeting. "Greetings, master." Lin Chia mirrored the gesture. "Make yourselves comfortable," Master Chen indicated for them to sit. "Drive on." After the scribe bowed and closed the curtain, a peculiar sensation enveloped them. "This is Master Chen's inner realm," Luo Chen mused. In that instant the door closed, the trio's presence was entirely concealed, and the surrounding space rippled with energy. "Was the commotion from Tiannan Mountain the result of your doing?" Master Chen chuckled. Luo Chen nodded. "Indeed." Lin Chia was taken aback. When had Luo Chen become so forthright? Master Chen regarded Luo Chen, nodding in acknowledgement of his candor. "You did not come here solely for this matter, did you?" Luo Chen smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, Master Chen took a delicate sip from his cup, a smile gracing his lips. "Oh, You are quite astute. Indeed. I have other matters to discuss with you. Lin Xie inquired curiously, what is it that you seek us for? Master Chen calmly set down his teacup, beckoning with a hand as the teapot flew into his grasp. In the presence of their gaze, he leisurely poured 2 cups of tea. I merely wish to observe you and invite you for tea, he replied with a smile. Lin Xie exclaimed, what timing is this? Master Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. What? Do you disdain my presence? Lin Xie hastily bowed. How could that be? It is an honor for a junior. He then steeled himself and took a sip from the cup. Luo Chen remained composed, gently lifting his cup to savor the tea. What an excellent brew, he remarked, the flavor rich and fragrant. Master Chen's eyes sparkled with surprise. He had not expected such a young individual to possess an understanding of tea culture. Ah, my young friend, you're truly my kindred spirit. Today, let us thoroughly appreciate this fine tea. I have plenty to share. As they continued on their journey, Master Chen imparted a wealth of tea knowledge to Lin Xie. However, Lin Xie was more concerned about the unfolding events outside. Noticing his urgency, Luo Chen gradually lifted his head. Master, it is time for me to depart. Master Chen paused in his tea pouring, turning to Luo Chen. Are you aware of what transpires outside? I am well aware, Luo Chen replied. The divine war had begun, and the realm of Song, Nan was on the verge of dissolution. Master Chen calmly sipped his tea. And where do you intend to go? Staying with me is far safer. Although Lin Xie was unaware of the specifics, he sensed the gravity of the situation from Master Chen's tone. I too shall leave. What can you accomplish by venturing to a realm or a river? Commander Yi has instructed me to ensure your safety. Do not make it difficult for me. Luo Chen shook his head. We are night watchmen. Our inherent duty is to safeguard the countless flickering lights behind us. If we remain here doing nothing, merely watching as events unfold, I would be unworthy of the title of night watchman. Master Chen fell silent. Luo Chen stood, turning his back to them. If this land shatters, what worth is my frail body? As for whether the outcome can be altered, that can only be determined through action. Luo Chen turned to Lin Xie, winking. Those who believe in miracles are, in themselves, as remarkable as the miracles they hope for. Master Chen regarded Luo Chen's resolute gaze, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Well said, you are quite to my liking. If that is the case, allow me to escort you. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, the air shimmered, and Luo Chen and Lin Xie vanished from the scene. Sensing the divine presence outside, Master Chen's eyes narrowed. They had arrived just in time. Shunmai planted 3 notice boards into the ground, a radiant light shooting upward, enveloping all the frost giants within. No boundaries domain. With dual blades in hand, the blackened void expanded around him, revealing a blood-red Sunluo Hall behind him. Before him stood 100 frost giants from the Chuan realm. But he would not retreat an inch. Behind him lay countless flickering lights. Luo Chen cleaved through the no-boundaries domain, joining Chunmai's side. Captain, let me join the fray. Luo Chen grinned playfully at Chunmai. Chunmai's eyes widened in surprise, quickly replaced by a resigned smile. You all. Lin Xie wielded the star blade, his eyes radiating golden light and dark shadows as the power of the divine surged forth. Behind Luo Chen, the silhouettes of 2 heroic spirits materialized. Artoria swung her arm, her knightly armor instantly donning her form. We'll discuss matters later. Today, even if I must defy orders, I shall not leave, Captain. With a swift motion, Luo Chen grasped the invisible sword tightly. Artoria appeared momentarily taken aback, then tightened her grip on her sword, focusing ahead. 2 Excaliburs. The heroic spirit throne contains such power. Luo Chen could harness Artoria's abilities in noble phantasm without hindering his own prowess while summoning her into battle. Let us unleash havoc upon them. Luo Chen's gaze sharpened. Yes, master. The 2 figures surged forward. The trio exchanged glances before stepping into the frigid winds. Lin Xie maneuvered amidst the legs of the frost giants, the star blade carving a graceful arc through the air, aimed directly at the neck of a frost giant. Clang! The blade met the frost giant's neck, producing a metallic clash. In the next instant, a deep gash appeared on the frost giant's neck, blood gushing forth. The colossal form crumpled to the ground, while countless other frost giants continued their relentless advance. Lin Xie, undeterred, charged toward the next target. In the hands of Luo Chen, the intangible sword relentlessly reaped the lives of the frost giants, clad in knightly armor that enveloped his form. His swordsmanship was succinct and decisive. with glimmers of cold light accompanying each strike, claiming the life of a frost giant with every blow. Altria and Enkidu were even more savage, rampaging through the beast horde with unrestrained ferocity. Enkidu flung his hand, unleashing countless chains of heaven that shot forth, piercing through the massive bodies of the frost giants, skewering them like candied hawthorns. Yet, despite their efforts, the number of frost giants showed no signs of diminishing. Chapter 68. A great commotion although surrounded by enemies. The group displayed no signs of fear. Chunmai observed the scene with astonishment, realizing how much these two young warriors had grown. A smile crept across Chunmai's face as he stepped forward. Instantly, the Hall of All Beings behind him unleashed a myriad of pitch-black chains that pierced the frost giants before him. As his hands broke through their skin, the life force of the frost giants swiftly ebbed away, as if their souls were being extracted. In the blink of an eye, countless frost giants fell, lifeless on the ground. Chunmai resembled a harbinger from the depths of hell, tirelessly harvesting the souls of the giants. At that moment, Luo Chen seemed to sense something, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. They have returned. Whoosh! A long spear, enveloped in surging rose-colored flames, swept through the sky. Boom! It instantly obliterated a frost giant, dispersing the surrounding chill and granting a semblance of warmth to those present. A girl, slender and breathtakingly beautiful, stood atop the spear, exclaiming, "Hee, Captain, I, Hongying, have returned." A thin veil of gauze draped over her form as she appeared. Uxianyan, Wenkimo, Leng, Xuan, Xixiaonan, Cao Kongking. And Qingyu materialized behind her. "You all." Chunmai was left speechless in astonishment. "Captain, the flight expenses can be reimbursed, right?" When Qima scratched his head awkwardly. "Sangnan belongs to all of us. Captain, you cannot act as a lone hero." Wu Xiangnan smiled lightly. "If it weren't for Xiaoyu, we would still be kept in the dark. Captain, you truly are lacking." Hongying brandished her spear and made a face at Chunmai. Chunmai glanced at Qingyu, who merely adjusted her glasses with a calm expression. "My apologies." Chunmai shook his head. "I did not hold it against you." At that moment, Luo Chen returned to the group. "Captain, give the orders." Luo Chen smiled faintly at him. Taking a deep breath, Chunmai's expression turned grave. "Team 136. Obey my command. Eradicate them all." Received. The group instantly dispersed, launching a frenzied assault on the surrounding frost giants. With their arrival, the situation improved slightly, and the pressure on Luo Chen and the others lessened. However, the frost giants continued to emerge relentlessly. The portal must be destroyed, otherwise everyone would eventually be overwhelmed by exhaustion and perish. Luo Chen shouted to the group, "Everyone, fall back." Although they were puzzled by his words, they trusted Luo Chen and quickly retreated. On the battlefield, aside from sheer strength, the most crucial element is the trust in one's comrades. Altria, unleash your noble phantasm. Ensure that they and the portal are utterly destroyed. Luo Chen commanded Altria with his mental energy. "Yes, master." Surrounded by numerous frost giants, the girl showed no signs of fear. Under the gaze of her companions, she stepped onto the water's surface, her intangible sword raised high. "Blessing of the lake fairy. I shall tread upon the waters. Unceasing winds, I command you in the name of the king, the power granted by the great spirit of the lake. I shall invoke your true name with the honor of a knight." Clang! The sword emitted a light chime. Countless golden particles of light surged forth from an unknown source, converging in the girl's hand. As the barrier of the Wind King was dispelled, the holy sword re-emerged before the world. A brilliant beam of light pierced through the heavens, dispelling the thick clouds. Flash forth, Ix, with a single step. The ice surrounding the lake shattered instantly. Caliba, boom! As she swung her sword, the golden beam descended with incredible force, incinerating all frost giants caught within it into mere dust, their bodies obliterated. Not a single frost giant survived, and even the distant portal was utterly annihilated under the might of this strike. The once chaotic battlefield was now enveloped in the sound of howling winds. Chunmai and the others had long since retreated from the battlefield, thus avoiding any repercussions. Gulp! Hongying swallowed hard, staring blankly at the scene. Little Chun? Lin Xie's lips twitched. This was the second time he had witnessed such a spectacle, and he felt strangely numb. Chunmai was equally bewildered. He had anticipated Luo Chen unleashing his ultimate power, but he never expected it to be on such a grand scale. With a single blow, all the frost giants were slain, and the portal was destroyed. And Xingyu adjusted her glasses, stating, "They always call me a freak. This guy is the true anomaly." Meanwhile, an armed transport plane hovered in the sky. It was evident that they had witnessed the golden beam of light. Xia Simon gazed down at Luo Chen with excitement, shouting, "It's him! It's him! That's the one! Wait for me! I must recruit you into the Phoenix Squad." Saying this, Xia Simon leaped from the air. "Ha ha! Luo Chen! Lin Chia! I'm here to abduct you. Don't resist, okay? Just join our Phoenix Squad." The blonde woman laughed wildly as she descended. A man aboard the aircraft cursed as he followed suit. "Xia Simon, you crazy woman. Do you have any idea how serious it is to hijack an armed transport plane? We're heading to a military tribunal." Xia Simon, unfazed, replied, "I don't care. It's not my first time. Why make such a fuss?" Kong Shang's gaze fell upon the chaotic battlefield not far away, his brow furrowing. Loki? Upon hearing this name, even Xia Simon furrowed her brow, realizing that the divine war from a decade ago was reigniting. Why they received no news. Observing the 8 golden figures in the sky, Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. The Phoenix Squad has arrived at the perfect moment, though Xia Siming's mental state remains a cause for concern. A smirk formed on Luo Chen's lips as he recalled Xia Siming's earlier words. Then a fiery phoenix soared into the air, trailing the other 7 golden figures as they flew toward the distance. In the midst of contemplation, a new portal appeared in the sky. A blood-soaked creature resembling a malevolent wolf emerged onto the battlefield. The Hellhound Garm. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. Noting the creature's arrival signified that the howling celestial hound would not be far behind. Oh no, wait, this creature should be addressed as Howling Celestial Hound, the devourer of the sun god. Simultaneously, countless massive tentacles emerged from the rift in space. As it fully materialized before the crowd, everyone gasped in astonishment. It was an enormous squid-like monster, the Kraken of the North Sea. "Oh, tonight's dinner is grilled octopus?" Luo Chen glanced at Altria beside him, unable to suppress a smirk. This enormous creature should provide sustenance for quite some time. Chapter 69. Look at your naive expression, gazing at the sudden appearance of the 2 mythical beasts. The crowd was taken aback. What in the world were these 2 monsters? The Hellhound Garm and the Kraken of the North Sea. Luo Chen's calm voice rang out. "We cannot allow these 2 creatures to enter the city." Shen Mai's expression darkened. 8 golden figures descended from the heavens. Xia Simeng delivered a powerful punch to the ground, instantly shattering the countless bones summoned by Garm. Observing this commanding figure, with her flowing golden hair, Luo Chen immediately recognized the identity of the newcomer. Captain Xia Simeng of the Feng Wang squad greeted, "Hi, you must be Luo Chen, the top recruit this time. What do you think? Are you interested in joining the special team?" A seemingly polite smile graced her lips, while Chun Mai beside her twitched slightly. "I'm still here. And you're trying to poach me?" Luo Chen chuckled and shook his head, thinking it best to first address the 2 formidable beings before him. Xia Simeng raised an eyebrow. "Oh, right, it doesn't matter. I can still take you away later." Luo Chen was baffled. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as Gam charged at them once more. The other members of the Feng Wang squad quickly joined the fray to combat Gam, while the Beihai Leviathan was left to 2 heroic spirits and Squad 136 to handle. As Gam approached, Xia Simeng grinned. "What a perfect opportunity to showcase the prowess of our Feng Wang squad." Her voice rang out, but Luo Chen was swifter. Countless golden voids appeared behind him. "I will restrain this creature. You all focus on eliminating it." The members of the Feng Wang squad exchanged glances, startled. "You, from Chuanjing, intend to trap it alone?" Xia Simeng was equally astonished. "You needn't worry about that. Your concern should be how to defeat it." Tianzi Suo. Clang, clang, clang. Numerous chains sprang forth from the golden voids behind him and the ground, binding Gam tightly in mere moments. Gam roared in fury, struggling fiercely. Due to its relatively low divinity, the chains could be broken, but new ones quickly replaced them. Watching the figure in the air, Xia Simeng took a deep breath. "Feng Wang squad, move out. We absolutely must not allow such a monster to enter the city. Coordinate with Luo Chen to slay Gam. Fight to the last breath." "Yes." Kong Shang joined Xia Simeng's side, tightly gripping his sigil in hand. This day had inevitably arrived, but from the moment they joined the Night Watchers and the special team, their fate was sealed. Xia Simen glanced at him. Do you regret it? Kong Shan smiled faintly. Certainly not. Let us go. Gam roared madly, while not far away. Lin Xie erupted with a surge of magical light, 3 massive magic circles forcibly restraining the Beihai Leviathan, Kraken's movements. His deep blue robe billowed in the wind, and his white hair added an unusual flair. The members of Squad 136 were teleported back to the peace office by him. However, it soon became evident that even Lin Xie's most potent spells could not contain Kraken's motion. This creature was a mythic beast on the cusp of divinity. A thunderous roar sounded from afar, and Luo Chen rejoiced. It's the howling celestial dog. Finally, you've arrived. He coughed twice, leaving the Feng Wang squad in a state of confusion as they turned to see a massive black beast charging from the horizon, biting down on Kraken and pinning it to the ground. Kraken writhed in pain, its countless tentacles attempting to ensnare the black dog. However, as the tentacles neared the dog's skin, a barrage of thunder erupted from it, instantly searing Kraken's appendages. The black beast tore off a chunk of Kraken's flesh, disdainfully spitting it onto the ground. Disgusting, Luo Chen grimaced. Lin Xie was taken aback. The Feng Wang squad members stared in astonishment. This dog can speak. Who is it? Is it an ally? I've never heard of any Night Watcher with a canine ability. After dispatching Kraken, the black dog sprinted towards Luo Chen, casting an appreciative glance at him and the others. Well done. The imposing figure elicited surprise from everyone. Kong Shang trembled and pointed. It spoke again. The black dog rolled its eyes, unimpressed by their astonishment. Continuing its assault on Gam, the black beast easily subdued it, given its tightly bound state. Meanwhile, in the basement of the peace office, Si Xiaonan was the first to awaken, gazing deeply at the family portrait on the wall, a single tear trickling down her cheek. Just as she prepared to leave, a large hand seized her. Where do you think you're going, Xiaonan? She turned in shock to find it was Long Xian. I'm coming with you. Si Xiaonan was stunned. But this plan is too dangerous. I trust you. Long Xian replied firmly before she could finish her sentence. Touched by his unwavering gaze, Si Xiaonan clenched her fists. Loki, you who do not understand emotions and merely toy with hearts will ultimately be played with in turn. She nodded resolutely. Let us go. The two departed the peace office, vanishing to the rooftop of a nearby high-rise. A man in a suit, exuding an air of gentility, was confronting a delivery worker. Upon seeing Si Xiaonan arrive, the suited man smirked. I'm sorry, but I've already won. Lu Wuwei's eyes narrowed, and he appeared before Loki in an instant. Yet, Loki was faster, vanishing 100 meters away. He glanced at Si Xiaonan. You should go back for now. Then he turned to the distance. Those two agents cannot be left alive. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the moment, Luo Chen entered the subconscious space. He extended his hand towards the spirit's seat, which erupted in an unprecedented brilliance. The third beam of light soared into the heavens, proclaiming, Your body is entrusted to me. However, before Luo Chen could finish, a commanding voice boomed, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that sent him flying. Get lost. Luo Chen's pupils contracted. Chapter 70. Reluctance. Luo Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood, staring in disbelief at the spirit's seat before him. What is happening? The voice had not responded to his summons. Defiantly, Luo Chen attempted again. Build the Great Wall, stabilize the 9 provinces, harmonize the scripts, unify the tracks. Great Emperor of the Origin who unifies the world, heed the call of the spirit's seat. If you are willing to follow this intent, then align with reason. Boom! Another wave of pressure swept through, sending Luo Chen flying once more. Leave unwilling. Luo Chen gritted his teeth and pounded the ground in frustration. Why? Yet, the only response was silence. The voice had fallen silent, and the atmosphere was once again shrouded in quietude. Luo Chen had no choice but to relent, raising his hand once more towards the spirit's seat. Nearby Lin Xie, a dark red figure dashed towards them. Captain, Chen Mai rushed over in a panic. Why are you still here? Lin Xie questioned, puzzled. What happened, Captain? Si Xiaonan has fled. She stole the Shiva's grievance. We must pursue her. Lin Xie froze. How could Sister Xiaonan betray us? Luo Chen's furious shout rang out. Berserker! A deafening roar reverberated as an over 2-meter tall, muscular man with dark skin and crimson eyes, clad in a battle skirt and bare-chested, descended from the sky, swinging a colossal axe at Chunmai. Crash! The ice shattered, but Chunmai narrowly evaded the attack. Luo Chen, what are you doing? Lin Qi exclaimed. Chunmai glanced between Luo Chen and the imposing black warrior before raising an eyebrow. Hercules? How'd he end up like this? And why is he helping you? Subsequently, he cast a cheerful glance at Luo Chen, exclaiming that indeed, he was quite amusing. Do not rush. Soon, it will be your turn. As his words echoed, Lin Qi's figure vanished alongside him. Simultaneously, the silhouette of the entire city became obscured beneath the shroud of dark clouds. From the periphery, everything within Songnan began to dissolve into countless particles drifting skyward. Within a modest dwelling in the old district of the southern city, the ant observed her body glowing. It seemed she realized something profound. Memories of the past surged forth, and she smiled wistfully. Ajin, it is time to depart. Yang Jin knelt upon the ground, his face already wet with tears. I am sorry, mother. Truly, I am sorry. His body trembled incessantly. The ant gently crouched down, embracing her child one last time. With you and Xiao Qi by my side, these 10 years have been filled with joy. Yang Jin broke free from his mother's embrace and prostrated himself on the ground. I, Yang Jin, representing the gods of Daxia, seek forgiveness from all the victims of Songnan. The ant tenderly caressed Yang Jin's head, unconcerned about the situation. Even upon realizing her child was a divine being, he remained. In her eyes, simply her child. Ajin, remember to take care of yourself, eat on time, and avoid junk food. She meticulously advised her child as if she were departing for a long journey, undeterred by the fact that her form was dissipating. Gazing at her child, she seemed to remember he was a deity, nodding slightly. You have worked hard. She instinctively reached out to touch Yang Jin's head, only to realize her arm was already vanishing. As her words faded, the ant's body completely transformed into specks of light, dispersing into the ether. Yang Jin clenched his fists. Return to the soul. In the peace office, Luo Chen returned to the basement with 3 servants, discovering that everyone was weeping by Chenmuye's side. As if sensing Luo Chen's arrival, Chenmuye waved his hand. Xiaonan did not steal Sherpa Yuan. The true Sherpa Yuan is here. Chenmuye presented the shrouded Sherpa Yuan to Luo Chen. Xiaonan is not a villain. The time ahead will require your assistance, Xiao Chen. Chenmuye's form had already begun to fade. Beside him, Hongying was reduced to tears. Luo Chen gently knelt, while the 3 heroic spirits silently observed. Captain Luo Chen stifled his tears as he placed a reassuring hand on Chenmuye's shoulder. Rest well, I shall await your return. Chenmuye gazed at Luo Chen, a smile gracing his lips, interpreting it as comfort. He retrieved his personal emblem. I, Chenmuye, have guarded this city for 10 years. Now, it is time for me to depart with it. Captain, Hongying reached out, yearning to grasp the fading light, yet found herself powerless. Chenmuye smiled, his form dissipating completely. These 10 years, I, Chenmuye, have no regrets. His voice reverberated in the basement, leaving behind only particles of golden light that gradually vanished into the air. Hongying lunged forward but could not capture that fleeting brilliance, collapsing to the ground in sorrow. Luo Chen softly consoled her. The others wore pained expressions, each displaying their anguish. Luo Chen gritted his teeth, commanding, "Do not weep." His furious shout rendered everyone momentarily speechless. What purpose does crying serve here? It is the enemy who should be made to weep. At that moment, applause erupted from a corner. What a touching scene. Such a stirring declaration. Luoji. The 3 heroic spirits reacted instantly. Enkidu raising his arm as countless chains ensnared Luoji, while Altronia and Heracles positioned their weapons at his throat. Yet, Luoji remained unfazed, for this was merely an illusion, not even a true doppelganger. A smirk danced upon his lips. Do you know how delightful it is to witness the scene of Songnan's disappearance through the eyes of that dual deity? It's simply exquisite. Luoji laughed, seemingly savoring the prior spectacle. The despair etched on Lin Qi's face was precisely what he relished most. Luo Chen clenched his teeth, his hands trembling slightly. Luoji continued his taunts. If I were to slay your companions, would you not exhibit the same expression? In a flash, Altronia, unable to bear it any longer, severed his head with a single strike. However, Luoji's figure dissipated, only to reappear in another corner. How brutish! Ha ha ha! They must mean a great deal to you, don't they? You shall not succeed. Luo Chen roared in anger. You think I shall not? There will surely be times when you are absent. A mocking grin adorned Luo Ji's face. Hearing this, Luo Chen froze. Indeed, it was impossible for him to protect them at every moment. With this thought, Luo Chen gritted his teeth, fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his flesh. Luo Ji, I shall ensure your demise. Chapter 71. The Overlord Beyond the Three Sovereigns, Supremacy over the Five Emperors. Observing Luo Ji before him, Luo Chen felt a surge of fury. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless against Luo Ji. Suddenly, Luo Chen's pupils widened, a colossal beam of light manifesting behind him. Heroic spirit seat. Descend. Luo Ji gazed at this spectacle in disbelief, particularly as he sensed the aura emanating from the throne, his previously serene expression contorting in shock. How is this possible? This cannot be. He felt a mysterious energy resonating from that throne, the essence of a lay manifesting. Countless heroic spirits' essences intertwined above it, many of which instilled a deep sense of dread within him. Luo Chen beheld the heroic spirit's seat and immediately knelt. Gritting his teeth, he implored, "This is Luo Chen. I beseech your majesty to open your eyes and behold. The land of Huaxia is ravaged. Foreign deities invade. Mysterious forces wreak havoc. There are even sinister mists lurking, seeking to consume Huaxia. O Overlord beyond the three sovereigns, supreme over the five emperors. I, Luo Chen, welcome our ancestral dragon of Huaxia, the eternal emperor. Shi Hongying. Boom! The heroic spirit seat erupted with unprecedented radiance. When did mere foreign deities dare to offend my Daqin? As this voice resonated, an overwhelming aura surged from the heroic spirit seat, striking Luo Chen's mind. When Luo Chen raised his head once more, an immense tyrannical will enveloped him. Luo Chen, Hongying gazed in disbelief at this scene. Within Luo Chen's eyes glimmered a dark golden light. With a mere gesture, he effortlessly shattered the projection of Luo Ji before him. Heroic spirit embodiment. At that moment, the figure standing before everyone was no longer Luo Chen, but the eternal emperor of ancient times. Let these foreign deities witness the might of Huaxia's ancestral dragon. Luo Chen instinctively flicked his sleeve, an authoritative voice emanating from him. I am the overlord beyond the three sovereigns, supreme over the five emperors. This is the Shi Huangdi. This is me. His gaze narrowed slightly. I shall assist you this once. Luo Chen addressed the three heroic spirits beside him. You shall remain here to guard. I shall handle the rest. Yingzheng raised his eyes slightly, a hint of dominance flashing in his pupils. Boom! The earth of Huaxia began to tremble as endless dragon veins rejoiced. Streams of dragon energy surged forth from the ground, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Even the National Guardian Monument at the border radiated light. A faint dragon's roar resonated. Endless dragon energy surged wildly into Luo Chen's body. Even the ethereal fortune of the nation began to churn. Meanwhile, the members of the heroic spirit squad within the river of national fortune were all left astonished. What is happening? A man grasping a long spear furrowed his brow, his forehead already dampened by perspiration. Why has the once tranquil Guiyun Changhe suddenly begun to surge? My lord, what is happening? A woman approached gracefully, inquiring with evident confusion. The Guiyun Changhe was roaring in exuberance, and even the Huaxia Longmai seemed to resonate as if welcoming something. Hua Tsubing narrowed his eyes. This was the aura of the human emperor. The human emperor? Only the human emperor could cause the Guiyun Changhe to manifest in such a manner. But which one still lives among us? Hua Tsubing's gaze fell, flickering with a chaotic light. It was only then that Luo Chen realized the reason for the silence in response to his call. It was entirely due to the oath. You are entrusted to me. He foolishly imagined that this esteemed Shi Huangdi would be entrusted to him. Truly, the oath has brought him great misfortune. Fortunately, this ancient emperor would still choose to protect his people in times of great peril. In his eyes, what was Huaxia? This was his Daqin. At this moment, the Shi Huangdi manifested through a form of reliance, descending via Luo Chen's body. After instructing the other followers, Yingzheng did not look back. As the dragon energy of Huaxia transformed into a colossal dragon, lifting him up, he became a streak of light, soaring towards the distance. Hundreds of miles away from Tsangnan City, Loki's cold sweat broke forth, his heart racing as he gazed at the vanishing Tsangnan in the distance. Damn it! How could a mere human possess such power? What is that? The Emperor of Humanity? What a joke. Just a human. How dare he offend a deity? Gritting his teeth, Loki composed himself, clutching the sheepskin scroll within his embrace. Fortunately, he had obtained Shiva's grudge. As for this boy, he would have to be dealt with next time. Just as he prepared to turn away, a colossal dragon appeared in the sky. You rodent, where do you think you were going? Boom! Loki's mind felt as if it had exploded. He turned stiffly to see the figure standing atop the dragon's head, his heart momentarily halting. The overwhelming pressure of the tyrant bore down upon him, nearly preventing Loki from raising his head. He forcibly suppressed his fear. He thought that what stood before him was merely a clone. At worst, he could abandon it. But how could he bring Shiva's grudge back to Asgard now? The atmosphere seemed to solidify. Loki could distinctly feel the space around him had been sealed by the tyrant's intent. He could not escape. To kill me? You think a mere human dares to offend a deity? Loki opened a portal behind him. A massive grayish-white serpent emerged from the void. Jormungandr, the world's serpent. It was Loki's offspring. The moment the serpent appeared, it felt an immense pressure emanating from the figure above, causing its body to tense up instantaneously. A flicker of fear flashed in its eyes. Is this little creature your trump card? Ing Zheng's voice resonated. Then let us play with it. As Ing Zheng's words fell, he stepped forward, his figure quietly hovering in mid-air. The golden dragon beneath him instantly lunged at Jormungandr. Although terrified, Jormungandr knew it had to fight with all its might. Otherwise, there would be no opportunity. Despite being a body formed of dragon energy, the golden dragon still overpowered Jormungandr. Below, Loki watched the two colossal beings clash, formulating a cunning plan. As the god of trickery, he understood that Jormungandr was no match for its opponent. But if their battle could break a corner of this space, he could escape. As long as he could return Shiva's grudge to Asgard, everything would be worthwhile. Chapter 72. How dare a mere foreign god offend Mighty Chin? The sharp claws of the dragon sliced through Jormungandr's body, green blood gushing forth. Jormungandr let out a wail, which seemed to awaken its ferocity. Whoosh! The massive serpent's tail, accompanied by a sound like a breaking arrow, struck towards the golden dragon. The golden dragon neither dodged nor evaded, its own tail swinging back. Bang! The two colossal beings collided, but it was evident that Jormungandr's strength was no match for the golden dragon. To put it frankly, Western dragons are essentially lizards. A flicker of disdain shone in the golden dragon's eyes as it exerted force, its massive tail striking towards Jormungandr's head. Boom! Jormungandr's body crashed violently against the ground, causing the surrounding structures to crumble. Illo! The golden dragon let out a howl, an endless torrent of dragon energy gathering in its maw. Boom! A dazzling dragon breath plummeted from the sky, akin to a falling meteor. Cracks began to form in the space it traversed. Faced with the approaching dragon breath, Jormungandr's pupils dilated in terror. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, it was as if chaos descended and blinding light shattered the thick clouds. Once everything settled, Jormungandr's body began to disintegrate, gradually transforming into wisps of fragments, ultimately vanishing from this world. After completing its task, the golden dragon quietly returned behind Ing Zheng, unleashing a deafening roar towards Loki. Illo! Loki's expression darkened to the extreme. Damn it! How can a mere human possess such power? Suddenly, Loki recalled something, forcing a stiff smile. No matter, without the rules, you cannot kill me. Upon hearing this, Ing Zheng in the sky tilted his head, letting out a cold laugh. Are you questioning me? As he spoke, endless dragon energy gathered in his hand, gradually forming the shape of a sword. The human emperor's sword. As this sword re-emerged into the world, the Guiyun Changhe surged like a torrential flood, forcibly flowing into Luo Chen's body. Golden lotus flowers manifested in the void, transformed by the national fortune, paving a golden path for Luo Chen. In that moment, his aura ascended from the realm of rivers to that of seas. Following was immeasurable. Klein, the pinnacle of humanity. This was not the end. Luo Chen aura surgi wildly. Even without the rules, he transcended the limits of humanity. This was the realm of the human emperor. Even deities must kneel before the human emperor. Those who offend Mighty Chin, though far, shall be punished. Within Luo Chen's consciousness, he was overwhelmed with excitement. This was my charming ancestor. He subdued the chaotic lands of Huaxia, opened the heavens and earth, ensured the common folk had food to eat, and above all, he forged a true nation and family. As Zheng raised the human emperor's sword, his eyes narrowed slightly. A clone? You unworthy god, do not deserve my sword. Zheng gazed into the distance. Let me leave him to this little fellow. As a golden light illuminated the surroundings, a figure appeared. Loki, I want you to pay for this city with your life. That was the light of miracles. The miracle belonging to Lin Chiye. The last divine power of Michael was sufficient to allow Lin Chiye to contend with deities for a brief period. Without looking back, Zheng stepped onto the golden dragon's head and soared into the distance. His target was the true deity. In the old city, a 6 or 7-year-old child stood beside Hongying, watching the figure gradually recede into the horizon. A peculiar glint flickered in his eyes. Hongying slightly bowed toward that figure. The great deity Hongying welcomes the return of the human emperor. The child patted his shoulder, grinning. Now you don't have to overextend your divine essence. Who would have thought that a human emperor still exists in this world? The swirling dark clouds above continued to churn, with thick lightning striking through. Indra was enveloped in thunder and lightning, accompanied by deafening roars. Luo humans, how dare you show disrespect to deities? Who gave you the audacity? Lightning continuously struck the dilapidated carriage on the ground. Chun Fuzi appeared before Indra, as the surroundings shattered and reformed in a cycle. He held a ruler in his hand. Facing the deity Indra in the sky, his face devoid of fear. You have slaughtered my people and invaded my land. What the gods? Your countless deaths cannot atone for your sins. In response to Chun Fuzi's words, a look of disdain appeared on Indra's face. Humans are like ants. How dare you judge a deity? Suddenly, a tremendous divine pressure descended, shattering Chun Fuzi's heart, causing him to emit a muffled groan. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, yet he persisted, facing Indra with unwavering resolve. The great Xia shall not be dishonored. Indra's face broke into a mocking smile. You? It takes all your strength to resist my pressure. What do you possess to judge me? At that moment, a powerful voice echoed through the heavens. You, a mere outer god, dare to trespass upon my great Qin. I shall determine your fate. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, Zheng's figure emerged, clad in a dark dragon robe and wielding a sword exuding a terrifying aura. He advanced step by step from the void, each step resonating like a hammer, striking Indra's heart. The tyrant's pressure surged, instantly dispelling Indra's divine might. The surrounding thunder dissipated with Zheng's commanding shout. Indra's pupils dilated in shock, cold sweat forming on his brow. Who are you? Indra roared, seemingly attempting to quell his fear. Below, Chun Fuzi recognized the familiar face and gasped. Luo Chen, is this truly that boy? Before Chun Fuzi could ponder further, Indra, unable to wait for Zheng's response, turned to flee as lightning. Clang! The clear sound of a sword echoed through the clouds as a golden sword light sliced through time and space, shattering all surrounding barriers, fiercely cleaving towards the fleeing Indra. No, no. Indra's face was filled with reluctance. Why? Why does a mere human possess such power? As the god of thunderstorms, his strength was formidable among the deities, yet he found no means of resistance against this sword light. He attempted to struggle, but before such power, he felt utterly powerless. This was the might of the human emperor. Even gods must kneel and submit before the sovereign of humanity. Indra's form was ultimately obliterated by the sword light, dissipating into thin air. Zheng subtly gestured, and something flew into his hand. It was Indra's divine essence. Zheng glanced at it, clenched his palm tightly. Boom! The divine essence of the thunderstorm god shattered instantly, the lightning power surging in Zheng's grasp, only to be swiftly subdued by dragon energy. Here, the deity's head has been claimed. Chapter 73, The Might of the Ancestral Dragon. Luo Chen cast a glance down at Chun Fuzi. Just a fleeting glance filled Chun Fuzi with immense pressure, prompting him to bow respectfully. He had just heard this individual referring to Huaxia as Great Qin. Thus, his identity was self-evident. Emperor Zheng. As for why he was using Luo Chen's body, Chun Fuzi could only speculate. Zheng did not linger, stepping upon the golden dragon and soaring into the distance, vanishing from sight. This is our charming ancestor. Ha ha ha. Who says humans cannot slay gods? This ancestral dragon of Great Xia has accomplished it. A glimmer of excitement flashed across Chun Fuzi's pale face. Dare to deceive my Great Xia. The human emperor is here. What the gods? In the eastern sea of Great Xia, white waves transformed into towering surges. A multitude of water blades raining down upon a young man. Yet the young man appeared oblivious, his sword emitting a soft chime. Ding! An invisible sword energy radiated from him, instantly shattering every water blade that approached. The water blades fell like raindrops, yet not a single drop landed upon the young man. Poseidon watched in astonishment, realizing that this young man could truly contend with a deity. However, just as he prepared to speak, a fierce shout echoed from afar. Those who offend Great Qin shall face annihilation, no matter the distance. Upon hearing this voice, both Poseidon and Zhou Ping were taken aback, though a smile soon spread across Zhou Ping's face. The human emperor is here. Who dares to act recklessly? Poseidon's gaze sharpened as he sensed something, shock flooding his features. What? Indra is dead. His brow furrowed. The gods of Great Xia? No, that was a human. How could a human kill a deity? After a moment of silence, he refrained from attacking Zhou Ping again, allowing the monstrous waves behind him to part, forming a tunnel leading to the ocean depths. What? Are you preparing to flee? Zhou Ping remarked nonchalantly. Poseidon's brow twitched. You mortals will not remain arrogant for long, even if one emperor among you humans arises. It does not mean that we Olympians fear you. Await the true divine punishment. Oh, is that so? Then let me be the one to pass judgment upon you. A voice emerged from the distance, followed by a golden sword light. Clang! The man had not yet arrived, but the sword light reached him first. Poseidon was struck with panic, swiftly diving into the ocean. Amidst the vast deep sea, he darted through the waters, but the sword light transcended time and space, relentlessly locking onto him. Realizing the power contained within the sword light, Poseidon's expression changed drastically. He turned to flee, yet the sword light followed closely behind him. No matter how he evaded, as the sword light drew nearer, Poseidon's countenance grew increasingly grim. When he realized he could not escape, he turned, raising his golden trident. The surrounding waters boiled, the light of the sea god enveloping the entire area, the trident radiating a brilliant glow. With a furious roar, Poseidon hurled his trident at the sword light. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated in the depths of the sea. Though sound cannot travel underwater, the blast was undeniably real. Poseidon's trident was cracked by the sword strike, flying from his grasp. The power of the sword light remained undiminished. Poseidon's pupils constricted as he struggled to adjust his posture, barely avoiding the forefront of the sword light, but the terrifying force carved a deep wound across his chest. Divine blood flooded the deep sea. Poseidon was nearly bisected by the strike. The excruciating pain drained the color from his face, and he desperately clung to his consciousness, drawing upon the ocean's power to recover. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not dispel the damage inflicted by the sword light. The sword light bore the ferocity of a tyrant, festering in his wounds, incessantly devouring his divine energy, preventing any recovery. Damn those Great Xia people! Poseidon's furious roar echoed through the depths of the abyss. He rode the currents, stumbling towards Olympus. In the northern borders of Great Xia, a sea of Buddhist light clashed against countless ominous energies. Yifan gazed at Hades before him. What? Are you afraid? Hades' expression shifted. What do you know? As the supreme commander of the Great Xia Night Watchmen, I possess many secrets. Yifan replied quietly, staring into Hades' eyes. Hades coldly retorted, do not be too proud. Your gods have yet to return. It is merely a human emperor. Yifan sneered. Then why are you running? Hades' face stiffened. You are afraid. Yifan exposed his thoughts. Hades, once arrogant and domineering, now stood hesitant, his every movement keenly observed by Yifan. While Yifan was unaware of the identity of the entities that instilled such fear in these outer gods, it was evident that they belonged to the Xia. This realization rendered Hades cautious, as he had just mentioned the Emperor of Humanity. Was he referring to the human emperor? Yifan's intelligence allowed him to swiftly grasp the essence of the matter. Which human emperor could it be? It was surprising to discover that not only deities existed in this world, but also human emperors. Hades scoffed, expressing disdain. Fear? He was merely a human. What was there to fear? Yet, the cold sweat trickling from his palms betrayed his bravado, although he maintained an air of superiority befitting a god. Yifan, Umusit, inquired about the sweat on Hades' brow. Hades furrowed his brow, dismissing it as mere rain, asserting that he would not sweat for a mere human. Yifan retorted with a cold laugh, pointing out that Hades' bravado was soon to falter. A flicker of displeasure crossed Hades' face as he warned Yifan not to be too smug. After all, he was merely a human emperor. He should not forget that many mythological realms still existed. If balance were disrupted, they would become targets of scorn. With that, he prepared to depart. Suddenly, a calm voice interrupted, stating that since he had arrived, he should not leave. Yifan looked up to see a golden path manifesting as a man clad in a black dragon robe emerged from the void. The aura of a tyrant swept through, dispelling both the light of Buddhism and the energy of death. Behind him, the resonance of national fortune echoed, and the earth was suffused with dragon energy. I have sworn an oath. As long as I exist, I shall defend my territory and conquer the lands beyond. If I perish, I will transform into a dragon's soul, protecting the eternal prosperity of Huaxia. Yingzheng slowly raised his downcast gaze to the black figure. Those who invade the lands of the Qin shall face death 1,000 times. Yifan's pupils brightened. He had discerned the identity of the newcomer. Now he fully understood why these outer gods were sweating and trembling. Commander Yifan of the Dacianite Watch greets the ancestral dragon of Huaxia, Emperor Yingzheng. With his arrival, it became evident that the situation was far beyond mere perspiration. Yingzheng cast a fleeting glance at Yifan. You are commendable. His overwhelming presence surged forth, purging the ground that had been tainted by the Stygian energy and revitalizing it. A chill coursed through Hades' heart, and without a moment's thought, he attempted to flee. However, the dragon energy had already sealed the surrounding space, and with the pressure of the tyrant bearing down, Hades found it difficult to breathe. Despite being the king of the underworld, he possessed no strength to resist in the presence of this human emperor. Hades' breath quickened, and the pride of being a god dissipated in an instant. My lord, we bear no animosity. I have caused no harm to the Xia. I apologize for today's transgressions. I am willing to offer any compensation. Shall we consider this matter resolved? Watching Hades' desperate pleas, Yifan found it amusing, a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes. Yet Hades was oblivious to such sentiments, acutely aware of the murderous intent emanating from the man before him. My lord, let us converse amicably. Is not Huaxiao a land of propriety? A gentleman speaks rather than resorts to violence. Yingzheng scoffed. A gentleman? How novel. I never imagined someone would use that term to describe me. Yifan raised an eyebrow, refraining from commenting, for in history, this man was often referred to as a tyrant. Just as Hades believed the mood had lightened and that he could negotiate, Yingzheng shifted the conversation. You mentioned compensation, did you not? Indeed, I am willing to provide any compensation. Hades nodded vigorously. Yingzheng smiled faintly. An apology must be sincere. Having slaughtered an entire city of my people and invaded the Qin's territory, I demand that you suffer, as my subjects have to consider it an apology. Hades' pupils dilated in disbelief as he gazed at him. Yingzheng raised his hand, summoning a colossal hand of dragon energy from the sky. Wait, my lord, I have the entire Olympus behind me. If you kill me, Olympus will not let this go. There will be no room for reconciliation between the Xia and Olympus. Yet, the only response he received was Yingzheng's cold voice. Are you threatening me? No, not at all. I assure you, if this matter is resolved, the gods of Olympus will refrain from any transgressions against the Xia for the next decade. Hades hastily waved his hands. My ambition is that this world should only have one voice, and that is the voice of the Qin. What I desire, I shall take for myself. You need not seek assurances. The golden hand descended from the heavens, bearing down upon Hades. Terror washed over Hades' face. No, please, Zeus, save me. With a tremendous crash, the giant hand engulfed Hades, and countless energies of death surged upward, only to be continuously dispelled by the dragon energy until they were utterly obliterated. A massive pit now marred the ground, a great imprint of a hand. Hades was silenced, his cries extinguished by a single strike. The divine essence representing the king of the underworld lay clenched in Yingzheng's grasp. Raising an eyebrow, Yingzheng contemplated. The underworld? This is rather intriguing. He descended to the earth, savoring the essence of the land, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Once everything settled, Yi Fan approached, halting 50 meters before Ing Zheng. Bowing in respect, I thank the first emperor for his assistance on behalf of the people of Xia. Ing Zheng shook his head. It is my duty as emperor of Qin to protect my subjects. He then added, time is of the essence before it runs out. I must ensure that these outer gods pay a price for daring to interfere with my realm. A glint of harshness flashed in his eyes. Yi Fan was taken aback, uncertain of Ing Zheng's intentions. Ing Zheng slightly lifted his gaze, directing it toward a certain direction. Young man, I have a question for you. He addressed Luo Chen, who resided in the subconscious space. Please, Your Majesty, Luo Chen responded with a bow. What is your perspective on my actions? Your Majesty refers to... Ing Zheng nodded. The world calls me a tyrant, yet I harbor no anger. They have never stood at my height. So how could they comprehend the scenery I perceive? How dare they judge my accomplishments? His voice resonated with authority, commanding respect without anger. Luo Chen gazed at the magnificent figure before him, and, from the depths of his heart, saluted Ing Zheng. I, Luo Chen, hold great admiration for Your Majesty. I have never regarded you as a tyrant. Ing Zheng's lips curled into a slight smile, a playful expression crossing his face as he looked at Luo Chen. Oh, why is that? Luo Chen's voice rang with conviction. With feudal lords in disarray, how can one claim to govern? In a century of chaos, how can one establish a home? It is you who has commanded submission from all directions, broadening the expanse of the heavens and the earth. It is you who has ensured that the people have sustenance by day and night, and it is you who has created a true nation and family. You unified the 6 states, bringing the world together. You built the Great Wall to safeguard the 9 provinces, standardizing transportation, literature, currency, and measurements, all for the lasting peace of Huaxia. As Luo Chen spoke with increasing fervor, tears of sincerity welled in his eyes. Without you, the land of Huaxia would still be divided among 6 states, akin to Europe, fragmented and rife with small nations. How could one, such as you, possibly be a tyrant? Hearing these words, Ing Zheng was momentarily taken aback. Then a satisfied smile graced his face. Some have criticized me for constructing the Great Wall, claiming it burdens the people. I accept that, for I have witnessed the cruelty of the Xiongnu firsthand. Even if the blame lies with the present, I shall bear it. Others say I burned books and buried the scholars. I assure you, I did not burn a single book of medicine or agriculture. Those I destroyed were the texts that misled the masses, and those I executed were self-proclaimed literati and wandering sorcerers. In a time of chaos, the sovereign longed for the recognition of the common people. He once sought eternal life, yet that dream remained unfulfilled. Nevertheless, he harbored no regrets. His voice was notably serene, seemingly indifferent to the events of the past. This was the first emperor. He needed only to validate his past actions, requiring no judgment from others. And he certainly felt no remorse. Ing Zheng gazed at Luo Chen and smiled, revealing that what truly moved him were the words of this young man. What? Luo Chen looked at him in confusion. If this land is shattered, what use is my frail body? Ing Zheng turned slightly. My territory shall not be violated by others. Upon receiving a satisfactory response, Ing Zheng commanded Luo Chen's body to leap into the air. With the Renhuang's sword pointed ahead, he softly murmured, Let the blame begin with you. I am the sovereign who surpasses the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. I, the first emperor Ing Zheng, O deities of the outer realm, prepare to welcome your twilight. His voice echoed quietly across the sky. Present arms. Yi Fan's voice rang out, as he swiftly rendered a precise military salute to Ing Zheng. The sentinels present immediately stood at attention, paying the highest honor to the dark silhouette in the sky. Chapter 75. The Round Table Conference commences. Ing Zheng stood suspended in the void, his left hand slightly clenched, as the dragon energy of the earth surged forth. With a crackling sound, 3 blood-red markings resembling dragon scales appeared on the back of his left hand. Young man, this is a gift from me to you. Ing Zheng's voice resonated coolly. Luo Chen was momentarily taken aback, regaining control of his body as he instinctively glanced at his left hand. His pupils narrowed. It was a command seal. Boom! An endless stream of dragon energy and a portion of national fortune surged wildly into Luo Chen's body. I bestow upon you boundless dragon energy and national fortune for your use. Unleash your power freely, master. Yingzheng chuckled lightly before his spiritual essence returned to the throne of heroic spirits. Luo Chen's pupils radiated a golden light. Inexplicably, his gaze seemed to pierce through space. Gazing far ahead, in his vision, a magnificent divine kingdom materialized in the sky. Asgard. Thank you, your majesty, Luo Chen thought, summoning Altria to his side. She had been following Yingzheng as a spiritual entity, concerned yet silently observing. Standing above the expanse of Tsangnan, Luo Chen calmly regarded the distant Asgard. After exchanging a glance with Altria, a holy sword appeared in his hand, the sword of promised victory. Luo Chen felt the residual power coursing within him. It was clear that the sovereign had chosen him to exact vengeance. For the time being, Luo Chen retained the realm of the human emperor and could channel endless dragon energy and national fortune as a source of magical power. In that case, Luo Chen's deep voice resonated from the sky. This is the battle for the City of Guardians. I hereby declare the Round Table Conference open. Not far away, Lin Xie's pupils widened as he bore witness to Merlin's spirit attached to him, curiously observing the figure and the holy sword. He was all too familiar with that blade. The figure beside him was none other than Arthur. Through prophetic arts, he glimpsed fragments of Altria's past. A faint smile graced Merlin's face. Why would I, in another timeline, entrust such a cruel task to a young girl? Though she is also King Arthur, her path to kingship is destined to be fraught with challenges due to her gender. From a moment she drew the Sword of Kings, Altria had to forsake her identity, existing solely as a king. Is such a life truly fair to her? Is it what she desires? Let me witness the brilliance of the holy sword once more, Merlin mused, keenly observing the figure above. The entire world seemed to fall into an unparalleled silence at Luo Chen's proclamation. A voice echoed from the void. The 13 seals are lifted, and the round table vote begins. Proclamation. This is not a battle against the elves. Acknowledge Lancelot. As the words fell, a voice resonated through the void, transcending time and space, ethereal, yet undeniably real. Luo Chen raised the sword of promised victory high, no longer shrouded by the Wind King's barrier. The sword revealed its true form to all. Proclamation. This is a battle against those stronger than oneself. Acknowledge Bedivere. Boom! The sword in Luo Chen's hand erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, soaring towards the heavens. Nearby, the Phoenix Squad and Lin Xie recognized that Luo Chen seemed to be performing some mysterious ritual. Proclamation. This is a fight for survival. Acknowledge K. Proclamation. This is not a battle against humanity. Acknowledge Gawain. Proclamation. This is a fight for truth. Acknowledge Agravain. Proclamation. This is a fair and just battle. Acknowledge Pamela. Proclamation. This is a battle against evil. Acknowledge Mordred. Proclamation. This fight is not for personal gain. Acknowledge Galahad. Proclamation. This is a battle for honor. Acknowledge Gawain. Proclamation. This is a battle alongside fellow heroes. Acknowledge Tristan. Proclamation. This is not a battle against the good. Acknowledge Gareth. Commencing the lifting of the third stage restrictions. Boom! Countless golden particles emerged from the void, converging upon Luo Chen. Even without unleashing his true name, the surging power of the holy sword was nearly uncontrollable. It stood like a blazing pillar of light in the sky. In that moment, everyone gazed in awe at the figure above. The borders of the great Xia, and even the entire universe, felt the immense pressure and the piercing light. The nameless mist churned violently, exuding a fetid and decayed aura. It trembled in fear. The light resembled a blazing sun, incinerating the gray fog that enveloped the world. Wherever it passed, the mist dissipated. The light stood like a beacon in the fog, illuminating the entire cosmos. From within the gray mist came chilling screams and wails, as if countless vengeful spirits cried out in anguish. Meanwhile, in Asgard, the Norse gods sensed that overwhelming aura gathering in the temple. Thor, the god of thunder, Tyr, the god of war, Vidar, the god of the forest, and Frigg, the mother of the gods, all converged here. Their expressions were frantic, some filled with unease. No longer did they maintain their usual lofty demeanor, gazing at the piercing light. Thor's anger flared instantly. Loki, look at the havoc you've wrought. The sky darkened with gathering clouds, and lightning flashed, seemingly reflecting Thor's fury. Loki, disheveled, rushed into the temple. Terror etched across his face. Thor, unable to contain his rage, seized Loki by the collar and lifted him. "You scoundrel! Why did you have to involve yourself in the Shiva's grievance? Look at what you've brought upon Asgard." Staring at the distant pillar of light, even the gods in their prime would shy away from its brilliance, let alone now, with the mist invading and their powers diminished. Loki, too, recognized the fear, never imagining that after slaying Indra and Hades, that being would turn its sights on Asgard. He was merely a human, just a mere mortal. How could he possess such power? Loki, as if possessed, murmured to himself, laughing and crying in madness. Luo Chen glanced at Altria beside him. Proclamation. This is the battle to save the world. Acknowledge Arthur. Altria's figure gradually became ethereal, merging with Luo Chen. Luo Chen's gaze sharpened, raising the sword of promised victory high. "I declare the Round Table Conference passed. The 13 restrictions are lifted. Uhadi bloom forth, the gathered breath of the stars, the shining flow of the stars, condensing the hopes of the mortal realm. The twilight of the gods has arrived. Accepted." Excalibur, Chapter 76, The Twilight of the Gods. Before the eyes of the world, voices echoed through the void. It is evident from their names that these are none other than the greatest knights of the Round Table under the legendary King Arthur of Britain. With the acknowledgement of the Round Table Knights, the light of the holy sword in Luo Chen's hand has bathed the entire sky in a golden hue. As the Round Table assembly concluded, Luo Chen was enveloped by a colossal pillar of light, divine and powerful. Countless glowing points, resembling fireflies, continued to converge towards Luo Chen from the ground below. These represented the beliefs and hopes of countless warriors wishing to protect this beautiful world. This is the Star Holy Sword. Fully liberated from its true name, its power derived from the will of humanity. Below, Yefan gazed in awe at this scene. "Is this the spirit agent? Master?" The call of Altria reached Luo Chen, who nodded in response. "Let us together obliterate that filthy divine realm." At this moment, Altria's spirit foundation and Luo Chen had completely merged, allowing Luo Chen to unleash this formidable strike after breaking the 13 shackles. Luo Chen felt the dragon energy within him surge wildly into the holy sword, drawing near to deplete the earth's dragon energy beneath his feet. Were it not for Ying Zheng, Luo Chen would have struggled to unleash this terrifying blow. His meager mental strength was utterly insignificant before the Star Holy Sword. Stepping forward, the golden flames around him seemed to cheer in unison as Luo Chen forcefully swung the holy sword. Clang! In an instant, the immense pillar of light, piercing through the heavens and the earth, slashed towards Asgard. At this moment, the entire world turned its gaze. That golden pillar of light resembled Pangu's mighty axe, cleaving the heavens asunder. Wherever the pillar passed, oceans were completely evaporated, and all that stood in its way was entirely dissolved by the golden flames. Ordinary people, unaware of the circumstances, believed the apocalypse was upon them. "Look, is that a meteor? Oh no, at this rate, the earth won't be shattered, will it?" Yefan was also transfixed by this scene. The sight indelibly etched into his mind. "The earth won't be cleaved in two," he murmured. Asgard. Odin, seated upon his throne, slowly opened his eyes. He took a deep breath and commanded, "Let us meet the enemy." "Yes." The gods responded in unison. At the end of the rainbow bridge, a giant clad in golden armor held a holy sword in his hand. This was the key to the rainbow bridge, and this giant was none other than Heimdall, the guardian of the rainbow bridge. Heimdall gripped his sword tightly, gazing at the approaching pillar of light, swallowing hard unconsciously. Damn it! Heimdall swung his holy sword with all his might. However, both the sword and his body disintegrated into the air upon contact with the pillar of light. It was as if they had never existed. Though the chief god was powerful, he was utterly insufficient against the sword of victory that broke the 13 shackles. It was a star treasure. The power of the Star Holy Sword remained undiminished, charging towards the temple of Asgard. Simultaneously, countless divine energies surged from within the temple, as the Norse gods, led by Odin, activated their divine artifacts. Odin's expression darkened as he unleashed a potent surge of divine power. His Gungnir radiated a brilliant light. Yet, this mere glimmer, in the face of the colossal pillar of light, was akin to a flickering candle unable to compete with the full moon. Boom! The clash of divine power and the pillar of light ensued. A violent backlash swept across all of Asgard like a tidal wave, evaporating several weaker deities instantly. The ground cracked, leaving deep chasms, and numerous structures collapsed. The most resplendent temple trembled incessantly, its opulent adornment shattered. The entire space visibly twisted. The barrier protecting Asgard was rendered inconsequential before the star holy sword. Crack! The sound of metal breaking resonated. Odin's pupils constricted in shock. Gungnir in his hand had shattered at that moment. "Bastard! You have forced my hand!" Odin roared, and from beneath the eye patch covering his eyes, countless loathsome worms writhed forth, instantly occupying his vision. In an instant, Odin's aura surged, yet he remained diminutive before the immense pillar of light. Boom! Odin's eyes exploded, divine blood spilling across the ground. Had he not evaded in time, he would have perished in that colossal pillar. Even so, the left side of his body was still lost, dissolving in the sacred flames. Puffed! The god spat blood, unable to withstand any longer, collapsing to the ground. Boom! The entire Asgard was pierced by the divine flames. Countless structures were submerged in that blaze, and the entire barrier was utterly destroyed. Odin clutched his injured body, his expression dark as he beheld this scene. His divine realm was lost. The Norse gods suffered casualties, with none unscathed, and even his supreme essence sustained grave damage from this strike. Everything happening in Asgard was, of course, witnessed by other mythological realms. They felt fortunate that this strike was not directed at them. This sentiment was particularly profound among Olympus, who remained the most intact among the mythological realms. Yet faced with the strike of the star holy sword, they too found themselves powerless. Zeus's gaze flickered, relieved that only Hades had perished. Compared to Asgard's obliteration, Olympus had merely lost a king of the underworld. It was a situation they could reluctantly accept. Luo Chen gasped heavily, realizing that had he not restrained his power, the entire earth might have truly been cleaved in two. At this moment, the world fell silent. Any mythological realms harboring thoughts against Dasha chose to remain silent. It was precisely because the original power of the Star Holy Sword was overwhelmingly potent that King Arthur summoned the Round Table Knights to impose restrictions upon it. Watching the dissipating city of Tsangnan below, Luo Chen felt a pang in his heart. Even with such formidable strength, he still could not avert the city's demise. Suddenly, Luo Chen beheld the dragon mark command on the back of his hand. A thought surged forth. "Altria, I must ask for your aid once more. By my command." The people of Tsangnan were engulfed in endless sorrow. Yet, in the next moment, a towering tower of light slowly ascended from Tsangnan. The city, which had been becoming increasingly indistinct, suddenly froze in that instant. Chapter 77. Holy Lance, set sail. To save the city of Tsangnan, Luo Chen's power alone was insufficient. Gazing at the divine essence of the king of the underworld in his hand, Luo Chen directly offered it in sacrifice. Beneath the Tower of Light, Luo Chen held a long spear. It was a lance entirely silver-white, adorned with mysterious patterns and ancient engravings, resembling a work of art, a knight's lance. This spear radiated an enigmatic beauty, emanating a pulse of energy that sent shivers down the spine. Luo Chen raised the spear high. In the next moment, buzz! The spear erupted with blinding brilliance. The ancient patterns entwined around it, and the beams of light instantly expanding. Under the gaze of the crowd, a colossal tower of light soared into the sky above Tsangnan. "What is that?" A member of the public gasped. "It's light. Inu di Jia existed." Another case of Chun-Erbing. Compared to the public's cheers, as the tower of light appeared, everyone was astonished to discover that the city of Tsangnan, which had been gradually turning transparent, had suddenly regained its stable state. Yefon's pupils narrowed. Could he truly reverse the obliteration of the concept surrounding Tsangnan City? The others were so astonished that they could hardly utter a word, silently gazing at the figure suspended in the air. Impossible. In the distance, the voice of Zeus from Olympus echoed in disbelief. The destruction of Tsangnan City stemmed from the power of the supreme deity Shiva. It was an ability to erase everything at its very concept. To reverse such a fate was beyond even the other supreme gods. How could he possibly achieve this? As he beheld the gradually stabilizing Tsangnan, Zeus's expression turned pale with terror. First, he had shattered Asgard with a single strike, and now he was reversing the concept of Shiva's curse of annihilation. How could he not be astonished? Moreover, this was accomplished by a mere human. Throughout the ages, it has often been ordinary humans who could fell the stars. Beneath the light tower, Luo Chen raised the holy spear in his hand. At this moment, the 13 restraints of the round table meeting had been fully liberated, allowing the holy spear to manifest in its complete form. The holy spear, Rhongomyniad, existed as a pillar of light, maintaining the balance between reality and fantasy, residing at the outer layers of the world. Although it descended in the form of the holy spear, only that figure, Arthur, who stood at the intersection of divinity and fantasy, could wield such formidable power. Additionally, beyond representing the end, capable of stripping and annihilating all reality, it could also lock all concepts, preserving everything in a state of constancy. At this moment, Luo Chen was utilizing the power of the holy spear to firmly secure the entirety of Cthulhu by sacrificing a divine essence from a top-tier deity. He aimed to permanently bestow the spear's power upon the vanished inhabitants of Cthulhu. While he could not prevent the city from dissipating, he could certainly ensure the survival of its people. With one last glance at the bustling Cthulhu city, Luo Chen sighed. Perhaps this was the best outcome. Amidst the astonished gazes of the populace, the towering light tower suddenly vanished. The city of Cthulhu, which had returned to normalcy, began to fade once more, its structures transforming into flickering points of light. However, fortuitously, the people who were about to disappear did not dissolve into particles along with the city this time. This was a miracle. Although everyone had inevitably lost something in this disaster, such losses paled in comparison to their lives. Even those who had already faded away were restored by the power of the holy spear. The people were left only with the joy of having survived calamity. Luo Chen turned, glaring fiercely at Olympus and the Egyptian pantheon. Do not presume that this matter is concluded, thinking you can remain uninvolved. Dream on. Once more, Luo Chen raised the holy spear, beginning to chant. 13 restraints released. The holy spear set sail. With a resounding boom, as his voice fell, the holy spear, Rhongomyniad, erupted with dazzling brilliance. The luminous bands encircling the spear unfurled instantly, transforming in the air into a golden light tower. It was a stormy anchor that tore through the sky and connected to the earth. The formidable force of the storm surrounded the outer perimeter of the light tower, its brilliance flickering as countless rays of light intertwined. A chilling aura enveloped the scene, yet simultaneously imparted a sense of sanctity and inviolability. An overwhelming presence emanated from Luo Chen, reminiscent of the moment when the Star Sword was unleashed. It represented the light at the end of the locked stars, unveiling the truths concealed beneath the world's surface. As the chant reached its climax, the storm and the light tower began to rapidly converge. At last, energy coalesced at the tip of the holy spear. Luo Chen took a deep breath, aiming the spear at Olympus and the Egyptian pantheon, channeling all his remaining strength into the holy spear. This strike encapsulated all that I possess. Ancient deities, perish. Shine forth, spear the end. With Luo Chen's elevated voice ringing out, accompanied by the liberation of its true name, the power of the holy spear, Rhongomyniad, was entirely unleashed. Beneath the night sky, in the eyes of the people of Cthulhu City, a radiant beam of light surged towards the heavens. Olympus. How could this be? Zeus's fury was palpable. He had just launched a devastating blow against Asgard and had reversed the destructive powers of Shiva's wrath. Why? Why did he still possess the strength to strike at Olympus? Presently, the 12 principal deities of Olympus were weakened. Hades lay dead, and Poseidon was gravely injured. Only 9 deities, possessing peak divine combat prowess, remained alongside the supreme deity, Zeus. The rest were either ordinary deities or exceedingly weak ones. Before the holy spear, Rhongomyniad, they could hardly muster resistance. Simultaneously, on the other side, the chief of the 9 pillars of the Egyptian pantheon, the sun god Ra, instantly sensed something amiss. As a deity, he could not suppress an expletive. Damn! I have done nothing to provoke your great Xia. This was indeed an unforeseen catastrophe for him. The recent incident involving Shiva's wrath had seen the Egyptian pantheon remaining uninvolved, merely observing in silence. However, Luo Chen understood that if he sought to inflict significant damage, he must seize this opportunity to cripple all mythologies. Otherwise, if one were to dominate, the consequences were all too clear. The gods of Great Xia were still in the cycle of reincarnation, and they must secure ample time for themselves. Thus, Ra was compelled to lead the Egyptian gods to Olympus in an instant. Before Zeus could speak, he interjected, "Zeus, let's join forces." The expression in Zeus's eyes fluctuated, but the current circumstances left no room for deliberation. The arrival of the 9 pillars undoubtedly infused them with a glimmer of hope. As the light tower shot straight into the sky, a terrifying force rent the heavens asunder, turning the night into day. The first to be affected was the fog. The endless mist was evaporated by the flames of the holy spear. And then Zeus and the others bore witness to a horrifying sight. A colossal light tower pierced the heavens, descending above Olympus. Chapter 78. A sword and a spear cursed humans. Zeus bellowed, leading Hera, Demeter, Poseidon, Athena, Apollo, Artemis, Aphrodite, Ares, Hephaestus, Hermes, Hestia, and the other 12 principal deities, unleashing their full divine powers to attack the golden light tower in the sky. Endless thunder raged, as if proclaiming Zeus's wrath. Yet this meager thunder was akin to that of a child before the gigantic light tower. Unleash your full might. Otherwise, if Olympus falls, we shall be next. Ra commanded the gods of the Egyptian pantheon sternly. In an instant, countless divine powers surged into the sky as the 2 mythologies united against the holy spear, Rhongomyniad. What scene it would be! Should anyone witness it, this moment would surely be etched into the annals of history. Various colors of divine energy intertwined at this moment, coalescing under the leadership of the supreme deity Zeus into a sharp arrow. The essence of Olympus and that of Egypt formed a massive bow and string. Deities, unendurable in dignity. Boom! Channeling the entirety of the 2 mythologies' powers, this divine arrow shot towards the light tower in the sky. At the moment of collision, a violent explosion erupted, sending shockwaves throughout Olympus, causing all structures to tremble and collapse. Yet, in their incredulous gaze, the divine arrow visibly began to shatter. The light tower unfurled, transforming into countless streams of light rushing towards the gods. Boom! The gods struggled to resist, yet the beams of light seemed to possess sentience, each stream targeting a specific deity. Even the supreme gods Zeus and Ra found themselves powerless against this force. Endless thunder and the fires of the sun formed a barrier, yet they were directly dissolved by the radiant flames. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Olympus crumbled, with Zeus's right half pierced through, divine blood gushing forth. Ra fared little better, with one of his arms entirely incinerated. The plight of the other divine beings is indeed heartbreaking, with many perishing or gravely wounded. Uniting the powers of 2 mythologies ultimately managed to momentarily deflect the brilliance of the Holy Lance. However, whether this truly constitutes a successful defense remains debatable. The once resplendent structures of Olympus have vanished entirely. Though not shattered like Asgard, the entire divine realm lies desolate. Similarly, in the realm of La and Egyptian mythology, the 9 pillars have lost several of their number, leaving only a few main deities unscathed. While the temples remain intact, the divine beings within have suffered grievously. The already scant numbers of the Egyptian pantheon have dwindled further. This is the true twilight of the gods. Zeus and Ra were grim expressions. In the distance, Xia's Luo Chen gazes out, slowly lowering the lance he holds. At that moment, the golden glow in his pupils extinguishes and his realm abruptly declines, plummeting back to the Chuan realm. Surely, they should be more subdued now. Luo Chen's vision darkens, and he collapses, the holy lance dissipating into particles in the air. The figure of Artoria reappears, gently embracing Luo Chen. The forced burden of the heroic spirit's essence has inflicted severe damage upon his soul. First, the first emperor's essence was anchored to him, and now he bears Artoria's spirit, considering he is merely at the Chuan realm. Even a pinnacle human would be injured from wielding such immense power. At that moment, a Taoist clad in coarse linen appears, observing the girl and the boy in her embrace. Artoria becomes alert. The Taoist waves his hand, stating his intention is to save him. Artoria scrutinizes the elder closely and, sensing no malis, not se fermentibly. After all, she has no better alternatives. It is indeed humanity that can strike down the stars. This Taoist is none other than Xia's Dao de Tianzun. Simultaneously, Yang Jin and a child in a red hoodie materialize at his side. Is this the lad? The red-clad child remarks. It seems the first emperor has taken residence within him. The child smacks his lips, lamenting the fact that Odin, Zeus, and those other supreme deities remain unscathed. Dao de Tianzun playfully pats the child's head, noting that the individual has already aided them significantly. Without him, this boy would likely have been unable to unleash such formidable power. Merely wielding those two weapons would have drained him entirely. Observe the surrounding dragon veins. The accumulated dragon energy of a millennium has been nearly expended under the might of this sword and lance. Dao de Tianzun shakes his head in resignation. Yang Jin gazes at the lingering embers in the sky, reminiscent of shooting stars. The Tianzun speaks wisely. Henceforth, we must rely on ourselves to safeguard Xia, for it is the duty of the divine. So, Tianzun, what shall we do next? He inquires. In response to Yang Jin's question, the red-clad child excitedly raises his fist. We must strike while he is down. However, in the next moment, a loud thud resounds. Ouch, that hurts. The red-clad child clutches his head, his large, watery eyes glaring at the Taoist. Tianzun, what are you doing? Dao de Tianzun shakes his head in exasperation. As Asgard lies in ruins, and Olympus and Egyptian mythology are severely weakened, this indeed appears to be a prime opportunity for a counterattack. Yet, one must not forget that, when cornered, the retaliation of deities can be even more formidable. Given their recent devastation, it is highly likely they will unite. Our strength is yet to be fully restored, and some individuals have not even regained their memories. A cornered beast fights fiercely, let alone a god. The friliest of camels is still larger than a horse. Dao de Tianzun understands this well. A counteroffensive against Asgard or Olympus at this moment would only provoke a more violent backlash. Such a course of action is imprudent. For the time being, the Western deities are unlikely to harbor any further intentions against Xia. Our priority must be to swiftly regain our strength. I shall heed the Tianzun's decree. Yang Jin bows respectfully. Within the Peace Affairs office, only Shao In, Heracles, and the scattered members of Team 136 remain. The two heroic spirits stand vigil, as Heracles, being of the Berserker class, cannot communicate, leaving Shao In to exchange silent glances with him. Redding feels fortunate that Luo Chen somehow reversed Chen Mai's death, bringing him back to life. Yet, gazing at the family portrait on the wall, everyone appears lost in despair, silent. Suddenly, Lin Qi, donned in a magical robe, appears. Redding turns, disbelief etched on her face, tears shimmering in her eyes. Jie. Lin Qi surveys the room, noticing that Luo Chen, Si Xiaonan, and Leng Xian are absent. A disquieting premonition rises within him. Where are Luo Chen and the others? Jie? Upon hearing this, Redding weeps more fervently. As the vice captain, Wu Xiangnan knows he must step forward to clarify. After taking a deep breath, he slowly begins. The captain had vanished, but it seems Luo Chen did something, and now he is revived, though he remains unconscious. Xiaonan and Leng Xian have gone somewhere, and Luo Chen is unreachable. Linji est frozen, ressembling à state. Though he does not comprehend the specifics of Luo Chen's actions, he has witnessed the scene with his own eyes. Immense power invariably comes at a cost. Luo Chen saved an entire city. Although Tsang Nen has dissipated, given Chen Mai's condition, it is likely his aunt is safe as well. I owe you a favor. Lin Jie murmurs. He seizes Wu Xiangnan's hand, activating Fan Chun Shunyu, channeling the last vestiges of seraphic power into Wu Xiangnan's palm. Under the gaze of onlookers, the two visible wounds on Wu Xiangnan's hand gradually heal as if they had never existed. Before Wu Xiangnan can fully comprehend what has transpired, Lin Qi slightly turns his head. I shall seek out Luo Chen. With that, his figure vanishes from the basement. Gazing over the boundless expanse of the wilderness, Lin Qi has scarcely taken 2 steps before he collapses. The burden of harboring a divine soul has inflicted severe harm upon him. Enduring for this long has already been an incredible feat suddenly. Yuan Shirtan appears behind him, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes, as he traces a talisman on Lin Qi's brow. Chapter 79. The two missing individuals' time seems to stretch indefinitely. In Songnan City, Red Ing sits alone atop a building, gazing at the resplendent full moon in the sky. Her long crimson hair rustles in the wind. Red Ing, Jia, I knew you would be here. And Xingyu pushes open the door, instinctively adjusting his glasses. You're thinking about Luo Chen and Qi Yi again, right? The vice captain asked me to call you down for a meal. Red Ing stares blankly, not responding, her body trembling slightly. And Xingyu perceives everything, keenly aware of her distress. Abruptly, Red Ing speaks. Xiao Yu, what do you think happened to Xiao Chen? And what about Qi Yi? He said he would look for Xiao Chen, yet now he is unreachable. And Xingyu's expression dims, and he sighs. I'm the only one left now. Do you think something has happened to them? Red Ing bites her lip, her gaze evasive. And Xingyu is uncertain, but attempts to reassure her. Rest easy, Jia. You know Luo Chen. During the new recruit training, his capabilities were beyond imagination. The special team didn't fare well under his leadership. Don't worry, they'll be fine. After all, it is said that good people do not live long, while calamities linger for 1,000 years. Perhaps that description is not entirely fitting. But Luo Chen embodies that essence, and so does Qi Yi. They're not ordinary individuals. How could they come to harm? In private, and Xingyu employs various means, frequently contacting by Li Pangpang and Shen Qingzhu, striving to uncover the whereabouts of the two. Let's eat first. Hongying did not refuse, nodding in agreement. She gazed at the full moon in the sky, and the image of Luo Chen, clad in a black dragon robe, standing tall in the air, surfaced in her mind, causing a wave of bitterness to wash over her. Her troublesome younger brother had clearly promised to marry her. He must not come to any harm. Meanwhile, Bai Li Pangpang sat comfortably between two maids dressed as young ladies, one on his left and one on his right, enjoying a life of leisure. Occasionally, he would sip a bit of the 1982 law fight and nibble on grapes offered by the maids. During this period, there had been no mysterious occurrences in Guangshan City, and Bai Li Pangpang was quite pleased with the tranquility. Goodbye, Mama. Tonight I embark on a distant voyage. Suddenly, a cheerful ringtone rang out, startling Bai Li Pangpang as he emerged from the embrace of the maid and pressed the answer button. What now, Zhuangge? This is the 18th time you've called me today. Are you missing me? He. Shen Qingzhu's voice came through, his forehead veins bulging as he gritted his teeth in anger. Get lost, you fatso. Cut the nonsense and tell me what you found out. The sudden disappearance of Songnan City, a vast metropolis, could be concealed from ordinary people through certain means. But it was impossible to keep it a secret from the Night Watchers. As a member of the Jing City 006 squad, Shen Qingzhu was acutely aware of this matter. Upon hearing of Songnan's disappearance, he immediately called Luo Chen and Lin Qi, but they both silently ignored his calls, likely unable to answer. Shen Qingzhu, unable to take a leave of absence, rushed at Songnan to inquire with the members of Team 136, only to receive the disheartening news that they too could not locate the two individuals. This situation led to Shen Qingzhu receiving a reprimand. Feeling increasingly anxious about the situation, he sought out Xiao Pinggu, yet still received no answers. It was unclear whether Xiao Pinggu was unwilling to share information or genuinely uninformed. Eventually, he thought of Bai Li Pangpang, the young master of the Bai Li family, renowned for their extensive influence and connections within the Night Watchers. When it came to serious matters, Bai Li Pangpang wasted no time. He waved away the two maids. Once he confirmed they were alone, he whispered into the phone, I can assure you, Chenggu and Qi Yi are definitely alive, but they are not in Songnan. As for their exact location, stop beating around the bush and don't make me come to Guangshan to beat you. Shen Qingzhu interrupted impatiently. Bai Li Pangpang Shuklat. Just moments ago, I received news that Chenggu and Qi Yi are at the Zhai Jiesua. That's south the most secure place for the Night Watchers. Shen Qingzhu paused for a moment. Is this information reliable? Bai Li Pangpang perked up. Absolutely, Zhuangge. Do you doubt me? Don't underestimate our Bai Li family's intelligence network. All right, consider me indebted to you. Shen Qingzhu nodded, preparing to end the call. Wait, Zhuangge. Shen Qingzhu was taken aback and put the phone back to his ear. What is it? I have an idea. Bai Li Pangpang Zhiglat. And Shen Qingzhu immediately felt uneasy. With a sigh, he asked, what is your idea? A group chat was successfully created. Ding. Mature woman enthusiast has sent a message. Mature woman enthusiast? Mature woman enthusiast has exited the group chat. Chao Yuan has joined the group chat. Chao Yuan. What the hell by Li Tu-ming? Why did you pull me into this group? Shun Qingzhu. By Li Tu-ming has changed the group name to Rescue Luo Chen and Lin Qi Task Force. Rescue Luo Chen and Lin Qi Task Force. Chao Thief. We need to discuss something urgent. Shun Qingzhu stared at the group's name, Rescue Luo Chen and Lin Qi Task Force, falling into contemplation, sensing something amiss. Rescue Luo Chen and Lin Qi Task Force has changed the group name to By Li Tu-ming. By Li Tu-ming. Ahem, sorry about that. Chao Yuan. Shun Qingzhu. Speak up or spit it out quickly. Chao Yuan. Wait a minute. Rescue Luo Chen and Lin Qi? Have you found them? What's going on? By Li Tu-ming. I used some secret methods to discover their location. Those two are currently locked up in the Zhai GSA. By Li Tu-ming. We're going to do something big. Chao Yuan. Are you sure? Shun Qingzhu. By Li Tu-ming. Think about it. The Zhai GSA is filled with the most dangerous criminals. What will happen to Luo Chen and Lin Qi, those two pretty boys, if they go in there? They might as well be picking up soap. Chao Yuan. Are you serious? Shun Qingzhu. Haha. By Li Tu-ming. The crucial point is that the Zhai GSA has the Zhun Su Bei suppressing them. What if they wake up and are surrounded by muscular men? Chao Yuan pondered for a moment. Having spent some time inside, he knew well that many of the inmates were indeed vicious criminals, some of whom had certain proclivities. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't worry about Luo Chen and Lin Qi's capabilities, but with the Zhun Su Bei and the fact that they had just awoken, their strength was uncertain. Gao Duan, Ohat no, Shun Qingzhu, count me in. By Li Tu-ming. Perfect. We will protect Chen Ge and Qi Yi's chastity. Achoo. In a state of unconsciousness, Luo Chen unexpectedly sneezed. Dr. Li. Chapter 80. Fortuitous misfortune. Meanwhile, the Phoenix team had concluded their mission in Songnan. And just as they were preparing to leave, Xia Ximeng's pupils contracted in surprise. What the heck? A wild divine agent. Xia Ximeng grinned, rubbing her hands together. They look like they want to come home with me. Kongshang. Following this, Xia Ximeng and her team jogged over, and indeed, two individuals lay unconscious on the grass nearby. Just as Xia Ximeng was about to take action, she was stopped by Kongshang. They seemed to be seriously injured. Captain, don't forget how exaggerated that guy's strength was before. Immense power often comes with immense consequences. Xia Ximeng frowned. So what do we do now? Let us take them back to headquarters first. In a subconscious state, Luo Chen seemed to traverse through time, perhaps due to carrying the essence of the first emperor. He unexpectedly witnessed the Six Kingdoms and the tragic past of the first emperor. As a child, he was sent to Zhao as a hostage, and his early life was filled with extreme hardship. Even after finally returning to Qin, he still did not enjoy a good life, but was instead constrained at every turn. Even after ascending to the throne as the king of Qin, he still lacked real power. Perhaps it was due to these numerous experiences that the first emperor resolved to fulfill his grand ambition of unifying the world. Even after unifying the realm, he remained concerned for the common people, fearing their suffering at the hands of the Xiongnu, and spared no effort in constructing the Great Wall. Undeterred by being denounced as a tyrant by the masses, history has proven he was right. The sins of his time, the merits of eternity. Millennia later, he still descended, utilizing Luo Chen's body to strike down Indra, slay Hades with a single palm, and grievously injure Poseidon from thousands of miles away. In the end, he lent all his power to Luo Chen, enabling him to deal a heavy blow to the three divine nations, all to safeguard the Qin dynasty behind him. Experiencing the battle from a first-person perspective allowed Luo Chen to immerse himself fully, clearly sensing the formidable strength of the first emperor, who didn't even employ his divine artifacts. The human emperor's sword should not be considered a divine artifact. It is a power accessible to all previous human emperors. Moreover, he wielded the authority of ruler, granting Luo Chen a command spell. This was a power that even the throne of heroes did not bestow upon him. Perhaps because he was a ruler, he could not be summoned by Luo Chen in the ordinary manner. Only in critical moments could the ruler descend into the world. At the Zhai GSA, Dr. Li gazed at the unconscious Luo Chen, lost in thought. How strange. Lin Qi is gravely injured, yet has awakened. But this kid has yet to regain consciousness? Yifan stood by, observing the youth before him. The sword and spear still left him profoundly shaken, the scene lingering in his mind long after. Luo Chen could be regarded as the most significant contributor in this divine battle. securing precious time for Xia while inflicting severe damage on the three legendary realms. Gazing at the still unconscious Luo Chen, Yi Fan felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Should anything unfortunate befall Luo Chen as a result, Yi Fan would carry that remorse for a lifetime. Just then, Luo Chen slowly opened his eyes, bewildered. As he looked at the pristine ceiling and the glaring lights, he blinked. "Where am I?" His voice instantly filled Yi Fan with joy. "You have finally awakened." Yi Fan's anxiety dissipated. Upon examination, it was clear that Luo Chen bore no physical injuries, merely an excessive depletion of spiritual energy. Despite being on the brink of spiritual injury from bearing the essences of two heroic spirits, Luo Chen had been rescued by the Celestial Lord through some means. Altria had remained at his side in spirit form throughout. As Luo Chen gradually regained his senses, realization dawned upon him. The abstinence chamber? He suddenly comprehended his whereabouts. With his awakening, the entire abstinence chamber began to stir. Countless alloy doors swung open, and a man clad in a white coat approached. "Hello, I am your attending physician. My surname is Li. Liang Wang?" Luo Chen blurted out, then abruptly realized his slip. He quickly cleared his throat. "Ahem. Hello, Dr. Li." Goodness, he almost let it slip. It seemed that his mind was still a bit foggy upon waking. Dr. Li adjusted his glasses, somewhat astonished. "You know me?" Luo Chen hastily fabricated an excuse. "Lin Xie mentioned you to me before." He swiftly diverted the topic. "Dr. Li, how long have I been unconscious?" In the realm of subconsciousness, there was no concept of time, and he had nearly witnessed the life of the first emperor. Now, he was eager to know how much time had actually passed. Dr. Li nodded lightly. 1 year. Hearing this, Luo Chen felt a slight sense of clarity. Lin Xie had gone mad in the original narrative, succumbing to despair for a year. However, since his aunt had been rescued by him, it should not take a year for her recovery, right? Subsequently, Luo Chen inquired again. "Can I be discharged?" According to the commander, you'll need to be observed for about another month to ensure there are no lingering issues before you can leave. The doctor replied. Yi Fan nodded in agreement. "You are now of paramount importance to the Watchers. We have a responsibility to ensure your safety." Luo Chen acknowledged this, feeling his body, and was suddenly struck by a shocking realization. His spiritual power had unknowingly broken through to the sea realm. Perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. The forced bearing of two heroic spirits' essences had nearly torn his soul apart, only for it to heal and elevate his spiritual power significantly. This also meant he could summon a fourth heroic spirit. Having just summoned the third, after sleeping for a year, he was poised to summon the fourth. Was this not a twist of fate? Luo Chen chuckled and turned to Dr. Li. "Can I take a stroll?" Dr. Li nodded. "It is currently activity time. You may roam about, but please do not leave the premises." Luo Chen agreed. Stepping outside and feeling the sun's warmth, he moved his body slightly. "Altria, I am here." The figure of the girl materialized before him, standing quietly. "Thank you for your hard work this past year," Luo Chen said with a gentle smile. Altria shook her head. "At least Master is no longer in danger." Luo Chen glanced at his left hand, noticing that one of the original 3 dragon-shaped markings had faded to a light scar. Only 2 command seals remained. "You can just call me by my name from now on. Referring to me as Master feels a bit strange," Luo Chen said with a faint smile. Altria paused for a moment, then tentatively replied, "Then Luo Chen?" Luo Chen smiled approvingly. "I am here." Altria found his response amusing, a smile blossoming on her face. Dr. Liang Wang, who had been observing silently, was also somewhat astonished, although he was aware of Luo Chen's abilities in advance. Witnessing a girl appear out of thin air was still quite shocking. After all, the abstinence chamber was heavily fortified, and there were 12 robust alloy doors between Luo Chen's ward and this activity space. How did she manage to get in? Dr. Li muttered quietly. Chapter 81. The girl the nurse led Luo Chen through a long corridor, stopping before a steel door, with Altria accompanying him. The nurse scanned her pupils in front of the camera for verification. She then presented her work ID to the security personnel behind her. The security officer glanced at the ID and then inquired, "Nurse 12138, what song was sung during the moving of the mountains?" The nurse's face visibly flushed. "Move the mountains. Move the mountains, shining bright." Luo Chen and Altria exchanged puzzled glances. This code was perplexing, yet deserving of respect. As the steel doors swung open, the nurse gestured for them to enter. Inside was the criminal activity area, with the building behind serving as the cafeteria. Most inmates in the abstinence chamber were notorious criminals, and as a patient, they typically would not bother him. However, it was advisable to maintain a distance. Luo Chen nodded. Thank you. Entering with Altria, they surveyed their surroundings. The activity area of the abstinence chamber was vast, featuring not only a playground, but also a fitness zone equipped with a plethora of exercise machines, as well as basketball and soccer fields for recreation. However, the surroundings were shrouded in impenetrable, high-strength alloy walls, with a labyrinth of barbed wire and cameras everywhere. Luo Chen could not even count the number of hidden sentinels. In such an environment, it was nearly impossible for criminals to escape, especially since their confinement was tightly controlled. As Luo Chen and Altria appeared, they instantly attracted the attention of the inmates. Their faces lit up with interest, some sizing up Luo Chen, but most were fixated on Altria. After all, the presence of a beautiful girl in the abstinence chamber was unprecedented. Hey, what's going on? How did such a stunning girl end up here? A man with a somewhat menacing appearance licked his lips, a centipede-like scar marking his forehead, his eyes filled with desire. He hesitated for a moment, then began issuing commands to his subordinates. After observing for a while, Luo Chen spotted Lin Chia jogging on the playground. Lin Chia noticed him too, sprinting over and giving a slight nod to Altria. You have finally awakened? How do you feel? Luo Chen shook his head. I am fine. That's good. Did Dr. Li mention how long you need to stay here? Lin Chia had previously inquired with Dr. Li, knowing that Luo Chen would remain in the abstinence chamber for a while longer. Coincidentally, he was also about to unlock the third door of the Divine Mental Hospital. There were many tasks he needed to accomplish, so he could not remain here for long. Probably a little over a month? Luo Chen replied. Why do I have to stay for a year? Lin Chia asked. Because you're mentally ill. I am not. That's what all mentally ill people say. Then let me ask you a question. Luo Chen tilted his head. You say you're definitely not mentally ill. Lin Chia declared indignantly. If you fill a bathtub with water, placing a spoon and a basin beside it, how would you empty the bathtub more quickly? Lin Chia was momentarily taken aback. Do you think I'm a fool? Of course, I would use a basin. Luo Chen waved his index finger in front of him, exclaiming no, 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 observing Lin Chia's look of confusion. Artoria, please enlighten him on what a normal person would do. Artoria stepped forward, pondered for a moment, and then raised her gaze to Lin Chia, stating, I would simply pull the plug from the bathtub. Lin Chia fell silent, beginning to question his own sanity. Doubts crept in. He suddenly wondered if he truly had a mental illness. Luo Chen shook his head, remarking, even cured, he still drools. As the two conversed, several burly men surrounded them. The leader, a robust figure adorned with intricate tattoos on his arms, stood nearly 2 meters tall. His greedy gaze roamed over Artoria without restraint. Where did you come from, little girl? Upon hearing this, a hint of coldness appeared on Artoria's face. Both Luo Chen and Lin Chia dropped their smiles, with Luo Chen instinctively pulling Artoria behind him. Scram, Lin Chia uttered coolly. The group of muscular men paused for a moment, then 3 of them stepped forward. You're standing before Jin Ge, the boss of Linglong Street. Don't be ungrateful. Annoying, Luo Chen retorted, swiftly slapping one of the men, sending 2 of them flying. Thinking of messing with King Arthur? Do you wish to perish? The remaining henchmen were instantly dumbfounded. Jin Ge, witnessing his subordinates being sent flying, scoffed. Oh, you little brat. Quite the fighter, aren't you? I shall see just how tough you really are. With that, Jin Ge clenched his fists, launching a powerful punch toward Luo Chen. Luo Chen sidestepped just in time, then seized Jin Ji's wrist with his left hand, yanking him off balance before delivering a sharp elbow strike to his head. The fluidity of the moves left Lin Chia in awe, while Artoria watched with keen interest. Jin Ge was taken aback, pain radiating from his head. Yet he gritted his teeth and charged at Luo Chen once more. You little brat, come at me again. His veins bulged as he unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks with reckless abandon. But Luo Chen deftly deflected his blows and countered with a powerful strike to Jin Ji's waist that sent him crashing against the metallic wall. The onlooking henchman gasped, rushing to assist Jin Ge. Lin Chia's lips twitched. Is this Wing Chun? When did you learn that? Luo Chen casually brushed off his hands. Nothing special, just a matter of practice. Artoria applauded, impressed. In truth, it was merely a few techniques he had skimmed through during training camp, remembered just in time. With his mental prowess, mastering such folk martial arts was expedited, though not entirely standard. It sufficed to deal with a few unarmed criminals. and Luo Chen's physical capabilities were formidable. A few more henchmen attempted to retaliate for Jingu, but fell swiftly to Lin Chie's strikes. A smirk crept onto Luo Chen's face as he observed the remaining burly men, reveling in their youthful arrogance. Chapter 82. Special Squad. Seeing the playful expression on Luo Chen's face, Jin Ji's fury ignited anew as he charged at Luo Chen once more. Luo Chen's gaze turned icy as he caught Jin Ji's fist and forcefully twisted it. A sharp crack echoed through the room as Jin Ji's wrist was broken. Jin Ji's agonizing scream reverberated throughout the activity area, his face contorting in pain. Another swift kick sent him flying again. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of other criminals, and even the man with the centipede scar looked surprised. Well, these two pretty boys can actually fight? He snorted dismissively. What good is fighting without power or backing? Meanwhile, the alarm blared loudly as prison guards rushed in, armed and on high alert. What was happening? Luo Chen pointed at Jingu. This guy was struck by gym equipment and broke his wrist. The surrounding henchmen exchanged bewildered glances. Yet, Luo Chen wore a dangerous smile, reinforcing the gravity of the situation in their minds. Jingu and his gang nodded frantically, their expressions filled with terror. Simultaneously, at the headquarters of the Night Watchers, several figures sat in a spacious conference room, seemingly deliberating a matter. Commander Yi, has there been any news of the great Xia Divine since the last incident? The only sighting was a year ago of a creature resembling the Shoutian Hound. Yi Fan shook his head. Even a year ago during the Divine conflict, only the Shoutian Hound had appeared, and information regarding the great Xia Divine was exceedingly scant, as if it truly did not exist. It was puzzling why the great Xia Divine would only send the Shoutian Hound to battle. They seemed ready to make a stand, yet vanished again. Would they disappear for centuries once more? This perplexes me. They evidently wish to assist us, yet remain hidden. Zhuo Qing shook his head. There are two possibilities. Yi Fan's eyes brightened. Please elaborate, Zhuo Qing. Zhuo Qing nodded. The first possibility is that the great Xia Divine encountered some unforeseen circumstance, rendering them unable to assist. It is not that they do not want to help. Rather, they cannot. The second possibility is that the great Xia Divine is intentionally avoiding us, wanting us to mature through adversity. As the saying goes, children from poor families mature early. That phrase seems somewhat inappropriate in this context. A high-ranking official interjected awkwardly. Zhuo Qing shrugged. Consider this. If the great Xia had divine protection a century ago, would the Night Watchers exist today? Would there still be 5 human paragons of war? An older official spoke slowly, his voice heavy. Moreover, mysterious incidents have surged across the country this year, growing increasingly potent. The Night Watchers stationed in the cities are struggling. With only a few special squads, our manpower is indeed lacking. Zhuo Qing nodded in agreement. That little girl Xia Simeng has called me countless times this month, complaining that we are overworking our staff. If this continues, they may rebel and replace us. At this, the officials chuckled in exasperation. Captain Xia certainly has a flair for humor. Ye Fan nodded. The burden on the special squads has indeed become excessive. Moreover, amidst the fog, various divine nations seem to be stirring, yet no one can fulfill the duties of the 005 special squad. This puts us at a disadvantage. Though those fellows were severely weakened in the divine conflict a year ago, they remain restless. One high-ranking official concurred. The reorganization of the 5th Special Squad is becoming urgent. The Special Squad is crucial for the Great Xia, and we cannot afford to make hasty decisions. The members are negotiable, but do we have any candidates for the team leader? The team leader? Ye Fan suinted. I have 2 candidates in mind, Luo Chen and Lin Chie. What do you think of them? Lin Chie is worth considering, but Luo Chen's abilities are rather formidable. One high-ranking official conceded with a shake of his head. Behind him stood a myriad of heroic spirits. Should he assume the responsibilities of the 5th Special Squad? It would suffice to say that a single individual would embody an entire team. Following the divine conflict, the intricacies of Luo Chen's abilities were unveiled to the upper echelons of the Night Watch. Not only could he harness the powers of these heroic spirits, but he could also summon them to engage in battle. More significantly, with the revelation that an emperor, Ying Zheng, resided within Luo Chen, he had become a focal point of surveillance. However, would it not be a grave error to conceal such a prodigy? Furthermore, if this led to his alienation, it would spell true calamity for the Xia. No one could ascertain whether he possessed the capacity to obliterate a divine realm with a mere stroke of his sword as he had previously done. The heroic spirits at his back were formidable indeed. After 2 hours of intense deliberation, no consensus had been reached on this matter. He found himself atop a building, gazing at the clouds drifting across the sky, unable to suppress a sigh. Luo Chen approached, stating, "I suspected you would come here. Are you still troubled by Luo Chen's situation?" Yi Fan nodded, expressing that the higher-ups failed to grasp the gravity of the issue. In his view, Luo Chen's potential had vastly exceeded their expectations, and if properly utilized, he could become the sharpest blade of Huaxia, the Damocles sword hanging over the heads of the gods. It was absurd that some would suggest sacrificing Luo Chen to save millions, even conceding to the gods for such a cause. "Do you not find this laughable?" he questioned. No one could predict the true strength of the heroic spirits behind him. Should he be pushed to the brink, who could contend with such an exceptional human? We cannot afford to engage in internal strife for such reasons. Would it not be a source of amusement for the outer gods? Luo Chen sighed, acknowledging the political undertones that had begun to permeate the upper echelons of the Night Watch. After all, the Night Watch was not solely governed by Commander C. How did he intend to address the opinions of those individuals? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, contemplating, "I have an idea. What if we were to establish 2 special squads concurrently?" Chapter 83. The Britain Red Dragon is joking with you? That very night, Luo Chen emerged from the infirmary alongside Artoria and Lin Xie, wandering the playground for a while before making their way to the cafeteria. It suddenly dawned on him. He glanced at Artoria, who was gazing eagerly at the food before her. Luo Chen remarked, then Dr. Li received a complaint. Staring at the towering stack of bills, Dr. Li fell into deep contemplation. He would need to contact Commander Yi. The meal expenses at the retreat center must be doubled. The following day, as the word spread, trouble inevitably found them once more. The instigator was none other than a man marked by a centipede scar on his forehead, clearly the leader of this group of criminals. The previous day's ruffians had merely been sent by him to test the waters. "Newcomers, I hear you are rather arrogant. After years on the streets, I have yet to encounter someone as audacious as you." The scarred leader, whom they called Boss Han, addressed them. Luo Chen regarded him with indifference. "Well, you have now." At this, a chill spread across Boss Han's face as he slammed his hand on the table. "Do you know who I am?" Luo Chen looked at him as if he were a fool. "Did your father not inform you?" Laughter erupted from Lin Xie and Artoria, unable to contain themselves. The others turned to Lin Xie in unison. "Apologies, I couldn't help it, ha." Lin Xie laughed heartily, causing veins to bulge on Boss Han's forehead. "You need not resort to such petty provocations. I concede you are strong. You are one of the Night Watch, are you not?" Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, listening quietly to his bravado. "There are not many members of the Night Watch here, but there are certainly some stronger than you. Yet do you know why I am the leader here? Hongying viciously. Because I am the strongest." He advanced toward Luo Chen, his gaze fierce, proclaiming that in this realm, talent and forbidden ruins mattered little. Power and numbers reigned supreme. No matter how skilled you are, can the 3 of you defeat over 40 of us? And let us not forget, there is a woman among you. Artoria furrowed her brow. Luo Chen smirked. "I cannot be bothered to reason with you. You are unworthy of such discourse. Artoria, let us proceed." In the astonished gaze of Boss Han, the girl dashed forward, swiftly incapacitating 3 of his subordinates. Luo Chen then unleashed a punch at Boss Han, catching him off guard and sending him flying. Lin Xie joined the fray as well. Although the adversaries were not weak, Lin Xie's divine seal could not be subdued easily, not to mention Luo Chen, who hardly needed to exert himself, as Artoria's presence alone was a testament to their prowess. As Luo Chen's realm advanced, the effectiveness of the town seal over him diminished. Despite not employing abilities or treasures like the Wind King's barrier, he was fully capable of overpowering these ordinary criminals devoid of spiritual energy. Boss Han had managed to rise to his position in the retreat center, not only due to his superior physical attributes, but also because he possessed some intelligence. Suddenly, he realized that the trio before him were not the usual soft targets he could easily manipulate. However, he could not afford to lose face at this crucial moment. Lin Xie picked up a chopstick and recited, "A hall full of flowers intoxicates 3,000 guests. A sword's frost chills 14 continents." With a sharp clang, the sound of a sword echoed, and in an instant, a sword mark appeared on the body of a nearby prisoner, turning their shouts into wails of despair. In mere moments, They had nearly incapacitated all of Boss Han's subordinates, leaving only him to endure a relentless beating from Luo Chen. At that moment, a youth suddenly appeared, surveying the scene of chaos and the cries of agony surrounding him. He adjusted his glasses and declared, "Clear the way." A white-haired boy stood there, prompting surprise from the trio. "And Xingyu?" Lin Xie inquired, puzzled. "What brings you here?" And Xingyu shrugged. "I heard from Bai Li that you were in a bit of a predicament, so I came." "What about Bai Li and the others? How did you arrive?" Luo Chen queried, equally perplexed. "Mother hen, I have my ways," and Xingyu replied, pushing up his glasses. Luo Chen suddenly felt a foreboding sense. Was this leading to a military tribunal? Scoundrels! Just as they conversed, Boss Han charged at Luo Chen once more, exclaiming that these little punks dared to disregard him. "Today, I will show you who the real boss is." With a fierce stomp, he created 2 shallow craters in the stone floor, charging at Luo Chen like a beast. However, a graceful figure suddenly blocked Luo Chen's path, gently clenching her small fist before launching a strike. Boss Han hesitated for a moment, incredulous that a woman would dare obstruct him. Seeking death, he shouted, swinging at the girl's fist. The sound of a dull thud resonated. Boss Han cried out in agony. Why? Why is this woman so powerful? The excruciating pain drained the color from his face, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He staggered back, his right fist shattered and devoid of sensation. "The Briton Red Dragon is not jesting with you," Luo Chen scoffed. "When adults speak, children should not interrupt. Do you not understand?" Boss Han glared at the group before him, disbelief filling his eyes. "How can you wield forbidden ruins? This strength must stem from the forbidden ruins. Otherwise, how could you be so formidable? Where are the guards? I demand to report this." Luo Chen merely rolled his eyes and pointed his thumb at Lin Xie, standing nearby. "请允许我为您整理和翻译以下内容, please. He is mentally ill. A mentally ill person can kill without consequence, let alone just beat you up." Lin Xie's lips twitched. "Are you being polite?" He added, "Let me remind you of something." Luo Chen pointed at his hospital gown. "We are patients, not prisoners. Even if the guards come, they cannot control us. If you have the guts, go report him to the mental hospital." Luo Chen gestured towards Lin Xie. Lin Xie's expression turned peculiar. "Damn, not again." Luo Chen glanced towards Han Laoda and nudged Lin Xie. "Go, teach him a lesson." Lin Xie, however, casually flung the chopsticks in his hand, which pierced through Han Laoda's right shoulder like a sharp dagger, a spray of crimson blossoming forth. Han Laoda's agonized roar echoed as his right arm lost all sensation. "I'll take one of your arms to make you remember. Killing by a mentally ill person is not against the law." Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. "You finally admit you're mentally ill." Lin Xie's face darkened. "No, I'm not." Chapter 84. Not again inside the surveillance room. Dr. Li quietly observed everything. The reason the guards had not arrived was due to Dr. Li's instructions. He then called Yi Fan. "Commander Yi, after testing, it seems Luo Chen has fully recovered, and Lin Xie's mental state is also quite normal." "Good. Send me the report." "The reconstruction of the 5th Special Team cannot be delayed." "Understood." After dealing with Han Laoda and his group, the 3 of them, along with the newly arrived in Qingyu, casually found a spot on the playground to sit down. Following this incident, no prisoner dared to harbor ill intentions towards Luo Chen and his seemingly harmless companions. Artoria quietly listened to their conversation from behind without interjecting. That's about it. And Qingyu recounted how he found Bai Li, Pang Pang, and others, learned of Luo Chen and Lin Xie's whereabouts, and how he had stealthily attacked the armed transport plane heading to the fasting ground, subsequently disguising himself as a staff member to blend in. With the only correct answer in hand, he had traversed without obstruction. However, should he be discovered afterward, he would also face accountability. "Sister Hongying, I miss you," and Qingyu added. Luo Chen immediately fell silent. Indeed, given this sister's nature, she must have been quite worried about his sudden disappearance for a year. Lin Xie also cast a deep glance at him. After a moment of silence, Luo Chen sighed. "I understand, thank you." Seeing that he had calmed down, Lin Xie offered and Qingyu a bitter smile. "You don't need to do this. What will you do if you face accountability afterward? Moreover, this is the fasting ground. Once you're in, it won't be easy to get out." And Qingyu shook his head. "This place cannot hold me." Lin Xie was unsure where his confidence stemmed from, but 3 people working together was certainly more efficient than 2. Luo Chen and Lin Xie exchanged glances. "Are you also planning to escape?" And Qingyu looked at the 2. It seems you had plans all along? Luo Chen sighed helplessly. I clearly have a month left before I can get out. Isn't collaborating with you akin to boarding a pirate ship? Lin Xie chuckled. If we are brothers, we must face difficulties together. Luo Chen rolled his eyes at him. I'm in sync with my brothers, while my brothers play mind games with me. Forget it. What is your plan? Lin Xie pondered for a moment. Bringing you here is my entire plan. Luo Chen sighed. It's all right. There will be others more anxious than us. We shall wait quietly. Observing Luo Chen's confident demeanor, Lin Xie chose to trust him. This guy was always mysterious, seemingly in the know about certain things, yet he was indeed reliable, managing to defuse crises each time. And Xingyu maintained a nonchalant attitude. Whether he was a night watchman or not made little difference to him. Luo Chen raised his head to gaze at the sky through the bulletproof glass of the ceiling. He could see the azure sky and white clouds outside. Based on the original story, he speculated that Yi Fan would likely come to retrieve someone concerning the special team. And there was another key point. The ancient god church. They were about to launch an attack on the fasting ground. Seizing this opportunity, Luo Chen could deal a heavy blow to the followers of Yu. Speaking of which, that guy should have already sustained significant damage. He wondered if they would come to attack the fasting ground like in the original story. If they didn't, that would be fine. If they did, even better. It would allow him to eliminate some obstacles before dealing with the Yu in the future. On the way there, Xingyu learned some information about Luo Chen and Lin Xie. Luo Chen is fine, but what about Lin Xie? Suddenly, Xingyu asked. Lin Xie almost choked, staring wide-eyed at Xingyu. I'm not ill at all. Xingyu frowned. Mentally ill people always say that. Lin Xie suddenly felt an ominous premonition. This situation felt eerily familiar. Luo Chen grinned at the two, while Artoria watched with great interest. How will you prove you are not ill? And Xingyu continued. If you have a mental breakdown on the way, we could be in trouble. Here is a question. A rooster laid an egg on a tree. Which side do you think it will fall from? Lin Xie's lips twitched. Recalling his previous experience, he thought carefully this time. I'll reach out and take it down. Luo Chen and Xingyu exchanged glances. Wrong. And Xingyu replied helplessly. Roosters don't lay eggs. Lin Xie's mouth dropped open in disbelief, pointing at the two. I am a morning class. Is there anyone to feed me peanuts? Could it be that I really know? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. And Xingyu was about to say something, but was stopped by Luo Chen. Don't ruin Xie. It's better for us to go play with Pang Pang. Luo Chen chuckled. Meanwhile, not far away on the sea, 3 figures floated on the surface. After a long struggle, they finally reached an island. Bailey Pang Pang, clad in a black diving suit, lay on the beach. Achoo! Who is cursing me? Bailey Pang Pang rubbed his nose. Damn it! That bastard's intel. How could it possibly be only 300 meters? Bailey Pang Pang suddenly sat up and cursed, then removed his oxygen mask, taking deep breaths of fresh air. Fatty, didn't you say it was guaranteed? Shun Qingzhu also cursed. They had been adrift for an unknown length of time and had finally set foot on this island. Just then, Chao Yuan's stomach let out a loud growl. Upon noticing this, Bailey Pang Pang quickly pulled out a picnic blanket from his spatial pocket, bringing out the food. Let us eat something first, guys. Shun Qingzhu and Chao Yuan did not hold back, immediately digging into the food. So, Fatty, what is our plan moving forward? Didn't you say you had a bold plan? Shun Qingzhu sipped his drink and sighed deeply. However, the next moment his drink sprayed out. Bailey Pong Pong's brain was racing, and he feigned seriousness before slowly speaking. No plan is my plan. What do you think? Is it bold enough? Shun Qingzhu instantly sprayed Chao Yuan with his drink. Firstly, I haven't provoked any of you. Secondly, Chao Yuan and Shun Qingzhu exchanged glances. The two of them working together seamlessly. One held Bailey Pang Pang down while the other grabbed a nearby star knife, raising the back of the blade. Bailey Pang Pang's eyes widened, but his mouth was covered, unable to make a sound. Don't come any closer. Chapter 85. Wu Laogo meanwhile, outside the fasting ground. A carriage raced toward them, driven by a young attendant who brought the vehicle to a gentle halt in front of Clock Tower. At that moment, the guards finally recognized the visitor. It was Chun Fuzi, the esteemed head of the fasting institution, dressed in a long robe. Chun Fuzi opened the carriage door and stepped down with measured grace. Soon, a man clad in a black trench coat appeared before him. As they ascended the stairs, they engaged in light conversation. Xiao Xia, during my absence, has anything untoward occurred within the fasting institution? Xiaoyu hesitated momentarily before responding. Before today, there was nothing of concern. Chen Fuzi raised an eyebrow. Oh, are you implying that there was a disturbance today? With a wry smile, Xiaoyu continued. Earlier today, a brawl erupted in the cafeteria involving 40 prisoners, several of whom sustained significant injuries, and one had an arm severed by chopsticks. Chen Fuzi's expression darkened. How dare they engage in a brawl within the cafeteria? What are you all doing? Are you merely inept? His voice turned cold. Who instigated this chaos? Such insubordination must be met with severe punishment as a warning to the others. Xiaoyu's face revealed his discomfort. Fuzi, the instigators were 2 youths and a woman. What are the youths? And a woman? Are they not bound by rules? They have rendered a person armless. What will the outside world think? They might believe we are abusing the prisoners. Chen Fuzi scolded vehemently. Xiaoyu, sensing the mounting tension, spoke carefully. The 2 youths and the woman are not prisoners. They are patients from the adjacent mental hospital, hence we have no authority over them. Patients? Who are they? I must have a serious discussion with Director Li about this matter. They are named Luo Chen and Lin Qiyi, but the woman's name remains unknown. Upon hearing these names, Chen Fuzi fell into a contemplative silence. Fuzi? Clearing his throat, Chen Fuzi nodded. Then who were they fighting against? They were up against Hongying, the prison bully, and his gang of sycophants. Hongying is the suspect we previously suspected in several prisoner disappearance cases. But we have yet to find any evidence, which is why we have not acted against him. As for his followers, they are merely a group of miscreants who have been cowed into submission by him, Xiaoyu explained. Chen Fuzi furrowed his brow. Regarding the prisoner disappearance case, did you not previously inform me that there were promising leads? How is it that we still lack evidence? Xiaoyu opened his mouth but finally uttered, my subordinates are incompetent. With a cold huff, Chen Fuzi resumed his ascent. Fuzi, what should we do about the 2 youths? Do? Chen Fuzi recalled the moment when Luo Chen had slain Indra with a single sword strike, causing his lips to twitch involuntarily. It was merely a youthful scuffle. A cleansing of the institution's filth. Why make a fuss over it? Furthermore, they are mental patients. What more do you expect? Xiaoyu's mouth fell agape as he watched Chen Fuzi walk away. Talk about a rapid change of attitude. Did you not just say you would discuss this with Director Li? In the meantime, as they made their way to the cafeteria, Luo Chen and Lin Qiyi engaged in conversation. Luo Chen, did you have any unusual dreams last night? Lin Qiyi asked, his expression troubled. None. Why do you ask? I dreamt of the eccentric old man living next door, the one who constantly babbles about flowers and plants. Luo Chen paused. Recognizing the individual Lin Qiyi referred to, Wu Laogo, the owner of the 7th King ruins, Wu Xiang. Do not worry, he is not a malicious person. Luo Chen nonchalantly waved his hand. You know him? Lin Qiyi inquired with curiosity. Luo Chen nodded. There is no harm in sharing this. You will find out soon enough. I am the vice captain of the Daxia 002 special team, Lingmei, the holder of the 7th King ruins, Wu Xiang, which allows me to perfectly replicate a recently touched forbidden ruin, but only one at a time. If I attempt to replicate a previously copied ability, it will vanish. Perhaps due to the uniqueness of my forbidden ruin, I was specifically sent here for protection, as it pertains to the secret of the Lingmei's immortality. Luo Chen spoke mysteriously. Lin Qiyi's curiosity deepened. What secret? Guess, Luo Chen replied with a grin. Lin Qiyi, observing Luo Chen's enigmatic smile, understood that there was something being concealed, but he refrained from probing further, preferring to uncover answers through his own endeavors. However, since Luo Chen claimed that the old man harbored no ill intentions, there was little cause for concern. And Qingyu adjusted her glasses, a flicker of gloom crossing her eyes. How do you know all this? Luo Chen's lips curled upward slightly. It's a secret. Regarding the Lingmei, they were a group of individuals whom Luo Chen deeply respected, who would contribute to Daxia even in death. They were the only special team in which the captain remained the sole survivor. Upon reaching the cafeteria, all the prisoners regarded Luo Chen with fear in their eyes, each bowing and greeting him and his companions. Old Luo. Greetings, Old Luo. Lin Laoza. Observing the prisoners, their bodies wrapped in bandages, Luo Chen felt a twitch in his lips. Lin Qiyi appeared puzzled. What's going on here? Wan Thi Sun Juke, Lin Laoza. We witnessed the prowess you, Old Luo, and this young lady displayed yesterday. We were blind to your greatness, but now that Hongying has been incapacitated, you and Old Luo are our new leaders. Lin Shi cast a sidelong glance at Luo Chen, only to find him indifferent, casually selecting his food and finding a seat. This works to our advantage, saving us considerable trouble, and Xing Yu remarked as they settled down. Once seated, the prisoners offered chopsticks to Lin Shi and Luo Chen. This feels rather strange, Lin Shi commented. Regardless, with so many assisting us, our tasks will become easier, Luo Chen replied nonchalantly. Altria remained silently focused on her meal, completely unconcerned with the ongoing conversation. Observing their leisurely demeanor, Lin Shi and Xing Yu exchanged exasperated glances. And Xing Yu turned to Lin Shi. By the way, you mentioned that Wu Lao Go, who lives next door, entered your dreams, correct? Indeed, but it seems his mental state is not very stable. Lin Shi nodded. And Xing Yu pondered for a moment. In fact, I dreamt of him on my very first night here. Lin Shi was taken aback, knowing that Xing Yu had gone to great lengths to infiltrate. And Wu Lao Go's ability to pinpoint his location was remarkable, especially considering the prison's distance from the mental hospital was a good 500 or 600 meters. Meanwhile, on another side, Shun Qingzhu and Chao Yuan were mercilessly thrashing by Li Pangpang, thoroughly enjoying themselves. In the woods nearby, 3 individuals emerged from the sea and stealthily entered the trees. By the way, when was the last time you saw Lord Yu? One of them suddenly inquired. I can't shake the feeling that the number of followers is dwindling. Could it be that the night watchmen have launched a crackdown on us? Upon hearing this, the second seat's expression shifted. The last time I saw Lord Yu was about half a year ago, and at that time, as he spoke, the second seat's expression grew peculiar. What happened then? Don't keep us in suspense. The second seat shook his head after Lord Yu entrusted me with his final task. He was dragged into the sorghum field by a woman who must have weighed around 300 pounds. The other 2 responded in astonishment. 300 pounds? Let's pay homage to the legendary tank driver, Chun Ernyo. This must be a tiger tank. When are we supposed to wait until? I am Stadovin. As he spoke, the man's stomach growled audibly. He was the 13th seat. After such a long journey, it was no wonder they were hungry, but their provisions had long been depleted, leaving them no choice but to press onward. Suddenly, the 4th seat's eyes brightened. Wow, wild chickpea snacks. The second seat and the 13th seat exchanged astonished glances. Have you lost your mind from hunger? On this desolate island, where could snacks possibly come from? Following the 4th seat's gesture, the second seat's body shook. No way. There really are some. Could this be the signal that Lord Yu had mentioned? He had long prepared food for us. The second seat suddenly grasped the situation. Truly worthy of Lord Yu. The other 2 looked at him with admiration. Meanwhile, Chun Ernyu, still in the mountains, suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Who's insulting me? The 3, filled with anticipation, approached, only to witness a jaw-dropping scene. A portly figure squatted to one side, looking quite pitiful with his hands covering his backside. The other 2 appeared calm, seemingly engaged in conversation. The trio of followers apologized. Sorry for the interruption. The second seat spoke with a peculiar expression. The 6 exchanged dumbfounded looks. Not just the trio of followers, but Shun Qingzhu and his group were equally bewildered. Their first reaction was, have we been discovered? Chao Yuan's expression grew serious as his hand stealthily moved towards the star blade at his waist, ready to draw it at any moment. Shun Qingzhu, however, scrutinized the 3 before him. Initially fearing they had been discovered, he dismissed the thought upon realizing the trio were not night watchmen or prison guards. The 13th seat, however, cared little for the details. He was convinced that the 3 before them were the contacts sent by Yu. We are nearly starving, he said, glancing at the snacks strewn about. Li Pangpang paused for a moment, then casually tossed a packet of snacks, either chickpeas or broad beans, over. Let us share a bite. The 13th seat caught the tossed beans and eagerly tore open the packaging, exclaiming, these beans are simply splendid. Though not a staple, in a state of extreme hunger, even a small packet of beans felt like a delicacy. In no time, the 13th seat finished the packet and set his sights on the other snacks. Observing this, the second seat approached. Thank you. The 4th seat also gave a slight bow, adding, we shall not be polite. With that, the 3 sat down and began to eat. Although the situation remained unclear, since the others were sent by Lord Yu, they felt it prudent to refrain from taking rash actions. It was best to fill their stomachs first and inquire further. Li Pangpang smiled and exchanged a knowing glance with Shun Qingzhu. The 2 nodded in tacit understanding, sensing that the trio might have misunderstood something. After satisfying their hunger, the three followers relaxed their vigilance. The second seat inquired of Bai Li Pangpang. Since Lord Yu sent you to assist us and provided food, what exactly is our plan of action? Upon hearing the name Yu, Bai Li Pangpang exchanged discreet glances with Chao Yuan and Shen Qingzhu. The ancient god church. They were indeed plotting something concerning the Zhai Jia. Bai Li Pangpang rubbed his hands together, grinning. Have you eaten enough? His considerate inquiry further convinced the three that they were indeed the contacts sent by Lord Yu. The second seat nodded, affirming he was full. The three took a deep breath, looking at Bai Li Pangpang, expecting him to relay some important instructions. However, Bai Li Pangpang revealed a mysterious smile, leaving the followers perplexed. Suddenly, a golden light erupted behind Bai Li Pangpang, and a luminous streak shot forth, instantly binding the three before him. To stifle any potential outcry, Bai Li Pangpang removed his sock and stuffed it into one follower's mouth. As 2 socks were insufficient, he produced a sock from the Zai Kongjian that had not been washed for several weeks and crammed it into the mouth of the last individual. The trio of followers were left speechless. The 4th and 13th seats soon succumbed to unconsciousness, while the second seat glared at Bai Li Pangpang with a grim expression. By the time the second seat regained his wits, they found themselves hanging from a tree in a most humiliating position, utterly unable to speak. Moments later, the 4th and 13th seats awoke, glaring at the second seat with anger. Is this what you call a contact? This is downright perverse. Recalling their initial sight of Bai Li Pangpang sprawled on the ground, the three felt a tightening discomfort. Shen Qingzhu's gaze sharpened. The ancient god church. What does he want from you? Faced with the silent trio of followers, Shen Qingzhu unsheathed the star blade and without hesitation inflicted a wound upon the 13th seat. The 13th seat let out a muffled wail, unable to voice his pain due to the gag. Will you speak? Speak. Shen Qingzhu initiated a ruthless interrogation, and the trio was soon covered in bruises. If you refuse to speak, I have plenty of methods to make you. Shen Qingzhu laughed coldly. The followers were left dumbfounded. The second seat glared at Shen Qingzhu, wishing he could skin him alive. For heaven's sake, loosen my mouth. How do you expect me to talk now? Due to the suppression of the forbidden ruins, even the second seat, at the Klein level, found himself powerless against Bai Li Pangpang, who was brimming with forbidden objects. That guy, their mouths seem to be sealed shut. Even if they want to speak, they can't, Chao Yuan remarked, raising an eyebrow. Shen Qingzhu replied, I know. Chapter 87. Truly impressive, Brother Zhuai, perhaps due to the soul contract with the Yu, these followers could not betray him. This meant that even when faced with Shen Qingzhu's blade at their throats, they could only provide vague answers. Shen Qingzhu, deciding against further delay, swiftly ended the lives of the three followers. Although unclear of their specific mission, it was evident that the trio understood the followers had ulterior motives regarding this place. Gazing at the three corpses on the ground, a bold idea began to form in Shen Qingzhu's mind. I truly have a bold idea now. Bai Li Pangpang. With a strange expression, noticed Shen Qingzhu staring at the corpses on the ground, and his perceptive mind quickly grasped Shen Qingzhu's intent. Brother Zhuai, don't tell me you want to infiltrate? Shen Qingzhu looked at Bai Li Pangpang, a smile of indescribable meaning crossing his face. At the Zhai Jia, Luo Chen and his companions sat together. They had a basic understanding of the terrain. When do we set off? However, Luo Chen was not in a hurry. We wait. Wait? Lin Xie inquired, puzzled. Through recent inquiries, they had learned that three followers were still imprisoned in the jail. In Luo Chen's view, they would wait for the ancient god church to launch an attack on the Zhai Jia and take advantage of the chaos to escape. Yet, Lin Xie was skeptical. Will the ancient god church truly act against the Zhai Jia for just three ordinary followers? The answer, of course, was no. Their aim was not to rescue these three followers, but to eliminate Wu Tongxian. Suddenly, Luo Chen seemed to sense something. The instinct was going haywire with warnings. They're here. Just as the group was deliberating, a myriad of ethereal lights erupted in the sky, and the atmosphere seemed to tear apart. A crisp cracking sound reverberated through the air as a massive meteor plummeted from the fractured sky, carrying with it a terrifying force that crashed down, its surface igniting in flames due to the intense friction with the atmosphere. Simultaneously, countless missiles streaked through the sky, hurtling towards the meteor. With a resounding boom, the meteor exploded in mid-air, scattering debris like volcanic ash, casting a gray haze across the sky. Lin Jie and Qingyu stood in stunned silence. Just moments ago, they were still questioning the veracity of Luo Chen's words. However, now the oracle has been silenced. The sharp sound of alarms reverberated throughout the penitentiary, instantly plunging the facility into a state of high alert. The guards poured out en masse, and the operation commenced. Luo Chen and Ertolia rose, a smile gracing his face. Meanwhile, in the warden's office, what did you say? Xiaoyu was dumbfounded after receiving a phone call. 3 individuals have been apprehended by you? They claimed they wanted to stage a prison break? Yes, Deputy Warden. How did you capture them? Shouldn't they have been shot on sight? They surrendered voluntarily. I've been in this position for years, and this is the first time I've encountered such a situation. In any case, no combat occurred, and their demeanor was exceedingly sincere and cooperative. Sincere and cooperative? Then why attempt a prison break? Xiaoyu exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Yes, typically, we would execute such individuals on sight, yet they surrendered and were remarkably cooperative. That chubby one even slipped me a few $100 bills. In short, they seek a chance for redemption. The officer coughed lightly, attempting to mask part of the narrative. Deputy Warden, what should we do? Execute them on the spot, or... Of course not. No, wait. Xiaoyu suddenly realized something. This day is unlike any other. Lord Yu once proclaimed that on the day the signal was sent, he would send individuals to lie in ambush around the penitentiary during daylight. The signal from Lord Yu has just been dispatched, and by nightfall, 3 individuals attempting a prison break have been captured. This cannot be mere coincidence. Xiaoyu suddenly understood. These 3 individuals must be the believers, arranged by Lord Yu. But why enter in such a manner? They must be aware of my existence, which is why they took such a bold action. Having clarified everything in his mind, Xiaoyu coughed twice. No need for execution. Send someone to escort them to my office. I shall interrogate them personally. Understood. The officer, wiping the sweat from his brow, revealed a smile at the sight of the few Patek Philippe and Rolex watches in his hand. Soon, Ba Li Pangpang, Shun Qingzhu, and Chao Yuan, their hands and feet shackled, were brought to the warden's office. After dismissing a few guards, Xiaoyu gently closed the door. The 3 exchanged glances, sensing an ominous atmosphere in each other's eyes. Xiaoyu slowly approached them, observing Ba Li Pangpang's somewhat peculiar expression. What emboldened you so? Ba Li Pangpang felt an immediate sense of unease. I'm sorry, we realized we were wrong. You were exceedingly careless, Xiaoyu remarked, concern evident in his gaze as he regarded Ba Li Pangpang. Ba Li Pangpang lifted his head, meeting Xiaoyu's eyes, where he discerned trust and care. Xiaoyu sighed helplessly. It's my fault. I was so focused on reallocating the guards within the prison that I neglected to consider your predicament. I've caused you trouble. Ba Li Pangpang, bewildered, turned to the side to look at Shun Qingzhu, only to find Shun Qingzhu's eyes narrowing slightly, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. He had correctly anticipated this. After a moment of contemplation, Ba Li Pangpang raised his handcuffed hands. It's all right. This is entirely our own oversight. Xiaoyu then noticed that they were still wearing shackles and hurriedly produced a key from his pocket. Shun Qingzhu, adopting an impatient tone, interjected, The penitentiary has the Jinshu monument suppressing the forbidden area, facing so many guards without being able to use our abilities. This is the only way we could infiltrate. Damn it, my hands are sore. Will you hurry up and unlock me? I apologize, esteemed sirs. My subordinates are lacking in understanding. However, I too am compelled by circumstances and must act with caution. I hope you can forgive me. Xiaoyu stammered an apology while hastily unlocking their shackles. Ba Li Pangpang stretched his limbs, glancing vacantly at Shun Qingzhu, silently giving him a thumbs up. Truly impressive, Xiaoyu. Could it be that all of this was within Zhua Ji's calculations? That is indeed terrifying. Meanwhile, Shun Qingzhu remained unperturbed, letting out a cold snort after being freed from his shackles. Chapter 88. Unexpected gains. Shun Qingzhu nonchalantly seated himself in the main chair of the office. His legs casually crossed atop the desk. Ba Li Pangpang and Chao Yuan promptly rushed to his side, behaving like eager sycophants. Speak. What is the current situation in the penitentiary? Shun Qingzhu inquired, scratching his nails with a carefree attitude. Xiaoyu maintained a respectful demeanor. Currently, most of the guards within the penitentiary have been reassigned, maintaining perimeter defenses, and with Chen Fuji absent, I can say I'm the king of this prison. However, I am not particularly informed about the situation at the Yangwang Mental Hospital. Gentlemen, aside from my office, All other areas of the penitentiary are under the surveillance of artificial intelligence. Wandering about may lead to complications. So I kindly ask you to remain in this room for now. Shun Qingzhu raised an eyebrow. We have important matters to attend to. I understand that your tasks are significant. Xiaoyu sighed, speaking earnestly, but the timing is not yet ripe. Please exercise patience. In no more than half an hour, you shall be able to act. Shun Qingzhu remained silent, while Bai Li Pang, seeing this, jumped up. You want us to wait that long? What are you doing? If you delay Lord Yu's affairs, you'll face dire consequences. Xiaoyu quickly flattered, My lord, please calm your anger. I understand the importance of not delaying Lord Yu's matters, but the situation is unclear. Acting recklessly may endanger your lives. Should that occur, I would not have enough heads to lose in recompense. I beg for your patience. Bai Li Pang reluctantly nodded, glancing at Shun Qingzhu. Boss, what do you say? Shun Qingzhu slightly raised his gaze to Xiaoyu, who felt immense pressure. In half an hour, we will commence our actions, and you may handle the situation as you see fit. Xiaoyu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank you, esteemed sirs, for your understanding. I shall complete my tasks at once. Please await good news. Shun Qingzhu waved his hand impatiently. Go on. Stop with the unnecessary chatter. Yes. Before leaving, Xiaoyu thoughtfully closed the door. Typically, no one would enter or exit the warden's office casually, but this was a special period, and care was imperative. As soon as Xiaoyu exited, Bai Li Pang and Chao Yuan immediately revealed their true selves. The two stared at Shun Qingzhu, somewhat dumbfounded. Shuaguyu. Bai Li Pang stammered, unable to articulate a complete sentence. Shun Qingzhu calmly remarked, Did you not understand? This fellow is an undercover agent of the ancient god church and the very warden of the penitentiary. Bai Li Pang's mouth twitched. And what about you? Chao Yuan nodded in agreement. You don't seem to be acting. Shun Qingzhu's expression darkened. You want to fight, fatty? I merely played along with him for a performance. Chao Yuan, what kind of look is that? Chao Yuan's mouth twitched. Your acting skills are indeed Oscar-worthy. After Xiaoyu exited, he immediately headed to the control room to implant a virus, taking control of the entire penitentiary's lighting, alarm, firewall, and other systems. Chaos erupted within the penitentiary as the lighting systems lost power, plunging the facility into darkness. Faced with the sudden onset of darkness, even the veteran guards were bewildered. They had never experienced a power outage in all their years of service. The prisoners began to stir, the once silent cells now filled with commotion. In the darkness, 3 cells silently opened, and 3 members of the believers who had already been incarcerated quietly slipped out. Compared to the ruckus in the neighboring prison, the Yangwang Mental Hospital remained much quieter. In the corridor, Luo Chen pushed open the door, stepping out with Qing Yu and Altualia. Lin Shiyi had been waiting for some time, and upon seeing them emerge, he swiftly transformed into the guise of a caregiver through his shape-shifting magic. Observing his spell, Altualia felt an uncanny familiarity. Shall we go? Indeed. They navigated through several checkpoints, arriving at the final barrier. Night Watchman Luo Chen and Lin Shiyi. Please respond with today's password. A man's voice resonated at the checkpoint. Lin Shiyi's pupils constricted. How could the other party know he was using shape-shifting magic? Yet, Luo Chen remained remarkably composed. If the dark night descends, Lin Shiyi immediately recalled a past oath and, in unison with Luo Chen, proclaimed, I shall stand before millions, with my sword drawn towards the abyss. Blood shall stain the heavens. The password is correct. Wishing you a smooth journey. A smooth journey? Lin Shiyi suddenly remembered that the previous caregiver always responded with please proceed after the password, but this time it was smooth journey. He couldn't help but glance at Luo Chen. Old dog Wu, Luo Chen smiled faintly. He's assisting us. Lin Ji nodded, realizing that it was old dog Wu's formidable ability that had pulled the guards into a dream, manipulating their bodies to converse with them. After departing from the door, he cast one last glance at the asylum, a complex expression gleaming in his eyes. I hope never to return. The group stepped into the night. Not long after, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. Is the effect of the Zhen Su Bei weakening? Lin Jiese Gazenarowit. Luo Chen nodded. Having regained his full strength, the spiritual energy from the ocean realm surged forth. Under the summoning of the heroic spirit seat, Enkidu returned to the heroic spirit seat, only to be summoned again by Luo Chen. This simple maneuver facilitated the long-distance transfer of a heroic spirit, avoiding the consumption of command seals needed for summoning. Master. Little nodded at Luo Chen. Seeing his exquisite visage, Luo Chen momentarily lost his focus. Regaining his composure, he nodded back. Long time no see, little N. The reason he did not summon Heracles was that Luo Chen wished to retain a heroic spirit to guard Hongying and the others, ensuring his peace of mind. Lin Qiyi and Enqin were already aware of Enkidu's existence, so they were not surprised. All of Luo Chen's abilities were fully unlocked, and aura perception activated. At that moment, the asylum was engulfed in chaos, as nearly all the prisoners were attempting to break through the front door. The prisoners had realized the suppressive force of the Jiansu Bei was diminishing. They could now utilize the forbidden area. The jailbreak had officially commenced. Simultaneously, Lin Qiyi sensed that Chun Fuzi's mental landscape had been breached. The Jiansu Bei within had been damaged, covered in cracks. As the group approached this mental landscape, a figure emerged. Upon seeing Luo Chen and the others, he froze in place. Huh? After scrutinizing their faces, a smile crept onto his visage. Unexpectedly, I have stumbled upon 2 wild divine agents. Chapter 89. The infiltrator understanding that this individual had just stealthily emerged from the mental landscape. Luo Chen's group immediately recognized him as one of those who had damaged the Jiansu Bei. And Qin Yu adjusted his glasses, stating, "The individual I investigated among the believers in the asylum. He is one of them." Following this, Qin Yu concentrated, forming an icicle at his fingertips. So, shall we eliminate him? The expression of the man opposite darkened immediately. A group of little ghosts at most of the ocean realm, and yet you dare to boast as your death approaches. Death approaches? Luo Chen replied with a smile. Someone else said something similar before. Yet his grave grass has already grown 2 meters high. Another figure crawled out from the crack in the mental landscape, excitement flashing in his pupils. Divine agents? Why waste words with them? Just kill them all. A sinister grin appeared on Believer B's face as he prepared to strike. Altuolia. Luo Chen's calm voice resonated. In the face of his incredulous gaze, the young girl vanished in an instant, reappearing directly before the 2 men. Clang! A faint sound of a sword echoed. Altuolia raised her weapon and slowly advanced, lightly flicking her wrist. The wind breezed softly. Believers A and B were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged cold smirks. Is that it? However, just as they intended to act, they suddenly found themselves unable to control their bodies. Their scoffs turned to shock. What is happening? A faint line of blood appeared at their necks. In their disbelief, both heads fell to the ground. Is this my body? Believer B stared at the scene in shock, mumbling to himself as the light in his eyes faded, losing all vitality. Simultaneously, the 2 headless corpses collapsed to the ground. Lin Qiyi observed the girl ahead, swallowing hard. These were 2 immeasurable beings. They were effortlessly slain by Altuolia with a single strike. And Qin Yu regarded her and Luo Chen with curiosity. I wish to dissect them. Luo Chen stepped forward, his aura perception sweeping across the bustling room before entering a chamber, retrieving 2 black boxes. He then tossed the boxes, which Lin Qiyi and Qin Yu deftly caught as they flew towards them. Those were their starfall blades. And Qin Yu had left his weapon with Team 136. So Luo Chen had lent him his, just borrowing it for now. And Qin Yu nodded, expressing gratitude. Though he possessed the abilities of the ghosts Silk and Frost, having a blade was undoubtedly advantageous. And Qin Yu cast a lingering glance back at the asylum, finally sighing. It's my first time encountering a psychic with a mental illness. Too bad, I didn't have time to dissect his brain structure. Old Dogwu, H.U. Luo Chen's lips twitched. Remember, you're a night watchman, not a malignant psychic. And Qin Yu shrugged. I know, just a bit curious. Is it wrong to satiate my curiosity verbally? Luo Chen shook his head in resignation. Before we depart, we must accomplish one more task. What is it? I will take you to kill. In the warden's office, Shun Qing Zhu sat at the desk, watching the surveillance on the computer screen, while Xie stood with his head bowed nearby. Upon witnessing Altuolia decimate 2 believers with a single strike, a smirk tugged at Shun Qing Zhu's lips, though he concealed it well, cursing under his breath. A bunch of dung barrels. Faced with Shun Qing Zhu's rebuke, Xie dare not respond, only muttering softly, I'm sorry, my lord. You are right. We are indeed useless. I said you're dung barrels. You are for excrement, not for food. Bring me my knife. Shun Qing Zhu snorted coldly. Xie immediately trembled, My lord, those two useless ones are dead. Now you must take action personally. Subsequently, Xiaoyu personally retrieved the 3 black boxes, wearing a fawning smile. My lord, you have worked hard. Shenqing Zhu drew out the straight knife from the black box, casting a sideways glance at Xiaoyu, who resembled a lapdog. You did well. Those fools were utterly useless. Shenqing Zhu polished the blade in his hand, a chilling glint shimmering along its edge. Xiaoyu immediately stood up. Does my lord have any further commands? I will go to any lengths. To any lengths, you say? Shenqing Zhu smiled playfully. Then go die. With a swift motion, Shenqing Zhu plunged a knife into Xiaoyu's heart, twisting it fiercely. Faced with an unexpected strike, the unprepared Xiaoyu displayed an expression of utter disbelief. He trembled as he grasped the blade, blood gushing from his mouth. Why? Shenqing Zhu coldly regarded him, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Leaning closer to Xiaoyu's ear, he whispered, because I, like you, am an undercover agent. Xiaoyu's eyes widened in shock as Shenqing Zhu withdrew the bloodied Xingqiandao. His vitality swiftly ebbed away, and he staggered back a few steps before collapsing to the ground, bewildered and incredulous. He never imagined that after decades of being an undercover agent, he would fall victim to a mere novice. Shenqing Zhu flicked the blade, blood splattering onto the ground. Let us rendezvous with Luo Chen and the others. Bai Li Pang chuckled, spitting on the ground near Xiaoyu before eagerly following Shenqing Zhu and Chao Yuan. At the prison gate, the inmates roared like wild beasts, charging madly towards the entrance. Freed from the suppression of the Jinshu Bei, armored vehicles, tanks, and firearm weapons were rendered mere toys before these superpowered individuals. Only a handful of sentinels struggled to hold their ground. The sheer number of inmates was overwhelming. Even with military support, this hastily formed last line of defense was on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, the explosions of armored vehicles sent shards of steel mixed with the flesh and blood of drivers flying. Boom! 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 Waves of artillery fire could only serve to delay the advancing superpowered individuals, failing to deter their relentless charge as they mercilessly claimed the lives of ordinary soldiers. Just as this defense line seemed poised to shatter, a searing flame roared forth from behind the prisoners. A blazing barrier of fire instantaneously obstructed their path. All the sentinels are dead. Why is there still a holder of the Jinju? One inmate furrowed his brow, perplexed. Yet in the next moment, 2 men clad in black and white striped prison uniforms emerged from the flames. Wang Lu quietly surveyed the inmate horde, flames dancing in his palm. The fiery barrier cast long shadows of both men. Standing beside Wang Lu, Fang Yanghui slowly spoke. Who says all the sentinels are dead? Chapter 90. The sentinels? Is it you? Among the inmates, some quickly recognized them. What? 2 murderers expelled from the sentinels. Now you wish to play the hero? Are you kidding? They jeered. Have you forgotten? The moment you shed your cloak, removed your medals, and donned these prison uniforms, you cease to be sentinels. You are just like us. You're inmates. You are sinners. The prisoners erupted in laughter. Do you really think that by stepping forward now, the sentinels will let you go, restoring your military status and honor? Utterly foolish. Do you think 2 of you can block our way? Watch out, or you might lose your lives. Ha ha ha. The sentinels are nothing but fools. I easily slaughtered a sentinel using a mere child as a hostage back in the day. These 2 are even more foolish. In the face of the inmates' mockery, Wang Lu and Fang Yanghui stood silently. Without cloaks, without medals, what did it matter? Wang Lu and Fang Yanghui tore open their prison uniforms, revealing their solid torsos, which were riddled with bullet holes and scars. Scars on my cloak. Bullet holes are my medals. Once a sentinel, always a sentinel. What does it matter if I'm covered in wounds? What does it matter if I wear prison clothes? I shall not forget my original intention. I shall forever uphold my resolve. Sentinel Wang Lu, here I seek death. A torrent of flames erupted around Wang Lu, enveloping his bare torso, transforming him into a divine figure in that moment. Both men were acutely aware that the individuals before them were vicious, superpowered beings. Should they break through, it would spell catastrophic disaster for Daxia, already besieged on all fronts. Therefore, even if it meant death, they would stand firm here. However, their actions sparked the wrath of the inmates. You're just putting on a show. Let us all go. Kill them. The prisoners surged forward. A tidal wave of attacks directed at Wang Lu and Fang Yanghui, who found themselves immediately surrounded. Although they possessed formidable strength, They were outnumbered by the sheer volume of inmates. The prisoners quickly recognized that rather than contend with these two tough opponents, it was much easier to break through the military forces nearby. Wang Lu and Fang Yanghui discerned their intent and felt a surge of fury. A bunch of cowardly rats. If you have the guts, come face me in a life-and-death struggle. Yet, the inmates disregarded Wang Lu's furious shout. Their objective was escape, and they could not afford to waste time on these two. Wang Lu could only watch helplessly as inmate after inmate passed by him, roaring towards the final defense line. Under the leadership of some strategically minded criminals, the inmates did not charge in haphazardly as before, but instead sent a handful to spearhead an assault, gradually widening the breach for the subsequent waves of prisoners. Initially, the military's artillery could inflict damage, but once they fully breached the line, heavy weaponry became ineffective due to the close proximity, risking friendly fire even more than hitting the inmates. Thus, in this exchange, the final bloody defense was torn open by the inmates. The heavy alloy steel door lay fully exposed before them. Upon witnessing the door so close, the inmates' eyes gleamed with excitement. Charge! We are free! To hell with the sentinels! Once we break through this door, nothing can stop us anymore. I have had enough of this prison. Ie ma finally free. However, in the next instant, the sound of clanking metal echoed as numerous chains shot up from the ground, encasing the door in layers upon layers. Facing this sudden turn of events, the leading inmate abruptly halted, coming to a stop. The others, bewildered, also ceased their advance. 5 figures appeared within their line of sight. The leading youth slowly raised his head. I'm sorry, this road is closed. Call forth the Wind King barrier. A tempest swirled around Luo Chen, causing his garments to rustle fiercely. Though his hands were empty, it seemed as if he clutched something tightly. The inmates fell silent upon seeing Luo Chen's face, but their expressions quickly morphed from confusion to mockery and derision. Kid, did you really think we viewed you as our leader? The past is the past. The present is the present. Without the Jinchubei, you are nothing, merely a lunatic. If you don't want to die, get out of our way, or else I will turn you into minced meat. Why waste words? Kill him. The inmates surged forward, racing towards Luo Chen and his companions with terrifying speed. Their faces contorted with malice and unmasked bloodlust. Under the moonlight, the youth tilted his head slightly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Annihilate them. Anqing Yu's hands danced, her ethereal threads weaving through the crowd, unnoticed as her comrades fell one by one. Lin Chie's eyes shone with 2 distinct colors, one golden, one black, their powers intertwining within his pupils as he wielded the Xingqian Dao, cutting through the throng, severed limbs and torn bodies flying in his wake. In the hands of Luo Chen, the invisible sword danced gracefully, leaving the opposite prisoner in a state of bewilderment, believing that Luo Chen had lost his mind as he charged at him with nothing but air. Kid, have you been scared, silly? Truly a lunatic, rushing at me with nothing. Yet, in the next moment, the prisoner could no longer find amusement in the situation. After all, with breath stolen away, laughter was an impossibility. As Luo Chen's sword struck, the prisoner's head was sent soaring, tracing a graceful arc before landing on the ground. On the other side, Artoria moved with exquisite elegance, her swordsmanship impeccable, undeterred by the crowd as she danced among them, each swing of her blade severing the heads of numerous prisoners. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, exhibited a brutality that belied her delicate appearance, showing no mercy as countless chains of heavenly locks erupted from the golden void behind her, piercing through a line of prisoners like skewered meat. In merely one exchange, the ground before Luo Chen and his companions was strewn with corpses. Nearly all of the first wave of attackers lay to rest, as the next wave of prisoners beheld the lifeless bodies at their feet, and then turned to face Luo Chen and his allies. Terror filled their gazes. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. A chilling dread crept upon them, and in that moment, no one dared to provoke or mock. Nor did anyone have the courage to utter a single word. Not even a single step forward was taken. Luo Chen flicked his invisible sword with a flourish, raising his downcast gaze to regard the prisoners before him, his expression devoid of emotion. Who among you seeks death at the hands of a night watchman? Luo Chen. Chapter 91. Stop at an impasse ensued between the two sides. The prison gate loomed close yet felt insurmountably distant for the prisoners. Luo Chen, Lin Jie, and Qing Yu, Artoria, and En Qi formed an unbreachable barrier, leaving the prisoners trapped in a dilemma. However, with no turning back, the prisoners found themselves faced with two paths. They could either fight and risk death at the hands of these 5 individuals or seize the chance for freedom. Alternatively, they could retreat, pretending nothing had occurred, but that would lead them to a lifetime of imprisonment in the abstinence facility until death, or perhaps even harsher sentencing due to this uprising. Either way, it spelled doom. If they all charged at once, they could never vanquish the entirety of the prison's inhabitants before their mental stamina waned. This wretched place, I cannot bear to stay another moment. Kill. Indeed, let us fight to the bitter end. Just as tensions reached their peak, a blinding golden flying sword shot forth from a distance. Haha, Changge, Jie. I'm here. Upon that golden sword stood 3 figures, the foremost being a stout boy, creating quite a crowded scene. The chubby boy waved cheerfully at Luo Chen and the others. Faced with this sudden and peculiar ensemble, the prisoners widened their eyes in disbelief. Shen Qingzhu could no longer contain himself and delivered a swift kick to Bai Li Pang Pang's rear, sending him tumbling off the flying sword. Get going. Ah, Brother Zhu. Amidst the cacophony of cries, the chubby boy landed on the ground with a thud, bouncing up like a rubber ball before scrambling towards Luo Chen. Shen Qingzhu and Chao Yuan also leaped down from the flying sword, joining the fray. Pang Pang? Brother Zhu and Chao Yuan are here too? Luo Chen chuckled helplessly. Shen Qingzhu approached Luo Chen directly, asking, "Are you all right?" Lin Qi looked on in astonishment. "How did you end up here?" Bai Li Pang Pang turned around, grinning at Lin Qi, of course. "We came to protect your and Chen Ji's virtue." Luo Chen delivered a playful smack to the back of his head. "Speak sensibly." Whining, Bai Li Pang Pang clutched his head, feigning innocence. Chao Yuan sighed and, in words they could understand, explained, "In short, we came to rescue you because we were worried you might be bullied in the abstinence facility, so we plan to break you out." "This is a prison break?" Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, glancing at Shen Qingzhu. The latter, however, merely snorted in response, turning away. "They dragged me along against my will." Upon hearing this, Bai Li Pang Pang and Chao Yuan exchanged peculiar glances, but ultimately chose not to elaborate. Those who understood, understood. Luo Chen smiled faintly. Despite the gravity of the situation, he felt a warmth in his heart. Lin Qi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Though he said nothing, he too understood. A prison break was a grave offense, one that could lead to a nationwide manhunt by the Great Xia for those who were caught. These 3 had wagered their futures for the sake of brotherhood. It is rare in life to find even one true confidant, yet they had 3. How fortunate they were. Countless words swirled on the tip of their tongues. Yet only 2 emerged. "Thank you." Luo Chen and Lin Qi exchanged a glance, speaking in unison. Bai Li Pang Pang scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Hey, Chen Gu, Qi, you're making this a bit emotional. It's kind of awkward." Shen Qingzhu raised an eyebrow and asked, on a serious note, "Where do we stand now?" Luo Chen pondered for a moment before tentatively suggesting, "Shall we issue a warning?" Shen Qingzhu was taken aback, while Bai Li Pang Pang's face lit up with excitement as he shook his ample figure, stepping forward to confront the prisoners. The prisoners braced themselves, thinking he was about to attack. Bai Li Pang Pang slowly raised his arm, beckoning the prisoners with a finger. "You all come here." The prisoners retorted. "The harm is minimal, but the insult is severe." "Damn, brothers, let us take him down." A group of brash youths attempted to play the hero. What the night watchmen? Hadn't they slain enough of them already? The prisoners erupted into shouts, shattering the tense silence. As for reminiscing, that could wait. Luo Chen slightly raised his gaze. The 8 of them lined up in formation, creating a formidable front. "Brother Chen, what is the plan? Eliminate them all?" Bai Li Pang Pang and Chao Yuan inquired. Luo Chen replied calmly, "Eliminate all who stand in our way. You fought long enough. Let's take the lead." Shen Qingzhu glanced at Bai Li Pang Pang and Chao Yuan beside him, and then the 3 stepped forward. Clang! The crisp sound of blades rang out as Chao Yuan drew his weapon. A cold glimmer of steel flashed, and black malevolent energy surged forth from Chao Yuan's body. The sinister flames erupted, soaring skyward. The demon of madness, Chao Yuan, had returned. His eerie laughter echoed through the scene as he raised his crimson gaze to the prisoners before him, filled with murderous intent. Faced with this surging malevolence, even the prisoners were taken aback in horror. The demon of madness, Chao Yuan, charged into the ranks of the prisoners, commencing a brutal slaughter. Damn it, Gao! You dare steal my thunder! Li Pang cursed as he rummaged through his belongings, producing a multitude of forbidden items, each glowing with vibrant colors. Stepping onto Yao Guang, he lightly swung his mighty sword, and in an instant, Yihua Sanxian erupted, showering the area with countless beams of light, sending the prisoners into disarray. Shen Qingzhu, unfazed, simply snapped his fingers. Snap! Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted at the heart of the prisoners, sending dozens flying, resulting in widespread devastation. The scene descended into chaos. Luo Chen, Lin Shiyi, and Qingyu, and the two spirits concentrated on reaping those prisoners attempting to flee. And Qingyu adjusted her glasses, about to speak, but Luo Chen interrupted. Don't. No need for laughter. Before long, the previously chaotic battlefield fell silent. The stragglers were swiftly dealt with by the heavenly locks Luo Chen dispatched with ease. They surprisingly had been overwhelmed by the trio of Li Pang, Chao Yuan, and Shen Qingzhu. The battle had not concluded. Rather, the prisoners had begun to feel fear. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd. Stop! Don't fight anymore. Can we just go back? It is difficult to conceive that such words could come from prisoner. However, the frenzied Chao Yuan continued to pursue and strike at someone. Li Pang was momentarily taken aback and turned to Luo Chen. What should we say now, Chengge? Luo Chen, gazing into the distance at Chao Yuan, first retrieved the chastity lock from Chao Yuan and then handed it to Lin Shiyi, who swiftly bound Chao Yuan. After completing this, Luo Chen slowly turned his gaze towards the prisoners opposite him, revealing a playful smile. No more fighting? Chapter 92, what a coincidence. Commander Yi, the prisoners looked at Luo Chen's smile. Despite being a handsome youth, he appeared as terrifying as a demon in their eyes. No more fighting. Lao Za Luo will stay here quietly in the fasting chamber. We won't go anywhere. A prisoner awkwardly chuckled at Luo Chen. The others remained silent, seemingly in agreement. However, Luo Chen's tone shifted. But even if you plead, I have no intention of letting you go. He immediately raised the invisible sword in his hand. As the wind element gradually dissipated, revealing its golden blade. Upon witnessing Luo Chen's actions, the prisoners began to panic. No, aren't you the night watchman? We have already surrendered. Treating prisoners with kindness is the way. We have admitted our mistakes. You cannot annihilate us. This is not the way of the night watchman. To this, Luo Chen's eyes were filled with coldness. You do not realize your mistake. Rather, you understand that if you do not admit it, you will die. He would show no mercy to these criminals. Excalibur. Golden flames erupted from the sword's blade, and the prisoners had no way to escape. The moment their bodies came into contact with that golden flame, they were obliterated, leaving no corpses behind. Once the brilliance faded, only Luo Chen, along with Wang Lu and Fangyang Hui, remained. Luo Chen intentionally avoided the two night watchmen, for they were indeed worthy of respect. The group exchanged glances, and then countless locks of heaven opened as they strode towards the great door. Under the moonlight, their shadows stretched long. Wang Lu and his companion quietly watched them depart. Observing the youth's figures, he couldn't help but sigh. Youth is truly wonderful. As if recalling something, Wang Lu coughed lightly. In my younger days, I was just like them. Fangyang Hui rolled his eyes at him. Luo Chen and his companions walked forward, their steps resolute. The group engaged in conversation, and even Artoria Rare spoke with Enchi, perhaps due to the long absence. Their silhouettes gradually melded into the depths of the night. The youth's hearts shone like unquenchable torches in the darkness. What? Yi Fan's exclamation pierced the air as he looked at Dr. Li and Master Chen before him. Are you joking? They ran away? Just like that. Yi Fan slammed a stack of documents onto the table. Did I not instruct you to keep an eye on them until I arrived to retrieve them? I wore my lips raw just to produce 2 new appointment documents for special squad leaders. They cannot be allowed to come to harm. Dr. Li and Master Chen exchanged glances, both wearing awkward expressions. Commander Yi, rest assured, they have only just left. If you set out now, you might still intercept them on the way. Yi Fan hastily set down his teacup. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Where did they run off to? Dr. Li replied, I thought you didn't ask. On the boundless sea, a broad ice ship carried 6 youths adrift. 2 heroic spirits trailed beside Luo Chen in spirit form, alleviating the burden on the ship. In Qing, you had to navigate while simultaneously generating frost to reinforce the vessel, as ice melts much faster on the sea than in the air. His mental strength alone was insufficient to cross the waters. But Bai Li Pang Pang could take over while in Qing you rested, operating the Yao Guang to carry everyone for a stretch. Luo Chen casually shot out several locks of heaven, capturing a few sea fish. Then he directed a lock towards Bai Li Pang Pang. Bai Li Pang Pang was immediately startled. Chingo, what are you doing? Flames suddenly erupted from him, triggering a firewall. The sea fish were instantly roasted. You really are a genius, Bai Li Pang Pang exclaimed. The rest were left in awe at this operation, while they feasted on the roasted fish. Lin Chi suddenly sensed something. Someone is ahead on the sea. Artoria's voice resonated in Luo Chen's mind. Luo Chen, someone is coming. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow as he noticed a figure emerging through the thin mist on the water, slowly approaching the ice ship. The group's expressions shifted, and they assumed battle stances. As the figure became clearer, a man clad in a dark red cloak, with a blade at his waist, walked calmly across the water towards the ice ship. That is Commander Yi. Gao Juan Gapet. What? If I'm not mistaken, that is the commander of the Night Watchman of Xia. We may have caught his attention. Chao Yuan's expression darkened. At this point, there was no choice but to brace themselves. As Yi Fan approached the ice ship and surveyed the group, he remarked, "Your vigilance is commendable." Bai Li Pang Pang laughed heartily. "Hey, Commander Yi, what a coincidence. Are you here to enjoy the thrilling adventure as well?" Yi Fan regarded him with a peculiar expression. "Are you Bai Li's young master?" "Indeed, Commander Yi. I've been with the Night Watchman for quite some time and haven't had the chance to visit you." Saying this, Bai Li Pang Pang sheepishly pulled out a pile of Rolex watches. "Yi Fan seek it deeply. Don't be nervous. I'm not here to arrest you, and bribing superiors is a grave offense." Yi Fan fixed a penetrating gaze upon Bai Li Pang Pang, who stood frozen, unsure of how to react. Finally, he could only awkwardly chuckle and pocket the watches. "Commander Republika Yemen and Juiz Juking." Ha! If that is the case, then if there's nothing else But I do have matters to discuss with you. Bai Li Pang Pang was cut off by Yi Fan. Ultimately, you succeeded in keeping the prison secure for Master Chun, which is a significant achievement. After all, allowing those prisoners to escape would indeed be quite troublesome. Even if you hadn't fled from the fasting chamber, I would have come to release you today. Upon hearing this, the group's anxious hearts finally settled. "So, Commander Yi, what do you need from us?" Lin Ji Ye inwided. Yi Fan shrugged. "Oh, you're grilling fish? Give me a skewer, and let us sit and chat." And Qing Yu protested. "Making the ice ship is exhausting. You know, another person. Is there no one to speak for me?" After a hearty meal, Yi Fan then turned his attention to the group. He had unknowingly produced 2 documents. The appointment letter for the 5th Special Squad. Lin Ji Ye exclaimed in shock. Bai Li Pang Pang and the others widened their eyes, nearly choking on their fish, pounding their chests until they finally recovered. Luo Chen examined the document in his hand. Appointment letter for the Special Squad, codename 000. Chapter 93. Heroic Spirits Wow. The 5th Special Squad. Bai Li Pang Pang exclaimed, inadvertently cursing, completely forgetting that Yi Fan was right beside him. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. It should be referred to as the 5th Special Reserve Squad. That is more accurate. Luo Chen, you too, codename 000. Bai Li Pang Pang was even more astonished upon seeing the appointment letter in Luo Chen's hand. Yi Fan nodded and looked at Luo Chen. "Luo Chen, considering your unique qualities, the higher-ups have decided to allow you to establish a brand new special team on your own. This team exists solely because of you. In recent years, the number of mysteries emerging within the realm of the Xia has been increasing, and their powers have grown ever stronger. The existing special teams are struggling to cope with the current situation, and the formation of a new special team is crucial to the future of the Xia. The team leader is the most critical figure. There must be an unparalleled talent, capable of leading the team to rapid growth while possessing a comprehensive strategic vision. They must excel not only in combat prowess, but also in tactics, intelligence, emotional intelligence, and other facets standing among the elite." Yi Fan then turned to Lin Chi Yi, stating, "You are a dual deity agent with limitless potential. How do you feel about taking on the role of the special team leader?" Lin Chi Yi's pupils widened in shock. "Me, as the team leader of Special Squad. But I'm merely a newcomer who has just joined the Night Watch for a little over a year, and my strength is only at the Chuan level." Yi Fan shook his head. "You must understand that for a special team leader, the most important aspect is not their current combat strength, but their potential. Yifan looked earnestly at Lin Qiyi and Luo Chen. A special team is composed of the most promising individuals in Xia, each regarded as a genius and prodigy by others. They not only possess formidable forbidden abilities, but also exhibit a terrifying rate of strength improvement. The leader of the special team must always be ahead of everyone else. Only then will their team members strive with fervor to keep pace, resulting in a remarkable surge in the team's overall strength, ultimately becoming the backbone of Xia. Lin Jiye, you and Luo Chen are the two most promising young individuals among the Night Watch of Xia. We humans are born into this sorrowful era, yet we never yield. Now, with Xia enveloped in mist, despite the daunting challenges, we continue to forge ahead. While speaking, Yifan glanced at Luo Chen, then placed his right hand on his chest. As your commander, I cannot offer you much, but I hope you can consider this carefully. Of course, I respect your choices. However, the document that released you from the psychiatric hospital is contingent upon this decision. Should you refuse, this document will become void, and you understand the consequences. Luo Chen's lips twitched as he exchanged glances with Lin Qiyi, who wore a similar expression. Was this threat not a tad too blatant? A year ago, during the Divine War, the young Luo Chen had once told Chen Fuzi, if this land is shattered, what use is my frail body? To which I wish to respond. An inch of land is an inch of blood. The Xia shall not tolerate infringement. We have persevered in this manner. Yifan bowed deeply to the two of them. Luo Chen's pupils constricted. He never anticipated that the esteemed commander of the Night Watch would bow to two juniors. The weight of this bow was profound. He hurriedly stepped forward to assist. Say no more, Commander Yi, I accept. Yifan slowly lifted his head, gratitude evident in his gaze. He prepared to speak. But Luo Chen shook his head. Commander Yi, I am the agent of the heroic spirit. Do you know what a heroic spirit is? Yifan pondered for a moment. Those who have left their mark in history, those who have made outstanding contributions, and those who have sacrificed their lives for the nation are all heroic spirits. Luo Chen nodded. Your assessment is not incorrect, but Luo Chen gazed earnestly at him. Heroic spirits are the shadows of those who once existed in human history. Their existence is vital for the continuity of human history. As long as this fact remains, heroic spirits can continue to fight, thus giving value to this fleeting life. As the agent of a heroic spirit, this is my reason for fighting with my life on the line. Yifan nodded, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes. I have learned from you, and on behalf of the Night Watch of Xia, I thank you. And what about you, Lin Qiyi? Yifan turned his gaze to Lin Qiyi, who was also flickering with contemplation, but ultimately nodded. I will join as well. Yifan displayed a satisfied smile. The reserve team is a temporarily unrecognized special unit by the authorities. Officially, this team does not exist. It does not belong to any Station City squad, nor does it appear in the sequence of special teams. You must prove yourselves through your own strength. The Phantom Team? Lin Jiye inwided, puzzled. Yifan nodded. That is the essence of it. When a local team is unable to resolve issues, you must go there to assist them. Even if the problem arises in an uninhabited zone, you must proceed there as well. Due to the lack of official records, you will not be able to prove your identities, which may impose certain restrictions on your actions. This is unavoidable. Yifan was equally helpless. Although he was the commander, the Night Watch is not solely governed by him. Unlike an emperor who wields absolute power, we now operate under a democratic system. These obstacles are also a test for you. If you are to become part of a special team, you must possess the ability to handle any situation independently, even under pressure from both the Night Watch and the enemy, while flawlessly completing your mission. Only after fulfilling all conditions can you transition to a formal special team and perform its duties. Upon hearing Yifan's words, Bai Li Pang eagerly inquired, what are the conditions? The first and most fundamental is strength. The team must consist of at least 6 members, and the leader must reach the pinnacle of the sea level, while all members must have crossed the threshold of the sea level. The second condition is that the team must be capable of defeating enemies of higher ranks. The third condition is that the team must have obtained a collective medal of star level or above. Individual medals are not acceptable. After hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Luo Chen. Among the Night Watch present, aside from Yifan, it seemed only Luo Chen had reached the sea level and had successfully defeated higher-ranked enemies on multiple occasions. Aside from the medal criteria, Luo Chen had essentially met all requirements. Given Luo Chen's unique circumstances, there was no need for him to select teammates. As for you, Lin Qiyi, you may personally choose your team members. The higher-ups of the Night Watch will not intervene, and you may select from the remaining Night Watch members. As long as you believe they possess sufficient potential, anyone can be your teammate. You simply need to submit a report. Upon hearing this, the other individuals present looked at Lin Qiyi with eager anticipation, resembling obedient children. Choose me. Pick me. Choose me, please. Their fervent expressions were indescribable, akin to a thirsty man suddenly spotting a beautiful woman. Lin Qiyi Sikit. I understand. Beside him, Luo Chen crossed his arms, a faint smile adorning his face. I am a special team on my own because I have 7 heroic spirits like this. Chapter 94. The scoundrel after all matters were addressed. Yi Fan looked at them. Do you have any questions? If not, I shall take my leave. Lin Qiyi glanced at the ice ship beneath their feet and mustered the courage to ask, will it take us back to land? Yi Fan, however, wore a playful smile, stepping off the ice ship and vanishing into the mist. Only a voice echoed back. This is also one of your tests, Team Leader Lin. Lin Qiyi helplessly rubbed his forehead, knowing it would come to this. The remaining 6 individuals exchanged glances, their eyes wide with uncertainty. Aside from Luo Chen, everyone else turned their gaze to Lin Qiyi. Li Pang chuckled and rubbed his hands together, moving closer. Jiye. Shenqing Zhu shot him an annoyed glance. You? What? What do you mean, Brother Zhu? Li Bang exclaimed. Shenqing Zhu snorted coldly, a hint of a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Though he said nothing, his meaning was clear. Luo Chen also looked at him with a resigned smile. Chao Yuan shared a similar expression, a smile gracing his face as he realized that a light-hearted joke made during training camp had now turned into reality. Li Pang, unwilling to concede defeat, boldly proclaimed, when I serve as a night watchman, I was undefeated in one-on-one battles, you know. Upon hearing this declaration, curious glances were cast in his direction. Shenqing Zhu, however, did not conceal her skepticism. Undefeated in one-on-one combat, Li Pang was not so arrogant during training camp. I single-handedly took on the Nanshan Elderly Care Center and kicked the Beihai kindergarten. In the mortuary, I shouted for anyone who disagreed to stand up. Yet not a soul dared to rise. That is true intimidation. The crowd reacted with a mixture of disbelief and amusement. Luo Chen sighed. If someone actually stood up, it would be you who ran away. Still, Lin Qiyi produced several documents and handed them to everyone except Luo Chen. As a captain of the 5th Special Squad's reserve team, I sincerely invite everyone to join my special squad. Li Pang was momentarily taken aback. Then his hands trembled with excitement as he let out a triumphant roar. Haha, I shall become a member of the special squad. No one will dare look down on me again. Father, I have made it. With exuberance, Li Pang leapt up, only to land heavily on the ice boat, causing a crack to appear. The crowd gasped as the ice boat shattered, plunging them into the water. You fat fool. Shenqing Zhu's furious voice echoed. Meanwhile, Luo Chen stood calmly on the water's surface, observing the floundering individuals. Ultimately, he reluctantly employed the heavenly lock to pull everyone back to the surface, fashioning a makeshift frame resembling a boat, which Qingyu then covered with frost to prevent easy breakage. Lin Qiyi, clutching the documents, had fortuitously tossed them to Luo Chen just before falling into the water, thus avoiding them getting soaked. Recalling Yi Fan's earlier words, he understood that the 5th Special Squad's functions were related to the fog, hinting at potential contact with foreign deities. Clenching his fists in determination, his eyes burned with fury. Loki Gaia! Chao Yuan bit his finger and pressed it onto the document, declaring, wherever Qiyi goes, I will follow. Shenqing Zhu, indifferent, turned her head and quietly stamped her fingerprint onto the document. The 5th Special Squad. How intriguing, Luo Chen mused, unable to suppress a smile at Shenqing Zhu's proud demeanor. And Qingyu, eyeing the terms outlined in the documents, turned to Lin Qiyi and shyly scratched his head. Will you stop me from conducting dissection experiments? Lin Qiyi paused, replying, as long as you do not endanger societal safety, I will vouch for you. And Qingyu's lips curled upward slightly. In that case, I shall join as well. After everyone had stamped their fingerprints, Lin Qiyi solemnly collected the documents. With this, our team size has nearly reached the minimum standard. We shall wait for the remaining candidates. Perhaps we will encounter more suitable individuals later. Luo Chen nodded in agreement, indeed. The ghostly maiden Jiang Er and the one who has waited over 111 million times. Jialan, are both worth your patience, Lin Xie. Then, Bai Li Pang Pang produced a device and pressed it against the stern of the boat, causing an immediate surge in speed. Charge ahead, brothers, towards a carefree existence. Luo Chen smirked. I wonder if the life of the special squad is as leisurely as you think. Soon, they arrived at a beach where numerous young men and women frolicked in swimsuits. Suddenly, a girl's shrill cry pierced the air. There's a pervert. The sound of a crisp slap followed. Bai Li Pang Pang covered his flushed cheeks, which bore the unmistakable marks of two handprints, perfectly symmetrical. Why do I keep getting hit? And this beach is too white. Luo Chen's lips twitched. You fool. Run. Why should we run? Bai Li Pang Pang looked bewildered, still mesmerized by the view. If we don't run now, you'll be pleased to be reported and arrested. You fat fool. Shun Qingzhu slapped Bai Li Pang Pang on the back of his head, though she still dragged him forward. It would be a disaster if the illustrious special squad was mistaken for perverts by the police on their debut. The thought sent shivers down their spines. The night watchman would mock them for eternity. After a while, they found a moment to catch their breath, only to discover they had drifted all the way to the northeast upon seeing the sign for Golden Coast. Luo Chen then retrieved the phone Fan had given him and addressed the group. Our mission is in Anta County, where a large-scale ant-related mystery has apparently emerged. Under his guidance, they swiftly made their way to the train station. During this time, Bai Li Pang Pang paid for everyone to change into appropriate attire, as wearing hospital gowns and prison uniforms could lead to unnecessary disturbances. Staring at the green train before them, Bai Li Pang Pang was momentarily dumbfounded. Tian Yi, Kai, we are the reserve team of the special squad. Don't special squads typically fly around in armed helicopters? Why are we so underwhelming? Luo Chen shrugged, leading the way inside. This mission is in a remote area, and as you said, we are the reserve team, so we naturally lack such privileges. In remote areas, let alone high-speed trains, this green train can only take us nearby. We might even have to walk. Bai Li Pang Pang had never ridden such an antiquated contraption before. As the green train gradually began to move, within one of the carriages, 6 youths sat facing each other, accompanied by an elderly man and a little girl. The scene appeared heartwarming, as the grandfather peeled an orange for the girl, whose laughter rang out like silver bells. Chapter 95. The night watchman of Anta County Luo Chen leaned against the back of his seat, resting with his eyes closed, while Shin Qingzhu and the others played cards. The emperor of Fengdu, Luo Chen pondered quietly. The night watchman team in Anta County consisted of only 2 members. One was the reincarnation of the emperor of Fengdu, while the other had become the captain of the night watchman team in Hongying City. Time passed without notice, as the dull hum of the train filled the air. The green train came to a halt, and the announcement of their arrival echoed through the carriage. And Qingyu and Pang Pang, go buy supplies. The rest of us will scout for the car. Lin Xie directed the group, assigning tasks. The temperature here is extremely low, and we must enter the primitive forest, where temperatures likely remain below 10 degrees year-round. We need to be thoroughly prepared. Don't worry, Chia. I will make sure everything is ready. Bai Li Pang Pang confidently patted his chest. This city was already on the outskirts of Daxia, and the facilities were not as developed as in urban areas. The streets were mostly deserted. To reach Anta County, they would need to take a bus. Luo Chen pointed. The bus station is over there. The remaining members followed Luo Chen to the station, where they found a driver, explained their situation, and paid a deposit. Of course, Bai Li Pang Pang covered the cost, as everyone else had no money. After about an hour of waiting, Bai Li Pang Pang and Qingyu returned with their purchases. The group reconvened. Did you manage to buy everything? Lin Xie directly inquired of Qingyu. The latter looked somewhat awkwardly at Bai Li Pang Pang beside him. Did you buy everything? Lin Xie nodded seriously, oblivious to Qingyu's discomfort. As long as it's all here, that's fine. Luo Chen's lips twitched. He knew very well what Bai Li Pang Pang had purchased, and, come nighttime, it would surely be an eye-opener for everyone. Bai Li Pang Pang produced thermal clothing and a climbing backpack, distributing them to the group, which also contained some water and food. Lin Xie's intention was for everyone to disguise themselves as adventurers, facilitating their entry into the mountains, in the event of unforeseen circumstances that might lead to them getting separated. They would at least have some supplies to avoid succumbing to thirst or hunger. Once they boarded the bus, the group set off towards the primeval forest. After a lengthy 5-hour journey, they finally arrived at Anta County. given the time that had passed, and Qingyu expressed doubt about whether they would make it in time. Luo Chen shook his head, asserting that Yi Xiling must have anticipated this. They required a considerable amount of time, and if they had missed the opportunity, he would not have refused to take them to the mainland. As the 6 youths disembarked from the bus, they were taken aback by the scene before them. The azure sky extended endlessly to meet the continuous mountain ranges, far more majestic than the Jinnan mountain they had seen before. They could even faintly discern the distant mist. After all, this was the border of Daxia, where the fog clung tightly to the national boundary, unable to penetrate even an inch, continually swirling as if an invisible wall kept it at bay. "This must be the mist," Luo Chen murmured. It was his first encounter with such fog since arriving in this realm, and he had never witnessed a scene quite like this, leaving him profoundly astonished. The others were equally speechless, overwhelmed by the spectacle. A fleeting glimmer of gray crossed in Qingyu's pupils, unnoticed by anyone, including himself. "Let us proceed to the Night Watcher's outpost," Lin Xie suggested, breaking the trance as he turned to move forward. "To the outpost? Didn't Yi Xiling mention avoiding contact? Wouldn't it be unwise to present ourselves so openly?" Bai Li Pangpang reasoned, rare for him to engage his mind. "This is a primeval forest. We would be like headless flies crashing in without knowing the way." Luo Chen replied helplessly. "Or do you know where the mystery lies?" His words rendered Bai Li Pangpang speechless, causing him to retract his head. Perhaps I should just refrain from thinking. However, venturing directly to the Night Watcher's outpost indeed seemed perilously reckless. Chao Yuan is surprisingly siding with Bai Li Pangpang. He noted, "Gao Zai, I am in that pai, Bai Li Pangpang and motenali dika Gao Juan." Lin Xie shook his head, stating, "We can adopt a more straightforward approach. Antak County is not particularly large. There is merely one main road, with the rest being obscure paths. Along the way, there are not many shops, only a few simple eateries and stores for daily necessities. The streets were bustling with pedestrians, yet it felt quite desolate, likely due to many indigenous people choosing to leave this close to the mist." "Is this the outpost?" Bai Pang Pang Castunat, bewildered. As he stared at the dilapidated building before him, the others fell silent, equally taken aback by the state of disrepair surrounding them. It was far more desolate than the roads they had traversed earlier. The ground was muddy, with only a solitary house standing, seemingly isolated from the world. The structure appeared quite old, with peeling paint and an uneven area at the entrance, marked only by a rusted metal sign that read, "Antak County Forestry Bureau." Yi Xiling indicated that the location was here. Lin Xie remarked, glancing at his phone. "This is probably the smallest Night Watcher squad, consisting of only 2 individuals." Luo Chen sighed in resignation. "What? Only 2 people?" Bai Li Pangpan exclaimed, astonished. "And their realm is only at the pool level." Luo Chen elaborated clearly, "You did not pay attention during training camp. Night Watcher squads are typically based in urban centers, but due to the distance from Antak County, they could only add an additional squad here. They belong to Antak County, not Tiana City. Thus, each city's Night Watcher squad is intertwined with its city, leading to varying lifestyles. A fact you should be well aware of." Pangpang. Luo Chen cast a meaningful glance at Bai Li Pangpang, who nodded solemnly, realizing their situation was indeed pitiful. After all, the Night Watcher squad in Guangshan City, under the protection of the Bai Li family, lived a life of comfort, scarcely facing any mysteries to address. "Let us enter. Regardless of the circumstances, we have reached the task location and must extract some clues from them," Lin Xie stated, gently knocking on the door before him. "Knock, knock, knock." With the sound of knocking, the door slowly swung open, revealing a young man of around 20 years. He stood momentarily stunned at the sight of the 5 adventurers before him. "Are you Chen Han?" he inquired curiously. Luo Chen stepped forward, removing his heavy winter hat. "Hello. We are here to explore the primeval forest. We are essentially tourists, but we are somewhat unfamiliar with the surrounding woods. So we would like to inquire if you could provide us with a map of the area." Upon hearing Luo Chen's voice, an irritable voice emerged from within the house. "A map? What do you take this place for? It's a primeval forest, not a park for your leisure. Be careful, or you might lose your life here." Luo Chen glanced at Chen Han, then at the irate Li Diyang, feeling a sense of disorientation. Vivid characters stood before him, and he realized he might unknowingly have become part of their narrative, leaving him momentarily dazed. Standing before him was the ruler of the underworld of Huaxia, Fengdu Emperor. Even the Tenyama kings must heed his command. If Chun Mai, as the agent of the Black Wuchang, was that formidable, how powerful could he be? After all, the Black Wuchang was merely one of the commanders of the underworld. Lin Xie boldly peered into the room, noticing various items inside. He pointed at the blackboard. Is that a map? Chun Han calmly replied. That is merely a planning diagram of the forest area, having no relevance to the primeval forest behind it. Moreover, you are not permitted to enter that forest. Why not? Luo Chen inquired. Because there are tigers and bears inside. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, leaning closer to Chun Han. Have you heard of bear sightings? We are specifically here to film a documentary about bears. Tiana Lu Kid bewildert. You're a part of a photography crew? Luo Chen nodded enthusiastically. Both Chun Han and Li Diong wore puzzled expressions, and even Qing Yu and the others were taken aback, unsure of what bear sightings entailed, but sensing its significance. Bali Pang Pang couldn't help but mutter, Brother Chun is even better at acting than you. It sounds so convincing. Come inside. The wind is strong outside, and it's below freezing, Li Diong said with resignation. You can warm yourselves with a cup of hot water. Thank you, Luo Chen replied with a grin. Following this, the six entered the house, shedding their climbing packs and shaking off the accumulated snow at the entrance. The interior was sparsely furnished, just a large table, devoid of sofas, with only a few wooden stools. Li Diong added some firewood to the heater. The group gathered around to warm themselves. Young men, regardless of your purposes, that primeval forest is off limits for now. This is no jest, Li Diong stated gravely. If you wish to enter, you must wait a month. The group exchanged glances, and Luo Chen signaled in Qing Yu with his eyes. And Qing Yu quietly rose, surveying the room while discreetly glancing at the blackboard. Bali Pang Pang boldly pulled out a Rolex, grinning as he approached Li Diong. Sir, could you enlighten us on what has transpired? Our filming schedule is quite tight. Could you make an exception? Li Diong did not even glance at the Rolex in Bali Pong Pong's hand. There's no need to put on this act for me. I can immediately discern that you are merely thrill-seeking scions of wealthy families. I advise you not to gamble with your lives for the sake of excitement. Hongying Yu quietly noted the map and returned to the group. When Luo Chen felt it was about time, he casually chatted with Li Diong before everyone pushed the door and departed from this place. Watching the six youths leave, Li Diong let out a helpless sigh, reflecting on the current state of the younger generation. Chun Han, standing nearby, silently began to tidy up the cups. Uncle Li, our capabilities are insufficient. No matter how we analyze those mysterious actions, we cannot eliminate them, he stated. Li Diong shot him a glare. We must rectify this. I have already submitted a request. The higher-ups will eventually dispatch a special team. Our task is to locate the hideouts of those individuals. Li Diong glanced at the map. The number of mysteries in the Great Xia was increasing, and even the special team's burden was considerable. If we could ascertain their movements, we would save the special team time, thus contributing to our nation. Unable to hold back, Chun Han interjected, but we are on the verge of freezing to death. How can we think about the situation in the Great Xia? Plus, we are in such a remote area. Will the special team truly have the time to come here? Li Diong paused for a moment, then nodded firmly, his eyes filled with resolve. They will come, without a doubt. After exiting, Lin Xie turned to Hongying Yu. Have you memorized everything? Of course. Hongying Yu adjusted his glasses. The edges of the map correspond with the perimeter of the forest we traversed, so it should indeed be the map of that wooded area. There are some markings on it that I need to study further, as I currently do not understand their significance. Bali Pong Pong's pupils dilated as he looked at Hongying Yu. You mean to say that within those few brief moments, you memorized the map? Hongying Yu replied calmly, not just a few minutes. Bali Pang Pang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just a few seconds will suffice. Hey, is that even humanly possible? Bali Pang Pang exclaimed. I thought you would subdue them and interrogate them. Hongying Yu glanced at Luo Chen, who twitched his lips. Am I that sort of person? The five others nodded in unison. Indeed. Luo Chen chuckled and shook his head. We are all-night watchmen. There is no need to be so ruthless. Our intention was merely to see if we could pry some information from them. But we did not anticipate that they would straightforwardly display the clues on the blackboard. Our timing was indeed fortuitous. However, it was peculiar why such mysteries would appear in such a remote location. Chao Yuan pondered. Shen Qingzhu shrugged. Who knows? It seems we must venture there ourselves. Regardless of the mysteries, we can simply eliminate them. Luo Chen nodded. Brother Zue is right. Now that we are fully equipped and have obtained the clues, it is time to set out. Let's go. The 6 figures vanished into the primordial forest. The path was not as arduous as expected. It was also not easy to navigate, given the numerous winding trees and the unique thorny vegetation of the area that could cause injury if one were not cautious. Luo Chen activated his sensing ability, forging a path at the forefront of the group, while Hongying assessed the route based on the map to avoid any misdirection. Is this the right path? Lin Xie inquired, utilizing his spiritual perception to alternate with Luo Chen. Hongying nodded. This is the correct direction, but it seems we still have a distance to cover. After approximately 2.5 hours, we should arrive at an abandoned logging site, which is where the mystery was first discovered. An abandoned logging site? Why would anyone enter a place that is abandoned? How could a mystery be discovered there? Chao Yuan remarked. Why do you always focus on such strange points? Is your brain not functioning properly? You dare insult me. Gao Zai. Lin Xie shook his head in exasperation. It seems the intelligence documents contain some records regarding this. Hongying paused momentarily. During our previous procurement, I overheard some people mentioning a rumor. What rumor? There are many treasure hunters near this Xing'an Ridge. Treasure hunters? Is there treasure here? Bali Pongpong's eyes lit up. I am destined to be the pirate king. However, Hongying doused his enthusiasm with cold water. Not that kind of treasure. The treasure here refers to some aged precious herbs, and the associated tales are rather terrifying. Upon hearing this, Chao Yuan became intrigued. Pray tell. Bili Pang glanced at the dark, shadowy primordial forest beside them, and his flesh quivered slightly. Are you certain you want to tell ghost stories here? Hongying ignored him and continued his narrative. The land of the dead within the primordial forest. Chao Yuan pondered thoughtfully. Just then, Lin Xie suddenly halted, causing the others behind him to pause in confusion. Why have we stopped? There is something nearby. Upon hearing this, the group immediately heightened their vigilance. Chao Yuan placed his hand on the hilt of his knife, prepared to draw it at any moment, while Hongying's fingertips began to emit numerous sinister threads. Bili Pang wrapped himself tightly with protective charms. Heaven's Lock. With the sound of metal clashing, Luo Chen summoned Heaven's Lock, which shot forth from the ground. Through his sensing ability, a mystery entered his perceptual range. Accompanied by the sound of the chains slicing through the air, a sharp roar erupted from the dense forest. It sounded peculiar and extremely grating. Simultaneously, a dark figure charged towards Luo Chen and the others, large and imposing. The speed was so rapid that they barely had time to react, instinctively seeking to evade to the side. It crashed directly into a towering tree behind them, causing it to snap and topple instantly. Only then did Luo Chen and his companions have a moment to discern what was approaching. It was a gigantic blood-red ant, a blood hole punctured into its body by the earlier Heaven's Lock. The enormous ant twisted its body, turning to face the 6, unleashing a deafening roar. Roar! Its 6 long legs scuttled rapidly, charging toward Bili Pang. What the hell? Why is it targeting me, of all people? Bili Pang Kursa. Yet his movements did not falter. A barrier of golden light formed before him with Yawang. Bang! The dull thud of impact resonated as the giant ant collided heavily with the Yawang, stumbling back several paces, its head spinning. However, Bili Pang was also knocked back by the recoil, fortunately sustaining no serious injury. Clang! Heaven's Lock shot forth again, ensnaring the giant ant firmly. Yet in the next moment, a crisp cracking sound rang out as Heaven's Lock was forcefully broken. What the hell? Brother Chen, is your chain rusty? Bili Pang exclaimed in shock. Damn it! Luo Chen's lips twitched. The binding ability of Heaven's Lock was indeed subpar against such non-divine creatures. It would be better utilized for offense. Luo Chen spread his arms wide, unleashing countless chains that instantly pierced through the thick shell of the giant ant, eliciting a wail of agony. Simultaneously, Lin Xie swiftly swung his knife, severing 2 of the giant ant's legs. Seemingly unable to maintain its balance, the massive creature crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. Aim for its antennae. A glimmer of gray flashed in Hongying's eyes. Speak plainly. Luo Chen's lips twitched. How am I supposed to know where the antennae are? It's the indentation slightly behind the 2 antennae on its head. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie leaped high into the air, his knife plunging decisively into the giant ant's fatal spot. The creature, which had been struggling moments ago, instantly fell silent. Hongying hurriedly approached the colossal ant, her hands manifesting frost that enveloped the creature's lifeless form. The black box in her grasp sprang open, revealing a neatly arranged array of sharp blades of various shapes. Hongying commenced the dissection on the spot. The sight was enough to make Bailey Pang Pang and Chao Yuan feel nauseated. It was their first time witnessing Hongying perform such an act. A morbid smile flickered across their faces. Meanwhile, Luo Chen and Lin Jie had grown accustomed to such spectacles, having endured numerous ordeals that fostered a semblance of resilience. Hongying did not keep them waiting for long. After wiping the blood from her hands and cleaning the blades, she slowly approached the group. "How is it?" Lin Jie inquired. Adjusting her glasses, Hongying replied, "This creature does not belong to the realm of modern biology. It is undoubtedly a mysterious life form. Structurally, it is a worker ant, and it has only recently emerged. A social type of mysterious creature." Luo Chen spoke slowly. Hongying nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, and such beings typically have a leader, likely the queen ant. We may be facing an entire ant colony." Bailey Pong Pong's complexion turned as pale as a sheet. This newly born worker ant already possesses the strength of a Chuanjing. The queen ant must at least be of high Jing level. And if it's a colony, there are bound to be countless of them. Are we to confront a high Jing queen and innumerable Chuanjing ants? Hongying pondered for a moment. There is another matter worthy of attention. Its stomach is empty. The previous attack was likely a hunting behavior. Ants typically gather food to bring back to their nests for collective processing. Since it came out to hunt, their food supply in the nest must be nearly depleted. Luo Chen interjected. The primal forest cannot sustain such a massive colony, which implies they may head towards the towns. Bailey Pang Pang slapped his thigh in realization. That is a possibility, but it isn't certain. They could also be advancing deeper into the forest. Hongying nodded thoughtfully. However, given this possibility, we cannot remain passive. If they head towards the towns, it would spell disaster for the populace. Luo Chen raised his hand silently. Altria possesses the ability to annihilate an entire ant nest in one stroke. The group's eyes brightened at this notion, but they gazed expectantly at Luo Chen, awaiting his next words. This primal forest would also be eradicated. Luo Chen shrugged. There is no way to contain the power. If we aim to eradicate the nest, the forest will be wiped off the map. The group exclaimed, "What difference does that make?" Chapter 98, Wild Coffee. Ultimately, we must first devise a method to locate their nest, Lin Jie stated. However, this primal forest is vast, and there are only 6 of us. Splitting up could be perilous, making it difficult to find the nest. We can only proceed while relying on Chia and Luo Chen's perceptive abilities. As there is no better plan, Hongying adjusted her glasses. Lin Jie nodded. For now, let us proceed with this plan. Additionally, if we encounter other worker ants, remember to leave one alive. I wish to validate a hypothesis. The 6 resumed their journey, advancing towards the abandoned logging site. Several hours passed, during which they encountered no attacks, nor even a single worker ant. Through breath perception, Luo Chen discerned the nearby logging site. "We are close." Hongying nodded, confirming that the location marked on the map was indeed here. Bailey Pang Pang shone his flashlight left and right, his heart racing. The deeper they ventured, the more he sensed the forest's terror. In dim, narrow spaces, one instinctively feels fear. Even the slightest sound could nearly send Bailey Pang Pang into a panic. "This place feels so eerie," he shivered. "You've already said that over 20 times on this journey." Lin Jie glanced at him. 26 times, Hongying corrected him. "Meticulous." Luo Chen gave him a thumbs up, leaving Hongying puzzled. "Isn't it just truly eerie? Don't you all feel it?" Bailey Pang Pang retorted. Luo Chen shook his head. "Let's go inside and take a look." The group followed Luo Chen into the site, revealing dilapidated brick and earth structures, the scene both ruinous and uncanny. Luo Chen tightened his grip on his invisible sword, activating breath perception. There is someone behind the 3rd window on the left of the 2nd floor of that low building. "What?" "Someone. Stay calm. It appears to be a paper figure used in ancient funerals." Gulp. Bailey Pang Pang involuntarily swallowed, his flesh trembling. "A paper figure? What should we do?" Lin Jie questioned, puzzled. "Is it mysterious?" "Uncertain. We need to see the situation firsthand." Luo Chen tightened his grip on the invisible sword and moved forward. "Remember to turn off the flashlight." The others complied, and after a moment's hesitation, Bailey Pang Pang chose to extinguish his light and follow the group. They proceeded quietly, and Lin Jie also sensed the paper figure, locking onto its position. However, before they could approach, a noise erupted from the second floor, and the paper figure suddenly moved. It fled from the second floor. Don't let it escape. The group sprang into action, disregarding any noise. Yet the paper figure's speed was astonishing, likely due to its lack of weight. Within the perceptive range of Lin Chia and Luo Chen, the entity darted further away, ultimately eluding their senses. After pursuing for a distance, the group reluctantly halted. How can it be so fast? Lin Chia lamented. Luo Chen shook his head. Let us rest here for the night. We've been on the road for nearly 6 hours, and it is now deep into the night, having just endured a chase. We must be well rested for what lies ahead. However, Hongying remained furrowed in thought. What is wrong? Luo Chen noticed her distress. Is it possible that the paper figure corresponds to that legend? Lin Chia frowned, pale-faced with blurred features. Now that you mention it, it does bear a resemblance. Moreover, the timing and location all align. It's too coincidental. If the paper figure is real, does that mean other legends might also hold truth? Gao Juan Yin does it? The realm of the dead? Luo Chen asked, well aware that this legend referred to Fengdu. Shen Qingzhu scoffed dismissively, superstitions. Lin Chia sighed. The secrets of his place are far more numerous than we imagined. We should rest first. Pang Pang, take out the supplies. All right. Bailey Pang Pang nodded, then retrieved 2 large black tents from his pocket. For safety, 3 people would occupy 1 tent, with each taking turns to keep watch. Luo Chen looked at the group. Who wants to take the first watch? In the middle of the night, Luo Chen and Lin Chia slowly emerged from the tent, donning heavy winter gear. It's time to switch. You two should rest. Luo Chen addressed Chao Yuan and Hongying Yu. They nodded and retreated into the tent. Luo Chen and Lin Chia sat by the fire, warming themselves, as Altria and Enki also appeared. Altria, Litolin? Yes, we've come to join you. Just watching you was becoming dull. Eritolia gracefully settled beside Luo Chen, while Enki nodded in Luo Chen's direction before taking a seat. Luo Chen retrieved a can of coffee left behind by Bailey Pong Pong and brewed it with hot water before handing it to Eritolia. This is coffee, invigorating, though I am uncertain if you'll find it useful. Eritolia nodded, accepting the steaming cup. Thank you. Luo Chen thoughtfully brought over some milk. If you find it bitter, feel free to add a bit of milk. Naturally, he also offered a portion to Xiao In and Lin Chia, prioritizing Eritolia first. According to Bailey Pong Pong, it was wild coffee. A smirk tugged at Luo Chen's lips, wondering if there were also wild hot pots. The thought made him chuckle as the 4 of them sat around the campfire, 2 of whom were heroic spirits, engaged in idle conversation. Suddenly, Enkidu furrowed his brow, and Eritolia seemed to sense something as well. What is wrong? Luo Chen keenly noticed the disturbance, though he could not discern the source. Master, it seems something is moving in that direction. Xiao In pointed towards a particular area. Evidently, his ability to sense the aura was far greater than Luo Chen's, allowing him to detect it first. Indeed, not far away was a massive red ant, seemingly carrying an unconscious little girl. It had noticed Luo Chen and the others, staring intently in their direction. I didn't expect you to come to us willingly. Luo Chen instantly summoned his invisible sword. However, Eritolia and Xiao In positioned themselves in front of him. Leave it to us, Luo Chen. With a flick of her wrist, her knightly armor materialized, as she had previously been clad in a medieval dress resembling that of a young maiden. Exchanging glances, Eritolia and Enkidu charged towards the colossal ant. Simultaneously, a sharp roar shattered the stillness of the night. Watching the 2 heroic spirits rush forward, Luo Chen remarked, I leave it to you. Lin Chia quietly approached Luo Chen. Are you certain you do not wish to assist? With the 2 of them in action, it is sufficient. Luo Chen smiled faintly. Chapter 99. Found in the woods, perhaps disturbed by the commotion, Enkinjiu and the others emerged from their tents, having been awakened from slumber. At the same time, the 2 heroic spirits swiftly concluded the skirmish. After all, it was merely a worker ant from the Chuan realm. Even a queen ant from the sea realm would not pose a challenge to these 2. Following Luo Chen's entry into the sea realm, Eritolia's abilities had further recovered. The heart of the red dragon beating powerfully. Previously constrained by Luo Chen's realm, the heroic spirits could not unleash their full potential. Initially, they were even unable to maintain their physical forms for extended periods. Enkinjiu spotted the giant ant lying on the ground. Lin Chia approached slowly, an enveloping darkness instantly surrounding them. I believe I have discerned the direction of their nest. Lin Xie glanced at Luo Chen, while Xiao In cradled the little girl in his arms, handing her over to Luo Chen. What transpired? Enkinjiu inquired first. That giant ant was carrying the little girl. It appears to have attacked humans, Lin Xie elucidated. Bailey Pong Pong, still somewhat disoriented, suddenly regained clarity upon seeing the girl. Wait, isn't that the girl we encountered on the train yesterday? If he was not mistaken, she should be Li Dayang's daughter. As Luo Chen spoke, he removed his cold weather attire and draped it over the girl. Luo Chen? Master, this cold will make her ill. It is far too frigid here. Eritolia and Enkidu could not help but caution him. Yet, Luo Chen merely shook his head, offering no response. Lin Xie also removed his cold weather attire and covered the little girl. It seems we must act swiftly. The hunting grounds of these creatures are continually expanding, and they will soon impact the town. Luo Chen nodded in agreement. Let us depart. Bailey Pong Pong rummaged through his bag and produced 2 additional cold weather outfits, handing them to the two. Though I hesitate to intrude. You could have simply asked me for new ones. I have plenty. As both donned their cold weather gear, Chao Yuan could not help but interject. What about the little girl? Isn't it too perilous to take her to the nest? However, returning her to Antak County will take nearly half a day. Delaying is not advisable, Lin Xie observed. Looking towards Luo Chen, with a grave expression, Luo Chen replied, We will first approach the vicinity of the nest. Then I shall have Xiao In stay behind to protect her. Is that acceptable, Xiao In? Luo Chen turned to Enkidu, who nodded, a gentle smile gracing his exquisite features. I am at your service, but master, should any danger arise, please summon me with a command spell. Luo Chen nodded appreciatively. Then we have no choice but to proceed in this manner. Let us go. Lin Xie asserted. Wait, I need to gather my things. These items can be reused. Discarding them would be a waste. Bailey Pong Pong hurriedly scurried off to collect his belongings. Before long, Bailey Pong Pong had stowed everything in his pockets, and the ground returned to its vacant state. The group prepared to move once more, venturing deeper into the forest. Lin Xie would periodically utilize his darkness to read the memories of the giant ants, ensuring they were on the correct path roughly every half hour. After about an hour of travel, the little girl on Chao Yuan's back suddenly awakened, startled by the unfamiliar faces before her. It seemed she had dreamt of something terrifying, instinctively letting out a shriek. The group halted, turning to observe the girl on Chao Yuan's back. Bailey Pong Pong hastened over to comfort her. Do not be afraid, little sister. The monsters have been driven away by the older brothers. However, the girl anxiously scanned her surroundings. And once she confirmed that the giant ant was nowhere in sight, her expression gradually calmed. Looking at the group, she asked, Are you the older brothers from the train? Yes, indeed. What is your name? Inquired Shun Qingzhu, stepping forward. Perhaps intimidated by Shun Qingzhu's slightly roguish demeanor, the little girl instinctively recoiled. Shun Qingzhu retreated, his face betraying a sense of despair. How infuriating! This scene prompted muffled laughter from the others. Who would have thought that the swaggering brother would be humbled by a mere little girl? Luo Chen exchanged glances with Enkidu. Understanding the unspoken cue, Enkidu stepped forward to take over the comforting role, as he would soon be tasked with looking after the little girl and thus needed to foster a positive rapport. Hello, may I ask your name? Enkidu smiled gently, his breathtaking visage leaving both boys and girls feeling as if they were basking in the spring breeze. The little girl hesitated for a moment, and upon seeing Enkidu, her weariness diminished by half. Li Ting Ting. I am Enkidu. It is a pleasure to meet you. Is Li Dayang from the Antak County Forestry Bureau your father? Luo Chen inquired, gently ruffling Li Tingting's hair. Li Tingting tightened her grip on Enkidu's hand, nodding. Do you know my dad? Indeed, we were just having tea there yesterday, Bailey Pong Pong chimed in cheerfully. Hearing this, Li Tingting finally relaxed completely. After all, children are generally willing to trust friends of their parents. Bailey Pong Pong promptly retrieved a pizza from his bag, which had been warmed in advance. Here, little Ting Ting, this is food prepared just for you. I have snacks as well. You must be starving, right? If this is not enough, I have more. Li Ting Ting accepted the pizza and began to eat heartily. Take your time. Don't choke. Where's the water, Pong Pong? Luo Chen called out, prompting Bailey Pong Pong to realize. Taking out a bottle of milk to hand to Luo Chen. Luo Chen inserted a straw and offered it to Li Ting Ting. Thus, 6 individuals, accompanied by 2 heroic spirits, escorted Li Ting Ting towards the primeval forest. After traversing for approximately an hour and a half, A sudden call echoed from behind. Ting-ting. Li Ting-ting abruptly turned around, her face lighting up with a smile upon recognizing the familiar figure. Daddy! She swiftly descended from Chao Yuan's back and hurried towards Li Diyang. As she approached, Li Diyang's body trembled slightly. The moment he laid eyes on Li Ting-ting, his anxieties were finally alleviated, though his face bore a hint of stiffness, evidently affected by the cold wind. Ting-ting, are you all right? Are you hurt? Li Diyang quickly inspected her for injuries. Upon confirming she bore no wounds, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Li Ting-ting shook her head. I'm fine. It was the big brothers who saved me. Daddy, I saw a gigantic ant. It attacked me. Then when I woke up, I was on Brother Chao Yuan's back. Li Diyang embraced Li Ting-ting and approached the group. You saved Ting-ting? Indeed. Bai Li Bang nodded in affirmation. Li Diyang furrowed his brow. Did you see anything strange, such as giant creatures or red ants? The group exchanged glances, seemingly in unison. Luo Chen stepped forward. Red ants? Giant creatures? Are you referring to bears? He then crouched down, scanning the area. But there are no ants around here. Li Diyang felt speechless, shaking his head. How did you find Ting-ting? We found her in the woods, Luo Chen replied with a smile. Li Diyang, his expression darkening, exclaimed, Haven't I warned you? You cannot enter the forest. Why do you never listen? He was visibly agitated. But we've been here for quite some time, and nothing strange has happened. Besides, who would have rescued your daughter if not us? Baili Bang Bang Raturtabuli. Li Diyang was momentarily at a loss for words. He truly had no counterargument. In any case, you must return immediately. You cannot delve deeper. Come back with me. Lin Xie merely shook his head. We can't go back. We must complete our filming task. You should take your daughter back. We should be on our way, Luo Chen reminded the group. Ignoring Li Diyang's reaction, they turned and proceeded deeper into the forest. You! Li Diyang glared at the retreating figures, gritting his teeth. He turned to Chen Han beside him. Xiao Chen, you take Ting-ting back. I will accompany them a short distance and then bring them back. Tian hesitated. But what if we encounter something? Li Diyang clenched his teeth, shouldering his hunting rifle. If anything happens, I will forcibly bring them back. Chen Han nodded and led Li Ting-ting back the way they had come. Wait! Li Diyang jogged to catch up with the group. Hearing his voice, all 8 turned around. Upon seeing the hunting rifle in Li Diyang's hands, Luo Chen furrowed his brow. Is he about to make a move? What should we do, Chingu? Should we take him down? Li Pang Pang raised an eyebrow. Bang! Luo Chen smacked Li Pang Pang on the forehead, causing him to crouch in pain. Remember, you are a guardian, not a bandit. Li Pang Pang looked at Luo Chen with wide eyes, justifying himself. It's inevitable after walking in the forest for so long. But if he makes a move, we have no choice, Luo Chen noted. Regardless, we must first disarm him, Lin Xie added, raising his hands in resignation. Luo Chen glanced at Xiao Wen, who understood immediately and vanished from sight. Li Diyang approached the group, preparing to raise his rifle, when suddenly, it inexplicably soared into the air and flew off into the distance. My rifle can fly. Wait, no way. Li Diyang stared at his hands in confusion. It had just been in his grasp. How could it suddenly fly away? Where's my rifle? What have you done? He looked at the 7 individuals before him. Wait, weren't there 8 of you? Where's the one with green hair? The 7 faced him, equally perplexed. Sir, are you mistaken? We have always been 7. Perhaps you have been wandering in the forest for too long and are hallucinating, Luo Chen said, spreading his hands in exasperation. Li Diyang felt a flicker of doubt. Could it truly be an illusion? No, you must have done something. Where's my rifle? Who are you? Documentary filmmakers cannot possess such powers. He immediately grew wary. Come now. How could it be impossible? We have trained in martial arts since childhood. Without some skill, we would never dare to enter the primeval forest. Luo Chen replied calmly. Li Diyang gritted his teeth. Do you think I would believe you? Whether you believe us or not, we need to proceed with our filming. Kindly do not interfere with our work and attend to your own matters. Luo Chen waved his hand dismissively, preparing to lead the group away. The 7 continued deeper into the forest, while Li Diyang followed closely behind, keeping his distance. After a moment's hesitation, he trailed them. That guy is still following us. Shen Qingzhu remarked quietly, glancing back. Li Diyang maintained a careful distance, yet he was resolutely behind them. His presence could pose some trouble. After all, Commander Yi instructed us to avoid contact with local guardians, Luo Chen sighed. However, if he does not follow us, he might encounter danger in this place. Lin Xie echoed with a sigh. It seems we have no choice, We are all guardians and should look out for one another. Thus, Li Diyang kept a careful distance behind the group, making an effort to conceal himself. Though it may have been ineffective against Luo Chen and the others, he believed he was well hidden. As hours passed, the distance between Li Diyang and the group gradually increased due to his inferior stamina. Eventually, he could no longer hold back, sprinting forward, gasping for breath, and earnestly warning the seven. Hey, you lot, it will be dangerous if you venture further. Uncle? So you've been following us all this time? Luo Chen feigned surprise. The others concealed their faces, clearly impressed by Luo Chen's acting skills. Uncle, we are nearly at our destination. Once there, we will begin filming. If you can't keep up, it's best for you to return and not worry about us. Lin Xia added. Li Diyang was taken aback. Can't keep up? I am a guardian. How could I lose to a few ordinary people? His pride surged, but just as he was about to speak, his stomach growled unexpectedly. He realized he was hungry after such a long journey without a break. Bai Li Pang perceptively produced a pack of compressed biscuit from his pocket and offered them to him. Here, eat up, uncle. If that's not enough, I have more. Li Diyang's face flushed, but he did not refuse, accepting the biscuits and taking a bite. Luo Chen glanced at Bai Li Pang, signaling him to share. Let us take a moment to rest and regain our strength, Luo Chen suggested. Bai Li Pang moved toward the forest. What is that little fatty doing? Li Diyang inquired, pujlat. Oh, he is going hunting. Yes, indeed, Luo Chen replied, pausing momentarily before smiling at Li Diyang. Hunting? What will be found in this forest to hunt? Call him back. The biscuits are sufficient to fill our stomachs. Meanwhile, Bai Li Pang came running back, clutching a bag of bloodied beef and a steaming hot pot of yuanyang. Look, I've caught a wild yuanyang hot pot. Bai Li Pan exclaimed proudly. Luo Chen, Lin Qi, Shun Qing Zhu, and Qing Yu, Chao Yuan, and Alia all looked on, while Li Diyang questioned, Hey, little fatty, do you even hear yourself? Chapter 101. Slaying 100 heads. Lin Qi Yi felt a headache coming on. Did I not ask you to procure some reasonable food? Is hot pot unreasonable? Lin Qi Yi fell silent, contemplating and ultimately conceding, well, it's reasonable. Li Diyang felt his intellect insulted, yet he sat with the group, partaking in the wild hot pot. As he picked up a piece of beef, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Seeing this, Lin Qi Yi shook his head helplessly. Uncle, having been in the Forestry Bureau for so long, have you never heard of legends about the Kingdom of the Dead? He attempted to shift the conversation. Li Diyang turned to him, wearing a knowing expression. I knew you weren't here to film a documentary, but rather to investigate legends in search of treasure, right? No wonder you're so skilled. Let me tell you, those legends are all fabricated, and stealing underground relics is illegal. You should leave at once, and I'll pretend I saw nothing. At that moment, Shaoan's voice echoed in their minds. Master, something is approaching. Luo Chen and Lin Qi exchanged glances, the latter's expression changing. We might not be able to leave. Li Diyang was momentarily stunned before turning around, his body freezing in surprise. Emerging from the surrounding woods were approximately 30 to 40 red giant ants, along with 5 unfamiliar black giant ants. Their bodies were covered in black exoskeletons, larger than the red ants, suggesting they possessed at least peak strength in the Chuan realm. The previously unseen black and Qing Yu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Looks like these are soldier ants. He adjusted his glasses, noting that they were the combatants among the ants, likely possessing greater aggression than their counterparts. What a pity, the Ant Queen isn't here, Luo Chen chuckled. Lin Qi spread his hands. The arrival of the Ant Queen may not necessarily be a good thing. As they conversed, a figure blocked their path. Li Diyang drew his sword, fixating on the giant ant before them. You stubborn brats, I'll carve a path for you. Run with all your might. Remember, do not look back. Understand? Li Diyang silently retrieved a sigil from his bosom, preparing for a desperate fight. However, before he could use the sigil, Luo Chen smiled faintly. Listen up, brothers. Let's annihilate them. The 7 sprang into action, charging toward the giant ants. Luo Chen wielded an invisible sword, slicing through the swarm and instantaneously decapitating one giant ant, killing it on the spot. The remaining giant ants roared, launching an assault on the group. Yet the 7 exhibited no fear. Aside from Chao Yuan, who had not fully unleashed the Black King, everyone else utilized every ounce of their strength. Now, Chao Yuan had managed to restrain himself, taking down a giant ant with each swing of his blade. Shun Qing Zhu was cautious about igniting flames, aware of the potential devastation in the forest. Li Yang watched in stunned silence, realizing the blades in their hands belonged to the night watchman. In his daze, a giant ant lunged at him from behind, aiming to attack. Yet, a green figure appeared in his line of sight. Clang! The celestial lock shot forth, piercing through the ant's head, causing its massive body to slump to the ground. "That's your hunting rifle," Xiao En smiled at Li Yang, returning the weapon to him. Li Dalan, Bewilderat, accepted the rifle. Despite being the oldest, he now found himself among those being protected. Under the assault from the group, the red giant ants continued to fall, while the 5 soldier ants let out furious cries, with one charging at Luo Chen. Luo Chen's pupils constricted as his invisible sword vanished, replaced by a massive sword resembling a battle axe. Trésor technique, slaying à invulnerability. Luo Chen swung the axe sword toward the black ant. In an instant, 9 dragon-shaped beams erupted from his hand, roaring forth towards the black ant. Swish, swish, swish. The black giant ant halted, the 9 beams flashing past. Boom! The ant's body collapsed, shattering into countless pieces. This was the first time Luo Chen had wielded the power of Heracles. As the battle concluded, watching the giant ants being dispatched by the youthful warriors, Li Yang's composure began to waver. "You are Night Watchman?" "Indeed," Luo Chen replied, shaking the axe sword in his hand. It was his first time using Heracles' weapon, and it was undeniably heavy. "Which squad are you from?" "We have no squad." Li Yang was taken aback. "No squad? Are you kidding? Night Watchmen cannot operate without a squad. Believe it or not, we are here to assist you." "Leave the giant ants to us," Luo Chen nonchalantly declared. Subsequently, Lin Shiyi approached the corpses, observing and Qing Yu dissecting a soldier ant. "Are you finished?" And Qing Yu nodded, "Almost." Lin Shiyi gathered all the corpses and completed the summoning magic contract. The 8 disregarded Li Yang's confusion and proceeded deeper into the forest. After about half an hour of travel, Lin Shiyi's eyes brightened. "We've arrived." Before them lay a massive chasm, approximately 2 to 3 meters wide, but peering down revealed a pitch-black abyss, obscuring any view of the depths. However, through Luo Chen's aura perception, he sensed a terrifying